When Yifan heard this name, he felt somewhat familiar. After a quick mental review, he immediately remembered that Yu Qiang's name was on the core member list of the Qianji Pavilion in the Dragon Mark Ring. Chairman Yukon appeared to be the chairman of the Southwest Pharmaceutical Association on the surface, but in reality, he was responsible for the assassination branch of the Qianji Pavilion and possessed formidable strength. According to the instructions in the Dragon Mark Ring, the Qianji Pavilion had been in a semi-dormant state since the old master of the Qianji Pavilion encountered trouble. For the sake of the Su Corporation, Yifan had previously notified Pang Hai. Therefore, this time, during the opportunity of presenting the ancient paintings, he could also contact Yukon. After all, Yifan needed more help to fight against the real culprits who targeted the Yi family. I also want to go with you. I love those antique calligraphy and paintings. Yixu, I have a good eye for selecting things. Take me with you. Okay. When Yifan activated the Dragon Mark Ring, his eyes underwent some peculiar changes. By activating a function similar to the Mystic Eyes, although the perspective sounded exaggerated, as long as Yifan circulated his energy around his eyes, he could see things that others couldn't. Last time, when he went to the underground trading market in Yuncheng with Wang Fugui, he used the special abilities of his eyes to discover the chepil wrapped in the stone. Alright, since you want to go with, I'll take you. But you need to behave and not run around, okay? Su Yixu deeply gazed at Yifan. The Thunder God physician had also mentioned that in Yifan's current condition, he needed more companionship to visit places familiar to him before, which might help him recover his memory faster. Among the places Yifan and Wang Fugui previously frequented was the Antique Street. Perhaps, by going to those places, Yifan could recall something and possibly regain some memories. The Antique Street in Yuncheng was quite renowned throughout Daxia. It was large in scale, and there were plenty of valuable items. Even though it was only around 9 in the morning, the Antique Street was already bustling with people. Wanbouch, an independent 9-story building, was decorated sumptuously, different from the surrounding buildings. Su Yixu took Yifan straight there. Since they were going to visit Yukon, they naturally had to bring good gifts. However, before entering the building, Yifan's eyes suddenly noticed something on the small antique shop next door, where two middle-aged men were sneakily presenting a painting to the shop owner. With the level of handling of an emperor, Yifan could clearly sense all movements within a radius of 500 meters. Yifan's eyes narrowed as he perceived the ancient and rustic aura fluctuating from the painting scroll. That ancient painting was a valuable item. Hello, I'm looking for your shopkeeper, to buy two good items from him. Can you help me convey this message? Su Yixu was familiar with the shopkeeper of Wanbouch and had already contacted Wu beforehand. The receptionist at the front desk presumably received a greeting from the manager and warmly greeted Su Yixu upon her arrival. Miss Su, Mr. Wu has instructed that if you arrive, we should take you directly to the back room. Please follow me. All right. Su Yixu beckoned Yifan and intended to follow the receptionist into the back room. However, at that moment, Yifan's keen hearing had already clearly picked up the conversation next door, where the two men were planning to sell the painting scroll for 1,000 yuan. According to Yifan's judgment, the painting scroll was worth at least 10 million. Selling it for a mere 1,000, wouldn't it be a chance to make a quick profit? Thinking of this, Yifan said to Su Yixu, Yixu, you go in first. I'll go to the restroom and come find you later. Okay. Su Yixu hesitated. In her impression, Yifan was still in a naive state. If he got lost and with so many people around, she wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility if anything happened. Don't worry, wife. I won't wander off. I've grown up. There won't be any problems. Yifan gazed earnestly at Su Yixu. After a moment of consideration, Su Yixu, based on Yifan's recent performances, felt that his intelligence seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Besides, they were inside Wanbouch. Nothing should happen, right? All right then. Seeing that the receptionist was still waiting for her, Su Yixu felt bad for making her wait too long. If there's anything, be sure to call me. Okay. As Su Yixu followed the receptionist into the back room, Yifan quickly headed towards the restroom. After turning the corner, he used a blink teleportation technique and appeared in front of the shop next to Wanbouch. At that moment, the shop owner was negotiating with the two men. We agreed in advance, 1,000 yuan, cash on delivery. Once the transaction is made, there's no turning back. Suppressing his excitement, the shop owner Masen couldn't determine the authenticity of the painting either. Even if it was a counterfeit, It was one of the better imitations, selling it for 1,000. If he encountered a naive beer, he could easily swindle tens of thousands from them. Yifan was on the sidelines, holding his phone, secretly recording the scene. The two men got $1,000 and quickly left the scene. As they left, they were still muttering to themselves, "Not bad for this deal. Damn, got $50 from an old lady and sold it for 1,000. No loss. Ha ha." Their hearts are really dark. Yifan sighed. Since they were all shady characters, he didn't feel guilty about what he would do next to them. As soon as the two men left, the shop owner Ma Sen eagerly opened the painting scroll again and carefully examined it. The brush strokes were bold and powerful, the lines clear, the imagery deep, signed Wu Daozi, depicting a fierce tiger descending a mountain. It was excellent in all aspects. The only downside was that the painting's colors looked too worn out, lacking appeal. It's a pity. The craftsman who made this high imitation painting was too eager, making it look too aged, but still not bad. Ma Sen lifted the painting scroll, ready to hang it prominently in the shop. For those who didn't know much, they could easily be deceived by the brushwork and he could still make a profit. "Boss, I'll take this painting for $1,500. Before Ma Sen could turn around, Yifan had already flashed to the shop's entrance, smiling towards Ma Sen. Ma Sen was taken aback. $1,500. This young man had sharp eyes, willing to pay 500 more than the price Ma Sen had set. "Hey handsome, you're joking. This is a genuine work by Wu Daozi. I paid $1 million for it. If you don't want it, don't stir up trouble," Ma Sen said seriously, appearing as though he had indeed paid $1 million for it. "If you are sincere about buying, I'll give you a genuine price. 300,000. That's my final offer." Ma Sen seemed visibly pained, but his eyes were fixed on Yifan, observing his reactions. In the antique business, it's all about understanding people. Despite their flaws in other areas, all antique dealers are shrewd judges of character. They would test your reactions and expressions. If you seemed willing to pay more, they wouldn't sell below a certain price. Unfortunately for Ma Sen, he met Yifan. Yifan had recorded the entire transaction process between Ma Sen and the other two men, so how could he be fooled by Ma Sen? "Boss, don't be too greedy. Take a bit of the hard-earned money. Why not take a look at this first?" Yifan spoke as he smiled, approaching Ma Sen and opening the video recorded on his phone. The video clearly showed the transaction process, including the prices, between Ma Sen and the two men. Ma Sen's eyes flashed sharply as he stared at Yifan. "What are you trying to do?" Ma Sen's reputation on this street wasn't good, known for his dishonest practices. Although he had been trying to change his image, he couldn't resist trying to deceive others when presented with a good opportunity, and business had been slow lately. If the video in Yifan's hands were to be exposed, Ma Sen wouldn't be able to do business in Yun City anymore. "I said I came to buy the painting for $1,500, and you can take 500 as your hard-earned fee. You won't lose out." Yifan knew the true value of the painting, not just 1 million, but even tens of millions. But Ma Sen's tricks were too shady, so Yifan was there to teach him a lesson. "You tough guy." Ma Sen glared at Yifan fiercely. Behind Ma Sen, a few burly men gathered, their unfriendly glares fixed on Yifan. However, as Ma Sen was displaying the painting, a crowd had also gathered around. Everyone was there for the spectacle. In the antique market, everyone wished to make a find or witness someone making a find. It was always an exciting affair. 10,000. Take the painting and leave. Let's not say more. Ma Sen initially wanted to have his men drive Yifan away, but with so many people around, Ma Sen had to consider the public perception and had to negotiate patiently with Yifan. $1,500. You have 10 seconds to consider. With today's technology, if this gets exposed, your losses will be more than a few tens of thousands. Yifan appeared confident, making Ma Sen very uncomfortable. But he had to admit, Yifan was right. If Yifan posted the video online and it went viral, Ma Sen's shop would have to close down. "You kid, are you deliberately causing trouble? My boss behind. Wu Lan, you better think clearly. If you want the painting, give 10,000, take it and leave. Otherwise, tearing faces won't benefit anyone." Ma Sen approached Yifan, whispering in a low voice. "Wu Lan." Yifan was taken aback, feeling slightly troubled for confronting Ma Sen like this. But upon hearing about Wu Lan, he realized it was a different story. Wu Lan was a dangerous man who had almost killed Su Yixu's wife, not a good person. Moreover, Wu Lan had already been dealt with by Zia Hao and Li Hu, The Wild Tiger Gang had been disbanded, yet Ma Sen was still trying to use Wu Luolan's name to intimidate others. Feel free to try. I'll count to 3, 3, 2, 1. Yifan showed no signs of backing down, starting the countdown directly. Yifan's strong stance made Ma Sen almost go crazy. Ma Sen felt the young man in front of him was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. When Yifan reached the last count, Ma Sen gritted his teeth. Fine, you win. Yifan dared to gamble, but Ma Sen didn't. Speaking coldly, Ma Sen tucked the painting scroll into Yifan's arms. Take the money. Yifan gave a faint smile and pulled out 15 red bills from his pocket, handing them over to Ma Sen. If you want to do business in the future, have a conscience. I'll remember you, kid. Be careful on your way. Ma Sen held the money in his hand and angrily walked back into the shop. He had planned to make a big profit with the painting, but it was exposed on the spot, and he ended up making only 500. Sigh. Ma Sen threatened Yifan, but before Yifan could respond, a voice of a girl in the crowd suddenly sounded. Hey handsome, can I buy this painting? I'll offer 8 million. Hiss. With one sentence from the girl, the people present couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The painting bought for $1,500 was now being offered 8 million for just a resale. Could these two be working together? The crowd turned to look at the girl. She wore a green long dress with a yellow belt around her waist, accentuating her slender waist and alluring curves. Is that Miss Ren Zuying, the wealthy daughter of the Ren family in the provincial capital? I heard Miss Ren is also an expert in antiques. If she can offer 8 million, there must be a reason. Could today really witness a huge profit? Just as Ma Sen arrived at the entrance of the shop, he heard the price of 8 million, and his body couldn't help but stagger for a moment. He stopped, turned around to see Ren Zuying, and somewhat bewilderedly asked, Miss, you're not joking, right? If this painting is really worth 8 million, then you're a huge fool. The opportunity for immense wealth was already within reach, and then that guy forcefully snatched it away. Boss, do I look like I'm joking? Ren Zuying calmly replied, then turned her head to look at Yifan again. At this moment, Yifan paid no attention to Ren Zuying and instead took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it onto the surface of the painting. Wow. The people present were directly stunned. Young man, what are you doing? Yad. The beauty just priced it at 8 million. Aren't you ruining the painting? The crowd sighed one after another. Only Ren Zuying, seeing Yifan's actions, had a glint of light in her eyes. It seems like she encountered an expert today. Handsome, how about I offer 15 million? Ren Zuying unexpectedly raised the bid by another 2 million, confusing everyone completely. Obviously, Ren Zuying saw something. Otherwise, as a member of the prominent family in the provincial capital, Ren Zuying wouldn't arbitrarily raise the bid like this. Hiss. Yifan still didn't speak. As the water soaked the painting, when it was about done, there was a wave of energy, and he grabbed a corner of the painting, then ripped it. To the shock of everyone present, he peeled off a thin film on the surface of the painting, as if it were a layer of plastic covering the scroll. And as that thin film was peeled off, the true work of art inside the scroll immediately came to light. The colors were vibrant, the brushstrokes clear, and the lines more distinct. Wu Daozi's seal also became clearer. A cover painting. I understand now, this is the legendary cover painting. The outer layer is a sheepskin protective film, and the inside is the genuine work. Oh my, this is actually a genuine work of Wu Daozi. What a huge oversight. This is worth much more than 15 million. It's worth more than 20 million. Handsome. I offer 18 million. The scene exploded in an instant. This was truly sensational. A painting bought for 1,500,000, only to be bid at 20 million by someone else. This was an over 10,000-fold profit. Yifan's mouth twitched slightly. When the film was ripped off, the ancient aura flowing in the painting, under the traction of Yifan's energy, was fully absorbed by Yifan. Yifan could clearly feel that as the ancient aura was absorbed into his danshan, the danshan extended, and the flickering flames seemed to have become a bit more vigorous, their flames brighter. It seemed that the ancient aura in the painting was like fuel and firewood for the flames, nourishing the mysterious fire in his body. For Yifan, whether it was 20 million or 2 billion, although it was indeed a lot of money, for him, it was just a number. Yifan had the Yi group behind him, the Wanderer organization, and the not fully disclosed Celestial Observer Pavilion. If Yifan wanted money, he could shake a whole country with just the flick of a finger. Yifan had set his sights on this painting mainly because he needed the ancient aura in the painting. Now that the ancient aura in the painting had been fully absorbed by Yifan, the painting held little significance for him. However, for Ma San, losing 20 million over a painting was more unbearable than killing him. Ma San stood dumbfounded at the door for several seconds, then finally reacted. He quickly walked over to Yifan, grabbed Yifan's arm and said, "Give me the painting back, I'm not selling it." While speaking, Ma San reached out to grab the painting back. Yifan dodged, coldly saying, "Boss, are you trying to rob me? What's the meaning of this? The painting has clearly been sold. Trying to take it back might not be possible. Kid, you don't know when to quit." Daring to snatch from a tiger's mouth. In Yun City, there aren't many who dare to compete with me. Ma San. Ma San stared coldly at Yifan, continuing, "Kid, you better hand over the painting, or you'll wish you were dead." With Ma San's words growing darker, several strong men behind him started to surround Yifan. Yifan's mouth twitched. "Boss, seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. Not to mention the rest, your big brother behind you, old Wolfwu, is already dead. Are you unaware? And I can tell you, he was taken out by me. You want to join him?" As Yifan spoke, an intense aura emanated from him, instantly causing Ma San to shudder. Ma San naturally knew that old Wolfwu had met with an accident. He only knew that old Wolfwu seemed to have offended Yi family's young master and the Su family group, so he was dealt with. The specifics were unclear to him. With Yifan's reminder, Ma San took another look at Yifan, as if suddenly remembering who Yifan was. Isn't this the Yi family's idiot? Why does Yifan not seem foolish at all now? What is going on here? Handsome, how about I buy this painting for 30 million? Ren Zuying squeezed through the crowd, grabbing Yifan's arm, gently shaking it, her apple bosom brushing against Yifan's arm. "My grandfather is about to have a birthday, and I don't know what kind of gift to prepare for him. Could you fulfill my wish, handsome?" As Ren Zuying's body swayed, the neckline in front swayed as well, with a portion of her chest exposed. Although it was just a glimpse, Yifan's pupils couldn't help but dilate. A phoenix pattern? Below Ren Zuying's collarbone, Yifan clearly saw a golden phoenix pattern flashing past. And 6 years ago, when Yifan was on a secret mission in the provincial capital, he was nearly attacked and died. At the time, he was saved by a girl. It was very dark at the time, so Yifan didn't see the girl's face clearly, but he did see the gold phoenix pattern on the girl's collarbone. 6 years later, he unexpectedly met the girl who saved him in Yun City. Fate is truly coincidental. When life is saved, it should be repaid with marriage. However, Yifan already had 7 wives, so it might not come to that. Since Ren Zuying liked the painting, he decided to give it to her. Duty is indeed filial, so this painting is yours. As he spoke, Yifan handed the painting to Ren Zuying. Ren Zuying was stunned. Handsome, you. The people around were also baffled. A painting worth 30 million was given away just like that. How extravagant is this person? So rich. The most frustrated was Ma San, spending $1 million to buy it back, but Yifan didn't agree and instead gave it to another woman. Was he doing this on purpose to annoy Ma San? Scoundrel. Ma San initially wanted to curse, but remembering Yifan's identity, the word stopped at the tip of his tongue. Greedily eyeing the scroll in Ren Zuying's hand, Ma San wanted to ask Ren Zuying for it, but didn't have the courage. The Yi family and the Ren family, any one of those families, Ma San couldn't afford to provoke. The key was, his big brother behind him had fallen, and indeed it was Yifan who brought down Wu Lo along. Ma San, though feeling a huge regret, didn't dare to complain. "Boss, are we just letting it go like this? That's 30 million. Ma San had given up, but the few bodyguards beside him didn't understand. "If we let them leave, we won't have a chance to make a move again." "Nonsense. Do you think we have a chance here? Do you know who they are? One is the only young master of the Yi family, and the other is the heiress of the Ren family. Try moving a finger on them." Ma San glanced around. Though only Yifan and Ren Zuying appeared on the surface, unknown to many powerhouses lurking in the shadows, Ma San helplessly watched as 30 million slipped away from him. Ren Zuying looked at the scroll in her hand, still amazed. "Good sir, did you really just give this to me? This is worth 30 million RMB. Why?" Ren Zuying felt a sense of familiarity and warmth in Yifan's face, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen Yifan before. However, Being gifted a 30 million RMB scroll suddenly made Ren Zuying feel uneasy. Yes, it's for you. Because you are a good person. And good things should happen to good people. After saying this, Yifen turned and intended to leave. He had been away for too long, fearing that Su Yixu might get worried if she couldn't find him. Good people get rewarded. Listening to Yifen's words, Ren Zuying seemed pensive. Seeing Yifen about to leave immediately, she quickly stopped him. Good sir. Wait a moment. At these words, Ren Zuying reached out, took off a jade pendant she had been wearing close to her chest, and handed it to Yifen. Beside Ren Zuying, a girl in jeans spoke up. Miss, you need to think about this. This jade pendant was given to you by your grandfather as part of your dowry. Ren Zuying hesitated for a moment, but she continued to offer the jade pendant to Yifen. I don't like owing others anything. This is a jade pendant from my family, so it must be something precious. Take it. Pausing for a moment, Ren Zuying blushed and said, if you have time next month, you're welcome to come to my grandfather's birthday party at the Ren family. With that, Ren Zuying's face turned red up to the back of her neck. Yifen took the jade pendant handed to him by Ren Zuying. It was still warm, carrying Ren Zuying's body warmth and a hint of fragrance, a bit captivating. Watching Ren Zuying's shy demeanor, Yifen couldn't help but recall the night 6 years ago, where this sweet girl had helped warm his body under the cold winter night. Yifen had always kept this friendship in his heart. At that time, he was already married to Zhuan Yifei. Now that they had divorced and he had 7 wives, adding one more seemed to have no consequence. Great. I'll definitely come. Yifen gave Ren Zuying a deep look and didn't want to let down the girl who had helped him in the past. As Yifen was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly noticed a few black threads entwined around Ren Zuying's forehead, with some crimson colors in between. A sign of danger. Ren Zuying seemed to be targeted by some malicious methods. She had been encountering severe danger recently. Yifen frowned. If it didn't affect him, he could have ignored it, but now that he knew, he couldn't just sit back. Looking at Ren Zuying's wrist, where she wore a bracelet, Yifen grabbed her wrist. He took off the green bracelet and swiftly engraved several mysterious patterns on it with his check. Within the next half-month, you must wear this bracelet all the time. Do not let it touch water. It will protect you. It was a protective symbol that Yifen had comprehended within the dragon mark, and he had tested it several times, proving its effectiveness. Before Yuling left this time, Yifen had secretly engraved several symbols on her personal belongings, hoping she would never need to use them. Oh, all right. Although Ren Zuying didn't understand what Yifen was doing, she could tell he genuinely cared. Goodbye. Yifen quickly headed towards the wondrous pavilion, disappearing from Ren Zuying's sight in an instant. Watching Yifen leave, Ren Zuying furrowed her brows, muttering to herself as she left with her maid. Why do I feel so familiar with that handsome guy just now? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Giggles, miss. Are you falling for him? Look at you. You even gave away the jade pendant you wear close to you all the time. You know, you wear that jade pendant in a certain place every day. Ren Zuying blushed at her maid's teasing, and at the same time, she sensed a warm flow at the spot where she had just touched Yifen's wrist, flowing through her body. Warm flow. Realizing this, Ren Zuying's pupils contracted. She immediately thought of the young man she had met 6 years ago. That night, while embracing him, her body also received so much warmth, allowing her martial arts energy to improve rapidly. It's him. It's him from 6 years ago. Understanding all this, Ren Zuying couldn't help but feel excited and bashful. Fate is truly miraculous. Xiaoxing, go investigate and find out who that handsome guy was just now. I want to know all his information. Yes. The maid beside her knew about Miss's past 6 years ago, and in recent years, Miss had never interacted with any boys, always searching for the young man from that year. Now that Miss had found her crush, the maid was genuinely happy for Ren Zuying. Congratulations, Miss. Whether now or in the past, you like the same person. Ren Zuying was elated, yet a bit shy. Humph. That scoundrel must have recognized me. I knew it. Why would he randomly gift me a 30 million RMB scroll? So annoying. At the same time, Ren Zuying silently prayed, next month, during Grandpa's birthday party, you must come. If you come, half of my troubles will be solved. When Yifen re-entered Wanbao Pavilion, Su Yixu and the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, Wu, had just come out from the inside. Su Yixu was still holding two wooden boxes, and from the outside, There was also a sense of ancient aura emanating from inside. Manager Wu, this is too embarrassing, right? You've directly given me such valuable items, not even accepting any money. Suyixu looked at Manager Wu gratefully. Yifan finally understood that Manager Wu had selected two good items and directly gifted them to Suyixu without asking for any money. Judging from the ancient aura emanating from them, the items Manager Wu sent must be of high value, at least worth millions. General Su, don't be polite with me. We all admire General Su's moral behavior with Miss Yuling at that time. General Su could still firmly support the Yi family back then. Our boss is very impressed. As Manager Wu spoke, he saw Yifan appearing. Quickly approached and bowed, saying to Yifan, "Young Master Yi, our boss asked me to convey that although we cannot openly express support for the Yi family, if there's anything we can help with, we are willing to assist. These two items are gifts for your meeting. Wanbao Pavilion is showing goodwill towards the Yi family and Su family." Suyixu also understood that Manager Wu's gift of antique store was not based on her face, but on Yifan's face. Although many recent events in Cloud City have been kept under wraps, the downfall of the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, as well as the steward of the Liu family, have all occurred in Cloud City, and these pieces of news are impossible to hide. Furthermore, with the major incident at the Su Group's new drug release event and the support of the Thunder God physician for the Su Group, along with the appearance of other prominent figures, it indicates that the Yi family is not as weak as people imagine. Moreover, with so many mysterious forces beginning to converge towards the Yi family, those prominent figures are the cream de la cream. Their choices surely indicate that there are some information unknown to outsiders, such as, Yifan has already regained consciousness. It's not too late for Wanbao Pavilion to get on board now. Thank you all. The people who helped my wife are all good people. Yifan did not overly show his foolishness and responded more normally. Lei Qianyu had already laid the groundwork for Yifan, saying that Yifan would gradually regain consciousness. So it was completely normal for Yifan's intelligence to grow from an 8-year-old to a 10-year-old level. Manager Wu, you should know something about my husband's condition. Please understand. Suyixu explained to Manager Wu. But Manager Wu deeply looked at Yifan and said, "It's okay. It's okay. Young Master Yi was a genius back then. With time, he will definitely reach the peak again." After chatting for a bit, Suyixu was in a hurry to visit Yukong, so she was planning to bid farewell and leave. However, at that moment, a group of people burst into Wanbao Pavilion's main building with a powerful momentum. Hehe, isn't Wanbao Pavilion amazing? Today I'm here to see how capable you Wanbao Pavilion really is. In the last appraisal event, you defeated my brother, causing him to jump off the building and get seriously injured. Today you must pay the price. The leader, a young man in a floral shirt, strode towards the hall while others were live streaming the scene. Online friends, everyone take a good look. This is Wanbao Pavilion headquarters, and today, we're here to make trouble. Let's see if Wanbao Pavilion dares to accept our challenge. Seeing this group of people arrive, Manager Wu furrowed his brows. These people again, never ending. What's going on? Suyixu, seeing the situation in front of her, couldn't help but ask. They are from the Sun family in the provincial capital. Last year at the appraisal event, when we participated in the competition, we ran into his brother. In the final match, his brother made a mistake and misjudged the age of a vase, resulting in our victory. Unable to accept the failure, he jumped from the second floor and broke his leg. Since then, the Sun family has been targeting our Wanbao Pavilion, constantly causing trouble. Initially, we didn't take it seriously, but it became more excessive later. Obviously, there's someone backing them up and causing trouble behind the scenes. For many years, Wanbao Pavilion has always suppressed the Sun family's jewelry store. As long as Wanbao Pavilion is suppressed, they will have a chance. Manager Wu smirked. It's okay, I can handle these little tricks. Manager Wu is a leader in the antique world of the Great Xia, a person with real talent. Having managed Wanbao Pavilion for many years, there have been very few missteps. With that said, Manager Wu stepped forward and greeted Sun Desheng, the young master of the Sun family. Young Master Sun, the appraisal event competitions are based on each person's ability. It's been so long since the incident. Is the Sun family unable to accept defeat? The eyes of online friends are sharp. Perhaps they can also judge. As the long-time head of Wanbao Pavilion, Manager Wu had a way with words. By stepping forward and greeting the online audience, he managed to shift the public opinion slightly back in their favor. Sun Desheng was left speechless by Manager Wu's remarks. Manager Wu took the initiative and immediately followed up. Since Wanda Pavilion dares to be set up here, we are naturally not afraid of any challenges. Young Master Sun, since you brought people here today, let's play a big game. Let's make a bet. If I win, kindly refrain from using such petty tricks in the future. We can compete fairly face to face. Hearing Manager Wu agreeing to today's challenge, a smile appeared on Sun Desheng's face. Good. Manager Wu is bold. Today, let's play a big game. If Wanbao Pavilion wins, why Sun Family's jewelry store will withdraw from Cloud City and not compete with Wanbao Pavilion anymore. But if I win, Wanbao Pavilion also has to leave Cloud City. Do you dare? Sun Desheng was crafty, directly pushing Wanbao Pavilion to the fire. The scale and business of the jewelry store were originally not as good as Wanbao Pavilion, so withdrawing was not a big deal. But Wanbao Pavilion might not dare to take the risk. Manager Wu frowned and looked at Sun Desheng resentfully. This young Master Sun had evil intentions from the start, pushing Wanbao Pavilion into a corner. It wasn't good to agree, but not agreeing was also not an option. Currently, the live broadcast showed that millions were watching. If Manager Wu refused, the reputation and credibility of Wanbao Pavilion would be instantly tarnished. Good. Let's settle it this way. Although Manager Wu was confident, when he saw Sun Desheng's people moving in several porcelain jars from outside, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Because Manager Wu looked at those porcelain jars for a few moments, he couldn't determine their age at all. This was annoying. Seeing such a sudden change in the situation, Su Yixu was conflicted. Should she stay or leave? My wife Yixu, let's wait and see before we leave. I seem to have remembered something. At the moment when those porcelain jars were brought in, a cold smile appeared on Yifan's lips. This Sun Desheng was really cunning. Those jars had been tampered with, and it was impossible to detect using normal appraisal methods. If he didn't step in to help, Manager Wu would definitely lose today. In consideration of Manager Wu gifting to antiques, Yifen decided to step in. Oh, Xiaofan, have you remembered something? All right. Let's take a look here. Su Yixu heard the possibility of Yifan's memory and intelligence recovering, and immediately had a look of joy on her face. Nothing else mattered in comparison to this. In the middle of the hall, Sun Desheng brought over 5 porcelain bottles and arranged them neatly on the table. Sun Desheng looked smugly at Wu's shopkeeper. Today Sun Desheng came prepared. Not afraid of however many appraisal methods Wu's shopkeeper had, but afraid that Wu's shopkeeper wouldn't agree to the challenge. Apart from satisfying his own ego, he couldn't cause any substantial harm to Wu's shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Wu, these 5 bottles are ones I picked up from the antique market, but their age is currently unknown. Would shopkeeper Wu be kind enough to help identify the correct years of 3 of the bottles? If shopkeeper Wu can determine the correct years of 3 of the bottles, then shopkeeper Wu wins, right? Sun Desheng and his accompanying men exchanged glances, all with a smug look in their eyes. These 5 porcelain bottles were crafted by top foreign craftsmen. After Sun Desheng spent 3 months imitating them, they weren't entirely fake since each porcelain piece inside was real. But to say they were real was also incorrect. Each bottle was assembled from dozens of fragments taken from porcelain bottles of 5 different dynasties, expertly repaired on the outside so one couldn't tell they were once broken. However, the pieces inside each bottle were collected from different dynasties, making it challenging for even the most skilled appraiser like Wu's shopkeeper to determine the age based on just one piece. Sun Desheng could easily refute shopkeeper with another piece whenever he tried to make a judgment. So, since the moment shopkeeper Wu agreed to the challenge, Wanbao Pavilion had already lost. Sun Desheng's challenge was like a game of rock paper scissors where both parties played, but with Sun Desheng having the advantage of adapting to his opponent's move. How could one win in such a scenario? As a heavyweight in the antique world, Wu's shopkeeper skills were not to be belittled. From the moment the 5 bottles were presented, Wu's shopkeeper carefully observed and even sniffed the bottles for their scent. Just by smelling one of the bottles, Wu's shopkeeper's expression changed. This is because Wu's shopkeeper noticed the scent of the bottles was chaotic and unstable, resembling the Song dynasty, the Tang dynasty, and even some Ming and Qing dynasty scents. This left Wu's shopkeeper perplexed. Under normal circumstances, repairing a bottle was common, but using pieces from multiple dynasties to piece them together was unheard of. Moreover, When the shopkeeper picked up the bottles for a closer inspection, using a magnifying glass, he couldn't find any traces of repair on the surface. The first bottle was like this, the second bottle was like that ... It took more than 10 minutes to inspect all 5 bottles. The shopkeeper remained silent, hesitant to make any judgment. In his heart, the shopkeeper had a rough idea of what was going on. The bottles brought by Sun Desheng were most likely expertly crafted replicas with no signs of repair. By using pieces from various dynasties, it was a trap. No matter which dynasty the shopkeeper guessed, Sun Desheng could easily refute it. He had been fooled. The shopkeeper was now aware of the deception at play, but revealing it would only expose his own vulnerability. How about it, Shopkeeper Wu? Have you figured it out? Let us witness the depth of Shopkeeper Wu's knowledge and have him explain the origins of these bottles. Seeing Shopkeeper Wu hesitate to speak, Sun Desheng swaggered in front of Shopkeeper Wu, deliberately flaunting before the live stream camera. Everyone, take a good look. This is Wanbao Pavilion's Master Wu appraising the 5 bottles I brought. Well, to be honest, it's somewhat disappointing. Turns out Wanbao Pavilion is just like this. Don't leave, everyone. Help serve as witnesses. We had a wager just now. Sun Desheng kept flaunting, with Wanbao Pavilion staff gathered around, furious but helpless, unable to challenge Sun Desheng's actions. Fraud. Big fraud. How shameless of you to deceive Shopkeeper Wu with fake items. As everyone was unsure of what to do, and with sweat beads forming on Shopkeeper Wu's forehead, Ethan suddenly walked out from the crowd, pointing at Sun Desheng and berating him. One sentence instantly drew everyone's attention. Especially in the live stream, viewers began to buzz with excitement. Who is this again? How can he call Sun a fraud? I also feel something fishy. I still believe in Master Wu. The atmosphere that had been carefully built up was instantly shattered. Sun Desheng, very annoyed, pointed at Ethan and said, "Who the heck are you? It's none of your business. Someone, throw him out." Sun Desheng came to Wanbao Pavilion this time to bring down the shop. Naturally, he wouldn't allow anyone to sabotage his plan. With Shopkeeper Wu already hooked, one step away from evicting Wanbao Pavilion from Yunchuan, where would the antique market business go after Wanbao Pavilion left? Several bodyguards came out from behind Sun Desheng and prepared to go after Yifan. Yifan smirked when the porcelain bottles appeared earlier. He had used his magic eyes to clearly see that they were specially repaired and made from pieces of different dynasties. However skilled Wu's shopkeeper was, how could he distinguish so many pieces from various dynasties at once? No. I'm not leaving. I want to expose you. You big fraud. Yifan smiled faintly, swiftly dodging the bodyguards trying to grab him. The 2 strong men found it troubling that they couldn't even catch such a slender young man and increased their pace. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan not only evaded the bodyguards but also used a wave of Che to gently push one of them, causing the porcelain bottle at the edge to fall and shatter on the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The designated appraisal item had been suddenly shattered. But whose fault was it? Sun Desheng's own bodyguard knocking down the bottle? As the crowd was still in shock, Ethan suddenly snatched the live stream phone and pointed the camera at the broken pieces on the ground. He picked up a few fragments, acting surprised as he exclaimed, "This piece, I recognize it. It's from the Tang dynasty. This one is from the Song dynasty. And this one is from the Ming dynasty. Look, Master Wu, how come there are pieces from so many different dynasties in one bottle? You see, these pieces have a mysterious covering on the surface. Once peeled off, the secrets inside are revealed." As Yifan spoke, he took one of the pieces in his hand and with a burst of Chen, tore off the fake layer, revealing the pieces stuck inside. These were presented to both the viewers in the live stream and those present, including Wu's shopkeeper. Looking at the situation in front of him, Boss Wu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. In fact, Boss Wu had already more or less deduced the situation with the porcelain bottle, just as Yifan had described. But the key issue was that he couldn't directly explain the situation himself. And now, with Yifan suddenly appearing and exposing Sun Desheng, or rather Sun Desheng's bodyguard flipping the table, Sun Desheng couldn't find any faults with Wanbao Pavilion at all. The netizens in the live broadcast room instantly and wild. Damn it, I knew something was off. So despicable. The Sun family is really playing dirty. I will never buy anything from the Sun family again. Garbage. Instead of thinking of how to do business properly, they only think of playing these malicious tricks. Disappointing. Those netizens who had just supported Sun Desheng now started to turn the tide of public opinion towards Boss Wu and Wanda Pavilion. Young Master Sun, you're a bit despicable. The expression on Boss Wu's face began to relax, and when he looked at Yifan, his eyes were full of gratitude. Now Boss Wu was almost certain that Yifan was not foolish at all. If Yifan were in a foolish state, how could he have coincidentally rushed over and caused Sun Desheng's bodyguard to flip the table so conveniently? It was absolutely impossible. Sun Desheng hesitated for several seconds before reacting. The phone for the live broadcast had already been snatched away. Damn it, who the hell are you, daring to snatch my phone? You idiots, what are you standing around for? Get the phone back. Sun Desheng was almost going crazy. There were so many netizens witnessing today's provocation in the live broadcast room. If he failed, the Jewelry Pavilion would have to withdraw from Cloud City. And once this matter escalated, even if the Jewelry Pavilion didn't withdraw, the meager business they had before would most likely be negligible. Who dares to touch my elder brother? Before Yifan could do anything, a roar came from the crowd, and Wang Fugui's huge body appeared on the scene. When he saw the two bodyguards rushing over, Wang Fugui didn't hesitate at all. With his huge hands, he grabbed one on each side and fiercely smashed them together, knocking them unconscious and throwing them away. Puff puff. Although Sun Desheng's bodyguards were also martial arts experts, Wang Fugui was already a master-level powerhouse. Dealing with these bodyguards was like child's play to him. In the blink of an eye, all of Sun Desheng's bodyguards beside him had been knocked unconscious. What do you want to do? You can't beat me. Do you plan to use force? Sun Desheng knew he was in the wrong and tried to act pitifully to turn the tide of public opinion. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Sun family in the provincial capital. You better not touch me. Ha ha. Do you know who my big brother is? He is Yifan, the only young master of the Yi family now. If you touch him, aren't you afraid? Wang Fugui revealed Yifan's identity, leaving Sun Desheng dumbfounded. The idiot from the Yi family. When he saw Yifan just now, he seemed so familiar. Damn it, was he really so unlucky to encounter a fool causing trouble? Even if he was in the right, he couldn't explain it. And even if he could explain it, there was no chance of Sun's family provoking the Yi family now. It's all fake. It's all fake. Seeing Wang Fugui coming over, Yifan became even more unbridled, pointing to the remaining porcelain bottles towards Sun Desheng. With a shattered porcelain bottle as proof, the rest of the story was easy to tell. Taking the initiative, Boss Wu said, "Young Master Sun, do we need to break open the remaining 4 bottles one by one to verify?" Sun Desheng knew exactly what those porcelain bottles looked like. Breaking them open would be a blow to his own face. You're ruthless. Sun Desheng knew that he had lost today, but had lost to a fool. He didn't know whether Yifan coincidentally ruined his plans or deliberately sabotaged them. While speaking, Sun Desheng reached out to take the phone from Yifan's hand. But Yifan didn't agree. "The bet? You just made a bet, you cheater. If you lose, your Jewelry Pavilion will have to roll out of Cloud City. Let's confirm this with all of you, right?" While berating Sun Desheng, Yifan also greeted the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. Since Wanbao Pavilion chose to help the Yi family, Yifan naturally wouldn't let them help for nothing. This time, he would help Wanbao Pavilion suppress the Jewelry Pavilion to the extreme. Yes, a real man should keep his promises. We had hundreds of thousands of viewers witnessing the bet just now. Don't think about denying it. The public opinion in the live broadcast room had already begun to boil. Sun Desheng was itching with anger, but he had no choice because he had indeed made the bet just now. Although it was only a verbal agreement and there was no one to enforce it, in the age of the internet, the power of the viewers was very strong. Sun Desheng didn't want to admit it, but at least he had to make a statement on the face. "Boss Wu, you win. My Jewelry Pavilion admits defeat and will leave Cloud City as soon as possible." Sun Desheng reluctantly repeated his promise in front of the camera, looking at Yifan with a dark expression. "Is this all right?" Yifan asked Wang Fugui beside him. "La Wan, do you think this is enough?" Wang Fugui, with a somewhat foolish temperament, said, "Just talking is not enough. In 3 days, I'll invite a few bulldozers over. If we still see the Jewelry Pavilion there, it means the viewers pushed them out. Is that okay with everyone?" With his big face on the screen, Wang Fugui scolded the audience in front of the camera. Immediately, the public opinion in the live broadcast room and the people watching on site started to cheer. After Sun Desheng left the Wanbao Pavilion building, "Boss, who had a hidden meaning in his eyes, respectfully gave Yifan a bow. "Young Master Yi, thank you for lending a hand today." Mr. Wu was very fortunate with his actions today and decided to directly gift Su Yixu 2 antiques. Although those 2 antiques were indeed worth tens of millions, the value of Yifan's recent help far exceeded that amount. If Wang Zhe really fell into Sun Desheng's trap today and lost its reputation, leading to a loss of at least several billion, if not tens of billions, and if Wang Zhe were to collapse, the loss would be even higher. More importantly, the existence of Wang Zhe plays a role far more significant than money can measure. "Manager Wu, you were polite. You helped my wife, so it's only right for me to help you." Yifan responded with a faint smile. His logic was sound, his speech clear, leaving Su Yixu next to him slightly puzzled. She couldn't figure out if Yifan was in a clear state of mind or a daze. But with so many people around, Su Yixu hesitated to ask. Just as Manager Wu had not spoken yet, a staff member suddenly approached him and whispered in his ear, "Manager Wu, the miss said the item can be brought out now." "I see." Manager Wu's eyes flashed with a glint of determination upon hearing his subordinate's words. The miss was indeed astute, noticing Yifan's potential. Despite the heavy blow to the Yi family, as long as Yifan was alive, the family's potential would be limitless. Now that Yifan had awakened, those who dared to move against the Yi family might find restless nights ahead. "Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. You've done Wang Zhe a great favor, and we must show our gratitude." As he spoke, Manager Wu quickly entered a back room and emerged with an ancient wooden box in his hands. "Young Master Yi, this item has been in our shop for a long time. Although I have studied it for many years, I still don't know its purpose. Young Master Yi is a remarkable genius. When he fully awakens, this item may prove to be of great value and utility to him." As he spoke, Manager Wu handed the box respectfully to Yifan. Although Manager Wu had suspected that Yifan had already awakened, as Yifan had not revealed himself, Manager Wu decided to play along with the act. "Oh, thank you, Manager Wu." Yifan just released his perception to sense the box briefly, his expression turning somber. With his demon eye ability, Yifan could almost see through and explore all things. However, upon careful examination, he realized that his spiritual power at the level of Martial Emperor couldn't penetrate the mysterious aura surrounding the item inside the box. Although he couldn't uncover what was inside the box, Yifan could sense a certain familiarity with it. As Yifan and Su Yixu left Wang Zhe, Manager Wu watched their retreating figures and a pleased smile appeared on his face. "The Yi family will rise again. Those who targeted the Yi family have short-sighted vision." With these words, Manager Wu swiftly entered a secluded chamber and made a secure call. On Kunlun Mountain, in an elegant courtyard, a barefoot girl sat on a rattan chair, holding a tablet and monitoring the surveillance footage. She answered Manager Wu's call. "Manager Wu, I trust my judgment. If Yifan cannot protect my family, the ruined family's revival would be hopeless." After ending the call with Manager Wu, the girl gazed at the lush green jungle outside and muttered to herself, "Yifan, our destiny from past lives. I hope you awaken soon. The entire martial world already has a place for your Yi family. I hope you can truly rise. This is all I can do to help you." In Yun City, after Yifan and Su Yixu left the Street of Antiques, Su Yixu drove while looking at Yifan with confusion. "Xiaofan, are you clear-headed now, or are you still in a daze? I can't figure it out." Despite calling Yifan a daze, his actions seemed logical and clever, causing Sun Desheng to be frustrated and unable to complain. "Yixu, I don't fully understand what you're talking about, but I have a feeling. My head doesn't feel as heavy as before, and I recall being formidable in the past. I'm acting on instincts in many matters. Perhaps, in the near future, I'll completely remember the past," Yifan said, knowing what Su Yixu was worried about. To alleviate her concerns, he portrayed his state vaguely, giving her hope. This aligns with what Lei Qianyu had said. He needs time to fully awaken. Xiaofan, are you finally coming to your senses? That's great. The Yi family really needs you now. If you don't wake up soon, I don't know how Linglong and I can hold on. Su Yixu stopped a car on the side of the road, hugged Yifan's face, and kissed him firmly. Then, realizing the implications of their intimate actions as Yifan's former sister-in-law, she felt embarrassed. "Xiaofan." Last night, Su Yixu asked tentatively, wanting to see if Yifan had already awakened. Yifan understood her thoughts. "Yixu, what happened last night?" Did you not sleep well? Did I do something wrong? Yifan once again reverted to his dazed facade, leaving Su Yixu perplexed. Was Yifan back to being clueless? Oh, it's nothing. Let's go. We'll see Mr. Yukong. I hope he likes the gifts today. Su Yixu glanced at the two antiques manager who had given a painting from the Song Dynasty and a jade unicorn. Yifan smiled faintly, knowing that if Yukong was truly in charge of the assassination department of the Qianji Pavilion, these gifts might not interest him at all. Perhaps Yukong was waiting for his appearance. The Southwest Medical Association is located in a standalone building on the outskirts of Yuncheng City. This is an organization that serves as a semi-official and semi-private institution in the entire Southwest region, formed by all the big names in the medical and pharmaceutical industries, as well as official joint organizations. Although he is usually low-key, major pharmaceutical companies in the region need his approval for producing new drugs or expanding their operations, such as building new facilities. Therefore, the position of president of the Medical Association is very important, and it has become a coveted position. However, what is frustrating is that the president of the Medical Association, since Yukong took office 20 years ago, has never been replaced. No matter what others try, even using the power of the capital, they have not been able to remove Yukong from that position. This makes the outside world even more wary of Yukong's background and influence. The major companies can only try to please Yukong. It's not even 10 in the morning, but the lounge outside Yukong's office is already crowded because in the second half of the year in the Southwest region, there's only one slot available for producing a new drug, and major companies are pulling out all the stops to impress Yukong. Yukong does not hesitate to show his preferences based on the calligraphy and paintings that are brought to him. When Su Yixu entered the lounge with Yifan, everyone's eyes immediately turned towards them. Oh, isn't that Yi family's fool yet? Su Yixu really has courage, actually keeping this fool by her side all the time. However, did you see Su family's new product release yesterday? Su family has really developed such an amazing beauty cream medicine. It's remarkable. It seems like Su family is also here for that slot today. Sigh. We are all probably just pawns. Not necessarily. Su family's archenemy, the Jin family from the provincial capital, is also competing for this slot. The energy of the Jin family is currently much stronger than that of the Su family. As everyone was talking, they turned to look in another direction in the lounge. There, a young man in a suit and several assistants were seated, with several empty seats around them, and no one dared to approach. It was none other than Jin Yang, the young master of the Jin family from the provincial capital. Upon seeing Su Yixu enter, a smirk formed on Jin Yang's face. Yixu, it's been a while. I knew you would come today. Look at you. You've lost weight from working too much. As he spoke, Jin Yang reached out his hand as if to touch Su Yixu's cheek. A shadow clouded Su Yixu's expression. Jin Yang, please be respectful. I have a husband. Huh? Seeing Jin Yang's demeanor, Yifan furrowed his brows. It seems like there's something going on between this Jin Yang and Yixu's wife. Previously, Yifan had only heard vaguely about it, that before Su Yixu confirmed her engagement with Yi family's seventh young master, she had a very persistent pursuer, even more troublesome than Zhao Qianlong. However, Yifan didn't delve into it at that time, but now it seems, could it be the Jin Yang in front of him? Su Yixu pushed away Jin Yang's arm without any anger. Instead, she looked at Yifan and said with disdain, Husband, Yixu, are you talking about the deceased seventh young master of the Yi family, or this fool in front of us? Heh. You entered the Yi family before. I didn't say anything. I dare not offend the Yi family. But now that the seventh young master of the Yi family is already dead and the Yi family is on the verge of collapse, why bother? Jin Yang picked up a bunch of roses from behind him and handed them to Su Yixu with both hands. Yixu, be my girlfriend. You know, I've been pursuing you since high school. Almost 10 years now. We have a foundation of affection, and you came here today for the medical production slot, right? As long as you become my girlfriend, I can refrain from competing for this slot with you. When the time comes, your Su family will soar. By collaborating with my Jin family, who else in the Southwest pharmaceutical industry can compete with us? Jin Yang spoke with sincerity, and Yifan almost believed him. At this moment, Yifan also understood that Jin Yang was Su Yixu's previous suitor, but seeing Su Yixu's attitude towards Jin Yang, she seemed uninterested. Jin Yang, can you stop being so boring? I've told you countless times before that I'm not interested in you, so stop bothering me. I have a husband now, Yifan. No matter what kind of person he is, I will have many children with him. So, don't make a fool of yourself. Su Yixu clasped Yifan's wrist tightly. Xiaofan, don't be angry. I had nothing going on with him before. I'm your woman now, and I will only be your woman in this lifetime. Yifan was touched by Su Yixu's loyalty to the Yi family. He must become stronger to protect them sufficiently. Did you hear that? My wife said I'm her husband, and you dare to pursue someone else's wife. Do you have no shame? Yifan stared at Jin Yang, releasing a murderous intent quietly. A powerful spiritual force that pierced to the soul spread out, causing Jin Yang to tremble involuntarily. Jin Yang hadn't reacted yet when Yifan grabbed the roses from his hand, threw them on the ground, crushed them under his feet, and stomped on them fiercely. My grandpa said, if anyone bullies my wife, I should punch back. The next moment, Yifan actually raised his hand and gave Jin Yang a hard slap across the face, instantly swelling half of it. You damn fool, dare to hit me. A fool? Are you seeking death? Jin Yang hadn't done anything after saying 2 sentences, was suddenly unreasonably slapped. Angry, Jin Yang was about to confront Yifan, reprimanding his subordinates and preparing to strike against Yifan. Who dares to touch even a hair on my eldest brother's body? Have you forgotten who my big brother is? Although he was seriously injured, the Yi family can't be bullied by the likes of you. Are you not afraid of death? Wang Fugui shouted, stepping out from the main entrance. A martial arts aura surged through the room, creating a wave of energy. A grandmother powerhouse. Jin Yang and his assistants were stunned. As an affiliated family of the Yi family, from Wang Fugui's grandfather, who was Yifan's grandfather's deputy, to Wang Fugui's father, who was a trusted aide of Yifan's father's generation. Although the Yi family was severely damaged now, in the Dragon Army, Wang Fugui's father has managed to stabilize the situation. Even if the Yi family falls, the power of the Wang family is still not to be underestimated. Although Jin Yang was extremely resentful, he couldn't make any reckless moves in front of Wang Fugui, not to mention Yifan's identity. At least, on the surface, that was the case. If they were to make a move, it would have to be done behind the scenes. What's going on here? Are you also unruly? Wanting to secure the medical production slot and daring to fight here? A male secretary wearing glasses stepped out from the office with a sharp look in his eyes, scanning the crowd. The tense atmosphere that was suppressed by Wang Fugui instantly dissolved. Yifan's brow furrowed. A small secretary was actually at the level of a martial honored. Although the secretary hit his breast deeply, Yifan could still sense it clearly for a moment. If that's the case, then the identity of the person responsible for assassinating the Dark Guild Master of the Murder Department, Yukon, should not be fake. The appearance of this secretary eased the tense atmosphere on the scene, and Jin Yang also found a way out of his predicament. HMPH. Kid, you're lucky. Jin Yang stared at Yifan and threw out some harsh words, then looked resentfully at Su Yixu, saying, Su Yixu, you better not regret your decision today. Daring to reject me, Jin Yang, I guarantee you won't get the pharmaceutical production quota today. Even if you have a miraculous beauty ointment, what use is it? You can't produce it. Don't come begging me later. Jin Yang coldly stared at Su Yixu, looking as if he already had the victory in his grasp. For today's pharmaceutical quota, Jin Yang had spent a lot of money and brought back 2 treasures from Jingtao. According to the master, they contained a rich and ancient atmosphere. And most importantly, Jin Yang had obtained secret information from various channels. That is, the antiques that Yukong was interested in exuded a mysterious ancient aura. Those without this aura were all immediately dismissed by Yukong. Just now, Jin Yang had looked at the 2 antiques brought by Su Yixu. Although they also had the ancient aura, it was not the type that Yukong wanted. Therefore, Jin Yang concluded that Su Yixu had lost. Su Yixu looked at the crowd anxiously. After inviting Lei Qianyu medical saint previously, Yukong still wouldn't budge. Now, with only the 2 antiques in her hands, could she break through Yukong's barriers? Wasting your efforts on someone else's wife, how can you be so sure that you can get the quota? Yifan coldly glanced at Jin Yang. On the contrary, I feel that today's pharmaceutical quota is secured by the Su family group. After finishing his words, Yifan lightly patted Su Yixu's wrist. Wife, rest assured, I will help you secure the pharmaceutical quota today. Confirming that Yukong was the one responsible for the assassination, Yifan had locked in on the quota. According to the information transmitted by the dragon-patterned ring, Yukon, the person in charge of the assassination, was undoubtedly the trusted confidant of the old Hall Master. Just by revealing the token and the passphrase as the new Hall Master candidate, Yukon had no reason not to comply. HMPH. Useless ... Just you. What will you use? Your mouth. While sneering at Yefan, Jin Yang suddenly realized that just now, when he wasn't paying attention, Yefan had slapped him directly. Jin Yang himself had some knowledge of martial arts, nearly reaching the mastery level, yet he couldn't even dodge Yefan's slap. This meant that Yefan's strength, even if he seemed foolish now, was still above the mastery level. Afraid of being slapped again, Jin Yang quickly covered his cheek with his hand. Being slapped once was bad enough, but if he were to be slapped a second time, it would be a huge embarrassment. Who would believe that he got hit by a fool? Besides, considering the other party's identity, he dared not act recklessly. He could only swallow the humiliation. However, Jin Yang only had two hands. While covering his cheek, he couldn't avoid the other vulnerable spot. Before Jin Yang could react, Yefan had already struck, kicking Jin Yang hard in the groin. Crack! Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed, and Jin Yang immediately collapsed to the ground in agony, his body contorting like a shrimp. Ah, damn! My balls. Yefan, you're courting death. Sobbing. The sensation of something breaking left Jin Yang's face red with pain, his body convulsing all over, and eventually, he passed out cold, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Several bodyguards near Jin Yang looked at Yefan with fear, hesitated a moment, then helped Jin Yang up and hurriedly escorted him towards the hospital. As Jin Yang left, the atmosphere on the scene once again became tense. The first time Jin Yang got hit could be considered a coincidence, catching him off guard. However, the second time he was clearly prepared, yet Yefan still beat him senseless, causing him to pass out. Who said the young master of the Yi family was a fool? Apparently, he was quite clever, and knew how to deceive and outsmart Jin Yang. Everyone knew that Jin Yang's strength was above mastery level, almost at the grandmother level. For Yefan to beat him down meant that Yefan's strength was at least above the grandmother level. 5 years had passed. Although the eccentric and talented young master of the Yi family seemed foolish now, his talent had not waned. The way people looked at Yefan changed in an instant. Many representatives from different families sighed, realizing that if the Jin family didn't get the quota, it might not fall to any other family due to the support of the Yi family led by the Su family. The most shocked person on the scene was the secretary under Yukon. Though he wore glasses, his eyesight was not weak. The glasses were just a cover-up. He had been in the room just now, close to Yefan, yet his martial sage realm's strength couldn't prevent Yefan's attack, nor did he notice how Yefan had done it. In such a situation, there were only two possibilities. Either Yefan didn't use martial arts energy, or his strength far surpassed his own, making him unable to perceive it. Are you also competing for the quota? Show me what you've got. The secretary, who was initially a bit angry, softened his attitude towards Su Yixu after noticing Yefan's abnormality. Thank you. Here are the items. Su Yixu respectfully handed over the items to the secretary. After taking Su Yixu's antique, the secretary glanced at the time on his watch, then looked around the hall at everyone present and said, "It's almost time. The pharmaceutical production quota this time belongs to the Jin family. Everyone else, please take back your items in order." "Mister, you wanted me to thank you all for your kind intentions." Sighs filled the air as many people had vied for the single quota, realizing that not everyone could win. The outcome of being rejected was something they had anticipated. Su Yixu also looked disappointed. After taking back the antiques she brought, she called out to Yefan, "Husband, let's go back." Yefan smiled faintly and said to Su Yixu, "Wife, can you show me the antiques in your hands?" Su Yixu looked puzzled. "Show you?" Wang Fugui beside them timely chimed in, "Sister-in-law, letting my big brother have a look is fine. My big brother is very capable. Last time he found a treasure." "Oh." Su Yixu agreed, handing the antiques to Yefan. As Yefan took the antiques, his wrist moved swiftly, circulating energy to carve a mysterious pattern inside the antique box, which was the secret order of the Hall Master. When Yefan acted, the secretary under Yukon seemed to sense something, his gaze sharp as he looked towards Yefan, but he found nothing. After observing for a moment, Yefan handed back the antiques to Su Yixu, saying, "Yixu, the most valuable part of this antique is the box. Why don't you let them have another look?" Is the box more precious? Su Yixu furrowed her brows in response. Was this Yifan talking nonsense, or had he really discovered something? Although Su Yixu didn't quite understand, she hesitated when she thought about Yifan's previous behavior. Beside her, Wang Fugui couldn't wait any longer. Sister-in-law, you should believe in Big Brother. Big Brother is amazing. Previously, he brought me to the antique market and found a super treasure. Come on. Sister-in-law, give me the thing. While speaking, Wang Fugui took the box from Su Yixu's hand and walked towards the secretary of Yukong. Brother, take another look. Yu Qiang's secretary had originally not intended to continue looking, as the spots had already been allocated. However, thinking of the mysterious martial arts energy fluctuation he had sensed just now, that profound energy fluctuation, even though it was just a split-second awareness, he was very certain that martial arts energy truly existed. Could it be that energy fluctuation came from Su Yixu's idiotic husband? Humph. What are you looking at? Su Yixu. The spots have already been allocated. What else do you want to do? Do you think the 2 items you brought can compare to what I brought? Before Yu Qiang's secretary could speak, Jin Yang suddenly appeared at the door. Although his crotch had shattered, Jin Yang had hastily bandaged it up and wrapped it with gauze before entering the room in a rather comical manner. Being confident in his antiques, Jin Yang did not want to miss the moment of the spot announcement. At the same time as Jin Yang spoke, he instinctively reached out to grab the antique box from Wang Fugui's hand. But upon sensing the martial arts energy emanating from Wang Fugui, he hesitated and took a step back. Secretary Zhang, aren't you wasting time? The spots have already been allocated. Can you get Mr. Yu to sign quickly? Jin Yang urged Yu Qiang's secretary with a smug expression. Turning to look at Su Yixu, Jin Yang's face darkened. Humph. Su Yixu, I've said before, when you needed my help, but now the spots have been allocated. Your Su family has no chance anymore. Even if the beauty skincare products of Su Group are excellent, without a production permit, what can you do? Ignoring face, I don't believe that with my means, I can't handle you. After rebuking Su Yixu and Yifan for a while, Jin Yang noticed that Yifan's expression seemed off and quickly shut up. Yifan's strength was somewhat eerie, and Jin Yang was wary of him. Just now, Jin Yang had already contacted his family and sent a stronger expert to protect himself. Until that expert arrived, Jin Yang didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Secretary Zhang, why are you still not moving? Although Jin Yang had arrived a while ago, he noticed that Secretary Zhang seemed reluctant to leave and kept staring at the box in Wang Fugui's hand. Are you telling me what to do? Secretary Zhang's gaze sharpened as he glared at Jin Yang. Although the spots have indeed been announced, it doesn't mean they cannot be changed. With a single sentence, Secretary Zhang made Jin Yang's heart skip a beat. Secretary Zhang. Jin Yang had a sense of foreboding, and by this time, Secretary Zhang had walked up to Wang Fugui, picked up the box from his hand, glanced at Yifan, and finally looked at Su Yixu. President Su, I will take this box in for Mr. Yu to have another look, but I can't guarantee the outcome. After the spot announcement, the family representatives present had originally planned to leave. However, a sudden turn of events occurred, with the antiques from the Su family being sent back and given a chance for a re-evaluation. Things were getting interesting. Everyone stayed back to see how things will unfold. I said, today's spot belongs to my wife. You won't have any chance, Yifan said coldly after giving Jin Yang a glance. Wang Fugui chimed in, my big brother said the spot belongs to the Su family, so it belongs to them. If you dare to snatch the spot from the Su family, I don't mind making you unrecognizable to your parents. Humph. Wang Fugui, do you think your Wan family and my Jin Yang family will be afraid of each other? Although the Su family's items have been taken back in, do you think you'll have a chance? Dream on. Jin Yang continued to talk tough. However, before he could finish his sentence, the moment of being slapped in the face arrived. The door abruptly opened, and Secretary Zhang walked out with a serious expression, respectfully approached Su Yixu, Yifan, Wang Fugui, and even greeted them with a bow. President Su, Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang. Mr. Yu invites you in for further discussion. Huh? Su Yixu looked at Secretary Zhang with surprise, completely incredulous. For so many years, it was already a rare opportunity for those family representatives who wanted the spots to meet with Secretary Zhang. There had never been a chance for a private discussion with Mr. Yu. The implications of this private discussion were clear. Secretary Zhang, what should we do? The spots just now. Jin Yang was completely dumbfounded, and even a fool could see some clues from the situation before him. The spots have been invalidated. Please leave, everyone. Secretary John announced the result coolly. In fact, from his actions just now, everyone had already guessed the rough outcome. This. Jin Yang's face instantly turned pale. For this spot, the Jin Yang family had devoted too much effort. Not only money, but also connections had been expended, all for the purpose of launching a new medicine. If they missed this spot, not only would all the efforts of the Jin Yang family go to waste, but if the Jin Yang family couldn't produce the new medicine on schedule, the funding chain would break, and bankruptcy might even occur. Secretary John. Jin Yang wanted to fight for it, but Secretary John had already guided Yifan, Su Yixu, Wang Fugui, and others towards the inner compartment. A few of Yu Qiang's bodyguards blocked Jin Yang and coldly said, "Mr. Jin Yang, please leave." This. Jin Yang was completely dumbfounded. He had clearly already gotten the spot just now, but the Su family had unexpectedly let Yukong re-examine the antiques, and Yukong had even reconfirmed them. Furthermore, Su Yixu and others were invited inside, allowing the Su family to get the spot. What means did the Su family use? Has the Jin Yang family been defeated? How mysterious. Are you leaving? I still want to see what exactly happened. Look at Jin Yang. He was so arrogant just now. Now he's crestfallen, right? Listening to the whispers of the surrounding family representatives, Jin Yang felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. How could the final outcome be like this? As he looked at the closed door, a fierce gleam flashed in Jin Yang's eyes. So what if the Su family got the spot? The Yi family were toothless tigers, and as for the Su family, the Jin Yang family didn't even care. Inside the compartment, Yukong respectfully looked at the antique box in front of him, his face filled with shock. Yukong had just seen this antique before, and it didn't have much of an ancient vibe, not what he wanted. But when he took it back again, a mysterious pattern appeared on the antique box. That pattern was the secret order of the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Before the previous head of the pavilion disappeared, he issued a final command to Yukong to wait for the new head of the pavilion to appear in Cloud City. Yukong had been waiting here for almost 20 years. And now, the order of the head appeared again. Did this mean that the new head of the pavilion had emerged? Yukong, as the head of the most powerful assassination branch of the Tianji Pavilion, remained loyal only to the head of the pavilion. Just before bringing in the antique for the first time, there were no patterns on the box, but the second time, a mysterious pattern appeared. This indicated that the pattern was carved in an instant earlier. The new head of the pavilion might be in a reception hall outside, because the order pattern of the Tianji Pavilion was only carved by the head of the pavilion personally and would not be passed on to anyone else. Creak. When the door opened from the outside, Secretary John, with Su Yixu, Wang Fugui, and Yifan, appeared in the room. Yukong quickly stood up and respectfully said, "General Su, I apologize for the oversight in the hospitality earlier. I am truly sorry." As he spoke, Yu Qiang's sharp eyes swept over Su Yixu, Wang Fugui, and the others. Su Yixu possessed a level of martial energy above the transformation realm, and the energy fluctuation was not strong, indicating that she was likely cultivating martial energy. Clearly not the chosen one for the head of the Tianji Pavilion. As for Wang Fugui, Yukong knew that he was the eldest son of the Wang family in Cloud City and had already reached the level above master, which was quite an achievement. The Wang Fugui's talent and abilities were still lacking to take control of the entire Tianji Pavilion. That left only the young master of the Yi family, known to everyone as the Fool Yifan. Since the age of 5, Yifan had shown remarkable talent in cultivation and had already reached the master level at 15, even close to breaking through to the warlord level. His abnormal talent had caught Yu Qiang's attention at the time because his rise coincided perfectly with the disappearance of the former head of the pavilion. Yukong suspected that Yifan might have received the legacy of the former head of the pavilion, making him so powerful. However, just as Yukong was planning to investigate Yifan further, Yifan had a car accident and became foolish, losing all his skills. Yu Qiang's inquiry into Yifan also ceased. But now, Yifan reappeared in front of Yukong, along with the secret order of the Tianji Pavilion. Yukong had to suspect Yifan. When Yu Qiang's powerful perception swept over Yifan, the first thing he sensed was a thick, familiar martial energy of the Emperor level. There was even a sense of pressure like Mount Tai. At the level of Emperor, Yifan's display of Emperor-level strength was at least above the third-rank Emperor, while Yukong had only recently broken through to the Emperor level. Just as Yukong was about to continue his investigation, a powerful mental force surged out violently, forcibly pushing Yu Qiang's body back a step. That mental force seemed to burn deep into Yu Qiang's soul, causing his body to tremble violently. Yukong knew that this was a warning from Yifan, that he had probed too deeply and crossed a boundary. But Yukong was curious. Since Yifan was the head of the Qianji Pavilion and already in a very alert state, why was he still behaving like a fool? However, since Yifan arranged it this way, there must be a reason for it. Mr. Yu, you're too kind. Yixu is extremely grateful that you could provide the quota to the Su group. I don't know how to express my gratitude to you. While expressing her gratitude to Yukong, Su Yixu also felt curious. She had just handed the antique to Yukong, only to have it returned to her. Just taking it back once again made Yukong change his decision. Why, General Su, you don't need to thank me. Haven't you already given what you should? Like your husband said, it's the box itself that is more precious than what's inside. At the same time, Yukong glanced at Yifan. General Su, if the Su group needs anything from me in the future, just let me know. General Su, Mr. Wan, I'd like to have a private chat with Mr. Yi. Is that okay? Yukong was almost convinced that Yifan was the head of the Qianji Pavilion but needed to confirm it once more. Su Yixu looked worriedly at Yifan, and Wang Fugui was also alert. Mr. Yu, is this appropriate? Wang Fugui knew that Yifan was still in a foolish state and paid close attention to his safety at all times. Yifan knew that Yukong had something to talk to him about privately, and he also had some things to explain to Yukong. After all, the Qianji Pavilion was such a vast organization, and Yifan's knowledge of it was still very limited. Moreover, to completely control the Qianji Pavilion, relying solely on Yifan would not be enough. Although he had the institutional power left by his mother to seek revenge for the Yi family, having the Qianji Pavilion on his side would not hurt. Wife Yixu, it's okay. Just wait outside. I can take care of myself. While speaking, Yifan reached out and touched Su Yixu. Su Yixu was a bit puzzled, but she keenly noticed that Yifan seemed much better than before. His memory and intelligence had improved significantly. Perhaps allowing Yifan to have more contact with others would be beneficial for his recovery. Well then, Fugui, let's go outside. I think Yifan will be fine. Su Yixu nodded at Yifan and quickly left the door with Wang Fugui. Su Yixu didn't know where her confidence came from, but she had great faith in Yifan and believed that he would handle everything well and eventually get better. As soon as Su Yixu and Wang Fugui had left the door, Yukong began to make his move, holding 13 throwing knives in his hand. With powerful energy, he rapidly shot them towards Yifan from 8 cunning angles. The sound of breaking through the air tore through the void, emitting a loud wail. The powerful energy fluctuations indicated that the throwing knives hurled by Yukong carried martial energy and had reached the level of Emperor, and he was using lethal moves. Yifan knew it was a test, as well as a killing move. If he really was the head of the Qianji Pavilion, he should be able to easily handle these throwing knives. But if not and was pretending to be the head, Yukong would really show no mercy and slay him. Yifan knew that he had to show some real ability in order to make Yukong truly submit. Without any hesitation, Yifan activated his teleportation ability with full force, causing his body to disappear on the spot, easily avoiding the attack of 13 flying knives. However, Yifan's actions did not stop there. The strength of a third-rank martial emperor was fully unleashed, and the martial energy in his hands was on the verge of materializing. Stacked Lotus Slash, Yifan softly commanded, and the martial energy in his hands instantly stacked 18 times. In a split second, the combat power exerted by a martial emperor of the third rank increased exponentially, comparable to the strength of a fifth-rank martial emperor. Thus, under the impact of the two powerful forces, the air in the entire room emitted a mournful cry. The air was forcefully torn apart, creating a sharp, piercing sound. The 13 flying knives, originally containing powerful force, were instantly forced to pause in midair, seemingly frozen in place. Sensing Yifan's strength skyrocketing madly in an instant, a hint of shock flashed in Yu Qiang's eyes. Yifan's strength was actually greater than he had imagined. Had he reached the level of a fifth-rank martial emperor? Crack! Crack! As the flying knives under Yu Qiang's control paused in midair, the next moment, under the crushing impact of the powerful forces, all the knives shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. With just one move, the strength gap was clearly evident. Yifan completely overwhelmed Yukong. If Yifan wanted to kill Yukong, The possibility of Yukon evading was very slim. Master atonement. Subordinate Yukon pays respects to the master. Subordinate John Chow, pay respects to the master. The moment the flying knives fell to the ground, Yukon immediately knelt down in front of Yifan, showing respect. Secretary Zhang Chao knelt down in reverence as well. Both of them, while kneeling, were also shocked and delighted. They never expected that the master they had been waiting for nearly 20 years was right there beside them, the young master of the Yi family. They were aware of Yifan's talent before he became foolish, achieving the rank of grandmother at the young age of 15. Now he had reached the level of a martial emperor. The key point was that Yifan was only 20 years old. Given time, what level of accomplishment could Yifan achieve? The celestial gate was saved. Sitting on a chair to the side, Yifan spoke calmly. Rise. The sudden appearance of the master's order must have raised suspicions. If you have any doubts, ask me now. I have no doubts. The appearance of the master must be under the old master's command. I will lead the assassins' hall and unconditionally obey any orders from the master. Although Yukon stood up, he still respectfully remained in front of Yifan, looking devoted. Seeing Yu Qiang's demeanor, Yifan nodded inwardly. Indeed, as the old man in the dragon mark ring had said, Yukon was trustworthy. Currently, only Yuan Tang Lao know my identity. After the fall of the old master of the Celestial Gate for so long, there must have been problems internally. I need time to sort things out. There are no other tasks for you to carry out for now, but I need you to investigate secretly and find out who is plotting to destroy my Yi family. I need evidence. Furthermore, the 7 families related to the Yi family need protection and support from the Celestial Gate in various aspects. Yifan knew that although he had killed Chu Feng and annihilated the Zhao, Wan, and Li families, the retaliation from the other side was bound to be even more frenzied. In times when he couldn't show himself, relying solely on the strength of Zia Hao, Guo Li, and others might not be enough. Using the power of the Yi family could expose him quickly. However, having the Celestial Gate intervene and the assistance of the wandering spirits was the best solution. Yes, I will exert all efforts to protect the 7 families. Yukong was roughly aware of the situation of the Yi family. The 7 families Yifan mentioned were known to Yukong. When Yifan walked out from inside, Su Yixu and Wang Fugui approached him with concern. Brother husband, are you okay? Yifan smiled faintly. I'm fine. Following behind, Secretary Zhang respectfully said to Su Yixu, Madam Su, this is the production permit signed by our elder Yu. The Su family can conduct new drug production at any time. If Madam Su encounters any trouble, you can contact me or elder Yu anytime. Here is our business card. While speaking, Zhang Chao handed two business cards to Su Yixu, his eyes showing a hint of fear. Before him was the wife of the master. Fortunately, he hadn't caused any trouble for Su Yixu before, as he wouldn't know how he might have met his demise. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. After leaving Yukong, while sitting in the car, Su Yixu still looked puzzled. Honey, what did Elder Yu tell you? And what method did you use to make Elder Yu suddenly agree to give me the permit quota for Su Group? Su Yixu was becoming increasingly suspicious of Yifan, suspecting that he had already awakened. If that was true, the intimacy between herself and Yifan at night would be too embarrassing. After all, Su Yixu had always treated Yifan as being in a foolish state, guiding him to do many actions and postures. I didn't say much. I have some research in antiquities, discovered the secret of that box, discussed some knowledge of antique appraisal with Elder Yu. Yifan explained this way, and the driver in the front, Wang Fugui, quickly chimed in. Yes, sister-in-law, I have said before, my big brother has his own methods in antiques. Su Yixu wanted to continue questioning for a few more moments when she suddenly received a call from the company. Madam Su, someone from the provincial capital is looking for you. They said there was a significant project that Su Group had signed with them previously, and if the project is not implemented now, there will be a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Upon hearing the secretary's call, Su Yixu's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale. Was it finally happening? The mistake her uncle made when drunk was ultimately going to bring disastrous consequences to the family. All right, I'll be right back. Su Yixu hung up the phone and said to Wang Fugui in front, Fugui, drive to Su Group. Please take care of little Fem later. I need to go back to the company to deal with something. What Su Yixu didn't know was that Yifan had listened carefully to the content of her phone call. Su Group was in trouble again. Although Yifan didn't know what it was all about yet, he was sure that this was the start of retaliation from those people affiliated with John the Old Man. If Su group was not suppressed, their authority would be greatly undermined, and those who conspired against the Yi family would doubt their power. When Yifan and Su Yixu left with Yukon, Jinyan targeted Su Yixu. He led a convoy to follow Yifan, Su Yixu, and others, vaguely forming a U-shape surrounding Su Yixu's car. In the black commercial vehicle behind, one of Jinyan's subordinates hesitated and asked, "Jin Shao, do you really want to lay hands on Miss Su? Don't you want to pursue her?" Jinyan coldly looked at his subordinate and reprimanded, "Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Let everyone attack and crash into them. I want the production permit quota, understand?" While Jinyan was indeed interested in Su Yixu before, Su Yixu had firmly rejected him. Yifan embarrassed Jinyan in front of many people. Compared to Su Yixu, the production permit was clearly more important. If they didn't get the permit back this time, the Jin family would suffer greatly, and his father would probably be furious. Furthermore, Jinyan had long held a grudge against Yifan and Su Yixu and needed to vent. Yes, with Jinyan's command, several vans and trucks accelerated and ran towards Yifan's vehicle. Yifan had sensed the chasing vehicles since leaving with Yukon. With his current strength as a third-grade martial emperor, he could easily handle them even without external assistance, so he didn't care. However, before Yifan could act, Wang Fugui noticed the situation outside. "Big brother, sister-in-law, hold on tight. Someone wants to kill us." "Humph, old Wang, and not that easy to bully." With these words, Wang Fugui floored the accelerator, skillfully dodging the impacts of the vans appointed by Jin Yang. After evading more than a dozen times, Wang Fugui was fed up. "Damn, when will this end?" Wang Fugui was sweating profusely, focusing intensely. "Sister-in-law, quickly call Guo for support." As more vehicles surrounded them, Wang Fugui couldn't handle it alone, so Su Yixu called for help. Just as Su Yixu made the call, four trucks suddenly reversed and blocked their path, while another four trucks blocked the road ahead. Jin Yan, witnessing this, sneered, "HMPH, where are you going to escape now?" Jin Yang believed causing a fatal accident was the best way to kill someone. With Su Yixu dead, the Su family's quota couldn't be executed. As for Yifan, if he could kill Yifan, surely someone would thank him, and the Jin family would prosper. Jin Yang felt proud of his plan. Facing this situation, Wang Fugui was truly desperate. "Quick, sister-in-law, take big brother and get out of the car. We'll escape through the flower beds nearby. I'll protect you." Wang Fugui, as Yifan's loyal henchman, was responsible for Yifan's safety at all times. Yifan knew Wang Fugui's current grandmother-level strength. Faced with such a major accident, Wang Fugui would easily protect himself if he focused solely on evasion, but protecting three people at once would strain him. Just as Yifan was about to act, two 20-ton heavy trucks roared down the side road, smashing all 8 vans to pieces, reducing them to scrap metal. Jin Yang and Wang Fugui were dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Su Yixu felt a sense of admiration and looked at Yifan with fascination. Although there was no evidence, Su Yixu's intuition told her that everything was related to Yifan. After the 2 heavy trucks took care of the situation, the drivers made a gesture towards Yifan, an internal signal of the Tianji Pavilion. Yifan, understanding the significance, realized that the Tianji Pavilion had acted swiftly. Yukong, as the head of the Assassin Hall, had arranged for people to protect him quickly. It seemed that Yu Qiang's abilities were exceptional, just like Pang Hai's. With the support of these capable individuals, Yifan was confident that those behind the massacre of the Yi family would soon be exposed. With the covert assistance of the Tianji Pavilion, the vehicles arranged by Jin Yang inexplicably collided with each other or had their drivers incapacitated, causing chaos. Jin Yang, in the commercial vehicle, was losing his mind and cursing, wondering how everything had gone so wrong. "Jin Shao, I didn't. All these people have gone through professional training and selection processes. When executing a mission, there should be no room for error." Jin Yang's secretary, by his side, quickly spoke. "The current situation clearly indicates that someone is secretly making a move. Otherwise, how could 2 cars simultaneously appear on the left and right sides of Su Yixu's vehicle? Jin Shao, should we consider withdrawing for now?" This secretary by Jin Yang's side really had a way with words. From the current situation, although he wasn't directly involved in the planning of the matter, he had a good grasp of the situation. However, At this moment, Jin Yan's eyes were bloodshot. If such a meticulous plan couldn't eliminate Su Yixu, then what chances were there in the future? Withdraw my foot. If we don't take them down today, what chances will we have in the future? Jin Yang knew very well that if Su Yixu left today, it would be even more challenging to act against her in the future. Moreover, the production quota falling into the hands of the Su family group would soon be known. By then, the Su family's development would rapidly accelerate, while the Jin family's reputation and development would be severely squeezed. Today, they must take down Su Yixu. At the very least, they needed to immobilize Su Yixu and prevent her from participating in the company's leadership. You, go. Bring 2 more cars and crash into them with me. A hint of fierceness flashed in Jin Yan's eyes. I refuse to believe that we can't finish them off today. A fool and a woman. Jin Yang looked around and saw that there were no other trucks or sedans nearby. When Yifan and Su Yixu were hit by their arranged vehicles earlier, a truck had come to their rescue. But now, even if someone wanted to save Yifan, it wouldn't be so quick this time, right? Jin Shao. All right. Although the secretary by Jin Yang signed was reluctant, since Jin Yang had given the order, he had no choice but to comply. He got into another car, urged the bodyguards to start the vehicle, and continued to chase after Yifan and Su Yixu's car together with Jin Yang. At this moment, Su Yixu in the sedan was stunned by the situation around her. 8 cars chasing them down, such an encirclement at a critical moment, and now the truck suddenly blocked their path. Su Yixu, as a daughter of a wealthy family, naturally understood that this was no coincidence. Su Yixu turned to look at Yifan, wondering whether this power was arranged by Yifan himself, or if there were other forces protecting them in secret. When Yifan briefly exchanged some knowledge on antique appraisal with Yukon changed his original decision and allocated the production quota to them. Su Yixu found it hard to believe, but one thing she was sure of was that choosing Yifan was the right decision. Although following Yifan would mean facing some hardships, the future looked bright. Thus, Wang Fugui continued to drive. Hearing the roar of engines behind him, his expression changed as he coldly spoke. Coming again. A tiger doesn't show off. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? With his sleeves rolled up, Wang Fugui asked Su Yixu to help steer the wheel. He then jumped directly out of the car window. Utilizing his peak martial arts skills, without holding back, Wang Fugui faced an approaching van and smashed his fist towards it. Doom. The powerful energy in Wang Fugui's arm directly smashed the entire front of the van, causing it to stop and emit smoke. As Wang Fugui made his move, Yifan saw clearly from the car that there was a faint golden light on his back. Xuanwu armor. Wang Fugui's body actually contained a special physique pattern, Xuanwu armor. If fully activated and mastered, it would be the most natural shield. With proper use, attacks below the level of a martial emperor would have no effect under the Xuanwu armor. Yifan smiled slightly, realizing that they would need to further enhance Wang Fugui's abilities in the future. Although this guy's mind was simple, he was resolute in battle. As the van exploded and Jin Yang's secretary on the other side managed to escape, Jin Yang, who hadn't yet reached them, was once again stunned. Damn, is this young Wang Fugui also an idiot? Does he really not care for his life? Jin Shao, should we continue to charge forward? The driver in front of Jin Yang was trembling with fear. It was a suicide mission to charge forward in the current situation. What a fool. If we don't leave now, are you waiting to die? Jin Yang angrily struck the driver's head. He could sense an extremely powerful martial arts or rapidly approaching. Across the street, a large convoy of vehicles was heading their way, likely Yifan's reinforcements. The driver, feeling like he had received a reprieve, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Today, there was no way to deal with Yifan and Su Yixu. They could only wait for another opportunity in the future. Although unwilling, all of Jin Yang's men were dead. Ding dong. Just as Jin Yang's vehicle had traveled a few hundred meters, his phone received a text message. Transfer 10 billion to the Su group immediately as compensation for the mental distress caused to Mr. Su, or you will regret it. Jin Yang felt a jolt in his heart. Were there other big shots behind the Su group who hadn't made a move yet? Was retaliation coming so quickly? After a few seconds of contemplation, Jin Yang dismissed the message as a mere threat. Nowadays, there were many malicious texts, and it was highly likely someone was deliberately trying to intimidate him. But the next moment, the bodyguard beside Jin Yang pointed at his chest in terror. Jin Shao, your chest, there are red dots. Oh, This, Jin Yan's nerves instantly tightened. Quick, drive the car to cover and high. While Jin Yan wasn't certain if those red dots indicated being targeted by a sniper, he couldn't afford to take any chances. Dang. As Jin Yan's vehicle was still moving, there was suddenly a burst of gunfire outside the car window. The bodyguard beside Jin Yan was shot through on the spot. Ding dong. Another text message appeared on Jin Yan's phone. This time it was your bodyguard. Last warning, the next one will be you. Take care. You can hide for a while, but can you hide for a lifetime? Our people are everywhere. I'm giving you 10 seconds to think. Another text message came through, and Jin Yang noticed several more red dots appearing on his chest, this time from different directions. This situation made the problem very clear. It meant that the people secretly protecting Yifan were not just one, but many. Jin Yang was deeply shocked. Wasn't Yifan supposed to be a fool? The Yi family was on the verge of collapse, so where did so many people come from to protect him? Jin Yang had already seen the strength of the other party. The bodyguard who tried to snipe him was instantly killed. If he dared to delay even a moment, he might really lose his life here. I'll give you the money. While speaking, Jin Yang quickly got out of the car, raised his hands towards the empty space, then pulled out his phone and called his father. Dad, save me. Transfer 10 billion to the Su group right away. I'm being targeted with a sniper rifle. You useless thing. Weren't you supposed to secure production quotas? Why are you being threatened for 10 billion? Jin Yang's father was furious on the other end of the phone call. I've been reminding you to keep a low profile, but you never listen. Look at where it has gotten you now. Dad, hurry and arrange the transfer. I only have 10 seconds. If you're late again, you can wait to collect your son's body. Jin Yang felt aggrieved. At this critical moment, why was his father still rambling? Life-saving was the priority. Okay. I'll arrange the transfer right away. Jin Yang's father, in his old age, finally had a son, which was rare and precious. For the Jin family, 10 billion was a huge sum, but compared to Jin Yang's life, it was nothing. Jin Yang's father quickly arranged the transfer of funds. The moment the transfer was confirmed, Jin Yang saw the red dots on his chest disappear. Along with it came another text message. Behave from now on. Dare to approach Yisha, Suzan, or bring the slightest trouble to the Su group, and we'll take your life anytime. Reading the message on his phone, Jin Yang's face darkened. He knew he had failed this time, and failed thoroughly. Spending a huge amount to bring antiques back from overseas, he planned to get production quotas from Yukong. However, not only were the production quotas taken by the Su group, but his attempts to assassinate Su Yixu and Yifan failed, resulting in 10 billion in mental damages paid to the Su group. Up to now, who was secretly protecting Yifan and Su Yixu, who was targeting Jin Yang, he had no clue. This meant that even if the Jin family sought justice from the Su group, they couldn't claim it. The note attached to the transferred 10 billion from the Jin family was clear. It was a voluntary donation, along with a donation agreement. Damn it! Jin Yang fiercely punched the seat, his eyes filled with gloom. That vixen Su Yixu and that foolish Yifan, things wouldn't end just like this. Wait for me, I'll find someone who can deal with you if I can't. You won't have a good ending. Nearby, a young man who had been observing the scene saw Jin Yang surrender outside the car, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He said to his men, "See that? The depth of the Yi family is stronger than we imagined. So, don't act recklessly. If you strike, give it your all. Don't give them any chance." Yes, the young master is right. I'll continue to arrange surveillance and wait for the opportunity. Go. The young man was pleased with his men's performance, waving them to leave. His eyes then turned wickedly towards where Yifan was located, murmuring to himself, "Hey, only such people are worthy opponents for me, right? It's finally not so boring." As the young man looked in Yifan's direction, Yifan seemed to sense something and sharply looked back at the young man's direction. His perception at the Emperor level was released, but there was no abnormality there. However, Yifan's sixth sense clearly felt something was amiss. There were hidden masters he hadn't noticed. This feeling made Yifan realize that beyond his knowledge, there were many powerful people in the world, and he needed to continue striving for higher breakthroughs. His mother left him many means and assistance, not just to easily strive for dominance in Daxia. Above the Wandering Soul and the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, there were definitely more powerful entities. However, his current level was not enough to reach them. It's okay. Let the other car go, he's fast. Wang Fugui smashed one of the cars, intending to smash the other, but Jing Yang ran faster. He was also worried about Jifan and Su Yixu being attacked from other directions, so he gave up the pursuit. Wang Fugui's intelligence could not perceive that there were others helping intercept today's assassination. As Wang Fugui drove towards the Su group, Yifan was thinking about the troubles the Su group had faced, which he had already helped resolve to some extent. Who was causing trouble today? But now, with the many super organizations and family forces backing him, as well as the cards left by his mother, Yifan was not so anxious. He had the capital to compete with those people. When the enemy comes, the formation will block. When the water comes, the earth will support. The car accident in Yunshan had just ended, but on the way back to the provincial capital, Ren Zuying encountered another mysterious car accident. Ren Zuying had found a genuine antique painting in Yuncheng and met a man she liked, making her happy. She was driving back to the provincial capital with her mates, planning the birthday banquet for her grandfather. However, as they entered the provincial capital of Huadu, at a crossroads, the car Ren Zuying was in encountered trouble. Within a crossroads with 4 directions, there were 4 heavy trucks rushing towards Ren Zuying's sedan from all directions. Ren Zuying was driving following traffic rules, but suddenly, the 4 heavy trucks surrounded her car, leaving no chance of escape as they aggressively collided. Loaded with heavy stones, the trucks had tremendous weight. If they collided firmly, Ren Zuying's sedan would likely be crushed into pieces. Damn, are they starting to be so reckless? Watching the situation, Ren Zuying cursed. In her heart, she could guess who was behind this, but she never expected they would dare to be so audacious, openly attacking Ren Zuying in broad daylight in Huadu. Doom. Doom. The 4 trucks mercilessly collided with Ren Zuying's car, crushing it into a pile of scrap metal, leaving Ren Zuying with no chance of escape. Quick, call 911. Get an ambulance, Sai. What's the point of calling an ambulance now? Can't you see that the sedan is completely wrecked, turned into a pile of scrap metal? How could anyone still be alive? What a pity. I saw it just now. The drivers were 2 young girls, to lose their lives at such a young age. At the scene of such a tragic car accident, a large crowd immediately gathered. Among the crowd, the middle-aged women and men sighed one after another, some even wanting to step forward to help. Among the 4 heavy trucks, several drivers were holding bottles of alcohol, unsteadily getting out of the vehicles and then directly sitting on the ground, showing no intention of fleeing. It was apparent that the mastermind behind this operation knew the law well. Causing death while driving under the influence would result in just a few years of imprisonment, no death penalty. In the crowd, a few young people wearing sunglasses stepped forward to inspect the scene. After seeing the sedan in such a state, they discreetly took a couple of photos, quickly hiding within the crowd, and dialed an encrypted phone number. Boss, did you see the photos? The 4 heavy trucks collided with Ren Zuying's sedan. There's no chance for anyone to survive. To avoid exposure, we will retreat for now. Understood. As soon as those young people were treated, in the middle of the 4 heavy trucks, the sedan that had been crushed suddenly moved slightly. Following that, heavy kicks were heard from inside, pushing open a deformed car door from the inside. Ren Zuying and her maid Ziqing swayed as they walked out of the car, their heads still a bit dizzy. Ziqing had a gash on her forehead, not too deep, and the bleeding had already stopped. Surprisingly, Ren Zuying had no trace of injury on her body, not even a scratch. Even the broken skin was absent. After a few moments of shock, Ren Zuying looked at the sedan in disbelief. The entire car had been crushed beyond recognition, shattered into pieces, except for the front and back of the driver's compartment, leaving a 2-foot wide space where Ziqing, who was driving, and Ren Zuying sitting in the back, managed to escape the impact safely. How was this possible? Ren Zuying furrowed her brows as she pondered the scene in front of her. Even the passenger compartment had been completely destroyed, yet the driver's compartment remained intact. This was illogical. Ziqing, who noticed the abnormal situation as well, was puzzled. While Ren Zuying was still contemplating, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Lowering her head to look at her wrist, she was stunned. Ren Zuying's bracelet, once emerald green, had turned completely black, charred. The intense burning sensation originated from the location of the bracelet. Ren Zuying reached out in confusion to touch the bracelet on her wrist. In the next moment, the now black bracelet turned into a pile of ash, dispersing in the wind. On Ren Zuying's wrist, Mysterious patterns were left behind, shimmering with a faint light, rippling a few times before vanishing completely. Ren Zuying, who was intelligent, pondered for a few seconds before suddenly understanding. It's him. Ren Zuying remembered the time when Yifan took her bracelet and quickly engraved something on it. He must have inscribed those patterns on her bracelet at that time. Ren Zuying knew that in this world, there were people known as symbol masters. They were capable of engraving special patterns that had unique effects when needed. Yifan was definitely one of them. Miss, who is it? The handsome guy from Yuncheng. Ziqing, the maid, asked with a hint of doubt. Seeing Ren Zuying's expression, she immediately guessed the approximate situation. She jesting, he saved Miss's life. For such a kindness, Miss can only repay it with herself. Hehe. The two of them, having survived a calamity, laughed together. Although Ren Zuying outwardly refuted Ziqing, in her heart, she felt a sweet warmth. Was this the miraculous nature of fate, bringing her and the big brother together again, creating so many connections? However, thinking about the assassination attempt earlier in the day, Ren Zuying's face darkened. Those people are too arrogant, daring to act so brazenly. Grandfather is still alive. Hemph. After a brief hesitation, Ren Zuying called her grandfather. Grandfather, there is an attack on the Ahua family. Someone wants me dead. Please send someone over immediately. In Yuncheng, Yifan was on his way to the Su family group when he suddenly noticed a change in the mark on his hand, causing a faint smile to appear on his lips. Ren Zuying's plight came so quickly. The safety charm worked so quickly. However, based on what he sensed, Ren Zuying was likely not in mortal danger. That was good. As Yifan shifted his thoughts, his phone received a message from Guoli. Fan. There's news from Pang Lao. The Liu family in the provincial capital has started to act again. Liu Hao, Liu Ran's son, has personally come to the Su family group. It's said that he wants to execute a contract signed by Su's second grandfather after he got drunk before. If not handled properly, the entire Su family group could suffer losses. However, while investigating the Liu family, Pan Lao discovered a secret about Liu Hao. Although Liu Hao is ruthless, he dearly loves his mother. However, his mother died in a fallen accident when he was a teenager. Liu Hao has been trying to investigate the truth. The truth is, due to a big shot in the Holy Crusade organization taking interest in Liu Ran's wife, Liu Hao's father personally sent his wife to the bed of the Holy Crusade big shot. Liu Hao once announced that if anyone could find the killer of his mother, after avenging her, he would give up his life. I've sent the relevant evidence to your mailbox. Yifan read the text on his phone, a faint smile appearing on his face. Liu Ren truly was a ruthless individual, sacrificing even his wife for the advancement of the Liu family. If Liu Hao were to learn the truth, the Liu family would be in chaos. Father and son pitted against each other. How interesting. With the Liu family controlling the Zhao, Li, and Wang families to target the Yi family so aggressively, they couldn't avoid their inevitable tragic fate. With what Liu Hao needed in his hands, Yifan immediately thought of a way to deal with him. Yixu, shall I accompany you to the company? Perhaps I can be of some help with the company's affairs. Yifan gently held Su Yixu's arm, resting his head on her shoulder. Su Yixu hesitated for a moment, recalling Yifan's previous displays, and then nodded, saying, "All right." Although Yifan still seemed a bit foolish at the moment, during their time at the antique street, Yifan had mentioned that he seemed to recall some things. His intelligence was recovering rapidly. Previously, Yifan's intelligence had been akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old. By now, he should have regained the mental capacity of someone in their teens. Yifan had amassed numerous connections before the accident, and perhaps they could actually prove to be beneficial. The Su group, a group of high-level executives gathered in the conference room, nervously watched a young man sitting at the head of the table. That young man was none other than Liu Hao from the provincial capital Liu family. Everyone has seen clearly. This is the second young master of the Su family, Su Minghao, representing the Su group, signing a gambling contract with our Liu family. Back when the Liu family invested $1 billion in the Su group, the agreement was for the Su group to expand its scale. Within 3 years, the total production must exceed 10 billion, and the market share must surpass 50%. If this is not achieved, the Liu family will take over the Su group completely. Moreover, according to the contract, not only does the Su group's assets need to be handed over to the Liu family, but it is also clearly stated in the additional conditions that the core disciples of the Su family must follow the arrangements of the Liu family. In other words, if I, Liu Hao, take a liking to a woman from the Su family, they must all serve me unconditionally. This contract bears the stamp of the Grand Xia Martial Arts Alliance for legitimacy, so there is no need to doubt it. I looked into it, and the Su group scale in recent years has only been in the tens of billions. It seems they have not met the target, right? The Liu family is prepared to take over the Su group. You all should prepare the transfer contract first, and then think about how to assist me in managing the Su group. Liu Hao sat at the head of the table, looking smart. With that contract in hand, Liu Hao couldn't easily manipulate the Su family. Once he gains control over the Su family and makes them suffer, it would be an explanation to those above. Those who acted against the Yi family needed others to see and assist in the Yi family's tragic fate. Liu Xiao, we cannot confirm the authenticity of the contract at the moment. Besides, Mr. Su is not in the company, so we cannot carry out your orders. Several high-level executives of the company still supported Su Yixu. Although the contract bore the company's seal, they had no intention of following Liu Hao's orders. There's no point in delaying. When the Su family stowed with the Yi family, they should have considered their own fate. Liu Hao coldly reprimanded, preparing to speak further, when the door of the conference room opened from outside. Su Yixu and Yi Fan, Wang Fugui, pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Liu Hao, Su Yixu couldn't help but scold. Liu Hao, you are despicable. The contract from back then, you knew very well it was signed by my uncle after getting drunk. We've discussed this, and it was clearly agreed upon that the contract was void. What's the point of bringing it out now? Upon Su Yixu's arrival, the executives of the Su group present at the scene breathed a sigh of relief as if they had found a backbone. What's the point? Isn't it obvious? For the property of the Su group, I may not want it. But for Mr. Su, his beautiful figure, I would love to explore. After all, it was agreed upon in the contract. Mr. Su has no right to refuse. Otherwise, everyone in the Su family will be hunted down by the Martial Arts Alliance. Mr. Su should understand, right? Liu Hao unabashedly appraised Su Yixu with greedy eyes. If looks could act, Liu Hao would have undressed Su Yixu with his gaze long ago. The intrusive gaze made Su Yixu uncomfortable all over. Yi Fan, who stood beside Su Yixu, shifted his body slightly, stood in front of Su Yixu, gently grasped her wrist, and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here." Although just a simple sentence, Su Yixu shivered inwardly. Has Yi Fan really grown up? Knowing to protect his wife, though just a soft utterance, Su Yixu felt a strong sense of security from it. Liu Hao's targeting of the Su group was originally aimed at Yi Fan. Seeing Yi Fan stepping in, he showed a disdainful look. Is this the fool from the Yi family? This beautiful woman actually married you. Such a waste. Do you even know how to satisfy her at night? Why not find a hotel and let me teach you on site? Liu Hao's eyes gleamed mischievously, staring at Su Yixu. Liu Hao had long coveted Su Yixu's stunning figure. If he were to take her, it would surely be a super comfortable experience. Get off my wife. Yi Fan took a step forward, grabbed Liu Hao's neck, forcibly pulled him aside, and added, "And by the way, my wife has said, anyone who dares to call me a fool, I'll punch him." Smack. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan swung his arm, landing a heavy slap on Liu Hao's face. Immediately, 5 distinct finger imprints appeared on the left side of Liu Hao's face, which swelled up. Damn! How dare you hit me? Who are you to hit me? Liu Hao hopped in pain at the spot, looking incredulous. While yelping, he turned to look at an elder man in gray robes beside him. Uncle Wan, what's going on? Before setting off, Liu Hao had heard about some things concerning Yi Fan, knowing that messing with him wasn't wise. Therefore, he brought the strongest bodyguards from his family. Wang Shu's strength was nearly reaching the martial sovereign realm, and he held a certain reputation in the southwest region. Based on past experiences, whenever someone intended to attack him, Uncle Wang would intercept the person's actions before they could carry them out. Why did Yi Fan manage to strike him today? Liu Xiao, this Yi Fan is quite cunning. His movements ... are too fast. I didn't perceive them just now. Liu Xiao, please be cautious. The gray-robed elder's face turned serious, his eyes wary of Yi Fan. As a martial arts expert, he was well aware of how fast Yi Fan's movements had been just moments ago. With his pinnacle grandmaster's strength, he couldn't discern how Yi Fan had acted. Such strength indicated that Yi Fan was at least above the martial sovereign level, beyond his capability to handle. Now Uncle Wan also understood why the strong individuals from the northwest who had come with Liu Hao and had many adepts perished at the Yi family. Although the assistance of Wanderer had helped the Yi family, would those strong individuals from the northwest truly be able to obliterate the Yi family without Wanderer's aid? It wasn't certain at all. Fortunately, their visit to Yun City today wasn't to compete in strength. Liu Hao's purpose in coming today was primarily to create trouble using the martial arts alliance's contract. Despite being a second-generation wealthy individual, Liu Hao was not stupid. He understood Uncle Wang's implication very clearly. It was a warning not to confront Yifen head-on. After all, if a fool like him were to be beaten to death, it would be a pointless death. Seeing that Yifen seemed ready to act again, Liu Hao quickly called for Yifen to stop. Wait, I'm not here to fight today. Setting aside everything else, the contract between the Su group and the Liu family is legitimate. Today, I'm here to take over the Su group, and as a side note, everyone from the Su family must serve as slaves for the Liu family. This is a contract stamped with approval from the Martial Arts Alliance. You wouldn't dare to breach it, right? Liu Hao spoke while glancing at two other middle-aged men and women on the side, who were representatives from the Martial Arts Alliance. Yes, everyone, we, representing the Martial Arts Alliance, can attest that the contract is valid. The signing process was done legally and according to regulations. If one party fails to comply, the Martial Arts Alliance will investigate fully. The influence of the Martial Arts Alliance is greater than the official authority within the DRIZZLE territory. In the era of Chanwu, martial arts reign supreme. While the authorities may operate within certain rules, the methods of the Martial Arts Alliance can be more aggressive, with a mentality of disregarding life and death, and resorting to force if necessary. There have been many cases of going against the will of the Martial Arts Alliance and opposing them, but without exception, none had ended well. When the representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance speak, the room falls silent, and even the core leaders of the Su family group remain silent, engulfed in a sense of sadness. With the Martial Arts Alliance taking action, even if the Su family group is strong, they dare not challenge the Martial Arts Alliance. Yes, family is in decline now, and in their heyday, maybe they could have resisted, but now. And besides, Yafen is a fool. How can he possibly go against the Martial Arts Alliance? Seeing the atmosphere in the room, Liu Hao is very satisfied, looking smugly at Yafen and Su Yixu, saying, Yafen, I know you were a genius 5 years ago, but now you're just a fool. So what if you can fight? The Ya family has already fallen. This beautiful woman, you don't deserve. Your wife is destined to be mine. What can you do to me? If you kill me, the Martial Arts Alliance will surely not let you off. Liu Hao relies on the protection of the Martial Arts Alliance, giving him the courage to come to Yun City. Before Liu Hao could finish his words, Yafen strikes again, slapping Liu Hao hard on the right side of his face. 5 finger marks once again appear. This time it's symmetrical, with Liu Hao's face swelling up, looking like a pig's head, his eyes nearly shut. Wang Shu next to him instinctively prepares to intervene, but before he could raise his wrist, Yafen's attack is already complete, leaving him with no chance to protect Liu Hao. Fast, too fast. Beads of sweat form on Wang Shu's forehead as he looks at Yafen with fear and admiration. Is this the power of a genius monster? With just a slight move, one can't even touch the surface of it. If Yafen decides to kill everyone present today, probably no one can stop him. In fact, where does Wang Shu know that he's being conservative? Yafen is already at the level of a martial emperor. If Yafen goes all out, not to mention those present, there are very few people in the entire DRIZZLE who can stand up to him. You want to die? Liu Hao is about to berate Yafen. Being slapped once could be explained as an accident, but being slapped twice is definitely not a simple accident. Yafen is really strong. So, Liu Hao restrains himself from saying those words he was about to say. Liu Hao then looks at the representatives of the Martial Arts Alliance next to him. These two representatives have received benefits from Liu Hao, so naturally, they have to speak up for him. Yafen, today Mr. Liu came to discuss the contract and taking over the Su family group. If you take action again, we, the Martial Arts Alliance, will intervene. When it comes to business matters, we hope everyone can resolve it through commercial means. Su Yixu sighs and reaches out to tug at Yafen's sleeve. Shafan, calm down. Let's sit down and talk. Yafen replies calmly. What's the point of talking to someone like him? With that, Yafan strides toward Liu Hao. What? What do you want to do? Having been slapped twice, Liu Hao is now fearful. As he sees Yafan approaching, his voice trembles, and he instinctively wants to step back. Yafan's mouth twitches. Nothing much. I just want to make a deal with you. While speaking, Yafan opens his phone and shows Liu Hao some videos that Guoli had sent over, including some video footage of Liu Hao's mother jumping off a building with a man's figure flashing by her side. Before Liu Hao could see clearly, Yafan puts his phone away. But by this time, Liu Hao's pupils have dilated in shock. How do you have this video? Do you know the truth of my mother's death? Please, tell me. I'll do anything you ask. Liu Hao's attitude suddenly changes from his previous arrogance to desperation, grabbing Yafan's arm and shaking it continuously. Over the years, Liu Hao has spent too much energy and effort investigating the truth behind his mother's death. There were supposed to be surveillance cameras opposite where his mother jumped, but every time Liu Hao tried to investigate, he was told that the camera was broken at that time and he couldn't retrieve any footage. So why does Yafan have this footage now? Is Yafan not a fool? How did he manage to hit Liu Hao's soft spots so accurately? But at this moment, Liu Hao is too preoccupied to think about these things. He just wants to know who the culprit was who killed his mother. He wants to avenge his mother. Anyone who dares to harm his mother, Liu Hao will never forgive. I need you to do something, and you know it very well. Yafan puts away his phone, looking calmly at Liu Hao. Liu Hao immediately understands. I withdraw. I revoke this contract, and won't pursue any responsibility of the Su family group anymore. Without hesitation, Liu Hao instructs his men to bring over the password box, takes out the 3 sealed contracts and displays them in front of Yafan, respectfully handing them over. Mr. Ye, the contracts are under your disposal. Are there any other copies? Yafan raises an eyebrow, staring straight at Liu Hao. Liu Hao shakes his head like a wave drum. There are none. All the original documents are here. Mr. Ye, rest assured, even if there are, I will pursue them. If Mr. Ye is still not at ease, on behalf of the Liu family group, I will sign an exemption contract on the spot. Afraid that Yafan might not believe him, Liu Hao promptly has his secretary draft an exemption contract, signs it personally, seals it, and hands it over to Yafan. Yafan then hands over the sealed contract and the earlier signed contracts to Su Yixu, saying, Wife, check the contracts for any issues. Su Yixu looks at the contracts in her hand, feeling bewildered. Yafan ... What kind of charm does he possess? Just like when he dealt with Yukong for the production quotas earlier, all he had to do was return the antiques to Wang Fugui, and Yukong approved. And now, dealing with Liu Hao, he simply said a few words to him quietly, and Liu Hao immediately caved in. No issues. Uncle also said, at that time there were only 3 copies of the contract, and they're all here. Getting confirmation from Su Yixu, Yafan opens his phone and tells Liu Hao, give me your email. I'll send you all the information. However, I must remind you, assess the authenticity of the information yourself. Also, a friendly tip, it's best to prepare yourself mentally until you discover the truth. Making psychological preparations? What does that mean? Liu Hao was still a bit confused, but as he opened the information Li Fen sent to him, and read a few lines, he suddenly jumped up excitedly. No, this can't be possible. Absolutely impossible. How could my father do this? Li Fen, are you deliberately fabricating false information to deceive me? The information sent by Pan Lao was very detailed, from how Liu Ren came into contact with the Holy Messenger and how the big shots of the Holy Messenger took an interest in Liu Hao's mother, to how Liu Ren had a private conversation with Liu Hao's mother, how he tried to persuade her. Even when the incident happened at the hotel room, the father appeared in front of the camera. In other words, when the mother was insulted, the father was there. All the processes were explained in detail, and there were some video materials as well. At first, Liu Hao was very excited and wanted to argue with Li Fan, but as he continued watching the video evidence inside, Liu Hao gradually calmed down. The information Liu Hao had investigated before actually pointed towards his own father in many aspects. It's just that at that time, the key evidence was missing, and Liu Hao also didn't believe that his father would send his own wife to someone else's bed for the sake of power, so he refused to believe it. And now, some of the clues and evidence provided by Li Fen happened to fill in those missing key evidence Liu Hao had previously investigated, making all the pieces fit logically. It ultimately pointed to a fact that Liu Hao was unwilling to believe but had to accept. It was indeed his father, Liu Ran, who drugged his mother, then sent her to the bed of a big shot at the Holy Messenger organization. Humiliated and unable to bear it when she woke up, she jumped from the 18th floor directly. Ah, damn. After Liu Hao finished organizing all the information, he was on the verge of collapse. One was his beloved mother, and the other was his respected father. Liu Hao never imagined that his father would do such a thing. It was all because of the Holy Messenger organization. When his father wanted to join the Holy Messenger organization and serve the Holy Messenger, many people in the family opposed, but his father didn't listen, gradually excluding those people from the core position of the family. In the end, the Liu family in the provincial capital became a pawn of the Holy Messenger organization. Li Fan, no matter what your purpose is, you told me this information, but I still thank you. At least I know the truth. I will definitely seek revenge for this. Maybe in the future, we will have the opportunity to cooperate. Liu Hao looked deeply at Li Fan, called for Uncle Wang, and quickly left the meeting room of the Su group. Liu Hao grew rapidly within the Liu group and already had intentions to take over his father's position. Dealing with Liu Ran would not be a problem for Liu Hao, but in fact, it was the big shot of the Holy Messenger organization who indirectly caused the death of Liu Hao's mother. Liu Hao needed to find this person in order to avenge his mother. However, after so many years, Liu Hao knew through his father that the power behind the Holy Messenger organization was extremely formidable. Finding that big shot and eliminating him would not be an easy task. His own strength alone was not enough to confront the Holy Messenger organization. Even if the entire Liu family took action, it wouldn't be enough. Liu Hao needed allies. And Li Fan, with the support of the Yi family behind him. Li Fan's current strength and intelligence seemed to be awakening, making him the best choice for an ally. Liu Hao keenly felt that behind Li Fan, apart from the Yi family, there seemed to be another powerful force supporting him in secret. Wow. After Liu Hao left, all hell broke loose in the meeting room of the Su group. Is it resolved just like that? That's a contract validated by the representative of the Martial Arts Alliance ... and Liu Xiao just revoked it like that. That's right. Even the Su group has nearly tens of billions in assets. How did Yi Xiao manage to make Liu Hao give up so easily? The Yi family really is the Yi family. Even if Li Fan is just a fool, his power is not weak. Perhaps Su Zhan's choice was correct. While everyone was discussing, their eyes were fixed on Li Fan. Actually, while everyone was puzzled, Su Yixu was also puzzled. What on earth did Yi Fan do? Fan Jie, what's going on? Su Yixu held a contract in her hand, with 3 original copies here. If she shredded these contracts in the shredder, the threat to the Su group from that contract would be eliminated. The Su group had been lacking funds. Just now, Su Yixu had received a message from the finance department that the Jin family, because they had secretly plotted against Su Yixu and Yi Fan to assassinate them, voluntarily agreed to pay 10 billion as mental damages, with support from the provincial capitals Yunfei Yang, Guo Li, Zia Hao, and others, with the support of Pang Lao in secret. The Su family now had the funds they needed, the formula they lacked, and the production quota in hand. No one could stop the future development of the Su group. The previous struggles between the Su group, the Li family, and the Liu family in the provincial capital were actually a confrontation between the Yi family and those against the Yi family. Now it seemed that the opponents of the Yi family had temporarily been suppressed. The core disciples of Yi Fan had basically all died, leaving only Yi Fan himself. But besides Yi Fan, who had such powerful means to orchestrate all this behind the scenes, I made a deal with Liu Hao. I think soon, the Liu family in the provincial capital will be in chaos. Let's sit back and watch the show. Yi Fan smirked, and before Su Yixu could ask more questions, Yi Fan resumed his silly appearance. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Lao Wang, take me out to eat. I want ice cream. Yi Fan had already helped solve some of the current situations facing the Su group, allowing them to take a breather for now. Having already dealt with Chu Feng, inflicting significant losses on his assailants, they certainly wouldn't give up easily and likely had more tricks up their sleeves. However, Yi Fan had inherited the killers within the Yi family and the ghost organization left by his mother. Yi Fan had decided that he wouldn't wait for their enemies to come to him, but instead would take the initiative. However, Yi Fan couldn't fully expose himself at the moment, so the specific execution of the plan would have to be carried out by Guo Li, Zia Hao, Yu Kan, and others. Seeing Yifan suddenly return to his usual self, Suyixu felt somewhat helpless. But she was already very happy in her heart. At least for now Yifan had time to be conscious, and a complete recovery should only be a matter of time. Fugui, I still need to deal with company matters. Could you please take Fanjie out for dinner first? Suyixu gently kissed Yifan's face. Come home early tonight. Now Suyixu also knew that there were other forces secretly protecting Yifan. In such a fierce car accident, those bodyguards had blocked it. Ordinary assassins probably couldn't harm Yifan, so she felt relieved letting Wang Fugui take Yifan away. Just as Yifan and Wang Fugui had left the entrance of the Su group, a red BMW stopped in front of Yifan, and a beautiful woman in a sexy long dress got out of the car and approached Yifan gracefully. Fanjie. The person arriving was none other than Zhuan Yufei, who had previously called off the engagement at the funeral of Yi's family. Today, Zhuan Yufei appeared to have deliberately dressed up, even applying a bit of lipstick, looking full of wildness and allure. Seeing Zhuan Yufei, Yifan felt a bit conflicted. For this childhood sweetheart of his, although she had agreed to the announcement made by Zhuan Zhengguo at the funeral and it had made Yifan very sad, it was still his first love, and it was not easy to completely forget. I apologize to Fanjie again. The cancellation of the engagement back then was my second uncle's decision. At that time, my father was seriously ill, and I had to consider the family's development. Many things were really difficult. My second uncle has now been expelled from the family. Fanjie, can you give me another chance? Zhuan Yufei was now full of regret. In just a few days, the Li family, Zhao family, and Wang family, who had opposed the Yi family, had all been wiped out. And within the Yi family, the Sus, who were close to taking power, had suddenly disappeared. In other words, the Yi family was now completely under Yifan's control. How could a fool do all this? Zhuan Yufei was 60% certain that Yifan was pretending to be foolish on purpose. While confusing everyone, he was secretly eliminating the Yi family's opponents. The more she thought about it, the more Zhuan Yufei wished she could slap herself. She had grown up with Yifan, so she should have known better about Yifan's talents. Such a monstrous genius, who had suffered no harm in a car accident, was just affected intellectually. How was that even logical? That Yifan could pretend to be a fool for 5 years, and he might have already anticipated today's situation. Poor herself, she had actually foolishly agreed to her second uncle's request to call off the engagement, right in front of so many people and the Yi family. Her actions were truly more chilling compared to Yuling Long and Suyixu. But when Zhuan Yufei thought through everything, she still couldn't bear to give up on Yifan, so she had been trying to find opportunities to be alone with Yifan, hoping for Yifan's forgiveness. Watching the beauty in front of him, Yifan sighed deeply. Chance, there was only one, and Zhuan Yufei had missed it. How could she expect to return to the past again so easily? The chance is gone. I already have a wife, you no longer want me, so why do you still come looking for me? Yifan stared at Zhuan Yufei, his tone carrying some hint of resentment. Wang Fugui listened to Yifan's words from the side, and even if he was a bit foolish, he could tell that Yifan's tone seemed to be returning to normal. Big brother had woken up. How come he seems different from before? It seemed his sixth sense was accurate. However, facing the complex emotional issues, Wang Fugui felt a bit headache, and it was not appropriate for him to intervene. After all, when they were growing up together, Zhuan Yufei, Wang Fugui, and Yifan often played together. Fanjie, I was wrong. I sprained my foot. As Zhuan Yufei approached Yifan, her body suddenly stumbled, almost falling to the ground beside her. If it were before, Yifan would have immediately reached out to support her if Zhuan Yufei was in such a situation. But this time, although Yifan saw it, he stood calmly in place, watching Zhuan Yufei almost falling to the ground. Zhuan Yufei also had some martial arts skills, so naturally she wouldn't actually fall down. She did this to test Yifan. Just as she was about to fall, Zhuan Yufei stood up again and complained to Yifan while pretending to be coquettish. Fanjie, even though you don't love me anymore, when you see someone almost falling, can't you lend a hand? While pouting, Zhuan Yufei felt a sharp pain in her heart. Everything couldn't go back to how it was before. Back then, if she was tired, Yifan would crouch down and carry her voluntarily. If she was thirsty, Yifan would immediately buy her water. Even when they walked on the street, Yifan would affectionately protect her. Now, the affection had indeed faded. Tears welled up in Zhuan Yufei's eyes, and everything was a result of her own foolishness. Now that she wanted to make amends, was there no chance left for her? What else could she do? Did she have to undress and crawl into Yifan's bed as a girl? If Yifan was in a sober state, and she slept with him, maybe Yifan would still acknowledge it. But now she couldn't be sure of Yifan's state. What if Yifan slept with her but denied it afterward? How would she handle it? While Zhuan Yufei was still feeling disheartened, Yifan suddenly spoke. I'm hungry. Yufei, are you hungry? If you are, let's go eat together. In the end, Yifan was still soft-hearted, not wanting to see his former childhood sweetheart in such despair, and eventually invited Zhuan Yufei. Last time, Zhuan Yufei had actively invited him to Su Yixu's celebration banquet, but back then Yifan had stubbornly refused. Now, Yifan finally relented. Can we? I'm hungry. Let's go. Zhuan Yufei, who had been extremely despondent just a moment ago, suddenly felt better. Almost instinctively, she hurried to Yifan, grabbed his arm, and walked towards her BMW nearby. Although Yifan wanted to struggle free, when he saw the expectant look in Zhuan Yufei's eyes, he ultimately remained silent. Wang Fugui, watching their movements from the side, although a bit silly, was very tactful at this moment. He turned and walked towards his own vehicle, sighing deeply. These two are really enemies. Inside the BMW, Zhuan Yufei was a bit excited, her hands shaking while driving. She had not known how to cherish when he was by her side before, but now that she had lost him, she knew how to treasure. Fenjie, I truly realized that I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt you back then. I shouldn't have been so blind. I don't want to lose you. We've been through so much together. I know you might not forgive me so easily now, but I will work harder to earn your forgiveness. In the BMW, Zhuan Yufei kept muttering apologies and explanations to Yifan. What they didn't know was that not far away, a van was discreetly watching them. Damn. Why is that fool from the Yi family getting into Zhuan Yufei's car? Should we continue to take action? TS. Those who have read up to this point are loyal fans. Please give some recommendations and votes. Support Master Kang. Move your damn hands. Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what happens to those families in Yuncheng who messed with the Yi family recently? If you want to die early, don't drag us into it. Inside the van, several men in black suits were arguing with each other. But the mission given above has a deadline today. We need to find out Zhuan Yufei's true strength. If we fail the mission, how are we going to explain it to our superiors? Wait until tonight. That idiot from the Yi family won't be with Zhuan Yufei all the time. We'll strike when Zhuan Yufei is alone. Hurry up and follow. Don't lose sight of them. The men muttered quietly, unaware that their conversation was being clearly overheard by Yifan in the vehicle in front of them. Yifan had invited Zhuan Yufei not only out of softness, but also because he had noticed someone was tracking her. It seemed like someone was planning something against Zhuan Yufei. Despite the issues in their relationship, Yifan didn't want anything bad to happen to Zhuan Yufei. So, by inviting her out, Yifan was indirectly protecting her. At the same time, Yifan wanted to figure out who these people wanting to harm Zhuan Yufei were. Zhuan family had already distanced themselves from the Yi family at the funeral that day, so logically, the enemies behind the Yi family shouldn't have targeted the Zhuan family. But if it wasn't the enemies of the Yi family after the Zhuan family, who could it be? Yifan chose a hot pot restaurant and sat on the second floor by the window with Zhuan Yufei, Wang Fugui, and others, eating hot pot while keeping a clear view of the actions of the men in black suits in the van below. Although Yifan just casually glanced down, the group in the van could feel their hair standing on end. Big brother, what's going on? I feel like someone is watching us. It's like being stared at by a venomous snake. It's unsettling. One of the young men with glasses reported to the middle-aged man in front. Big brother, do you think that idiot up there has discovered us? The middle-aged man himself was a peak master, almost reaching the level of Marshal Supreme. He naturally sensed the subtle presence, but wasn't sure if it was coming from Yifan. You guys are being paranoid. How could that idiot from the Yi family be so strong? Keep watching closely. Stay sharp. We'll make a move soon. If we succeed, both the brothers and Zhuan Yufei can enjoy. Yes. At the mention of Zhuan Yufei's stunning figure, the men in the van showed an excited look in their eyes. After the meal, Zhuan Yufei took care of Yifan throughout. Wang Fugui couldn't help but say, Yufei, can you take it easy? I've had enough dog food. Hey, where were you earlier? Look at the other sisters. Wang Fugui, also having a strong character, felt uncomfortable seeing Zhuan Yufei act so submissively, thinking about Su Yixu and the others. Despite not knowing the true situation, from the current circumstances, Wang Fugui could see some hints of the future. In just a few days, the Xia family, Guo family, as well as the Zhuzhou group, and Yaun, were all getting closer to the Yi family. Those families opposing the Yi family didn't have a good ending. Many situations indicated that the Yi family wouldn't be easily defeated. When the Yi family regained their senses, they had the support of the million-strong Qianlong army. By then, the Yi family's resurgence was inevitable. Moreover, the great Xia medical saint Lei Qianyu had mentioned that Yifan had a high chance of waking up with more training and stimulation, and that his exceptional talent would activate upon waking, leading to limitless potential. Despite the pain among Su Yixu and the other 7 sisters, the benefits they would gain in the future would be immense. Lao Wang, you know about my situation. My second uncle was controlling the family back then, and I made a mistake out of confusion. But deep down, I still love Fanjie. Can you please help me explain? Zhuan Yufei paused with her chopsticks, tears ready to fall. If she hadn't retreated from the marriage back then, maybe she should have been standing by Fan's side now, not Su Yixu or the other 6 sisters. Fanjie belonged to her alone. But now, even if she went back, she would only be 1/8, or even 1/10. Despite all this, Zhuan Yufei had no complaints. She had caused all the outcomes and had nothing to say about it. After dinner, Yifan insisted on taking Zhuan Yufei home first. Once she entered her room, he left with Wang Fugui. 2 minutes after Yifan's vehicle left, the hidden black-clothed man appeared and muttered irritably, "Damn, that Yi family idiot finally left. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to make a move with Wang Fugui and Yifan around. That fool is untouchable." Although the attack by Jin Yang on Yifan was supposed to be kept secret by the Jin family, the news spread like wildfire in Yunchang, Tianan province, and the martial arts community. The attack, Su Yixu's failure, the heavy losses suffered by their convoy being forced to compensate the Su family group with 10 billion in spiritual damages, these seemingly unintentional rumors actually had a purpose. Only those at a certain level knew that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble behind the scenes, spreading these rumors in the martial arts community. It was a warning to others to be cautious and not to mess with Yifan and the Su family, or they would face the same fate as Jin Yang. The group targeting Zhuan Yufei this time was just a private team in the martial arts world, a group of bounty hunters who usually took on missions. They had no deep grudges with Zhuan Yufei and certainly didn't want to risk their lives. Move quickly, the reconnaissance is over. If there's a chance to strike, take it. Otherwise, retreat immediately. I feel like something is not right tonight. The middle-aged man instructed his subordinates, and they quickly sneaked into Zhuan Yufei's villa compound. 2 minutes after Yifan's vehicle left, he suddenly asked Wang Fugui to stop. "Lao Wang, turn back now. I just remembered I left something at Zhuan Yufei's place. I need to go get it." Although Wang Fugui was puzzled about what Yifan had left at Zhuan Yufei's house, he always followed Yifan's orders without question. "All right," Wang Fugui replied, and immediately turned around to rush back to Zhuan Yufei's place. In the villa, upon her return, Zhuan Yufei immediately entered the bathroom. Taking off her red long dress, Zhuan Yufei admired her stunning figure in the mirror. Her figure was really beautiful, with a prominent front and raised back, well-proportioned curves, and flesh where it should be, a flat stomach. After undoing the front of her chest that held her big phoenix, it seemed as if they were about to fly out. With such a stunning figure, Zhuan Yufei felt unwilling for anyone else to appreciate it. She belonged only to Fanjie. When she was still young, she had intimate contact with Fanjie, and she could never accept anyone else. Admiring her own figure, Zhuan Yufei then picked up the nearby clothes, held them up to her nose, and deeply inhaled. It still had Yifan's scent. That was the scent of a man. The others, like Zhao Qianlong and Jin Yang, were not worthy. Just when Zhuan Yufei was about to turn on the shower, she suddenly heard a faint sound outside. Immediately alert, she asked, "Who's there?" Having trained in martial arts with Yifan, although not as talented, she had reached the level of control. The presence lurking inside, aside from the leading middle-aged man who was a grandmother, the others were merely at the level of control and could not hide their aura. Zhuan Yufei remembered clearly that she had locked both the main door and the living room door of the villa after coming in. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter. Without even having time to put on her inner clothes, Zhuan Yufei quickly draped a coat, over her long dress and vigilantly stared at the bathroom door. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui arrived at Xuan Yufei's villa gate. Wang Fugui had planned to go in with Yifan, but Yifan refused, saying, "I'll go in alone. Wait for me outside for a while. It might take some time as I need to find something." Wang Fugui's mind raced quickly at this moment, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Finding something? That must be an excuse. Although Big Brother is simple-minded, he is still clinging to old feelings. No, Big Brother's current state should have recovered quite a bit. I must find a way to ask about it later. The villa is not that big, and there shouldn't be any danger inside. Big Brother's strength has already recovered to the warlord realm. It's not easy for ordinary people to try to kill him. I'll just keep guard outside. Wang Fugui reclined his seat, humming a tune under his breath. In the villa bathroom, Xuan Yufei was extremely nervous. Although only at the level of control, she could clearly sense that there were at least 3 people outside the bathroom staring at her. It was late, and someone sneaking into her villa surely wasn't up to any good. While keeping an eye on the room door, she picked up her phone and dialed Yifan's number. "Fenjie, help me." Growing up together with Yifan, Wang Fugui, and Guo Li, Xuan Yufei instinctually turned to Yifan for help whenever facing danger on their missions. Understood. Yifan's voice came through the phone, leaving Xuan Yufei momentarily surprised. Did Yifan know she was in danger? Hadn't he already left? How could he arrive so quickly? Calling Yifan was just seeking emotional comfort. She was very aware that even if Yifan understood her message, by the time he arrived, it might already be too late. Before she could dwell on this, the bathroom door was forcefully kicked open. Several men in black suits quickly rushed into the bathroom. Their movements were swift, and their bodies resonated with intense martial aura. The first 2 assassins at the pinnacle of control level swung their fists at Xuan Yufei's chest. Xuan Yufei was prepared for a fight, and she also struck back with her fists. With a muffled sound, facing 2 attackers alone, Xuan Yufei was no match, pushed back by the powerful aura, crashing into the wall behind her. The impact caused a crack in the wall, and a trickle of blood ran down her lips, leaving her face pale. With average talent and no external assistance, Xuan Yufei might only reach the control realm in her lifetime. On the other hand, the assassins were at the peak of control, so it was fortunate enough that she was only shaken. "Is that all you got? Seems like you were overrated." The leading middle-aged man sneered coldly, stepping forward, grabbing Xuan Yufei's shoulder, and coldly staring at her. "It was said you have a symbol on your chest. Today let everyone have a look." As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached to tear Xuan Yufei's dress on her shoulder. Just as her red dress was halfway torn and her fair collarbone exposed, a surge of energy shot in from outside. This made the middle-aged man instantly tense up, his body covered in sweat, trying to dodge to the side in panic. To his horror, the incoming energy could change direction. Despite being a grandmother, he had dodged 3 times in a row, but the next energy still locked onto him tightly. 2 seeds of flowers then flew towards him, blocking his blood flow. His internal energy was instantly suppressed due to this, and he stumbled several times, nearly falling to the ground. Retreat. There's a master. Although the middle-aged man had been a peak grandmother, the fact that someone could easily control him meant the opponent's strength was at least above the warlord realm. Staying any longer would only lead to disaster, so he called for his men to leave. But it was too late. Without seeing anyone outside, only hearing numerous seeds of flowers flying into the room, the 7 or 8 assassins were all blocked, unable to utilize any martial energy. Walking became a problem, and finally, they all collapsed on the ground. Surprised by the situation before her, Xuan Yufei's pupils widened in shock. When she was caught by the grandmother earlier, she had completely lost hope. Dressed so revealingly and, in the hands of these people, she was bound to face a grim fate. The key was her own strength. She was no match for these people. While pondering her next move, Xuan Yufei tentatively called out from inside, "Fenjie, is that you?" Her heart raced as she realized she had only called Yifan just now. If Yifan intervened, it meant his strength was at least at the warlord realm. Yifan must have awoken. Tough. A phantom figure flashed outside, catching Xuan Yufei off guard. A seed hit Xuan Yufei's acupoint, causing her to black out and faint on the spot. The one who rushed in was naturally Yifan. At the moment Xuan Yufei fell, Yifan grabbed her and headed towards the bedroom. Xuan Yufei, who was in his arms, had her dress torn halfway by the middle-aged man, revealing a breathtaking landscape swaying in front of her chest. Even the fair phoenix on her chest seemed about to fly out. Ethan couldn't help but feel a surge of heat as he saw this, and where his skin touched Zhuan Yufei, a warm flow rushed into her body, rapidly enhancing Zhuan Yufei's martial arts strength. The flames flickered. Ethan also received a feedback of warmth from Zhuan Yufei's body, rapidly boosting his own strength. He laid Zhuan Yufei back in the room, covering her with a blanket. When he returned, Wang Fugui had already rushed in. "Brother, are you okay?" Wang Fugui looked at Yifan anxiously. His sister-in-law, Su Yixu, had asked Wang Fugui to take care of Yifan, and Wang Fugui didn't want anything to happen to Yifan, or he would have a hard time explaining to Su Yixu. Now, Yifan was in a precarious situation, with many people watching him. "I'm fine." Yifan glanced at the assassin lying on the ground in pain. "They tried to harm Yufei. Old Wang, interrogate them." "All right." Wang Fugui replied without hesitation. Without any courtesy, he immediately grabbed one of the assassins and harshly slammed him against the wall. "You dare lay a hand on my former sister-in-law and court death." The assassin's meridians were blocked by Yifan, leaving him no room to resist Wang Fugui's brutality. He could only endure Wang Fugui's violent actions, resulting in his head cracking open and blood spilling all over the floor. Wang Fugui didn't pause his actions. He continued to subdue the other assassins, breaking legs and crushing arms. In a matter of seconds, all the assassins present were defeated, none left unscathed. Throughout the ordeal, Wang Fugui didn't utter a word or ask any questions, leaving the leader of the middle-aged men feeling stifled. "Brother, stop, stop. Please, ask us something. They were all frustrated and on the verge of madness. They thought Yifan was already crazy, but they didn't expect Wang Fugui, who came after, to be even more insane. They had agreed to interrogate them, but instead of questioning, he immediately started a beating. If this continued, they would likely be beaten to death there. "Can you talk?" Wang Fugui coldly stared at the group of assassins, a hint of mischief in his smile. "Let me seek justice for my brother. We'll tell you everything. We weren't here to harm Zhuan Yufei. We were just hired by Xiaozhou to test her potential. Please spare us, sirs." The leader of the middle-aged men shivered at the sight of Wang Fugui approaching with a bottle of water. Was this Wang Fugui a demon? The thought of the water being poured on his crotch made him shudder. "What potential are you testing in Zhuan Yufei?" Wang Fugui's actions paused momentarily. Then he continued to reprimand the leader of the middle-aged men. "I don't know the specifics, but based on what I overheard during Xiaozhou's phone call, it is said that Miss Zhuan Yufei's mother is not an ordinary person. Miss Zhuan Yufei likely inherited some special physique. If she activates those traits in her, she will have a great future." The leader of the men continued, while Yifan fell into deep thought. Special physique? When he held Zhuan Yufei in his arms earlier, Yifan did sense a mysterious energy pulsating within her body, seemingly nurturing and trying to break through her blocked meridians. Having grown up together with Zhuan Yufei for so many years, he hadn't noticed anything special about her. However, thinking of Jin Yan and Li Yuyan's crazed desire to marry Zhuan Yufei, there had to be some reasons behind it, right? What secrets does Zhuan Yufei hold? Furthermore, Zhuan Yufei's situation was once again related to Xiaozhou and the Holy Messenger organization. It seemed necessary to visit Xiaozhou soon as possible to find out the truth about the Holy Messenger organization. Those who targeted the Yi family were not only from the military, but also from the Holy Messenger organization, searching for a map. But so far, Yifan had no clues about the map. What secrets lie behind it? The doubts lingered in Yifan's mind. His brows furrowed as he pondered quickly, but the information at hand was indeed too scarce. He couldn't find any leads. "Brother, how should we deal with these people?" After the middle-aged man revealed all he knew, Wang Fugui knocked them all unconscious, leaving them lying on the ground like dead dogs. "Notify Zia Hala and have Li Hu deal with them." These assassins were killers for hire, soaked in blood, and there was no need to show mercy. Yes, as Wang Fugui took care of the assassins, Yifan once again made his way upstairs. When he pushed open the bedroom door, a scream echoed from inside. Zhuan Yufei had woken up and was in the midst of changing her clothes when Yifan entered. Startled, she hesitated for a moment before intentionally showcasing her chest, blushing slightly as she said, "Fen brother, did you save me? Are you awake?" Yifan turned away from Zhuan Yufei's attractive figure and replied, I came back to get something and happened to see them attack you. Old Wang subdued them, and I came up to check on you. Yifan didn't directly answer Zhuan Yufei's question, keeping up his act of being medley challenged in front of others and not wanting Zhuan Yufei to know his secret for now. Upon realizing that it wasn't Yifan who saved her, Zhuan Yufei's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly composed herself and said, "Oh." One thing Zhuan Yufei was certain of was that she felt a warm flow within her body, a sensation that only occurred when she was in contact with Yifan. Yifan's talent had not disappeared. He must have carried her up earlier, unable to let her go despite his condition. Thinking this, Zhuan Yufei seemed to make a decision. Striding towards Yifan unclothed, she felt a mix of shyness and determination, inwardly saying, "Look all you want. You will have me sooner or later. Fanjie, I want to be your woman." Although feeling very shy, Zhuan Yufei still mustered up the courage to speak. Her face flushed as she said to Yifan, "We grew up together. It was so beautiful, I don't want to miss it." As she spoke, Zhuan Yufei approached Yifan's embrace. Zhuan Yufei was very confident in her own figure. Even when she was dressed she exuded charm. Now being completely bare, such a stunning beauty appearing in front of you, any man would find it hard to resist. Yifan, watching the approaching beauty, also felt some warmth in his heart. He had to admit, Zhuan Yufei was truly beautiful, with a different style from Suyizu. Suyizu had a mature charm, while Zhuan Yufei had a touch of wilderness and bewitchment, especially those enchanting eyes, giving off an exotic charm. But the thought of Zhuan Yufei breaking off the engagement at the funerals of uncles and elder brothers made Yifan's heart ache. Wanting to be his woman now, where was she earlier? Although before, Yifan had shown no bottom line or dignity towards Zhuan Yufei, but that was not a reason for Zhuan Yufei to act recklessly. Even a bootlicker has dignity. Once love is gone, there is nothing to fear. Saving Zhuan Yufei was only out of reluctance in the heart. But Zhuan Yu wanting to be his woman, Yifan couldn't get past that hurdle in his heart. Yifan swiftly moved aside, avoiding Zhuan Yufei once again, with a puzzled expression saying, "Yufei, why do you want to be my woman? What does it mean to be my woman? Shouldn't you be your own woman?" A hint of confusion flashed in Yifan's eyes, reverting back to his silly appearance. Zhuan Yufei's eyes carried a touch of bitterness and some disappointment. Was Yifan truly still in a foolish state? But Zhuan Yufei was not willing to give up like this. "Hasn't your wife Yizu taught you anything? If you don't know, let me teach you." Zhuan Yufei had already decided, regardless of Yifan's current state, she would first have Yifan, and then become his woman, preferably bearing Yifan's child. This way, when Yifan finally sobered up, he wouldn't be able to ignore her. Approaching Yifan, she reached out to hug his neck, her ample figure pressing against Yifan's arm. The soft touch and remarkable elasticity made Yifan a bit uncontrollable. After all, he had deeply loved her before, and even though there were cracks now, Zhuan Yufei's tenderness still made Yifan find it difficult to resist. However, thinking of the 7 who made great sacrifices to protect the Yi family and himself, Yifan regained his composure. True colors are revealed in times of trouble. At the uncle's funeral, the 7 sisters-in-law were the true characters, and he could not betray their feelings towards him. "I better let my wife Yizu teach me." Yifan's mouth curled into a smile. A wave of energy emanated from his hand, pressing a few times behind Zhuan Yufei's neck. A sense of drowsiness came over Zhuan Yufei, who drifted off in Yifan's embrace once again. Yifan carried Zhuan Yufei towards the bed, saying, "Rest well." The harm Zhuan Yufei had inflicted upon herself could not be compensated for in a day or two. However, at the moment Yifan was about to set her down, he suddenly sensed another hidden wave of energy within Zhuan Yufei. His eyes fixed, golden energy began to fluctuate around his eye sockets, his pupils turning red, penetrating Zhuan Yufei's skin, delving into her veins and body. Inspecting carefully, soon, Yifan discovered a black energy in the depths of Zhuan Yufei's danshan. This energy seemed peculiar, as if it had its own consciousness. As Yifan's energy probed it, the black energy attempted to disintegrate and hide itself. Yifan was currently at the emperor level of strength, and with the inheritance from the dragon-marked ring, his mental power was incredibly strong. Quickly analyzing the peculiar technique and linking it to something he learned from the ring. Soul-seizing sorcery? The black energy within Zhuan Yufei was a sinister sorcery from ancient times, similar to the spiritual control practiced in Southeast Asia. controlling targets remotely according to one's will. Was Zhuan Yufei under its influence? Yifan frowned, as the Zhuan family was only one of the business families in Cloud City, not offending any important figures who would pay such attention to Zhuan Yufei. Yifan's mind raced, recalling the information the assassins had relayed earlier. There was a mysterious force behind Zhuan Yufei. Even Zhou Xiao, who was in the capital, was keeping an eye on her, indicating that the force behind Zhuan Yufei was indeed powerful. What kind of force was it really? It seemed that he needed to find Uncle Zhuan for clarification. Soul-seizing sorcery was tricky for others, but Yifan had the inheritance from the Qianji Pavilion's dragon mark ring, which provided a method to counter it. Most importantly, Yifan had the Purify Flame within him, the nemesis of such sorceries. After hesitating for a moment, Yifan directed the Purify Flame from his dantian out through his fingers and swiftly infiltrated Zhuan Yufei's body, attacking the black energy from multiple directions through her veins. Alarmed by the approaching fire, the black energy appeared terrified, seeking a way to escape. But Yifan controlled the fire, blocking off its escape routes. Soon, the black soul-seizing energy in Zhuan Yufei's body was completely burnt out by the Purify Flame. Checking once more and confirming there were no other soul-seizing energies in Zhuan Yufei's body, Yifan withdrew the Purify Flame and gently covered Zhuan Yufei with a blanket. As he prepared to leave, a sudden question arose in Yifan's mind. If Zhuan Yufei was under the influence of soul-seizing sorcery, was her decision to break off the engagement at the funeral hers, or was she controlled by the sorcery? However, that thought only flashed through Yifan's mind. The truth no longer mattered. Yifan's current mission was to assist the Su family group's rise, protect the 7 sisters-in-law's family, investigate the masterminds behind the Yi family's hardships, seek revenge for the Yi family, and clear the Yi family's name. Everything else was not as important. Yifan glanced at Zhuan Yufei, then turned and left the bedroom. At the same moment, the black energy in Zhuan Yufei's body was completely burnt out. In a villa in the capital, a young man suddenly sat up from his bed, blood spurting from his mouth. "Ah, who ruined my plan?" Zhou Xiao. "What's wrong? What's happening?" the young man shouted, and immediately a large group of bodyguards rushed in from outside, with the leader, a man with a stubble beard, surveying the surroundings anxiously. This young man was none other than Zhou Ming, the head of the Southwest region within the Holy Messenger organization. 5 years ago, after Yifan had an accident, Zhou Ming secretly placed a soul-capturing technique on Zhuan Yufei. On one hand, it could be used to control Zhuan Yufei as a puppet to cultivate his own mental power. On the other hand, it could also serve as one of his sources of intelligence. Most crucially, Zhou Ming had learned through certain channels about the identity of Zhuan Yufei's mother. Zhuan Yufei's mother was highly likely to be a descendant of the servants of the Shenmen clan, the mortal enemies of the Holy Messenger organization. Zhou Ming had spent so much effort placing the soul-capturing technique on Zhuan Yufei, originally hoping to gain a breakthrough from her. Over the 5 years, although the soul-capturing technique on Zhuan Yufei had not yielded any useful information, it had also not caused any problems. But just now, Zhou Ming discovered that the soul-capturing technique he had placed on Zhuan Yufei had suddenly been broken. Zhuan Yufei had lost contact with him, and Zhou Ming himself had suffered a backlash. Send people to investigate immediately. What happened to Zhuan Yufei in Yunchang? Who did Zhuan Yufei come into contact with today? I need to know everything about Zhuan Yufei. Zhou Ming wiped away some blood from the corner of his mouth and continued. Also, get in touch with those assassins we sent to test Zhuan Yufei. Have them report back immediately. As soon as Zhou Ming finished speaking, a bespectacled man in the crowd immediately spoke up. Zhou Xiao, an hour ago, we lost contact with those assassins. Just now, the information from the life detector showed that the assassin group has all been killed. What? Zhou Ming's pupils dilated in shock, and he stood up from the bed, furrowing his brows. The reason Zhou Ming had sent that group of assassins to test Zhuan Yufei was that they were not well known and did not belong to any power, so they were unlikely to be noticed. But just as he had acted, all those assassins were wiped out. Zhou Ming knew that among those people, the leaders were masters of their realm, which made them quite formidable. Who had intervened in Zhuan Yufei's affairs? The Yi family? But Zhuan Yufei had clearly already broken off the engagement with Yifan, right? The Yi family had no reason to continue meddling in the Zhuan family's affairs, and wasn't Yifan a fool? How could he be involved in Zhuan Yufei's affairs? The information is back. Based on our brother's covert observation, Yifan and Wang Fubui just went to Zhuan Yufei's residence and have not left yet. Huh, Yifan again? Zhou Ming was very aware of what had been happening in Yuncheng recently. The Zhao family exterminated, the Li family exterminated, the Wang family exterminated. All the families that were unfavorable to the Su family and the Yi family had met a bad end. Moreover, the strongman Chu Feng dispatched from the northwest, at the martial sovereign level, had intended to completely eradicate the Yi family, but had encountered experts from the Wandering Souls, resulting in Chu Feng and his group being wiped out. Zhou Ming furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, was it really the hand of a Wandering Soul expert? Has Yifan already awakened? Have all the teams from the capital come for a meeting tomorrow morning? A grim determination flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes, indicating that he had to go to Yuncheng personally. When they had teamed up with the Northwest to target the Yi family, the goal was to obtain the map belonging to the Yi family. All 10 core disciples of the Yi family had been killed, and no clues to the map were found on them. Only Yifan, the fool, had not been checked. The clues to the map likely resided with Yifan. The need for the map had become urgent, and if he could quickly locate the map, he would surely get more rewards from above. In Yuncheng, Yifan and Wang Fubui left Zhuan Yufei's residence and drove straight home. As soon as Yifan entered Su Yixu's villa, he saw another familiar face. Sister Liu, Ruolan had also arrived. Xiao Fan, I happened to come to Yuncheng for some things and wanted to see you as well. Are you feeling better, Liu? Ruolan saw Yifan come in and approached him gently, grasping his hand and looking him up and down. Liu. Ruolan had very good skin, and as she held Yifan's wrist, her face blushed with shyness, almost about to burst into water droplets. Such a shy girl, who had declared openly at the funeral to marry Yifan along with others like Yu Linglan. It would seem that Liu Ruolan had made a firm decision. Sister Ruolan, I am much better. Today Yizu took me to an antique street, and I remembered many other things, but I can't recall many details. Heh. But the Thunder God Doctor said, I will gradually get better. Sister Ruolan, hug me. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yifan didn't know how to express his feelings. He couldn't fully reveal that he had already awakened, yet he needed to show his concern. He could only be half true, half delirious, half sober. Seeing Yifan extend his arms, Liu Ruolan blushed in full, glanced at Su Yixu, and eventually shyly nestled into Yifan's embrace. Since she had announced publicly to marry Yifan in front of so many people, from that moment on, everyone would consider Liu Ruolan as Yifan's wife. Xiao Fan, from now on, don't call me sister, call me your wife, all right, Liu. Ruolan wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, gently teaching him. The same goes for Linglong and the others. They are all your wives. Despite her embarrassment, seeing Yifan in such a state, Liu Ruolan felt content. After all, when she announced marriage to Yifan, he was completely foolish, without a single moment of clarity. And now, Yifan's intelligence had recovered to that of a teenager. Given time, Yifan would surely be able to regain his peak state. Okay, Yifan replied seriously, noticing a hint of sorrow in Liu Ruolan's eyes. Wife Ruolan, have you encountered any troubles? You seem a bit unhappy. Liu Ruolan was taken aback, looking at Yifan with some confusion. She had hidden her emotions so well. How had Yifan noticed? It's nothing. It's just that our family's jewelry business has been affected recently. The suppliers we collaborated with have all cancelled their contracts with us recently, and our stock of raw stones won't last much longer. I heard that General Sampa from Myanmar is coming to Daxia these days to renegotiate the agent for jade raw stones in Daxia. So I came to try my luck and see if I could get the agency from General Sampa and not be manipulated by the channels within Daxia. Liu Ruolan didn't elaborate. Yifan understood very well. The troubles the Liu family was facing now were probably due to Liu Ruolan continuing to stand with the Yi family and openly announcing her intent to marry him. Those attackers against the Yi family were suppressing the Liu family behind the scenes. Wife Ruolan, rest assured, I will help you get the Jade Agency. You don't need to worry. Yifan gently patted Liu Ruolan's back, thinking of the burly man from Myanmar. Back then, Sampa owed Yifan several lives. How can you help? Qing Ruolan looked at Yifan with some surprise, a hint of smile on her lips. I appreciate your kindness, but you should focus on recovering and getting well soon. Otherwise, we sisters won't be able to hold on. With the Su family, The Qing family already oppressed, it won't be long before its Shen family, Yulin Long, and others turn. The 7 major families' daughters simultaneously announcing marriage to Yi Fan, further deepening the ties with the Yi family. Those who oppose the Yi family will not give up easily. I really can handle it, Ruolin. You have to believe me. Yi Fan looked seriously at Qing Ruolin, eager to tell her that just a word from him, Sampa would not hesitate to hand over the proxy or even his own life. After all, 5 years ago, when Yi Fan infiltrated Myanmar to pursue a drug dealer, he saved Sangpa 3 times within 3 days and helped Sangpa eliminate his biggest competitor. If not for Yi Fan's help, Sampa's whole family would have been wiped out long ago, let alone achieving the dominant position in northwest Myanmar today. Alright, it's getting late. Yixu, take Little Fan to bed now. Time flies. Little Fan has been with you for several days. Make good use of the time. Next month, Little Fan will belong to me. Qing Ruolin teased Su Yixu. Yixu, Little Fan doesn't know much, you need to teach him. If you don't know, how about I give you both some guidance tonight? Faft. Hearing Qing Ruolin's words, Yi Fan was speechless in his heart. Sisters-in-law, you really don't consider me an outsider, huh? Qing Ruolin coming in the evening to teach Su Yixu how to entice men. That scene, he couldn't even imagine. It was too beautiful. However, Yi Fan inexplicably felt a bit curious. What kind of situation would it be if Qing Ruolin and Su Yixu were together? But Yi Fan also knew that such a scene would be a long way off, at least until he dealt with the enemies of the Yi family. Ruolin's sister, you are so naughty. Yi Fan, he's not always foolish. You will understand soon. If you're in a hurry, I'll give him to you tonight. Su Yixu blushed but teasingly retaliated against Qing Ruolin. TSK, no way. Although Qing Ruolin said confidently, in reality, it was all talk, a coquettish tone in her voice. She quickly walked to her bedroom, swaying her waist flirtatiously at the door and said to Yi Fan behind her, Little Fan, why are you standing there stupidly? Quickly go to sleep with Yixu. We all are waiting for you to continue the Yi family lineage. That enchanting gaze and fiery figure made Yi Fan feel a burst of heat. He sighed inwardly, wondering what he had done to deserve the attention of 7 such stunning women. Yi Fan even momentarily felt a bit dazed. Was Zhuan Yu's broken engagement on that funeral day a blessing or a curse for himself? After all, 1 for 7, he seemed to be not at a loss. Alright, I'll listen to Ruolin wife. Yi Fan's lips showed a mischievous smile, and the next moment, before Su Yixu could react, he quickly embraced her and dashed up to the 2nd floor bedroom. Ah, Yi Fan, be gentle. Ruolin's sister, you're so naughty. Only here for a day, and already you're corrupting Little Fan. However, although Su Yixu complained outwardly, there was a hint of anticipation in her heart. It was true what they said. Women love men. The Su's villa on the 2nd floor was then filled with some not suitable for children songs. Downstairs, Qing Ruolin was so affected that she couldn't sleep, regretting why she came to Su Yixu's place to stay. Wasn't she asking for trouble? Yun Cheng, gradually immersed in the night, returned to tranquility. But in the provincial capital, the Liu family, tonight was destined to be restless. Liu Hao learned from Yi Fan's mouth that his own father had actually killed his mother with his own hands back then, so he hurried back to the provincial capital in the afternoon, quietly made some arrangements, then returned home. In the study, when Liu Ran saw Liu Hao coming in, he was somewhat surprised. You're back so soon. How did things go in Yunchang? Did the Su family get captured? What's Yi Fan's situation now? The 3 major subordinate families of the Liu family, the Wang, Zhao, and Li families, were all exterminated. Although the outside rumors had nothing to do with the Yi family, all due to car accidents or being hunted down by enemies. However, Liu Ran naturally knew that it was the Yi family's doing, and most likely Yi Fan's doing. So Liu Ran was very eager to deal with the Su family, to give an explanation to the higher-ups, and also to quickly understand Yi Fan's situation. With a dark face, Liu Hao stared at Liu Ran, squeezing out a few words from his teeth. How did mother die back then? Liu Ran also realized that Liu Hao's expression was not right, stood up from his chair, frowned, and said, Haven't I told you many times about this? Your mother was not feeling well at the time, and she jumped off the building. I was very sad about it too. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me, how did mother die at that time? Liu Hao suppressed his emotions as much as he could. hoping Liu Ran would try to explain a bit, but Liu Ran's facial muscles twitched a few times, then loudly scolded, "Bastard! Liu Hao, you've grown wings. Is this the way you talk to me? The Liu family is not under your control yet. Your mother's death was already thoroughly investigated at that time. Are you out of your mind today?" Although Liu Ran was scolding Liu Hao on the surface, he was actually feeling uneasy. Liu Hao had always been a good boy, and now after returning from Yunchuan, he was acting oddly. Surely, he had discovered something. Smack. Liu Hao reached out and threw a pile of printed photos and documents on the table. "Liu Ran, you beast. Take a good look at these. What is this? How can you bear to send your own wife to someone else's bed and let someone disrespect her in front of you? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? You deserve to die." Seeing those photos on the table, Liu Ran's eyes flashed with panic, quickly picked up to look. In the photo, Liu Ran was seen holding his own wife down on the bed. The scene was clear. In the background, another man's silhouette, although only a back view. Liu Ran knew it was the big shot in the holy organization. "How? Where did you get these photos? Listen to me, this is fake. All slander. It's a setup." Stumbling, Liu Ran nearly fell to the ground, still lying and rationalizing. But Liu Ran's panicked expression had already betrayed him. Clang. Liu Hao pulled out a war knife, pointed the tip at Liu Ran. "Today, I will avenge mother." Liu Hao is also a master of martial arts control, with his whole body filled with martial arts energy, creating a solemn and murderous atmosphere in the room. "What do you want to do? How dare you be so presumptuous?" Liu Ran felt a surge of emotion in his heart. "Even if your mother died because of me back then, I had no choice. It was for the sake of the family's development that I was forced to sacrifice your mother. As my son, how dare you point a knife at me? Stop making excuses. For so many years, you deceived me for so many years. And even if it's for the sake of the family's sacrifice, does it require a mother to do such things? Have you ever thought about how desperate and devastated a woman can feel when her own husband sends her to another man's bed to be humiliated? You are not worthy to be a human being." As Liu Hao scolded, he waved the war knife in his hand and fiercely attacked Liu Ran. Liu Ran's energy fluctuated, effortlessly avoiding Liu Hao's attack. Both father and son are masters of control, and it's not easy for either to take down the other. "Guards, take down this troublemaker for me." Liu Ran saw Liu Hao's war knife chopping at the furniture behind, smashing them to pieces, and his face darkened. It was clear that Liu Hao had murderous intent. Liu Ran, already old, didn't have much chance against Liu Hao in a one-on-one fight. With Liu Ran's rebuke, the steward of the Liu family, Wang Wei, appeared at the door respectfully. "Master, young master, quickly, take down this troublemaker. Don't be afraid to get hurt. It's time to teach him a lesson. I'm still alive, yet he dares to be so audacious." HMPH. Liu Ran's eyes showed a touch of ruthlessness. In his eyes, there was only power and loyalty to the Holy Mission organization. As for his son, if he die, he die. He didn't care. Wang Wei and Liu Hao exchanged a glance, then Wang Wei calmly spoke. "I'm sorry, Master, I can't carry out your orders." Wang Wei's words made Liu Ran's heart skip a beat. The strongest bodyguard of the Liu family, the family steward, was no longer following his orders. "Wang Wei, are you trying to rebel? Don't forget that I am the head of the Liu family, and you serve me. The Liu family. Why don't you listen to my orders?" Liu Ran evaded Liu Hao's attacks, slightly panicking, while reprimanding Wang Wei. Wang Wei coldly replied, "I owe it to Madam. Back then, it was Madam who sheltered me, which led to where I am now. What the young master did today is what I've always wanted to do. It's just that I haven't seen certain things firsthand before, unsure. But today, seeing the evidence and videos, I want to say something. Liu Ran, you're really not human." Listening to Wang Wei's words, Liu Ran's heart chilled. It was true that after being injured, Wang Wei was taken in by Liu Hao's mother, recovered, and then stayed with the Liu family. With Wang Wei's abilities, he could have had a better future elsewhere, but he stayed with the Liu family out of gratitude. Phew. When Liu Ran was forced to dodge in front of Wang Wei again, Wang Wei acted, landing a punch on Liu Ran's back. A powerful energy surged, instantly locking Liu Ran's whole body, leaving him stiff in place. "Young master, what should we do next? Kill or spare him? It's up to you." Wang Wei understood when to advance and retreat. Although Liu Ran had killed his own wife, It was ultimately a family matter. It would be inappropriate for Wan Wei to get further involved. Kill. HMPH. Letting him die like this would be too easy. I'll make him kneel in front of my mother's portrait and repent for a lifetime. Liu Hao snorted coldly as he ruthlessly stabbed Liu Ran's lower abdomen with his war knife. No. Please, How? I'm your father. Seeing Liu Hao's actions, Liu Ran let out a desperate wail. With the help of that big shot in the Holy Mission organization, Liu Ran had already broken through to the mastery level. That big shot had promised to give him a priceless elixir once this matter with the Yi family and Su family was settled, assisting him in ascending to the level of grandmother. If his Danshan was destroyed, all his dreams would turn to illusions. There are treasures in the secret room, son. All for you. Faft. No matter how Liu Ran pleaded, Liu Hao showed no mercy. His war knife stabbed through, completely destroying Liu Ran's Danshan before stopping. From today onwards, Liu Hao will take full control of the Liu family. Liu Hao stared coldly at Liu Ran. I've long been fed up with your dealings with the Holy Mission and those trash, as well as those dogs from Danyu. Pass on my orders. From now on, cease all dealings with the Danyu people and press down hard on those Danyu dogs. Immediately cut off all connections with the Holy Mission organization. We, the Liu family, will not be the dogs of the Holy Mission. Liu Hao's series of commands were relayed outside, and people immediately began to act. Over the years, Liu Hao had entered the core leadership of the Liu family and was the de facto controller. Therefore, even if Liu Ran die, it would not hinder the continued operation of the Liu group. Are you insane? Liu Hao, do you know what benefits the Holy Mission organization will give us? I spend so much effort to join the Holy Mission organization, and you actually. Liu Ran wanted to continue nagging, but Liu Hao threw a punch, knocking Liu Ran unconscious, then used Liu Ran's eyes to open the secret room in the study. Get someone to put him on a dog leash and make him kneel in front of my mother's portrait to repent. Upon entering the secret room, Liu Hao was drawn to the ancient or emanating from several boxes inside. One of the boxes contained a scroll that Liu Hao recognized immediately. It was the map scroll that the Holy Mission organization had been ordering the Liu family to investigate. It turned out that his father had already found the scroll but hadn't had a chance to hand it over. After thinking for a few seconds, Liu Hao picked up the scroll, took out his phone, and dialed Yi Fan's number. Young Master Yi, I found a map scroll in my father's secret room. It seems to be related to the Holy Mission organization. I'll send someone over tomorrow morning to deliver it to you. In Yun City, in the courtyard of the Su family villa, after a brief exercise, Yi Fan was running his internal energy to refresh himself when he suddenly received a call from Liu Hao. Yi Fan knew that Liu Hao must have dealt with his own father, but Liu Hao had also found a map from Liu Ran's hand. Could this be the map that the Holy Mission organization had been looking for? All right, Yi Fan answered, but he was a bit puzzled. Why would Liu Hao do this? Just earlier in the day, Liu Hao had come to Yun City with his men to suppress the Su family group. Within a day, his attitude had changed so drastically. Young Master, I just announced that the Liu family will immediately sever all ties with the Holy Mission organization and those trash from Danyu. Additionally, I will hand over all the documents related to the Liu family tomorrow morning, along with the map scroll. Please forgive the mistakes made by the Liu family in the past. In the phone call, Liu Hao explained the situation respectfully. Yi Fan listened with some skepticism. Did Liu Hao have such courage? Enemy's enemy is a friend. Regardless of who it was, as long as they stood against the Holy Mission organization and the true culprits who destroyed the Yi family, they were friends. Yi Fan turned his head to look at Su Yixu beside him with a lazy look, then felt the martial arts energy inside his body again. Because of the warm feedback gained from intimate contact with Su Yixu, as well as the power given and eyeing bones previously, Yi Fan has now broken through to the level of martial emperor. But the progress is still too slow. The Yi family's old house unexpectedly has an underground palace, and mother had arranged so much in advance, leaving behind for female attendants, as well as many guards. Even the wandering souls were strengths left behind by mother. The Holy Envoy organization is so madly infiltrating every corner of Dazia. The intentions must not be simple. Although his strength as a martial emperor may seem high on the surface, if facing stronger opponents or attacks from another level of experts, does he have any life-saving cards? How can he protect the Yi family, protect these sisters-in-law? How to seek revenge for the Yi family? Yifan's physical fitness is very strong, but Su Yixu has always been an ordinary girl and can't resist Yifan's frenzy. AI. Sometimes, being too strong as a man is not good either. Originally, there was still Qing Ruolin downstairs, and Yifan could sense that Qing Ruolin was not asleep. Should he go down now and have some exercise? Thinking of Qing Ruolin's exquisite figure, Yifan also felt a bit agitated, but if he did that, his identity as a fool would be exposed. It's not the time to expose himself now, so he'll endure it a little longer. Since Qing Ruolin came to Cloud City to acquire the Jadeite agency rights, Yifan naturally wanted to help out. These things seem to be aimed at the Su family, Qing family, and others on the surface, but in reality, they are directed towards the Yi family. Yifan must protect the families of the 7 sisters-in-law and not let them feel cold. Yifan once again circulated his skills a few times, then lay down on the bed and fell asleep heavily. But in Cloud City, Jin Yang's face was full of frustration. He sat with a young man, who turned out to be the young master of the Sun family from the provincial capital. Son, you don't know how frustrated I am. I have never been so humiliated in my life. I, the genius, was actually played by a fool. You know, I clearly had the production quota for the medical industry in the southwest region in my hands. At the last moment, I don't know what that fool Yifan did, and Yukon, that idiot, actually gave the production quota to the Su group. My heart is bitter. Not only did he lose the production quota, but in the end, Jin Yang also arranged for the assassination of Yifan and Su Yixu. All his men were wiped out, and he was even targeted by a sniper, forcing him to pay 10 billion in mental damages to the Su group. As Jin Yang spoke now, he had a shadow in his mind, constantly looking around vigilantly with his eyes. He was afraid of being targeted by a sniper again. Jin Yang didn't know how to explain to his father and family when he went back this time. The Su group received the production quota, along with the 10 billion in cash he provided, and the miraculous beauty cream announced at the press conference. The function was so marvelous that once the production line is set up, it's basically a money-making machine. Jin, don't be sad. That fool in the Yi family is a bit strange. As you know the situation in the morning, I was going to take him to the scene to smash the Wandao Pavilion. But in the end, Yifan ruined our plan, and even publicly apologized in front of 1 million netizens, embarrassing himself. Doing business with the jewelry auction house in the future will be even harder. Sun raised his glass, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. But in the afternoon, a big shot from the capital contacted me. He introduced General Sonpa, who arrived in Dazia from Myanmar and is staying at the hotel nearby. Humph, with the support of General Sonpa, the Wandao Pavilion is nothing. And if you want to continue the jewelry business of the Qing family in the provincial capital, you have to look at my face. General Sonpa from Myanmar, the big shot who controls 70% of the jadeite raw stones in Myanmar. I heard he came to Dazia this time to redistribute the jadeite raw stone agency rights. Son, you really have the upper hand this time, right? Jin Yang's eyes flashed with envy. If Sun Dasheng really could get the jadeite raw stone agency rights from General Sonpa, the Sun family will immediately become a first-class wealthy family in Dazia. AI. Why didn't I encounter such a big shot myself? Jin, your information is really accurate. You're right. General Sonpa's visit this time is about redistributing the jadeite raw stone agency rights. The families who were friendly with the Qing family before will have no chance anymore. The big shot in the capital has already spoken to General Sonpa. This time, the jadeite agency rights will definitely go to my Sun family. The investment meeting tomorrow is just a formality. Sun Dasheng looked proud. At this moment, he even wanted to call Yifan and the boss of the Wandao Pavilion himself, letting them personally come to the investment meeting tomorrow to see his signing ceremony. And that Qing Ruolin who announced her marriage to the fool Yifan, she should come tomorrow too, right? According to the instructions from above, after getting the jadeite agency rights, they must destroy the Qing family's jewelry group at all costs, cut off the supply, seal off the sales channels, intimidate and cut off the cooperation partners. The bottom line is to make life difficult for the Qing family's jewelry group, preferably bankrupt. Listening to Sun Dasheng's words, Jin Yang felt more and more uncomfortable. He thought he had found someone who resonated with him, both being pitiful people corrected by Yifan. Yet the other party had taken the lead. Ding dong. Sun Dasheng was still frustrated, and his phone suddenly rang. It was a long string of encrypted numbers. Previously, When Sun Deshen saw his uncle from the Isolation Division reporting his work by making a call, he had dialed this number. Usually, calls from such numbers usually came from big shots. Sun Deshen didn't dare to neglect it, so he quickly answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "I'm John Galar. I have something to discuss with you." "Huh?" Jin Yang hesitated for a few seconds, his brows furrowed. "John? You?" Jin Yang's whole body's hair stood on end. Then he quickly shut his mouth. "Yes, that's right, it's the John Galar you're thinking of, in charge of military affairs in the Northwest." The voice at the other end of the phone replied. John Galar, who was secretly mobilizing personnel in the Northwest region, and his escort team leader, Chu Feng, came to clear the final obstacle for the Yi family, resulting in all the personnel he brought being wiped out. This made John Galar quite anxious. The last obstacle of the Yi family could not be resolved, and many plans could not be carried out. The big boss above said that if there were any problems with the Yi family, he couldn't guarantee his safety. Although Chu Feng died, John Galar didn't know if Chu Feng had implicated him before his death. If the Yi family detected any clues and traced back to him, it would be troublesome for him when the Yi family recovered. The merits of that old thing in the Yi family were earned with real bullets and guns, and the military's prestige was very high. As long as Yi Changfeng was still alive, if the Yi family wanted to act against John Galar, no one could stop them. So, John Galar was in a hurry. Although John Galar had other strongmen under him, he didn't dare to dispatch them easily, so he found Jin Yang, wanting to use him as a pawn to kill someone. He had to make some moves to show his worth to the higher-ups. Otherwise, John Galar was well aware that, if he was useless, he would be quickly discarded by the higher-ups. "I know you may doubt my identity, so I will do something to prove it. Your uncle Jin Minglian has been a deputy director at the Southern Heaven Ministry of Supervision for 10 years, right? I will immediately promote him to director, and the merit will be credited to you. You can make a call to confirm. I'll call back in 5 minutes. What?" After the phone call ended, Jin Yang was still a bit dazed. Elder John, one of the 9 elders of the Daxia Elder Council, actually called him. Was he looking to discuss something with him? To make himself believe, just one sentence, promoting his uncle to the position of Director of the Central Bureau. The Director of the Central Bureau of the Qiannan Province, that was already considered one of the top authorities in the province, one of the top 4 figures in the Qiannan Province. Previously, the reason why the Jin family had developed so well in the provincial capital was largely due to his uncle's status. Although his uncle was only a deputy director, most people in the provincial capital had to give the Jin family some face. And if his uncle was promoted to director before the age of 60, then a few years later, it was entirely possible to enter the capital and become one of the big shots there. With his uncle's influence, the Jin family could definitely rise to another level. At least, not much worse than the Sun Desheng family. In an instant, Jin Yang looked at Sun Desheng with a much more confident gaze. Jin Yang was about to call home when his father Jin Mingdong's phone call came in. "Son, good news, a huge piece of good news. Your uncle just received a message from the organization saying that the organization has decided to promote your uncle, promoted to the position of director. They said it was because of your efforts. What is going on exactly?" Before his father could say more, his uncle Jin Minglian snatched the phone. "Nephew, tell uncle quickly, who did you meet? Did you spend 10 billion today to meet this person?" "Nephew, uncle is telling you, if you spent 10 billion to meet that person, I must commend you, that would be just right. You must know, the matter of uncle's promotion is not something that can be resolved with 10 billion. Thank you. Nephew, for any request in the future, except for a wife, I can grant any other request." On the other end of the phone, Jin Yang didn't have a chance to speak, as his uncle and father took turns showering him with compliments, raising Jin Yang to new heights. He vaguely heard his grandfather's satisfied laughter and his mother's joyous voice. For a moment, Jin Yang felt a great sense of satisfaction in his vanity. Did he spend 10 billion to meet that important person? Of course not. He was actually being targeted by a sniper, buying his life for 10 billion. But Jin Yang was not stupid. After this incident today, Elder John found him immediately. And before that, Jin Yang had probably heard some news about the previous conflicts between Elder John and the Yi family. Now that Elder John had found him, Jin Yang already had a rough idea of what it might mean. Elder John found Jin Yang, probably to use him against the Su Consortium, or Yi Fan. Although Jin Yang knew he was going to be used as a pawn, he had no reason to refuse since the other party's background was strong enough and the benefits offered were substantial. So, after all, by spending 10 billion, perhaps he had paved the way to get to know Elder Zhang. Let's not talk now, that important person is about to call. Jin Yang interrupted his uncle and father's words directly, the two of them very cautious on the phone, immediately saying, "Yes, yes. You take care of that important person. We won't ask too much. When you come back, uncle will personally hold a celebration for you." Jin Yang and his uncle, father hung up the phone, and Elder Zhang's call came in, still on the encrypted phone. "Has the message from your family arrived? The organization's appointment will be effective tomorrow. This is just a token of appreciation for your uncle, for your father, and your gift will be even better. I can offer all my resources to the Jin family unconditionally. Within a year, the Jin family can become a top-tier family in Daxia." After displaying his power, Elder Zhang continued to describe the positive blueprint to Jin Yang. Jin Yang was not stupid. Once he confirmed that it was Elder Zhang on the other end of the phone, he knew that Elder Zhang's words were not just empty promises. As one of the 9 elders of the Daxia, they held the highest authority in Daxia. As long as they were willing, they could easily elevate a family with just a word. "Elder Zhang, I understand your intentions. Give me your orders. What do you need me to do against the Su Consortium and the Yi family?" Although Elder Zhang said he could use his resources unconditionally, if you truly believed that, then that would be foolish. If there were no conditions, why would he help you, someone unrelated? "Young Jin, you are indeed a smart person, catching on so quickly." Elder Zhang was indeed in a hurry, not beating around the bush. "What you need to do is simple. Just stand in for me and encircle the Su Consortium and the Yi family in various aspects, such as business, assassination. Make life difficult for them. If you manage to kill one, you'll have achieved great merit, or at least make things difficult for them." This was similar to what Jin Yang had in mind. Elder Zhang contacted him to have Jin Yang go after Yifan and the Su Consortium. "I understand. But, Elder Zhang, on the Yi family side, I arranged for an assassination today, but it seems like there is a very powerful force protecting Yifan secretly. I fear my own forces may not be enough. Naturally, I have arranged for a group of Miaojiang poison masters to set off. They should be able to reach Yuncheng tonight. All of them will listen to your deployment. In addition, the Southwest Overlord Financial Group's total funds, at least in the hundreds of billions, you can use them freely. And I have connections in the Southwest region. I will send you a list later. I will also inform them in advance. They will listen to your command. In short, there is only one requirement. Create as much chaos as possible in Yuncheng. The more chaos, the better. To more people who die, the better." Jin Yang listened in shock. The Overlord Financial Group in the Southwest was a true financial giant that dominated the Southwest. The scale of their assets was not as simple as Elder Zhang mentioned in the hundreds of billions. Ding dong. Just as Jin Yang was still shocked, he received an email on his phone. Jin Yang only opened it for a glance, and his pupils contracted in shock. To Vice Governor of the Qiannan Province, as well as the Deputy Director of the Patrol Division, officials from Yuncheng. Almost half of the important positions in the entire Qiannan Province were held by Elder Zhang's people. In several other provinces in the southwest, key positions were also occupied by Elder Zhang's people. Elder Zhang was really anxious, handing over all his economic power, official connections, and secret assassins to Jin Yang, allowing him to lead the charge against the Yi family and the Su Consortium. Was he determined to fight to the death? "I understand, Elder Zhang. If things succeed, everything will be fine. If it fails, it will all be my own actions. All blame will fall on me. Consider this phone call as if it was never made today." Okay, while speaking, the recording button on his phone was flashing away. Being used as a pawn naturally required being prepared to be treated as one. If he didn't leave himself a way out, if the entire Jin family fell into an irreparable situation because of him, how could he face his ancestors and the Jin family? Jin Sha is indeed a clever person. I can't help but start to like you a little bit. Haha. I feel like I want to adopt you as my godson. Zhang Zhe burst into laughter on the phone, not knowing if what he said was true or false. Jin Yang's mouth quirked slightly. Let's talk about it after the Yun City matter is settled. Although Zhang Zhe had given Jin Yang such immense power, Jin Yang was feeling anything but relaxed. his mood becoming somewhat solemn instead. Jin Yang didn't know if his choice was right or wrong. This was a high-stakes gamble. If he won, the Jin family would rise to glory, but if he lost, the Jin family would be completely finished. However, from the moment Zhang Jie called Jin Yang and promoted Jin Mingliang to director, Jin Yang had no choice. If Jin Yang didn't agree, the Jin family might not have a good outcome. After finishing the call, Jin Yang returned to the tavern, his face flushed with excitement. Jin Shao, what good news do you have? Sun Desheng saw Jin Yang's expression and immediately raised his glass toward Jin Yang. Jin Yang smirked. Sun Shao, from now on, in dealing with Yifan, we are allies again. If Sun Shao has any key information, remember to communicate with me in time. Haha. Originally feeling a bit restless, the thought of the Bayi group and the terrifying power of the Miaojiang Gu religion immediately lifted Jin Yang's spirits. Yifan was skilled, but he was just a fool. The mysterious protective force around Yifan could protect him at any time, but it couldn't protect Su Yixu, Qing Ruolin, and the other friends and brothers at all times, right? As long as he brought out the strong from the Gu religion and poisoned a few people, there would be an explanation to Bayi. The Gu masters from Miaojiang, who had caused countless deaths and devastation in the Daxia region in the past, had been driven deep into the Miaojiang 10,000 mountain range by the combined forces of Daxia's royal family and major martial powers. After 3 years of effort, an order had been issued that no Gu master was allowed to leave the Miaojiang area without official permission from Daxia, otherwise they would be hunted down. Zhang Jie had invited those Gu masters from Miaojiang and tasked Jin Yang to lead, with a simple purpose. It was inconvenient for the Gu masters to be in Yun City Opally, so Jin Yang needed to arrange cover. Okay, except for the big shot from the capital, there is another big shot who is also interested in the Yi family. Tomorrow, when I ask him if he is available, we can chat together. Maybe we will come up with some good ideas to deal with the Yi family. The big shot Sun Desheng referred to was the young man who had observed Jin Yang's actions secretly during the day. He did not belong to the capital city, nor the provincial city, but was from another level like the mist behind the Wenbaozhe. This visit to Yun City was naturally for the Yi family's map. However, seeing how easily Jin Yang had nullified his actions during the day made this young man more cautious, deciding to observe for a while longer. If Yifan was just a fool, dealing with him would not be difficult at all. But if Yifan had already awakened and was pretending to be a fool, then he was too dangerous and had to be treated with caution. The next morning, as soon as Yifan woke up, Su Yixu was already wriggling in his arms. Xiaofan, today I need to go out to inspect the factory's location. I may not have enough time to take care of you, so stay with Ruolin's sister. Qing Ruolin would be staying in Yun City for a few more days, so having Yifan accompany her was also a way to cultivate their relationship early on. In addition, although Qing Ruolin didn't quite believe that Yifan could help her family obtain the jadeite mining rights, Su Yixu had seen Yifan's many miraculous methods and was somewhat convinced. Having Yifan accompany Qing Ruolin might solve the issue of the jadeite mining rights that troubled the Qing family. Okay. Yifan caressed Su Yixu's body for a while, teasing her, before getting up together with her. Downstairs, in the restaurant, Qing Ruolin had already prepared breakfast, but with dark circles under her eyes, she looked very tired. Ruolin, what's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well last night? Yifan looked at Qing Ruolin and deliberately asked. Qing Ruolin, his sister-in-law, was quite interesting. She had been joking around the night before, wanting to give in-person guidance to Su Yixu. Now she must know about the power of this young master, right? Humph. Are you even asking that? You really don't care about other people's feelings at all. Are you a bull? The commotion last night had kept Qing Ruolin awake half the night. How could she have slept well? Qing Ruolin didn't expect that while Yifan still seemed a bit foolish, he was actually so strong. At that time, would she be able to handle him? Thinking about this, a blush spread over Qing Ruolin's face, and she quickly lowered her head to conceal her inner embarrassment. Little did she know that Yifan had already guessed her thoughts and smiled knowingly. After breakfast, Su Yixu went to work, while Qing Ruolin drove with Yifan to attend General Song Pa's jadeite mining rights business meeting. Xiaofan, when we go in later, don't run around, stay close to me. It's best to hold my hand all the time and not lose it. If you get lost, bad people will take you away. Do you understand? Qing Ruolin admonished Yifan as she parked the car at the entrance of a business hotel in Yun City. Seeing Yifan's harmless appearance, Qing Ruolin couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. Yifan had lost his parents at a young age, and under his grandfather's care, he had grown up against all odds, a genius with boundless potential. But due to a car accident, he had become the foolish person he was now. What was even more tragic was that the Yi family had been exterminated, and once Yi's grandfather passed away, Yifan would have no one to rely on. Xiaofan, rest assured, we will always be with you, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead, and even if you never wake up, we'll honestly be your wife and give you many chubby children. Speaking, Qing Ruolin's eyes reddened with overflowing maternal love as she reached out and embraced Yifan tightly. Her plump body pressed against Yifan's, and he felt the tenderness of Qing Ruolin and the fragrance on her body. A wicked smile appeared on Yifan's lips. Sister-in-law, I'm not a fool anymore. If you keep going like this, I won't be able to resist. Qing Ruolin slightly moved her body and noticed the change in Yifan's body. Yifan's weapon had already risen up, ready for battle. Tisk, you bad guy. You may not have woken up, but your body sure is honest. Qing Ruolin felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to shy away, but thinking that she would eventually be Yifan's woman, although her face was blushing, she hugged Yifan tighter. Xiaofan, my dear. Qing Ruolin's eyes sparkled with a captivating light as she softly called out, then suddenly leaned in, her red lips imprinting on Yifan's lips. Wow, it's so sweet and fragrant in the mouth. Since she is his own wife, such a delicacy, Yifan naturally would not refuse, instantly taking the initiative and taking Qing Ruolin's cherry lips into his mouth. Qing Ruolin was already shy to begin with, but finding Yifan unexpectedly taking the initiative to attack her, her astonished pupils dilated. But then she was soon intoxicated by that mysterious feeling, her whole body softening in Yifan's embrace, allowing Yifan's big hands to unabashedly explore her body. This bad guy. Who said he was stupid? Clearly, he's quite skilled. Humph. Qing Ruolin felt both embarrassed and somewhat reconciled. After a long time, Qing Ruolin was almost out of breath from the kisses, reluctantly parting from Yifan, realizing they were at the hotel entrance, with many people coming and going. Qing Ruolin pouted, playfully hitting Yifan's chest. Xiaofan, you are so bad, always teasing me. Her pouting and charming appearance made Yifan truly excited, wanting to punish Qing Ruolin right there on the spot. Yifan urgently needed to break through his strength. Apart from the assistance of the undying bones, the firewarming technique was the fastest method. Relying solely on Suyixu wasn't enough. Hehe. Yifan put his arm around Qing Ruolin's waist, leading her inside the hotel. More trouble is still to come. Hearing Yifan's words, Qing Ruolin was momentarily puzzled, unable to determine in what state Yifan was in now. Was he still in a dazed state, or had he awakened? Qing Ruolin's earlier initiative to kiss Yifan was because she thought Yifan was still in a dazed state, so even if she made the move herself, she didn't feel much shame. But if Yifan had already awakened, her being so forward, oh, that would be so embarrassing. Just a few days ago, Qing Ruolin was still Yifan's sister-in-law. Due to a series of events and various forces, she had somehow become Yifan's wife. Such is the wonder of fate. However, before Qing Ruolin could consider further, she immediately sensed a strange change in her body. Warmth. Just after her intimate contact with Yifan's skin, Qing Ruolin suddenly felt a powerful warmth coursing through her body. That warmth surged and pulsed within Qing Ruolin, nurturing her body and rapidly enhancing her martial energy. What? Gaining such benefits just from intimate contact with Yifan? Now Qing Ruolin seemed to understand why Suyixu had made such rapid progress in just a few days, almost reaching mastery. Was it because of this reason? Qing Ruolin turned to look into Yifan's eyes, shining with determination. There was a tremendous secret hidden within Yifan. Perhaps that was the reason for Yifan's extraordinary advancement. Although Yifan had been in an accident and was in a dazed state, he hadn't lost his innate talent. However, that grand concubine Zhuanyu had actually given up on Yifan. She had completely abandoned a treasure. She would regret it in the future. Since Yifan possessed such powerful talent, shouldn't she seek closer contact with Yifan as soon as possible? And moreover, should she share this secret with her other sisters? After all, only when everyone's strength improved would those who targeted the Yi family be more wary and reluctant to act against the Yi family. ... Oh, isn't this the foolish young master of the Yi family? Hehe. You were quite imposing at the Wanbao Pavilion. Planning to be wild here again today. Just as Yifan and Qing Ruolin entered, They saw a familiar face. It was Sun Desheng, who had previously clashed with Yifan at the Wanbao Pavilion. In that incident, Sun Desheng had been bent on defeating the Wanbao Pavilion, but due to Yifan's interference, he had embarrassed himself in front of millions of viewers, almost ruining the business of the jewel shop completely. Today, Sun Desheng was actually afraid that Yifan wouldn't show up. After all, if Yifan didn't come, he would have no place to show off. But with Yifan's arrival and Qing Ruolin by his side, Sun Desheng suddenly felt invigorated. The big shot from the capital had arranged for Sun Desheng to meet with General Sanpa. The purpose was to cut off the source of Qing Ruolin's jadeite deposits and to ruin the Qing family. Qing Ruolin had openly declared she would marry Yifan, making them enemies. Miss Qing, I heard your family is in big trouble. With the jadeite deposits running out, your group's stockpiles are probably not even enough to last a month, right? Sun Desheng continued taunting. Let me tell you quietly, General Sampa's entire schedule in Daxia this time is under my personal charge. The quota for the jadeite agency has already been decided. It's going to be my Sun family, so Miss Qing won't have to waste any effort. How about this? Miss Qing kodows and licks my shoes clean. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and give your family some jadeite to sustain for a few more days. Ha ha ha. Sun Desheng relished the feeling of manipulating others. Looking at Yifan standing by, seemingly lost, Sun Desheng continued mocking. Unfortunately, Yifan, even though you have such a beautiful wife, you're just a fool. How can you keep a good cabbage if you can't? By then, when your wife is being bullied by other men right in front of you, you probably won't even lift a finger. Sun Desheng, you've gone too far. Dare to bully my wife, and you'll have to deal with me. Qing Ruolin reprimanded Sun Desheng with a furrowed brow. But Sun Desheng was no longer the same as before, feeling confident with the support of the big shot from the capital. What can you do if I bully you? Your family is already in trouble. Do you still want to protect the Yi family? Ha ha. Let me tell you, soon, all of your Qing family's sales channels and sources will be cut off. Kneeling and begging me won't help you then. Listening to Sun Desheng's malicious words, Yifan furrowed his brows. From Sun Desheng's words, Yifan discerned another meaning. While Sun Desheng had indeed become enemies with Yifan before, his own family didn't have the mettle to confront the Yi family head-on, even though the Yi family had declined. And now, it seemed that Sun Desheng's situation had gained support from the big shot again. Humph. Are those people trying to deal with the Yi family again? When they were at the Wanbao Pavilion, the conflict between Yifan and Sun Desheng was limited to helping Manager Wu. But now, Sun Desheng was calculating against him, even trying to blackmail Qing Ruolin with the jadeite agency rights. Yifan naturally couldn't tolerate this. Pluck. While Sun Desheng was still rambling, Yifan had already taken action, snatching Sun Desheng's shoe and stuffing it into Sun Desheng's mouth. Yifan was worried that Sun Desheng's mouth might not fit, so once the shoe tip entered Sun Desheng's mouth, Yifan pat the shoe from behind, pushing most of it into Sun Desheng's mouth. Gurk. Yifan, why are you looking for death? Sun Desheng felt like his mouth was about to burst, tears streaming down his face, and the foul smell from his shoe was also rushing into Sun Desheng's mouth, making him feel nauseous and wanting to vomit, but unable to, almost driving him crazy. However, compared to the disgusting taste in his mouth, what makes Sun Desheng more infuriated is the embarrassment. Today's investment conference, although Sun Desheng knew it was just a formality, there were still representatives from hundreds of companies present, and hundreds of people on the scene. Everyone knows that today's investment conference was organized and hosted by Sun Desheng. Some people also know that General Sampa's proxy candidate has basically been set as Sun Desheng. And in this situation, Sun Desheng was actually bullied by Yifan on his own territory. That's just humiliating to the extreme. If Yifan is not given a lesson, not only will Sun Desheng lose face, but the big shot behind Sun Desheng is unlikely to let him off. After all, the big shot from the capital supports Sun Desheng's appearance in order to suppress Qing Ruolin and the Yi family. Go! Get rid of him! Sun Desheng roared, and a group of black-clothed bodyguards rushed out from the side of the hall, exuding strong martial arts energy on their bodies. Most of them are at the control level, and several of them are surprisingly at the master level. The crucial point is, Yifan discovered that these martial arts experts are not from Daxia, but from the high-handed experts of Dongjing. Did Sun Desheng collude with Dongjing? According to Daxia's regulations, if Dongjing warriors enter Daxia's territory, They need to report. Sun Desheng appearing with so many strong warriors might not have been reported, right? Or perhaps, the official side deliberately turned a blind eye. After all, many of those who deal with the Yi family are evidently in high positions, and without official support, they would not be able to casually attack the core disciples of the Yi family in the 6 major battles. Outrageous! Who dares to touch a single hair of our young master? While Yifan was considering whether to kill all these Dongjing dogs, behind Yifan, 4 stunningly beautiful girls in jeans flashed and rushed towards those martial arts bodyguards. Dang! With just a few easy moves, those Dongjing warriors were all smashed to the ground, as motionless as dead dogs. The 4 stunning girls turned around, bowed respectfully to Yifan, and said, "Young master, the master ordered us to stick closely by your side from now on, and be responsible for your safety." These 4 girls are the 4 maids whom Yifan's mother left to him, and their strength is above the master level. Good. Yifan didn't object. With these beautiful women by his side, it's a pleasure to look at, and for some simple matters, they can indeed handle them. Clap. The gaze of the hundreds of people on the scene was originally focused here. Now that the 4 stunning maids had easily ended the fight, everyone's gaze became sharper. Everyone was curious to see the situation in front of them, with those 4 maids all being experts at the master level. Yifan's core top 10 disciples have already been killed, and the outside world is spreading rumors that the Yi family is on the verge of collapse, right? How does the Yi family still have such powerful experts? Sun Desheng finally managed to remove the shoe from his mouth, only to be dumbfounded when he saw his arrangement of the Dongjing assassination team being defeated so easily. What's going on? It's different from what the big shot from the capital said. The big shot who supported himself said that the Yi family was on its last legs, with the top 10 core disciples being killed, and those strong warriors around him scattered. And according to their accurate intelligence, there weren't many experts above the master level in the Yi family to begin with. But now, with the 4 stunning maids all being at the master level, how can this continue to play out? Young master, should this guy be killed as well? Those who collude with Dongjing are not good people. Among the 4 maids, the leader named Shaowen, although speaking to Yifan in a gentle voice, was ruthless in her actions. Shaowen's words made Sun Desheng involuntarily shrink his neck. Sun Desheng himself had just stepped into the realm of martial arts, and he absolutely couldn't be a match for the 4 maids. If they really made a move, Sun Desheng will undoubtedly perish. Thinking of this, Sun Desheng frantically signaled to other hidden martial arts experts to take action. But those hidden martial arts experts remained unmoved and even transmitted a message to Sun Desheng: "It's not the right place to make a move, find another opportunity." The atmosphere at the scene began to get awkward. All eyes were fixed on Yifan, as the outside world knew that Yifan was a fool. How Yifan handles his situation will make everyone have a new understanding of him. After some contemplation, Yifan made a judgment. He knew that Sun Desheng was just a pawn hastily rushing ahead, and was of no importance. Yifan wanted to kill Sun Desheng, as easy as crushing an ant, but what's important is to deal with the people behind Sun Desheng, humiliate them, make them frustrated, and then show himself. Fun. He likes dogs. I want to see him crawling on the ground like a dog and barking like a dog. Yifan's face was full of innocence as he shouted and clapped his hands. If he weren't a fool, no one would believe it. Seeing Yifan in this situation, the people present couldn't help but sigh. To genius freak young master from the Yi family, he really still looks like a fool. If it were up to them, Sun Desheng would definitely not have a good ending. But little did they know that when Yifan was shoving the shoe into Sun Desheng's mouth earlier, the fiery breath on his hand had already invaded Sun Desheng's body, controlling his vital energy. Wanting Sun Desheng's life was just a matter of moments. Don't kneel down. This miss will help you kneel. Nan Shan, another maid beside Yifan, couldn't wait any longer and grabbed a chair, smashing it down on Sun Desheng's knees. Can't kneel down? Let me help you. Sun Desheng was hit and knelt straight on the ground. Although his eyes were full of frustration, he dared not say a word. Do you know who is behind me? The one from the capital. Sun Desheng just wanted to continue speaking and reveal the big shot supporting him, but suddenly saw a pair of sharp eyes in the crowd glaring at him threateningly. It was the person sent by that big shot to assist Sun Desheng. They said they were assisting, but in fact, they were monitoring him. Sun Desheng felt a pang in his heart, knowing he couldn't expose the big shot behind him. Feeling all kinds of grievances, he could only bear it alone. Woof woof. Sun Desheng's choked tears were about to overflow. Helplessly, he could only lie on the ground, imitating a dog's bark while crawling around the hall. The bitter fruit he planted, he could only swallow it himself. The 10 strong individuals from Dongjing were actually inferior to even the 4 maids of the Yi family. How terrifying was the foundation of the Yi family! Now Sun Desheng regretted agreeing to act against that big shot. Sharing the same thought as Jin Yang, when Sun Desheng agreed at that time, he knew that by taking action, he was clearly being used as a pawn by that big shot in the capital. However, he didn't expect the Yi family to be so formidable. But at this moment, Sun Desheng's regret was too late. Now, he hoped that the martial experts sent by the big shot in the capital could deal with Yi Fan. Or perhaps, on Jin Yang's side, Yi Fan could be eliminated. Otherwise, representing the Sun family, he had already forged a life and death enmity with Yi Fan, the Su family, and the Qing family. When the Yi family recover, his own family would surely be the first to become cannon fodder. Clatter clatter. Sun Desheng had just crawled a few steps when a series of footsteps sounded outside the hall. A middle-aged man with a big belly was being accompanied by a group of youths in camouflage gear as he quickly walked towards the hall's entrance. General Sampa. General Sampa. Recognizing someone, their gazes were instantly drawn over, excitedly greeting the middle-aged man. This man was the leader of the largest armed forces in the border region of Myanmar, also controlling the largest jade mine in Myanmar. Qing Ruolin stood by Yi Fan's side and also wanted to go and greet General Sanpa, but she felt a bit nervous inside. After all, the stature of the Qing family was not enough to directly negotiate with General Sanpa. If only she could know General Sanpa, that would be great. Even if General Sanpa didn't hand over the jade or agency rights to her, just saying a word of help would make the days ahead of the Qing family much better. Watching the changing expressions on Qing Ruolin's face, Yi Fan guessed her thoughts and gently held Qing Ruolin's waist, saying, "Ruolan, don't worry. The jade agency rights will be yours for sure. Soon, General Sampa will come over and greet you proactively." General Sampa greeting me? How is that possible? Qing Ruolin was surprised but amused at the same time. The Qing family had some reputation in the jewelry business in the southwestern region, but they were not qualified to have a direct conversation with General Sampa, and they had never met General Sampa before. How could he greet me? At this moment, while Sun Desheng was imitating a dog's bark on the ground, he sneered, "Who do you think you are? General Sampa greeting you proactively. Dream on." Faft. Sun Desheng hadn't finished speaking when Yi Fan, without any hesitation, kicked him hard in the mouth. "You want to bark like a dog, why aren't you obedient? If a dog doesn't listen, you have to beat them until they do." Sun Desheng felt so wronged. His tears were on the verge of flowing out. Damn it, he was the young master of a prominent family in the provincial capital. When had he ever been bullied like this? And in front of General Sampa, he had completely lost face. You see, Sun Desheng represented the big shot in the capital. What would General Sampa think when he saw this? The commotion here naturally caught General Sampa's attention. As General Sampa turned to look this way, he saw Sun Desheng imitating a dog's bark while kneeling on the ground. Frowning, General Sampa was about to reprimand when suddenly he noticed Yi Fan standing beside Qing Ruolin. As General Sampa looked at Yi Fan was smiling at him. "Ah, isn't this?" General Sampa exclaimed before he was about to scold. Then a faint voice rang in his ears. "Don't reveal anything. I am currently the idiot of the Yi family. This is my wife Qing Ruolin, the CEO of the Qing family's jewelry conglomerate in the provincial capital. You'll figure it out." These words instantly stunned General Sampa. What was going on? General Sampa had naturally heard of the genius lunatic from the Yi family. A martial expert at the grandmother realm at the age of 15. If he hadn't had the accident 5 years ago, he should be at least a martial honor realm expert now. The key point was his young age. His future potential was limitless. But unfortunately, at that time, a car accident turned the genius of the Yi family into an idiot. And coincidentally, General Sampa now realized that the person who saved him multiple times and helped his daughter recover from sickness in the border region was the genius lunatic from the Yi family. Yi Fan had to pretend to be a fool. General Sampa thought for a moment and suddenly understood. If all the 10 core members of the Yi family had been ambushed, Yi Fan could not act conspicuously. Yi Fan introduced Qing Ruolin by his side, and the meaning was quite clear. The people present today had all come for the jade agency rights. King's family was doing well in the jewelry business, so it made sense. For General Sampa, Yifan's acceptance was an honor. Without any hesitation, General Sampa pushed away the people around him, trotted over to Yifan and Qing Ruolin, and even reached out towards Qing Ruolin from afar. All eyes were on their direction now. Seeing General Sampa coming over, Sun Desheng's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. General, please, save me. This trash Yifan was bullying me. Sun Desheng knew that the black bodyguard beside General Sampa was also a martial expert at the level of a martial honor. If General Sampa intervened, he could surely save himself. Get lost. General Sampa saw Sun Desheng crawling towards him and, ignoring him completely, coldly rebuked before kicking Sun Desheng away. He continued walking towards Yifan and Qing Ruolin and even extended his hand towards Qing Ruolin from a distance. Qing Ruolin's pupils dilated for a moment, unable to believe the scene in front of her. Was General Sampa really here to find her? Miss Qing, I have long heard of your name. The market share of the Qing jewelry in the southwestern region is getting bigger and bigger. I've wanted to cooperate with Miss Qing for a long time. If we work together, we can definitely expand our business. General Sampa warmly extended his hands and shook Qing Ruolin's, leaving her utterly confused. The business of the Qing family's jewelry was doing well, but it wasn't that exaggerated, right? General Sampa had wanted to cooperate with her for a long time. Why hadn't she heard about it before? Remembering what Yifan said earlier, that General Sampa would come to her soon, she couldn't believe it had become reality so quickly. Not stupid, Qing Ruolin was very clear that General Sampa's attitude towards her was definitely related to Yifan. Was it because of the Yi family's relationship? But with the current situation of the Yi family, everyone was avoiding them. Still, General Sampa had the audacity to stand by the Yi family. What kind of charm did Yifan have? This is Miss King's husband, Yi Shao, right? Yi Shao, such a wicked genius, escaped unscathed from a car accident. He must have great luck coming his way. Miss Qing, rest assured, Yi Shao will definitely wake up. General Sampa saw Qing Ruolin's gaze towards Yifan. Quickly reached out his hand towards Yifan. Yi Shao, it's a pleasure to meet you. General Sampa held Yifan's hand firmly and shook it vigorously, his eyes filled with a burning intensity. In those eyes, there was gratitude, admiration, and even submission. General Sampa truly respected Yifan. Back when they were in the southwestern border region, Yifan was just a young man, but he displayed remarkable composure. The key was when he swept through tens of thousands of troops as if in an uninhabited land. When he slaughtered those drug traffickers, his strategies, skills, and tactics were worthy of the title of a genius. Miss Qing, making such a decision in front of so many people, truly a heroine. Sampa feels inadequate, utmost admiration. Miss Qing will surely have great luck in the future. Sampa spared no praise, lavishing both Yifan and Qing Ruolin with compliments. Qing Ruolin felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. General Sampa is too kind. This is what I should do. Please come inside. General Sampa, Miss Qing, please, Yi shout. Please. General Sampa made a gesture of invitation to Qing Ruolin and Yifan. After seeing Yifan move, General Sampa followed a step behind Yifan, walking towards the main hall together. Left behind was Sun Desheng kneeling on the ground, feeling a bit confused. No. Wasn't it supposed to be me accompanying General Sampa into the hall? Didn't I work hard last night, serving tirelessly, just to showcase my good relationship with General Sampa in front of so many people and restore some dignity to the Sun family? How did I end up being neglected in the end? General Sampa, you. Sun Desheng wanted to stand up and call out to General Sampa, but Yifan's maid, Nansheng, was not polite. Are you looking to die? Keep crawling. Nansheng's scolding made General Sampa couldn't help but glance over. Sensing the martial arts or emanating from Nansheng and her for maids-in-waiting at the master level, General Sampa couldn't help but wet his forehead with sweat. Luckily, he almost got played by Sun Desheng. If he had really announced today that the Jade Agency rights were being handed to the Sun family, he would have completely offended the Qing and Yi families. The Yi family's power was so strong now, how could offending them lead to a good outcome? Qing Ruolin accompanied General Sampa to sit at the main seat in the hall, instantly silencing the room. Everyone had thought that today's agency rights were already decided in favor of the Sun family. But now, from General Sampa's words, they could tell that General Sampa wanted to collaborate with the Qing family. It was very clear that today's agency rights were likely going to fall into the hands of the Qing family. But on what grounds did the Qing family deserve it? General Sampa, Let us introduce ourselves. I am from the Su family in the southwest, engaged in the jewelry business for many years, with very broad channels. A middle-aged man at the bottom stood up, introducing himself to General Sampa. If General Sampa transfers the agency rights to me, I will definitely increase the sales volume several times compared to before. Yes, my young family can also do it. Our physical stores are the most in the entire southwest region. Our channels are more mature. Unlike those other small family businesses, someone started, and then the others began to highlight the advantages of their respective companies, all aiming to secure the J agency rights. After all, General Sampo was the general agent in Daxia, with a scale of at least trillions, with profits in the hundreds of billions. If sales reached into the trillions, the profits could be over $1 trillion. Moreover, having these rights also represented a certain status and network advantage. General Sampa looked at everyone, and after a few others spoke up, he raised his hand. Everyone, let's not waste any more time. I appreciate everyone coming here today for the investment opportunity. However, I have already made the decision regarding the Jade agency rights for the next 10 years. King's Jewelry will be the sole agent for the Jade, and all Jade-related businesses in Daxio will be fully represented by the Qing Group. What? Qing Ruolin heard General Sampa's words and her widened eyes showed shock. Although Qing Ruolin had inferred this outcome from General Sampa's earlier words, when General Sampa actually announced it, she still found it somewhat unreal. And, in terms of profits, there will also be some changes. General Sampa continued. Qing Ruolin had no objections. I agree. The profit split was previously 30%. The Qing family can accept 20% or even 10%. Qing Ruolin came to seize the opportunity mainly to solve the issue of the Qing family's source of goods being cut off. As long as she could resolve the supply problem faced by the Qing family, even if there were no profits, Qing Ruolin would be willing. Moreover, even if it was only 10% profit, it would still amount to hundreds of billions. The representatives below looked enviously, but there was nothing they could do. Miss Qing, you misunderstand. When I mentioned a change in profits, it's not to decrease the agency's profits, but it's about the profit split in the future, 50-50, or 60-40, even 60% for Miss Qing. General Sampa explained, observing Yi Fan's expression for any change in color. Of course, if Miss Qing has temporary financial issues, I can forgo the profits temporarily as well. General Sampa feared that the conditions he offered might displease Yi Fan. If Yi Fan got angry, it would be troublesome. Originally, General Sampa handed over the agency rights to Qing Ruolin as a form of repayment. Since they decided to proceed with the matter, it had to be done nicely. What? 50-50. General Sampa. This. Qing Ruolin stood up in excitement, looking at General Sampa with some confusion. Hiss. Even those representatives below, no matter how foolish, could see that something was off. General Sampa, Yi Fan, and Qing Ruolin must have had some unknown relationship before, because General Sampa's decision now had already violated commercial norms. If there were no profits, what business could they conduct? General Sampa looked at Yi Fan, knowing that if he didn't explain it, everyone would come up with random speculations and even assume there was something going on between him and Qing Ruolin. I'm not joking. The truth is, I have some past connections with Yi Xiao. 5 years ago, Yi Xiao saved my life in the border area. Since Miss Qing is Yi Xiao's wife and can collaborate with her, it is an honor for Sampa. General Sampa explained, and Qing Ruolin suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Qing Ruolin thought about what Yi Fan said yesterday, saying that the Jade agency rights would definitely be hers. Did Yi Fan already know about it back then? Has Yi Fan already awakened? Humph. This rascal, if he dares to deceive me and if I find out, he will have a hard time. Wow. After General Sampa finished explaining, there was an uproar among the representatives below. What's the point of playing dumb? So Yi Xiao had already set up today's events. Demonic talents are really different. Even though he's acting foolish now, there are still people protecting him. But does General Sampa not know the current situation of the Yi family? Standing with the Yi family at this time might lead to big trouble in the future. The scene was bustling, and as Sun Desheng crawled over from a distance, he heard General Sampa's final decision and couldn't care less about anything else, standing up straight from the ground. General Sampa, didn't the big shots and you agree on something yesterday? This time, the Emerald Agency rights must be handed over to my Sun family. Why did you suddenly give it to the Qing family? Sun Desheng was determined to stop the signing of the agency agreement. The Qing family was a mortal enemy of the big shots. The big shots from the capital sent Sun Desheng out, aiming to suppress the Qing family. Now, with all the emerald rights falling into the hands of the Qing family, what's the point of suppressing them anymore? Moreover, with the emerald agency rights, the Qing family now holds the initiative. It's likely that in order to maintain a smooth supply of goods, those who previously agreed to unite with the Sun family to deal with the Qing family would now switch sides and support the Qing family. HMPH. Sun Desheng, are we close? Does this general need you to teach me how to do things? Sampa stared coldly at Sun Desheng. Dare to speak out of turn again, and I'll have you chopped and thrown out to feed the dogs. As a military leader commanding tens of thousands of armed soldiers, General Sampa naturally exuded authority when he got angry, oppressing Sun Desheng to the point of trembling. But, General Sampa, haven't you forgotten? If you hand over the Emerald Agency rights to the Qing family, the conditions that the big shots agreed to with you won't be met. Moreover, the big shots still have some of your information, and if it's exposed, it won't be good for anyone. Sun Desheng was really desperate now, directly speaking out many things the big shot had instructed him in front of everyone. One sentence completely infuriated Sampa. Are you threatening me? With a swift movement, Sampa stood out and coldly stared at Sun Desheng. Is it your idea, or the intention of that trash from the capital? Tell your master, as far as I'm concerned, this general doesn't care about him. Working with him is just giving him face. Not working with him, so what? Do you really think without him, the business of Dia can't flourish? In the crowd, the youth sent by the big shot in the capital heard Sun Desheng's words and stomped with anger. Fool! How could certain things be said in front of so many people? And how could a military leader like General Sampa be threatened? Oh, Anthony, go break his legs and throw him out. Suppressing his anger, Sampa ordered, I'll spare your life. This is a favor from my daughter. If it were my usual temper, I would have killed you by now with my sword. Yes. A burly man by General Sampa's side swiftly stepped forward, his martial arts energy rapidly exuding. With two crisp snaps, he immediately broke Sun Desheng's legs and then tossed him out of the hall. Ah, my legs, ah! Sun Desheng screamed in pain, rolling on the ground, gasping and writhing in agony. Apart from the physical pain, the despair and sorrow in Sun Desheng's heart were even more heartbreaking. He had messed up this time. How would he explain to the big shot in the capital? After all, the big shot had already given so many benefits to the Sun family. With no corresponding return from Sun Desheng, he surely would face punishment. Anyone has any objections? After dealing with Sun Desheng's matter, General Sampa glanced at the other family representatives present. In the future, the emerald jewelry industry of Dia will still need your support. No objections, no objections. Sun Desheng ended up in such a state. The families present didn't dare to say much. In that case, Miss Qing, let's sign the contract on the spot. I've had my secretary update the terms of the contract and the profit-sharing ratios. You can have your legal team check it. With respect, General Sampa handed several contracts to Qing Ruolin, gesturing for her to sign. Qing Ruolin hesitated, but he then preemptively passed the pen to her, saying, Ruolin, sign it. There won't be any issues with the contract. Knowing her own identity, General Sampa dare not act suspiciously in front of Yifan. If he did, Yifan had at least 100 ways to deal with him. Okay. After the recent events, Qing Ruolin had unconditional trust in Yifan. She picked up the pen and quickly signed the documents. There were originally dozens of media outlets present, with most arranged by Sun Desheng and the big shots behind him. At this moment, when they saw other media taking photos of the signing ceremony, they hesitated. Reporter John, should we take photos or not? Yet, I've already prepared my news article, just waiting for photos, and now this. What's the point of taking photos? Let's just leave. As long as they've received their money, it doesn't matter. The investment conference concluded with Qing Ruolin winning big. Before the ceremony was over, a large group of people approached Qing Ruolin to offer congratulations. Miss Qing, there were some misunderstandings between our company and the Qing family before. I apologize to you here. Please forgive us and consider collaborating with us in the future. Yes. Miss Qing, we still owe you payment for a batch of goods. I'll arrange the payment immediately. Let's continue our long-term cooperation. Everyone was fawning over Qing Ruolin, including the heads of major jewelry companies from the southwest region like the Su family. If they upset Qing Ruolin, who now controlled all the emerald rights in Dia, the majority of which came from Myanmar, they would either have to purchase goods at high prices from other sources or face closure. Although slightly overwhelmed, Qing Ruolin, the president of a multi-billion-dollar company, soon began to handle the situation gracefully. "Miss Qing, you can attend to your affairs first. I wonder if your husband can spare me a few minutes. I have some things I'd like to discuss privately with Yi Shao." Observing the scene in front of him, Sampa found a moment to speak to Qing Ruolin. It had been 5 years since they last met, and Sampa it have some matters to discuss with Yi Fan. Most crucially, Sampa's daughter had been causing trouble for many years now, so if he wanted to find his big brother, Sampa had to fulfill this mission. Well, though Sampa wasn't a bad person, Qing Ruolin was still worried about Yi Fan's safety. The maid, Shaowen, spoke up, "Miss Qing, rest assured, with us here, nothing will happen." As one of the four maids arranged by Yi Fan's mother, they were well aware that Yi Fan had actually awakened and his strength was at the level of a war emperor. In the entire Dia, there were hardly a few people who could harm him. Just now, you have indeed witnessed the strength of Shaowen and Nansheng. All right then, since I am right here anyway, nothing should go wrong. With Qing Ruolin's permission, General Sampa greeted Yi Fan and led him towards a lounge. When the door of the lounge closed, General Sampa immediately hugged Yi Fan tightly. "Yi Sha, it's been 5 years, I've missed you so much." Yi Fan pushed General Sampa away, saying lightly, "I'm not interested in men. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" General Sampa was not angry, but rather had a serious expression on his face as he explained the situation about Yi's family and King's family to Yi Fan. He also revealed the information he knew about his actions from the previous night. The big boss in the capital is named Tang Zheng. He is one of the 9 elders and belongs to the Tang family in the capital. He contacted me after I arrived in Yuncheng last night, asking me to cooperate with the Sun family to suppress the Yi family and Qing family. At that time, I didn't know that you are the monstrous genius of the Yi family. General Sampa did not withhold any information about his actions from last night, and he disclosed all he knew. Tang Zheng, another elder, together with Elder Zhang in the northwest, 2 elders have openly targeted the Yi family. The Yuncheng matter is about to be resolved. The next step is to deal with those minions, resolve all their affiliated families, and by then, everything will come to light. And the true culprits behind it should also be revealed, right? I understand. It's not your fault. If I were you and unaware of the situation, I would have made the same choice. After all, within the Grand Z Empire, without strong connections, no one would easily offend an elder. Thank you, Yi Sha. Also, there's another matter. My daughter has been pestering me for 5 years, insisting on coming to find you and marry Yi Sha. I can't stop her, so she came along this time. Yi Sha, if you have the time, she can stay by your side and serve tea and water. Sampa spoke affectionately about his daughter. Although the thought of his hard-earned daughter being taken by someone else made him feel uneasy, if it were Yi Fan, it was a bit more acceptable for Sampa. After all, he was very aware of Yi Fan's strength. While Sampa already knew about the many girls around Yi Fan, based on Yi Fan's character, his daughter wouldn't suffer under Yi Fan's care. Moreover, with his daughter's relationship, Sampa might also benefit in the future if he clung onto this opportunity tightly. Oh, Angie, time flies. That little girl should have grown up by now. Did she come as well? Yi Fan sighed as he mentioned Sampa's daughter. When Yi Fan was 15 years old and stayed in Sampa's place for about a month, Sampa's 13-year-old daughter was always by Yi Fan's side, cooking for him, knitting a scarf for him, and even vowed to marry Yi Fan when she was older. Despite Angie being only 13 at the time, she was already graceful and had an exotic charm. Yi Fan wondered how Sampa, a rough guy, raised such a beautiful and gentle daughter. Although 5 years had passed, thinking about that stubborn girl still tugged at Yi Fan's heartstrings. Let's meet up when we have time. When Yi Fan was on a mission in Myanmar, he didn't think much about it. Of course, he didn't take Kanji's pledge seriously, but Angie did. When Yi Fan and Sampa came out of the lounge, Qing Ruolin was still meeting with representatives from various families. Hundreds of company representatives were trying to impress Qing Ruolin, and even if each person said just one sentence, it would take a lot of time. Yi Fan was about to relax at the entrance of the hall when a few men in suits hurriedly approached him, carrying a box. After seeing Yi Fan, they respectfully bowed and said, "Isha, Mr. Liu asked us to find you. Mr. Liu asked us to hand this box over to you." Yi Fan took the box from the men in suits and thought about what Liu Hao had said last night, feeling a sense of sigh. Liu Hao was truly a tough character. Upon learning that his father had killed his mother, Liu Hao immediately disabled his father overnight, chained him in front of his mother's memorial, and repented. Additionally, according to the deep investigation information from Elder Pang at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Liu Hao had also actually cut off all connections with the Eastern Dog, the Holy Anmo organization, and others, terminating all cooperation. That was quite courageous. Yi Fan opened the box and saw an ancient parchment map. Although it was only a fragment, it exuded a strong sense of antiquity. Yi Fan sensed the value of this item upon just a touch. With some slight fluctuations in his eyes, Yi Fan used his magic eyes to sweep across the parchment. Beneath the mysterious patterns on the parchment map was another enigmatic design, seeming to depict a celestial palace. Since it was only a fragment, only a small part was visible. Through his magic eyes, Yi Fan perceived some illusory images in the celestial palace, prompting him to think, is this the map the Holy Anmo organization was seeking? Do they want what's inside the celestial palace? This map conceals two pieces of information, one depicting the internal structure of the palace and the outer map pointing to the hidden location of the celestial palace. Reflecting on the experts and information his mother left behind, as well as the information from Empress Xuanyu's mother, Yi Fan suddenly had a conjecture. Was his mother the person behind the secret door? Was she also affiliated with the Holy Anmo organization? However, his parents had disappeared since Yi Fan's birth, and there had been no news up till now. Yi Fan had no place to inquire. Perhaps, when he could truly contact those mysterious Holy Anmos, he might be able to understand part of the truth. Below, there are some lists. Some are the affiliated families under the Holy Anmo, the names of the Eastern Dog operatives lurking in Grand Zia, and a list of key spies planted around the Yi family arranged by those above. Mr. Liu said that Yi Sha should handle everything on his own. After the men in suits handed over the safe box to Yi Fan, they respectfully left. After Yi Fan noted the contents of the parchment map, his gaze shifted to the list below. When Yi Fan picked up the list and saw the names of several familiar families, his expression turned serious. They were actually undercover agents arranged by the enemy around the Yi family. If not for Liu Hao's list, the Yi family would probably suffer significant losses in the future. Qiancheng Food Co., Ltd., is primarily responsible for Yi family ingredients and catering. Shenying Security Group, mainly responsible for Yi family peripheral security. There is also another transportation company. Looking at the list provided by Liu Hao, it seems that these companies, including their senior management, have all been infiltrated by the Holy Messenger organization. These companies have almost monopolized all aspects of Yi family's livelihood. It can be imagined that even if the opponent does not arrange assassinations of Yi family core disciples on the battlefield, they might still find opportunities to poison their food or cause accidents like car crashes or explosions. Yi family's core disciples are likely to suffer. Even if the final outcome is not as terrifying as it is now, Yi family is still likely to suffer huge losses. Yi Fan solemnly put the data back into the safe box and then called Guo Li. Old Guo, notify Pan Lao to investigate these companies as soon as possible. Although according to the information previously investigated by Pan Lao, Liu Hao did cause quite a stir in Yi family, attacking his father and separating from the holy messengers and the people from the east. It was all true. But still, even though the Liu family has changed its attitude towards the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, Yi Fan still cannot trust them. Just as Yi Fan hung up with Guo Li, he received a call from his grandfather. Xiao Fan, are you free to talk? Some old friends and I are having a gathering today, which is also a gathering of the direct descendants of the Yi family. I think you should come and make an appearance. Yi Fan was just about to call his grandfather to remind him. Okay. Where is it? I will definitely come. Now that all the descendants of the Yi family have been wiped out, the hope of reviving the Yi family lies solely on him. Grandpa is gathering those old friends to show that the Yi family's lineage is not broken. It's at the restaurant of Qiancheng Food Co., Ltd., in the largest private room. Grandpa Yi Changfeng's words made Yi Fan's heart tighten instantly. Is it happening so soon? Today happens to be the day when all of Grandpa's direct descendants are gathering together. If someone were to tamper with their food or drink, there might not be anyone left to escape. Grandpa, Remember, you must instruct everyone that once they enter the restaurant, they must not touch anything. Do not even drink water before I arrive. Remember this. Yifan's tone was serious. Also, make sure that Lei Qianyu stays by your side to prevent any accidents. Okay. Although Yi Changfeng did not understand why Yifan arranged things this way, he knows that his grandson now possesses the strength of an emperor. Moreover, Yi Changfeng has already witnessed Yifan's extraordinary abilities. Naturally, he followed Yifan's arrangements. After hanging up the phone with his grandfather, Yifan immediately called Guo Li, Liu Qingyang, Zia Hao, and others. Arrange for our men to gather outside the restaurant. We'll take action soon. For safety reasons, Yifan also called Captain Niu, the leader of the Wanderers team. Captain Niu, mobilize all the forces available and help monitor the movements of the personnel in these companies. Yifan read out all the names on the list to Captain Niu. Liu Hao has already defected from the Holy Messenger Organization and the Eastern Japanese Dogs. Once they receive the news, they will definitely arrange for their important figures to leave immediately. Yifan's arrangement is meant to prevent those undercover members from leaving so easily. If not for Liu Hao's list, Yifan would not have been able to detect that there were so many enemies lurking in such important positions around the Yi family. Yifan couldn't help but think back to the information he had heard from Zhao Decheng and others before. Those who want to bring down the Yi family have gone to great lengths to achieve their goals. Yes, with Yifan's orders, the entire Cloud City began to boil. Although it appeared quiet on the surface, behind the scenes, brothers under Zhang Li, the patriarch of Cloud City, the elites of Wanderer, and people like the Zia Hao, Guo Li, have all started to take action. They rush towards the restaurant, forming several layers of encirclement outside the restaurant. General Sampa's investment conference. Sun Desheng still knelt on the ground, looking depressed at the situation. When he saw Yifan approaching him, Sun Desheng became nervous, looking resentful as he said, "Yifan, what else do you want to do? Let me tell you, you won't have a good ending." Behind me. Yifan crouched down, staring at Sun Desheng intently. "Do you want to say that you are behind Tang Zheng? It's useless. Whoever wants to kill my Yi family, I will make sure their whole family pays the price." Yifan's words made Sun Desheng freeze in place. "Yifan, you..." When they were at the Wanbao Pavilion before, Sun Desheng already had a suspicion. Yifan's foolish appearance seemed intentionally portrayed. However, there was no evidence at that time, and Yifan's actions did not reveal much. But at this moment, Yifan casually revealed the identity of his backers, showing that he had already made arrangements in secret and knew all of their actions. Yifan was not stupid. "You're not stupid, you were pretending. You." Sun Desheng realized Yifan's situation and looked at him in horror. Yifan maintained a foolish appearance for 5 years, escaped the siege of the enemies of the Yi family, and then cleared out all the families in Cloud City that were unfavorable to the Yi family. Even the Liu family of the provincial capital did not escape. Yifan is too terrifying. "You're right. I was pretending. Unfortunately, you know it too late." Yifan stared at Sun Desheng with a devilish look. When Yifan reveals the truth to someone, it's like pronouncing their death sentence. Because apart from a few trusted individuals, Yifan will not easily expose his secrets. And to ensure that the secrets remain undisclosed, only dead men can be sure not to talk. You. Everyone. Sun Desheng looked horrified, realizing Yifan's dreadful methods. If Yifan were alert and found out how he treated the Qing family, still wanted to deal with the Yi family and the Su family, how could Yifan possibly spare him? Sun Desheng opened his mouth, wanting to scream, but the next moment, Sun Desheng found that although his mouth was open, he couldn't make any sound. Foam started to form in his mouth, and his body began to twitch uncontrollably. "Ooh." Sun Desheng tried to groan with a sense of unwillingness, trying to say something, but he could clearly feel the life force draining from his body. His strength was slowly fading away. When Yifan first encountered Sun Desheng, he had arranged a fire energy in Sun Desheng's body. Killing Sun Desheng was as simple as moving a single finger. Yifan is never merciful towards his enemies. With the unfolding of events, Yifan is soon going to leave Cloud City for further investigation in the provincial capital. Therefore, such enemies must be eliminated early on. They cannot be left to cause more trouble. "Sunpa, you handle this." Watching Sun Desheng gradually stop breathing, Yifan spoke to Sunpa, who was following beside him. "Yes." Sunpa waved his hand, and a few subordinates dragged the dying Sun Desheng out. In the crowd not far away, The young man sent by Tang Zhong, upon seeing the situation at hand, could only sigh helplessly. On one hand, Sun Desheng was too foolish, and on the other hand, Yifen was too strong. This led to the failure of all the arrangements made by the elders of the clan. Sun Desheng had not even begun to make his move before meeting his demise, even at the cost of sacrificing himself. The young man silently retreated, and after leaving the investment scene, he made a call to the senior elder in the capital, saying, "Elder, the mission has failed. The Jade Agency rights have been taken by the Qing family." "What? The agency rights were taken by the Qing family? Are you sure? Sun Deshen is gone. What is he up to?" On the other end of the phone, Tang Zhanzhuo suddenly rose 8 degrees upon receiving the report from his subordinate. "Last night, didn't I call General Sun Pe and arrange everything? Today's investment meeting only needed to be a formality." Tang Zhong believed that with the relationship he had with General Sun Pe, the matter of the agency rights should have been a trivial issue that could easily be resolved. With everything arranged to this extent, even if Sun Desheng was a fool, he should have been able to carry out the subsequent actions, obtain the agency rights, cut off the Qing family's source of goods completely, and then sell through channels to suppress the Qing family in every aspect, engaging in a price war. In less than a month, the Qing family would collapse. Sun Deshen is already dead. The circumstances are suspicious. It's unclear if Yifen made a move, or if the fur expert female guards by Yifan's side took action. The young man did not hold back and detailed what he saw to Tang Zhong. Upon hearing about the fur female guards with the martial master realm from Yi family, Tang Zheng's expression became serious. It seems that Yi family's background has not yet been fully brought to light. The elders, thought that by eliminating the core disciples of Yi family, leaving only a fool, Yi family would no longer be a concern. However, now that so many days have passed, that old thing from Yi family and that fool are doing just fine. Lei Qianyu has been in Cloud City for so many days already. If Lei Qianyu really has a way to heal Yifen and make him completely clear-headed, then the days ahead would be difficult for everyone. Additionally, it was revealed from his men that Sun Pao had been saved by Yifen himself. Tang Zhong couldn't help but slam his fist on the table. Damn it! How many secrets does this Yifen still have that we don't know? In the past, during the suppression of the Su family group by Elder Zhang, at a crucial moment, Zia Hao from the provincial capital appeared and resolved the distribution channel issues for the Su family group, leaving the Zhao family trailing behind. Zia Hao also took action because of Yifan's favor. Is this genius really that formidable? Elder, what do we do now? All our previous arrangements have already failed. Do we continue with the plan to suppress the Qing family? While speaking, the young man glanced at the hotel building. Due to the Qing family obtaining the Jade Raw Stone agency rights, numerous family representatives were now trying to please the Qing family. As for the suppression orders from the elders' side, they were now essentially ineffective. Of course, we continue. If the Qing family doesn't collapse, then our actions against Yi family have failed. How would others see us? Those 7 wretches declaring marriage to Yi Fan, if we don't do anything, that would be a slap in our faces. Tang Zhong pondered for 2 seconds before continuing. You immediately go to the provincial capital. I just received news that there has been a change in the Liu family in the provincial capital. Many of us have been exposed, and the situation in the provincial capital needs to be rearranged. In addition, the other vassal families that have been nurtured for so many years should also fulfill their roles. Understood. The young man responded, should we have the martial master expert we invited from Dongjing take action? Take action? Of course they should take action. Damn it, how much benefit have those Dongjing scum taken from us over the years? Just living off free meals without doing any work. Issue the death order to them. Provide enough temptation to make them go after Yifan. As long as they can kill Yifan, even my wife can be theirs. That damned Yifan. Always so lucky. I want to see just how long your luck can hold. Can a fool really protect 7 families? Damn it, if provoked, I'll directly ask for the high-ranking powerhouses to come down, the strong at the level of martial emperors. Won't they be able to kill you? In the investment hall, after dealing with Sun Deshen, Yifan and the 4 female guards walked towards Qing Ruolan's direction. Qing Ruolan had just finished entertaining a group of company bosses, and upon seeing Yifan approaching, she had a gentle smile on her face as she linked arms with Yifan, saying, Little Fan hubby, have you finished chatting? What did you talk about? Yifan gave a charming smile and innocently said, General Sungpa said his daughter also wants to marry me as her husband. What do you think I should do? With just a sentence, Qing Ruolin and Sungpa both felt somewhat embarrassed. Was this young Yi truly foolish, or just pretending? General Sungpa. This. Qing Ruolin also felt speechless. General Sungpa actually sent his own daughter to snatch a husband. At that moment, Shaowen sensed the uncomfortable atmosphere and quickly broke the awkward silence. Oh, then go. Call me when it's over. Qing Ruolin looked lovingly at Yifan. She had a lot more to say to Yifan. This time, having obtained the J agency rights, she had to thank Yifan properly, but she hadn't figured out how to express her gratitude yet. Yifan left the investment hall with the 4 female guards and headed towards the Lushai Hotel in a hurry. At that time, the Lushai Hotel appeared calm on the surface, but externally, it was filled with Yifan's people. Simultaneously, within the hotel, a large number of martial experts gathered, all of whom were undercover agents under the Holy Messenger. In the hotel kitchen, a group of young men dressed as waiters gathered together, and a middle-aged man leading them reprimanded, "We just received a call from Zhou saying that there has been a change in the Liu family in the provincial capital. We are highly likely to be exposed. If the Yi family discovers our identities, if they investigate us, we're doomed. That's why Zhou arranged for us to complete today's mission quickly. Regardless of the mission's success, Zhou will arrange for us to leave. Our plan is straightforward. First, we will plant poison in the food and drinks, and if anyone survives, we'll clean up the mess. Hopefully, we can eliminate all key members of the Yi family." Did everyone understand what I just said? The leading middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. No one should make any mistakes today. If there are any slip-ups, Zhou Sha from above will investigate, and no one will have a good ending. Yes, Qiancheng Food Co., Limited, was already under the control of the Holy Apostle Organization as a whole. The orders of the Holy Apostle Organization were to be strictly adhered to. Everyone pay attention. When poisoning the drinks, use a colorless and tasteless substance, and it should be a slow-acting poison. Otherwise, if the first person detects a problem, no one else will drink it. In addition to the drinks, when poisoning the dishes, it should be based on the color and taste of the dish. Different dishes require different poisons. It must be ensured that no dish is left out. While the middle-aged man was instructing his subordinates to poison the food in the kitchen, Yifan, accompanied by the 4 major maids, had already arrived at the Luoyilu Hotel. The hotel was different from usual, with guards stationed inside and out. As soon as Yifan appeared, the guards at the door stopped him. "What are you doing? The hotel is not open today. Please come back another time." In order to deal with the power of the Yi family, the Luoyilu Hotel had stopped all operations. Outrageous! This is young Master Yi. How dare you not let him in? Shaowen scolded, making the guards at the door tremble, immediately sizing up Yifan. After a quick comparison, they confirmed that the person in front of them was indeed Yifan. The leader above had said not to let anyone in and had also mentioned that those attending Yifan's meeting could enter. Yifan was the legitimate young master of the Yi family. Could he be considered to be attending a meeting? The guards at the door seemed momentarily confused. At the same time, Yifan sensed the scent of several toxins in the air. Time was tight, and there was no time to waste. Get lost. Suddenly, Yifan made a move, using his martial emperor-level strength to send the guards flying out of the door, knocking them out cold. In the hall, the other guards wanted to charge forward, but Z Potion's cha exploded, forming an invisible barrier in the air, blocking everyone and immobilizing them. "Take me to the hotel's head chef." Yifan grabbed one of the leaders. As the 7 stars destroying soul technique was activated, he instructed Southern Shun beside him, "You go to the Tianzi VIP rooms immediately and lead the old man's group out." Yes. Dividing their forces, Yifan rushed towards the 3rd floor head chef with the leader, while Southern Shun hurried towards the Tianzi VIP rooms. Yifan wasn't clear about the situation inside the Luoyilu Hotel, so he proceeded cautiously. The ghostly beings had already been dispatched, but Yifan instructed them not to enter directly through the main entrance, but to descend from the roof using ropes. They were already outside the windows of the Tianzi VIP rooms. If there was any movement inside, they could act immediately. In the kitchen, the leading middle-aged man had just instructed his subordinates to distribute the various poisons and mix them into the food and drinks. Another man in a pink suit, surrounded by a few lackeys, appeared at the door. "Manager Li, How is it? Are all the things I provided working well? This man leading the group was named Li Dong, the general manager of the restaurant. He was responsible for all the actions today. The poison young master is truly remarkable. Li Dong glanced into the adjacent room where several dogs, pigs, and cows had already been poisoned to death during the testing of the toxins. Before, we only used 1 drop of poison and killed 2 cows, 3 sheep, and 5 dogs. And at today's Yi family banquet, I have directly added half a bottle, so nobody can escape. Li Dong praised the powder-cloaked young man. Don't worry, poison young master. After this operation is successful, our boss will definitely satisfy any conditions you have, as long as we can achieve it. Completely annihilating the Yi family was the biggest problem from above. If this operation plan could not only wipe out the Yi family, but also eradicate all their illegitimate forces, those in charge would be beyond ecstatic. Agreed. Agreed. What I care about is the map of the Yi family. If there's any news from the boss, make sure to notify me. Even if it's a copy, give me one. The poison young master took a sip of his milk tea and nodded. It tastes good. Would you like to try? No. 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 I'm full from just eating. Li Dong shook his head like a drum. I just had a meal, and I'm still full. Damn it. On the level of martial arts, everyone feared the poison young master, as everything he touched could potentially be laced with deadly toxins. Who would dare to touch the milk tea he had already drunk from? Alright then, you guys continue here. I'll go to the Tianzi room area again. If they don't eat or drink, they still have to breathe, right? Just in case. The poison young master is so thoughtful. Ahem. The poison young master had not yet responded when a round of applause suddenly sounded at the door. Li Dong, you are truly cunning. The Yi family entrusted you with the responsibility of their food, staking their lives and fortunes in your hands. Is this how you repay the Yi family? Planning to poison us all? A cold rebuke resounded at the entrance, coming from none other than Yifen and his maids including Shaowen. Ah. Li Dong was shocked to see Yifen suddenly appear, and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. His expression was a bit flustered, as if he were a child caught doing something wrong. However, what puzzled Li Dong more was that he had met Yifen several times before. After the car accident, Yifen was indeed no different from an idiot, so how come he didn't seem dim-witted now? And when did Yifen have these beautiful maids by his side? Their martial arts aura was above the grandmother level, and their appearance here at this time was troublesome. Li Dong already had a foreboding feeling in his heart. Young Master Yi, why did you come all of a sudden? We are busy preparing the dishes. Please wait in the room for a moment, and I will arrange the dishes soon. Li Dong didn't quite understand Yifen's intentions at the moment and gave a vague answer, trying to brush it off. Would you like a piece of candy? Young Master Yi, if Yifen were truly an idiot, he might have been deceived. That the current Yifen had martial emperor level strength and intelligence surpassing his previous peak state. How could he be fooled by Li Dong? Can't you understand human speech? I said you poisoned the food. You intend to kill all of us from the Yi family. Explain yourself. Oh. Li Dong's heart thumped uncomfortably as he tried to contact the boss through the intercom, but found himself locked in Yifan's gaze and couldn't move. Well, young Master Yi, you misunderstood. How could there be poison in the food? I've been personally watching over everything. It's all safe. Is that so? The food isn't poisoned? Then drink this bowl of chicken soup and show me. Ah, this. Yi Shao. Li Dong was dumbfounded. That idiot from the Yi family actually understands such methods. Li Dong suddenly realized, looking into Yifan's eyes gleaming with intelligence, that the young master of the Yi family is not foolish at all. His plans for today's actions are probably doomed. Yifan brought 3 maidens at the master level to the kitchen. It seemed like they were there for him. Young Master Yi, please don't joke. These ingredients were specifically prepared for the dignitaries attending the banquet today. How could we easily make a move? While speaking, Li Dong kept signaling the Poison Lord next to him, indicating for him to take action. The Poison Lord is known as the Poison Fanatic of the southwestern region. His poison's unpredictable and incomparable. Even strong martial masters must be cautious when facing the toxins of the Poison Lord. Those below the martial mastery level must show respect when facing the Poison Lord. The Poison Lord, seeing Yifan personally coming to the kitchen, realized that something was amiss. He understood the look Li Dong gave him. He knew that there was only one chance to act against the Yi family. If they failed once, Although the Yi family was currently in decline, they would retaliate against such small fries. Therefore, just as Yifen had spoken a moment ago, the poison lord had already used 36 types of poisons, continuously attacking Yifen with no respite. But what shocked the poison lord was that, no matter what poison he used, even doubling, or 10 times the dosage, sprinkling on Yifen, and several maidens standing nearby, they remained there without any reaction. The most potent poisons barely grazed Yifen's lips, yet Yifen showed no response. The poison lord began to question his existence. Is this really a human being? The poison lord had been in the business for many years and had experimented countless times. Even martial masters, when faced with a combined attack of poisonous toxins by the poison lord, would be affected. However, Yifen remained unaffected. Could it be that Yifen was already above the martial mastery level? Watching Li Dong and the poison lord exchanging looks, their eyes nearly popping out, Yifen coldly smirked. Stop. Should I give you a megaphone, or shall I stand here motionless to let the poison lord shower me with his toxins again? As he spoke, Yifen reached out, picked up a bit of the poison sprayed on his clothes by the poison lord, and tasted it. The toxicity is potent, but the formula lacks a few things, like raspberry and pinelia. If those two things were added, this toxicity could be enhanced tenfold, with a paralyzing effect on the nervous system. Seeing Yifen's actions and hearing his words, the poison lord was stunned. This was a blatant humiliation. Clearly, the poison lord had attempted to poison Yifen, and yet Yifen treated his poison as candy, showing no reaction, and even commenting on its quality. The poison lord knew that he had encountered a master today, not only in martial skills, but also in the art of using poisons. But according to rumors, wasn't Yifen a fool? How come he was so powerful now, effortlessly overpowering everyone present? Unless, 5 years ago, Yifen was never a fool and had been pretending all along to deceive everyone. Thinking this, the poison lord's figure flickered, ready to rush out of the room. However, with a slight wave of his wrist, Yifen directed the poisons that had been sprayed on him back at the poison lord. I'll return them all to you. The poison lord smiled faintly. Even if he swallowed all the poisons he had concocted, what would happen? He was confident he had 100 ways to detoxify himself, that as the poisonous powders sprayed by Yifen touched the poison lord's skin, his expression changed. This is bad. The toxicity had changed. In just a short period, Yifen not only collected all the poisons directed at him, but also rearranged and enhanced them at least 100-fold, making them more insidious. As Yifen had said, the poisons that returned from his hands now had a paralyzing effect on nerves. After the poison lord realized this, he hurriedly tried to wipe off the powder from his skin, but as his hand reached out, it stiffened in midair. The next moment, he foamed at the mouth, fell to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. However, Yifen had controlled the dosage well. Although the poison lord had collapsed on the ground, losing his ability to move, he was not unconscious. His eyes could still move, still clearly seeing everything before him. With the fall of the poison lord, Li Dong felt all strength drain from his body. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The poison lord was the strongest aide in their plan today, a martial master himself and the most powerful person on their side. Yet, after a brief confrontation with Yifen, he fell to the ground within 3 seconds. With their main support gone, what was the point of continuing? What? Did you drink it voluntarily, or should I force down your throat? Yifen stared coldly at Li Dong. At the same time, his gaze scanned the other chefs in the kitchen. You all better behave yourselves, or I'll make you regret it. Otherwise, you'll wish you were dead. Since entering this place, Yifen had no intention of leaving any survivors among these scoundrels. They all aimed to obliterate the Yi family with deadly poisons, clearing out all remnants of the family's power. They were so malicious, why should Yifen show them kindness? Young Master Yi, I was Ro. Li Dong, lying weakly on the ground, called out feebly. At this moment, there was a trace of regret in Li Dong's heart. If only he had known that Yifen was no longer a fool, he would never have agreed to attack the Yi family. Now he had not only sacrificed his plans, but also risked his own life. Damn it, I don't believe it. A fool can't cause any trouble. Among the dozens of chefs, several young men flashed a fierce determination in their eyes, calling out to their brothers, "Brothers, grab your weapons, knives together. They are only for people. We have a chance to take down Yifen together." Before poisoning today, they knew they were on a one-way mission. Once failed, death was inevitable. Caught red-handed by Yifen now, There was no escape other than chancing their luck. 5 or 6 strong men brandished their kitchen knives and, incredibly, rushed toward Yifan, blindly ignoring the consequences. HMPH. Yifan just snorted coldly, and a surge of energy rushed out, easily shattering the kitchen knives in the hands of those men, shooting out shards that precisely pierced the throats of the chefs. You shouldn't have provoked me. With each piece shattering, a villain lost their life. In just a few seconds, except for Li Dong and the Poison Lore, everyone in the hotel grounds had been killed on the spot. Yifan stepped forward, kicking Li Dong in the chest, looking down at him from a high vantage point. This is your last chance. Wu. Li Dong was about to cry. He knew exactly what was in the chicken soup. The arsenic he had just put in the soup himself. The consequences of drinking it were obvious. Despite being unwilling, Li Dong knew that if he didn't drink it, he might face even more insane consequences. Trembling, he lifted a bowl of chicken soup, drank it despairingly, then quietly lay on the ground waiting for death. Are you satisfied? Ha ha. Yifan, let me tell you, you can't outfight them. Someone higher up will surely avenge us. Your Yi family will sooner or later be destroyed. Li Dong stood up defiantly. After waiting for a few seconds and finding nothing wrong, he was confused. He picked up the bowl on the table and looked at it. I'm fine. The soup really isn't poisoned. Ha ha. Li Dong couldn't help but burst out laughing joyfully. His luck wasn't meant to end. However, as he continued to laugh, blood began to flow from his mouth, eyes, and nose. His body instantly collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. In just a few seconds, Li Dong went completely limp, like a dead dog, devoid of any life force. The consequences of his own actions. Yifan glanced at Li Dong indifferently, then turned to the Poison Master beside him. Now it's your turn. Master Yi, spare me. I was forced. The Poison Master looked at Yifan in terror, his whole body immobilized, unable to move. The fear in his eyes had reached an extreme level. Do you think I believe you? Yifan picked up a kitchen knife and gestured towards the Poison Master's crotch, terrifying him to the point of wetting himself. He was directly scared into urinating. Yifan smirked, still glaring at the Poison Master without saying a word. The sharp gaze made the Poison Master panic. After a few seconds of resistance, he finally broke down. I confess, I was hired by Li Cheng, the owner of Chia-Cheng Food Limited Company. He promised to pay me 10 billion and also promised to give me a piece of the mysterious map fragment from your Yi family. It is said to be the way to the Celestial Palace, a former divine site that holds a wealth of treasures and fragments that can bring immense benefits. The Poison Master revealed all the information he knew to Yifan. Seeing Yifan's expression, he continued, Master Yi, I have something valuable on me. I have a piece of a fragment. I'll give it to you. Please spare my life. Before Yifan could act, a maid beside him stepped forward and emptied the Poison Master's belongings. There were several bank cards, a phone, and other miscellaneous items. Among them was a purple stone that caught Yifan's attention. It seemed to be wrapped in something, emanating a powerful ancient aura. Was this the so-called divine fragment? Yifan picked it up, sensing the strong energy waves inside, and a faint connection to the fire within him. However, with dangers still lurking outside, it was not the time to delve into this. Master Yi, can you let me go now? The Poison Master saw Yifan's expression change slightly, thinking he might have a chance to survive. Pleaded, there are tens of billions in those bank cards, all with PIN codes of 6 or 7 digits. I'll give them all to you. Please spare my life. Without waiting for Yifan to respond, the maid took his belongings and ruthlessly stabbed him in the heart and dantian with a dagger. The Poison Master's life force rapidly dissipated, his eyes filled with disbelief as he uttered his last words. Duty, Master Yi said he would spare me. You. HMPH. My young master spared you, but we won't. The maid pulled out the dagger, packed away the bank cards, and said coldly, Scum who wants to annihilate the Yi family and still wishes to live. Dream on. Feeling the coldness in his body, the Poison Master convulsed violently for a few moments, his eyes showing a trace of despair before ultimately becoming lifeless. At the last moment, he regretted deeply. He regretted listening to Li Cheng's temptation and participating in the operation. He never expected the Yi family to have such a profound foundation. And most importantly, Yifan was no fool. His strength far exceeded that of a martial venerable. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Chia-Cheng Food Limited Company, Li Cheng paced anxiously, waiting for news from the building Lu outside. If today's plan was successful, Zhou Xiao would surely reward him generously, possibly granting him control over the entire southwest region. The company would undoubtedly become a top-tier family in Dazio. However, half an hour had passed with no news from the Building Lu Hotel. It suddenly occurred to Li Cheng that his computer was connected to the hotel surveillance system. He hurriedly checked the cameras at the hotel's entrance. Seeing Yi Changfeng and the direct subordinates of the Yi family entering, a smug expression appeared on Li Cheng's face. Once those old guys entered Building Lu and took a sip of water, they would not be coming back alive. Suddenly, something caught Li Cheng's eye on the monitor. Yifan? Well, it was not surprising for Yifan to arrive. Li Cheng was shocked to see him directly knock down the bodyguards at the entrance and head straight for the kitchen. Yifan did not look like a fool at all. Oh no. Li Cheng quickly switched the monitor to the kitchen and was shocked to see Li Dong and the poison master lying motionless on the ground, along with the other chefs who were lifeless. Something went wrong. Without hesitation, Li Cheng frantically reached for his phone, grabbed a prepared suitcase, and intended to flee from the office. Knowing that if the assassination plan failed, and the Yi family sought revenge, there would be no chance of survival for him. Just as Li Cheng reached the door, it swung open, revealing several martial arts experts glaring at him. Director Li, where are you rushing to? These are the people arranged by Yifan, powerful individuals from the Wandering Souls. The leading captain, with strength at the grandmother realm. The other four subordinates are also skilled experts in controlling their realms. Li Cheng is just a small fry who has recently stepped into the realm of martial arts. Facing the overwhelming pressure of 5 powerful individuals, his body could barely stand. I need to hold a meeting. Who are you? Why did you barge in without an appointment? Although he had already guessed roughly, Li Cheng still held some hope of trying to bluff his way through. Get out immediately, or I'll call the cops. Stop pretending. Li Cheng, our young master requests your presence. Several expert wandering souls did not hesitate, approaching to activate their martial arts aura, directly restraining Li Cheng, blocking all the meridians in his body, confiscating all communication devices on him. While the Wandering Soul experts were making their move against Cha Cheng Food Co., Ltd., the Chairman's Office of the Divine Neagle Security Group, Chairman's Office of Grand Transport Co., Limited. On the list provided by Liu Haud, everyone who had just received the retreat order from Sha Beijing was immediately taken control of by the Wandering Souls who had rushed over, betraying the Yi family, being bought by the Holy Amma organization, infiltrating around the Yi family, attempting to completely wipe out the Yi family. What awaits them is a punishment more terrifying than death. Outside Luoyilu Hotel, after Yifan and 3 maids resolved the kitchen issue, they hurried to the suite on the 8th floor shaped like the character. Nan Shun, who had gone to the suite in advance, had already sent back a message that the situation in the suite was temporarily normal. Although there were many bodyguards gathered outside the suite, there was currently no intention to act. The personnel involved in the Luoyilu poisoning plan had all been eliminated, and the person in charge, Li Dong, had also been taken care of, so the Yi family's main forces should not be in any immediate danger. Yifan felt a little more at ease. Passing by a restroom, Yifan said to Xiaowen and the others, I am going to the restroom. One of you stay here and wait for me. The other 2, go to the suite. After entering the restroom, Yifan had just finished up, adjusting himself, when suddenly a slender figure burst in, crashing into Yifan's arms, holding a carton of milk. At first, Yifan thought it was Xiaowen who suddenly barged in, but upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't her at all. The young woman in front of him was wearing a denim miniskirt, with a slender waist, a figure of absolute beauty. Truly a top-notch beauty. I'm sorry. The beauty quickly apologized, but when she saw the formidable weapon in Yifan's arms, she stared blankly for a moment, then reacted instantly, letting out a piercing scream. Ah, pervert. As the beauty screamed, she hurriedly covered her eyes. Pervert, how did you barge into the ladies' room? Get out. Shameless. Just as the beauty screamed, she exerted force on her hand, squeezing the milk carton in her hand, splattering drops of milk on her miniskirt, creating a thought-provoking scene for anyone who saw it. Young master, what's wrong? Xiaowen, who heard the scream outside the door, also rushed in, catching a glimpse of Yifan's surprising size, her face turning red with embarrassment. Young master, are you okay? Even though they had been prepared, when they were selected to be Yifan's maids, they were willing to do anything for Yifan at all costs, including helping solve any needs that Yifan might have. But still, they were all sheltered young ladies. Suddenly seeing such an eye-catching sight, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "I'm fine." Yifan also felt a bit awkward, quickly letting go of the girl and coughed, saying to the beauty in his arms, "Miss, take a closer look. This is the men's room, and if you call me a pervert, aren't you the real pervert? You're talking nonsense. How could this be the men's room?" The beauty was still arguing, but when she saw the urinal in the restroom, she was immediately dumbfounded. Was this really the men's room? What about herself? HMPH. The beauty snorted, trying to rush out of the restroom in a panic. But Yifan grabbed the beauty. "Wait a moment, you've already seen me naked, taking advantage of me, and you want to leave just like that?" "What? Taking advantage of you? When did I take advantage of you?" The beauty looked at Yifan with a hint of frustration, unable to shake off the image of Yifan's massive size from her mind. Her eyes were unclean, her thoughts were impure. "A man? What's there to be afraid of being seen by a woman?" The beauty muttered to herself, "What do you want?" Perhaps feeling guilty, the beauty's tone gradually softened. "HMPH. It's all that young Master Yi from the Yi family's fault, saying that no one can move freely, not even drink water or eat. What's going on?" A member of the Yi family's main force. Upon hearing the girl's words, Yifan felt a moment of confusion. Then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. "What do I want? It's simple. Since you saw me naked, let me see you too, and we'll call it even." "You're dreaming, pervert." The beauty looked at Yifan angrily. "Can it be the same? I didn't mean to see you. You're a man. It's not like you're missing any pieces of flesh when you're seen by a woman." "Humph, pervert." Yifan chuckled. "Don't you women talk about gender equality? Why is it that it's okay for women to see men, but not the other way around?" The beauty was stumped by Yifan's words, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Shaowen's voice came through the earpiece, reporting the situation inside the suite to Yifan. Yifan quickly gestured to Shaowen. "Let's go. Hurry over there, and have someone outside bring a few white mice. I need them immediately." "Yes." With everything arranged, Yifan and Shaowen quickly rushed towards the suite. Outside the suite, a large group of bodyguards had gathered, all arranged by Li Dong. They were waiting for orders from Li Dong and Li Cheng, unaware that their boss had already been taken down. As Yifan entered the suite, just as the door opened, he heard voices arguing inside. "Mr. Yi, what's the situation now? You called everyone here to discuss matters, but why aren't they allowed to drink the water on the table? Explain to us what's going on." "Everyone, please wait a moment. My grandson called me and told everyone not to move. He will be here soon and will definitely be able to explain everything clearly." Yi Changfeng explained countless times, but some of the influential figures who came today did not believe in Yifan's abilities. Moreover, although Yi Changfeng had screened the candidates once, he still couldn't guarantee that all the influential figures had not been bribed. After all, considering the current situation of the Yi family, it was normal for some people to seek alternative paths. "Yi Lao, it's not that we look down on Yi Shao. Although Yifan used to be a genius, after the accident 5 years ago, he became so foolish. What can he do now? If it weren't for your sake, Yi Lao, we wouldn't have come today." "Yes, Yi Lao, we are all very aware of the crisis facing the Yi family now. We all need to unite to overcome this challenge. However, Yi Lao, don't place your hopes on a fool." In the banquet room, there were 5 large tables set up, with about 40 to 50 representatives from the Yi family's main branches present. Everyone was eagerly watching Yi Changfeng, waiting for him to continue explaining. "We are here today with sincerity. Yi Lao, can we have a drink of water?" Someone couldn't help but ask. A middle-aged man sitting in the front row picked up a water bottle from the table and was about to feed it to his mouth. Just a moment. Suddenly, a reprimanding voice sounded at the door, and Yifan and his maid Shaowen appeared at the entrance. While scolding from his mouth, Yifan swiftly moved and appeared in front of the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye, taking away the water bottle from the man's hand. "Yi Shao, what do you mean by this, Yi Shao?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. Although they all thought Yifan was a fool, he still felt a bit embarrassed in front of all these people, after having the water taken away just before feeding it to his mouth. "Uncle John, you'll see in a moment," Yifan responded to the man in front of him, and turned to Shaowen. "Is everything prepared as we discussed?" "Everything is ready," Shaowen replied, as she had Yi family's bodyguards bring a few white mice in cages to the front. Yifan didn't say much but poured the water that Uncle Zhang wanted to drink into a bowl for the mice. The mice in the cage immediately went forward and drank from the bowl. All the people in the room looked puzzled, wondering what Yi Xiao was up to. Since becoming a fool 5 years ago, the young master of the Yi family often did things that were hard for others to understand. Bringing rodents to a banquet. Will he let the mice run wild on the table? Before anyone could speak up in the commotion, the mice in the cages suddenly began convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth. Then their bodies stiffened, and they lost their vitality. All 3 mice in one cage died instantly. What? Everyone present was dumbfounded, realizing the toxic water in front of them. Damn, there's poison in this water. I almost turned into one of these mice. Uncle Zheng jumped up in shock and exclaimed, damn, these despicable guys, poisoning the water and even the food. Do they want to eliminate us completely? In the heat of the moment, many pushed away their glasses of water and bottled water. Some of the influential figures in the Yi family were experts in poisons, but they couldn't even detect the poison in the water just now. As the crowd recovered from the shock, some couldn't help but express their curiosity. Not just in the water, Yifan calmly stated, then opened another cage, letting several white mice climb onto the table and taste the delicious dishes. In just 3 seconds, the same result occurred. The mice tasted the chicken soup on the table and immediately perished on the spot. Wow, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. These people are too much, poisoning the water and food. Must they eradicate us completely? Old Yi, give the order, and we'll fight them. These malicious people, if they have any connections to the Yi family, they won't get away with it. Brothers, we mustn't back down. Let's confront them. The atmosphere became heated as the elites and big shots reacted to the situation. In the midst of the chaos, there were a few individuals who remained relatively composed, even showing a hint of resentment in their eyes. Though the expressions were fleeting, Yifan still keenly noticed the subtle changes. However, the adversaries who dared to move against the Yi family, their bottom-tier minions had already been somewhat cleared out by Yifan. It was time for the Yi family's hidden reserves and secrets to be revealed. The Zhao family from Yun City, Li family, Wang family, the wealthy young master from the provincial capital, Liu family, and Chu Fun sent by the Northwest had all met their demise in Yun City. If the Yi family didn't expose some of their hidden reserves, those opponents wouldn't reveal their true intentions. After a brief episode of excitement, the mood eventually settled. At that moment, the elites and big shots finally reacted, becoming curious about one thing. Yi Lao, young master Yifan, what's going on? Only now did they realize the implications of Yifan conducting experiments with the white mice earlier and warning everyone not to touch anything. It seemed unlikely that a fool possessed such intelligence and strategy. Yi Changfeng glanced at Yifan and, after receiving Yifan's approval, signaled to Lei Qianyu at his side. This is the great Xia medical saint, Mr. Lei. Everyone knows him, right? Mr. Lei, the medical deity, has examined Yifan and says that he is slowly recovering and will soon fully return to normal. One of the purposes of gathering everyone today is to officially announce this news. The announcement stirred everyone into a frenzy. Congratulations, old Yi. Congratulations. Has young Master Yi finally woken up? Heaven bless our Yi family. Ha ha. With young Master Yi's monstrous talent, the enemies who slaughtered our Yi family members must pay with their blood. The crowd erupted, with some congratulating old Yi and others congratulating Yifan. They understood well the implications of Yifan awakening. With his exceptional talent, which had already reached the martial master realm 5 years ago, a complete recovery implied that he might soon break through to the warlord realm. Having a warlord in the Yi family would make it much more challenging for anyone trying to eliminate them discreetly. Moreover, with Yifan fully awake, the Yi family would have a backbone, around which the affiliated families and forces would rally, including the million-strong heavenly dragon army. The future appeared promising, driving everyone to be more proactive. On the scene, everyone was bowling with excitement, as if they had all just been injected with chicken blood. After calming everyone's emotions a bit, Yi Chanfeng continued, everyone, Yi is very grateful that you could come today. Although Xiao Fan's condition has improved somewhat, it is only a partial improvement at the moment, and the situation is still unstable. He sometimes acts foolishly and at other times appears temporarily normal. The Yi family still needs all of your continued support. Next to him, Lei Qianyu also spoke up. Yi Lao is right. Xiao Fan's current condition has only recovered about 1/3. To fully recover, It will take at least 3 more months. His current moments of clarity can only be sustained for a maximum of 1 hour a day, and he can revert to acting foolish at any time. Lei Qianyu felt his face burning as he spoke. He was very clear about Yifan's situation, starting from when he was invited by Yulinglan to treat Yifan. Yifan had completely recovered and his strength had become extraordinary. Lei Qianyu had already bowed to Yifan as his master, and now he had to cooperate with his master to put on a show. Lei Qianju's and Yi Changfeng's remarks were all prearranged with Yifan. The 3-month recovery period was also a buffer left by Yifan for his opponents. If Yifan had fully recovered now, with his exceptional talent, his opponents would probably be too scared to make a move. But since Yifan hadn't fully recovered yet, and would need 3 more months, his opponents would hesitate, and most likely continue to challenge him during this window of time, before Yifan made a complete recovery, in order to wipe out Yifan and the Yi family completely. That would be great. 5 years ago, Yi Lao was the #1 monstrous genius in Daxia. As long as there is hope for recovery, he will definitely reach the peak again. Exactly. Yi Lao, rest assured. During your time in the capital, we will do our best to protect the Yi family and Xiaofan. As Yi Changfeng had mentioned before, he intended to make a trip to the capital to secure a bright future for the Yi family. While there were 1 million Qianlong troops in the north as a bargaining chip, Yi Changfeng's situation was very dangerous. Therefore, Yi Changfeng arranged for Yifan to be separated from him. Although Yifan's own strength was already formidable, his true power had not been revealed, and the core members of the Yi family hadn't gathered around him, as they all saw hope for the future and were not willing to sacrifice themselves. So gathering the core members of the Yi family was also preparatory for retaliation and revenge. Thank you all. Yi Changfeng bowed to everyone. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Let's move to a different location and continue chatting over a meal. When everyone in the private room began to act, Yifan made a hand gesture towards the window. Swish. In an instant, the hidden powerful spirits outside the window broke through the windows and rushed towards the door of the private room. Everyone at the scene was stunned. There were so many strong individuals hiding outside the windows, and so many big shots in the private room didn't notice the situation outside. Were these people all arranged by Yifan? Elders, don't worry. There are some insignificant characters outside. Let them clean up, Yifan explained to the crowd with a smile. Although it was just a simple sentence, it showed everyone Yifan's capability. From stopping everyone from eating the food and drinking the water on site, to sending the maidservants to appease the situation, to controlling the assassins in the kitchen, to arranging his people outside to be prepared for any situation. Everything was connected, with meticulous planning and strategic brilliance. When all the core members of the Yi family stopped in their tracks, Yifan saw the beautiful girl in a short skirt among the crowd. When she noticed Yifan's gaze, she quickly hid behind an old man. Yifan smiled warmly. The beautiful lady at the back, don't hide. I see you. Come over and let's chat. Suddenly speaking out loud, Yifan made everyone turn around to look at the back. Most of the people present today, or elderly or middle-aged, and the only young lady in the room was the last beautiful girl. She was Han Youyu, the granddaughter of Han Jia Laoyi. Han Jia Laoyi, Han Wuji, had been working as an informant around Yi Changfeng for almost 50 years and was nearing retirement. Bringing his granddaughter along this time was probably to let her see the world. Xiaofan, Youyu. Yi Changfeng glanced at Yifan, then at Youyu behind him, not understanding Yifan's intentions. Yi Changfeng was very aware that Yifan had no shortage of beautiful women around him. There was Zhuan Yufei, who had previously shouted for a divorce, his 7 sisters behind him, and the 4 chief maids arranged by Yifan's mother, all of whom were exceptional beauties. Why did Yifan set his sights on Han Youyu? Grandpa, that lady smells good. I want her to accompany me. Yifan's eyes suddenly lost their sharpness and he appeared a bit foolish in a flash. This scene caught everyone by surprise. Was Xiaofan's condition really unstable? He was so shrewd just a moment ago, but now he seemed foolish again. We hope the Thunder God physician acts quickly to completely cure Yifan's condition. However, the few lurking individuals in the crowd had a smug smile on their faces. Fortunately, there was still a chance. The situation today had to be reported to the leaders immediately, so they could come up with a response as soon as possible. Lao Han, Yifan spoke up. Even though Yi Changfeng didn't understand Yifan's intentions, he still called out to his old friend, Han Wuji. Han Wuji stepped forward with his granddaughter, Han Youyu, and respectfully said, "Yi Lao, if Xiaofan wants Youayu to be by his side, I believe she would be very willing." Han Youyu was stomping her foot in anger beside him. "Grandpa, I don't want to. HMPH. Yifan must be deliberately doing this." She had accidentally stepped on him in the restroom, catching a glimpse of a shameful area, and now he was trying to get her by his side. Besides, Yifan's current behavior, appearing foolish, was all an act, wasn't it? Han Youyu's intuition told her that Yifan was not easy to deal with. "Grandpa, I want that. She smells so good, and I feel very comfortable smelling her scent every day." Yifan also shook Yi Changfeng's arm a few times. Han Youyu wanted to continue speaking, but her grandfather cut her off directly, saying, "Youayu, listen to me. Be good and stay by Xiaofan's side. If Xiaofan has taken a liking to you, it is your honor. Obey all of Xiaofan's arrangements. Any request he makes must be carried out 100%, understand? This is an order." With a cold then stern gaze, Han Wuji shut down Han Youyu's attempt to refuse again. A gleam of cunning flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Changfeng, then at Lei Qianyu, and considering Yifan's earlier actions, Han Wuji had a rough idea in his mind. A few of them were probably deliberately staging a play. Han Wuji didn't understand why Yifan wanted Han Youyu to stay by his side, but he could sense that it was a great opportunity for the Han family. "Xiaofan, if you like my granddaughter, I'll give her to you. You can arrange for her to do anything." Especially when anything is described in 4 words, the meaning spoken by Han Wuji is particularly profound. Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit startled hearing this. Is this old man implying that he can have his granddaughter help warm the bed? This old man must have dirty thoughts. Yifan left Han Youyu behind just to have her assist with the intelligence work he needed. Not only did Han Wuji have dirty thoughts, but also the other core members of the Yi family present at the scene were having similar thoughts, whispering amongst themselves, "Ah, it's a pity my granddaughter didn't come today. I missed this great opportunity. Yet, damn, I feel like snatching a granddaughter and sending her to Yi Young Master's bed. The Yi Young Master seems a bit foolish now. Wouldn't pursuing this harm our granddaughter's happiness?" "You're the fool. Think about it. Yi Young Master looks a bit naive now. He might still fancy these ordinary girls. Once he regains his senses, our granddaughters might not even stand a chance. It's better to get close to Yi Young Master now, so that in the future, when he fully wakes up, he can't just deny everything." Listening to the ongoing discussions below, Yifan felt helpless. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Han Youyu, he walked towards the entrance of the hotel. "You're doing this on purpose. You want revenge, right?" "Humph. A man with such a narrow mind. Are you even a man?" In the elevator, Han Youyu finally found the opportunity to speak and lashed out at Yifan. "Am I a man? Haven't you already seen it? I doubt if you are even a woman. Why not show me? You still owe me a favor," Yifan casually replied, causing Han Youyu's face to blush in embarrassment, and she scolded, "Shut up." Han Wuji, who was beside them, hadn't paid attention to their conversation initially, but upon hearing his granddaughter scold, he immediately frowned. "You must respect Yi Young Master, understood? From now on, you are his servant. You must listen to him in everything, otherwise, Yi Young Master, you can spank her if you want." "Ah." Han Youyu looked upset. "Grandfather, how can you? He clearly wants to retaliate against me." "Retaliate? What retaliation?" Han Wuji continued. "Enough of that, Han Youyu. You have to be more accommodating to Yi Young Master. He's still in an idiotic state. Why are you getting angry with a fool? An idiot?" Han Youyu was taken aback. She glanced at Yifan next to her and coldly hummed in her heart. This guy is definitely not an idiot. He's doing this on purpose. But with her grandfather being so firm in his stance, Han Youyu knew that her opposition was futile, and could only sigh and find an opportunity to escape from him. Whether Yifan was an idiot or not, Han Youyu didn't want to stay by the side of such a rogue. As they all came out of the hotel entrance, they saw a large crowd gathering outside, with nearly 1,000 people. Leading them were Guo Li, Wang Fugui, Zia Hao, Li Hu, Liu Weiyang, and others, with high-level executives from the Grand Transport Company and the Divine Eagle Security Group. "Yi Lao, how should we handle these people?" Although the commander of the Ghost Commandos, Niwo, was asking for Yi Lao's instructions, his gaze was fixed on Yifan, waiting for his orders. Yi Changfeng glanced at Yifan and said, "Detain them temporarily in the Ghost Commando base. After today's events are over, I will personally discuss with them. As Yi Changfeng spoke, he stared sharply at the high-level leaders among them, many of whom he had personally appointed, not expecting that they had been bought off by the Holy Messenger organization, intending to wipe out the Yi family completely. Treacherous scum. Yi's opponents were becoming more and more brazen. Yi Lao, another restaurant has been arranged. Please get into the car. With the traitors' matter temporarily resolved, Guo Li stepped forward to report to Yi Changfeng. Everything had been set up and arranged by Yi Fen in advance. Yi Changfeng nodded, very satisfied with his younger brother Yi Fen, and introduced the core members of the Yi family. This is Guo Li, the young master of the Guo family in the provincial capital. He grew up with Xiaofan and has always been the strategist by Xiaofan's side. Please take good care of him in the future, as they will be the future of the younger generation. Yi Changfeng's seemingly casual introduction caused a moment of tension among all the core members of the Yi family present. The seemingly simple introduction already revealed Yi Lao's intentions. He was planning to hand over power and pave the way for the younger generation. The gathering of so many people at the scene, including the martial arts experts from the Ghost Commandos, was all orchestrated by Yi Fen. This once again shocked everyone present. A clear-minded Yi Fen is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, judging by the allies gathered around Yi Fen, his team was beginning to take shape. Guo Shuken served as the strategist, Wan Fugui as the main force. Those in the know also knew that the second young master of the Liu family in the provincial capital, Liu Weiyang, had already pledged allegiance to Yi Fen. He should be the future finance god in Yi Fan's team, overseeing finances. Indeed, geniuses are drawn to each other. With these exceptional talents gathered together, when Yi Fen fully recovers, the entire landscape of Great Xia might undergo significant changes. Under Guo Li's arrangements, everyone got into the vehicles heading to the other restaurant. Han Youyu and Yi Fan's maids, Nan Sheng and Ziwen, naturally sat in the same car as Yi Fan. Seeing the displeased face of Han Youyu beside him, Yi Fan smiled slightly. Do you think I let you follow me because I am interested in your looks? Then what is it? Humph, rogue. Han Youyu responded uninterestingly. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Han Youyu, although you are beautiful, why would I lack beautiful women by my side? 5 years ago, when I was roaming the world, the Queen of Nodal Ridge, the Princess of Italy, the Prince of Dongjing, all were fond of me, but I didn't even spare them a glance, let alone you. You are too young. As he spoke, Yi Fan intentionally glanced at Han Youyu's chest. The remarks were not very harmful, but highly insulting. Han Youyu retorted, shameless. How am I young? Clearly, it's a D. Isn't that good enough? What more do you want? Humph. Han Youyu provocatively pushed her chest forward a bit, seemingly showing off. Xiaowen, bring out the things. Without continuing further, Yi Fan gestured for Xiaowen to bring out a pile of bank cards and handed them to Han Youyu. These contain 20 billion. I want you to. What are you doing? Trying to buy me with money? I'm not that type of person. You insulted me too much. Stop the car. I want to get off. Han Youyu was completely angry and disappointed upon seeing the stack of bank cards in Xiaowen's hand. Yi Fan was also somewhat speechless. Can you let me finish? It's time for discipline. As Yi Fan spoke, he reached out to hug Han Youyu's waist and gave her 2 slaps on the buttocks. Smack. Smack. The crisp sound resonated in the car, causing Han Youyu to scream immediately. Ah, you shameless. How dare you? You actually hit my bottom. Ah. Yi Fan ignored Han Youyu's protests and continued. I'm giving you 20 billion to establish a network that will only accept your control and management of intelligence within 3 months, using any means necessary. What? Still feeling the burning pain in her buttocks, Han Youyu was shocked when she heard Yi Fan's next words. Give me 200 billion to establish my own intelligence network. Han Youyu looked at Yi Fan with disbelief. Why me? How could Yi Fan be so audacious? He just casually threw out 200 billion without batting an eye. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Han Youyu was astonished as she looked at the bank card in Xiaowen's hand. 200 billion, not $200. Although Han family was a vassal of the Yi family, the total assets of the entire family added up to only a few billion. In this critical situation of Yi Fan, where did he, a seemingly foolish man, get so much money from? Heh. Your Han family has long been deeply intertwined with my Yi family, and I've already deeply understood your information. Since you were 13, your grandfather sent you abroad to the KGB. Military Intelligence Department. After lurking and studying for so long, it was originally meant to groom you as the successor to your grandfather. Yifan's words made a look of shock flash through Han Youyu's eyes. These secret operations, only his grandfather should know. How could Yifan be so clear about them? How could he know so much about Han Youyu's background? You deceiver, have you fooled everyone? Humph. While feeling shocked, Han Youyu couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration. If Yifan hadn't pretended to be a fool and deceived those opponents of the Yi family in the past 5 years, he might have already been dead. Now, Yifan continues to lurk and act foolishly, but quietly gathers the core members of the Yi family. Is he planning to counterattack? In fact, you are well aware that if I hadn't pretended to be foolish, I would have died 5 years ago. Yifan looked deeply into Han Youyu's eyes. That's the situation. If you think you can't handle it, you can just forget about today's conversation. Anyway, you're nothing more than a brainless flower pot. Yifan intentionally provoked Han Youyu. Han Youyu, upon hearing this, immediately became unhappy. What did you say? Who said I'm brainless? Isn't it just setting up an intelligence system? Who told you I can't do it? Humph. I'll prove it to you. If I achieve the goal in 3 months, you must apologize to me on your knees. You've tarnished my eyes in the bathroom. Han Youyu was clearly being defiant. Yifan smiled faintly. All right. After 3 months, if you've accomplished what I said, I will definitely kneel down and apologize to you properly. Sincerely apologize. Yifan smiled mischievously, but silently added in his heart. Apologizing can be done. Kneeling down to apologize can also be done. But the environment and location for kneeling down need to be discussed. For a man to kneel down, there is only one place. Due to the timely list of intelligence provided by Liu Hao, Yifan made preparations in advance, eliminating all those betrayers lurking around the Yi family, and even thwarted a poisoning incident in Luoyilu. Previously, Zhao Qianlan's father, Zhao Dechen, mentioned that there were other hidden operatives in Yun City. This batch is probably the one. They were probably the last hidden forces in Yun City. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. The nails in Yun City have been cleared out, so the next step for Yifan is to cause a stir in the provincial capital. Only by using greater temptations can the true masterminds behind the scenes be fully exposed. The 2 old men, Zhang and Tangzhong, although they held high positions and power, still lacked the means to simultaneously target the core disciples of the Yi family in the 7 major battle areas. There are others behind the 2 old men. What Yifan wanted was direct evidence. More crucially, in addition to the power from the old men's side, the Holy Envoy has also joined in. This time, with the sudden surrender of the Liu family, providing this list, Yifan destroyed all the last diplomats of the Holy Envoy in Yun City. The guy who went to Beijing, Zhou Xiao, should be unable to bear it by now. On the plane from Beijing to Yun City, Zhou Xiao was resting with his eyes closed until he was suddenly awakened by his assistant. Zhou Xiao, there's a big problem in Yun City. All the hands we set up in Yun City, including the Ghost Kings, Zia Hao, Li Hu, etc., were all killed by the Yi family a while ago. The assistant's face looked grim as he relayed the information, and the assassination operation scheduled for today was a total failure, and the power of the Yi family's core forces remained intact. What's more infuriating is that, except for the death of the Poison Prince, all the others were captured alive. Your identity, Zhou Xiao, may have been exposed as well. Damn it! Zhou Xiao, who had just woken up, heard the news reported by his subordinate, and he struck the seat with a fist in anger, causing the whole plane to shake for a moment. The assistant was startled. Zhou Xiao, please be gentle. We're on a plane now. If you break the plane, we'll all die. Zhou Ming also realized the situation and suppressed his chat, but the anger on his face was not subdued. Group of useless fools. Idiots. All our years of arrangements have been wiped out in an instant. How are we supposed to control the Yi family in Yun City in the future? Although infuriated, Zhou Ming knew the work had to continue. Is there any other news in other aspects? Tang Zheng, who went to Beijing, failed to let Sun Desheng from the Sun family take over the proxy rights. It's unclear whether he was killed by the Tang family's people or by Yifan. The Sun family has also suffered a crazy retaliation. Zhang Jie, the old man from the northwest, also took action and had the eldest son of the Jin family in the provincial capital, Jinyan, come forward, cooperating with the Gu teachings and sorcerers, planning an operation in Yun City. In addition, At the private meeting of the Yi family's core forces just now, the news released by Yi Changfeng stated that Yifen has begun to wake up. Now he can be awake for an hour every day. Lei Qianyu says that within 3 months, Yifen can fully recover. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Zhou Ming's eyebrows creased into twists. He sighed deeply. Alas, 5 years ago, we should not have been lenient to Yifen. We should have sent him to the western horizon back then. Now, our time is running out. If we can't completely resolve Yifen and the Yi family within 3 months, we'll all be in trouble. Immediately contact Tang Jun and Zhang. Yifen has started to wake up, that monstrous genius, who knows what arrangements he'll make. We must unite and bring our forces together. Understood. The assistant responded, concerned about the current situation in Yun City. He said, Zhou Xiao, the situation in Yun City is not good right now. Shouldn't we wait a few days before going there? In just a few days, all the families that opposed the Yi family had met their demise. Even Captain Chu Feng, under the command of Zhang, a strong martial artist at the martial respect realm, couldn't escape death, and it was unclear whether he died by whose hand. Although Zhou Ming was a member of the Holy Amba organization and had some special means, would he be a match for Yifen if he happens to encounter him when Yifen is fully recovered? Yifen has already started to wake up. How many more days until then? Damn it! Do I have to wait until he gives birth? Humph. Speed up. Zhou Ming coldly scolded his assistant. I'm not that stupid. Although the Yi family has already wiped out most of the forces we deploy, there is still a part of the force that even Liu Hao doesn't know about. Until we have figured out Yifan's background, I won't take direct action. A hint of gloom flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. There is another wave of power arranged by the Holy Messenger organization in Cloud City, some of whom are Yifan's former classmates. By organizing a reunion and creating some conflicts, they can naturally see Yifan's true situation. In the vehicle where Yifan and Han Youyu are in Cloud City, Han Youyu has agreed stubbornly to Yifan's request, but at the moment her body twisted, she suddenly felt something unusual. A warm flow. Several strong warm streams appeared in her body, spreading from where her buttocks were slapped, nurturing her body's muscles and veins, and then transforming into martial arts energy, rapidly enhancing her strength. At first, Han Youyu thought she was mistaken, but after calming down and carefully feeling it, she finally confirmed that the source of the warm flow was from where Yifen had slapped her buttocks, flowing into her body. Is this monstrous? Could this be the reason for Yifan's monstrous talent? Could one's strength be enhanced just by being slapped by Yifan? And Yifan himself enhanced his strength with this warm flow. Han Youyu glanced at Yifan and really wanted to verify her inner thoughts. But at the moment, it was difficult to speak up. She couldn't just raise her buttocks and ask Yifan to slap her again. After hesitating for a moment, Han Youyu suddenly grabbed Yifan's wrist and bit down on it. Here it is. When their skin touched, that familiar warm flow rushed into Han Youyu's body from her lips again. Just by taking a bite, Han Youyu discovered that Yifan's arm was as hard as steel, almost breaking her teeth. Are you a dog? Yifan glanced indifferently at Han Youyu. Humph. Han Youyu let go of Yifan's arm, coquettishly saying, I just wanted to verify the warm flow on your body. If you want to verify, you can kiss me on the face. Yifan rolled his eyes. This Han Youyu is really like a thorny rose. Quite hot. You wish. Han Youyu blushed, feeling embarrassed. Unconsciously, she thought of the spicy scene she saw in the bathroom. Her eyes were not clean, and she couldn't shake off that scene she saw. It's all because of Yifan, this big jerk. But thinking of the mysterious warm flow on Yifan, Han Youyu's eyes were filled with envy. As long as she had intimate skin contact with Yifan, she could gain enough warm flow, thus gaining immense benefits. If she spent enough time with Yifan, could she surpass grandmasters, martial lords, and even super strongmen approaching the realm of martial saints? Faintly, Han Youyu found herself a golden thigh. Should she hold on to it? Another restaurant arranged by Guo Li, not far from here. While discussing specific countermeasures and eating, when the meal was about to end, Yifan signaled his grandfather to come to the nearby lounge. What's wrong, Xiaofan? Yi Changfeng had a little drink, his face red, completely different from the decadent look before. Grandpa, have you seen this map scroll before? Yifan took out the parchment scroll Liu Hao had sent and handed it to Yi Changfeng. As soon as Yi Changfeng saw the scroll, his expression changed immediately. Finally, I see such a scroll again. Xiaofan, you really are the killing child of the Yi family. Alas, Yi Changfeng sighed and said, Our Yi family was attacked and schemed on such a large scale because they came for this map. The outside world knows that the Yi family has one such map, but what they don't know is that the Yi family actually has 7 of such maps. They point to a place of a divide being, which is said to contain endless martial arts, and even the legends of cultivating immortality. 7 sets. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He already had a fragment. If the 7 fragments were gathered, he could probably complete the map. The Heavenly Palace. Is that the site of the divide being? Is this the origin of the Gate of Gods? Where are those maps? Yifan was curious. If Grandpa already knew about those maps and didn't mention it when introducing the Yi family's underground palace, why not? Yi Changfeng shook his head and said, "Those maps were brought back by your mother. After you were born, your mother gave one of the 7 maps to each of your 7 brothers to keep with them. Now that your 7 brothers have all passed away, those 7 maps, but according to the nature of your 7 brothers, when they were in danger, they would definitely find a way to keep those maps safe. Your mother said that the secrets in those maps are related to the life and death of the entire world, and even to the future prosperity of the Yi family. You must gather them as soon as possible, lest they fall into the wrong hands. The Heavenly Palace map is the key to entering the divide being. Once the members of the Order of the Holy Messengers enter the Heavenly Palace and receive the inheritance inside, it will be disastrous. The key is if those enemies of the Yi family get hold of the inheritance inside, Yifan's desire to avenge his brothers, protect his sisters-in-law and the Yi family, will be even more difficult. Alright, Yifan responded. According to Yifan's plan, after clearing out the enemies in Cloud City and Tianan province, he was going to investigate the truth behind the deaths of his brothers and uncles. Now, it's just another small task. Investigate his brothers and uncles' killers while also trying to find the missing maps. After the dinner, when Yifan came out of the hotel building, Qing Ruolin was already waiting by the gate in her car. Seeing Yifan coming out, Qing Ruolin approached happily, intimate. Although on the day of the Yi family funeral, Qing Ruolin and the eldest sister-in-law Yulinglan and others announced their intention to marry Yifan together. They agreed that each person would accompany Yifan for a month to help the Yi family grow and prosper. But when it came down to it, Qing Ruolin was still somewhat shy. After all, she used to be a sister-in-law of the Yi family, and furthermore, it was broad daylight. Did she really have to take Yifan to a hotel? It was fine if Yifan was still a fool. But what if Yifan suddenly woke up at any moment? Wouldn't she be embarrassed? After Yifan got into the car, Qing Ruolin looked at the sunny young man Yifan beside her. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. Xiaofan, do you like me? Yifan was stunned, looking at Qing Ruolin's expression, not understanding what she meant. Of course, I like you. Ruolin wife is the best. Yufei wife doesn't want me. I have Yixu wife now, Ruolin wife, and Yulinglan wife. So many head. Yifan innocently replied to Qing Ruolin, that simple look making Qing Ruolin feel a pang of heartache. Poor Yifan. With the family facing such disaster, at such a critical moment, Zhuan Yufei actually broke off the engagement, adding insult to injury. Xiaofan husband. What I want to tell you is, although I have long been designated as the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, the groom was 6th young master. But, because they are always in the military, we have nothing between us, we haven't even held hands, don't mind. Actually, Qing Ruolin didn't know why she had to explain these things to Yifan. Yifan was considered a fool for 5 years, but during those 5 years, Yifan's soul was merely sealed by her, and many things Yifan saw very clearly. Among the 7 sisters-in-law, although they were officially considered the daughters-in-law of the Yi family, in reality, nothing had happened with any of them. They hadn't even met a few times. There was really nothing. Why should I mind? Ruolin wife treats me so well now, my heart aches for you. As Yifan spoke, he reached out and pulled Qing Ruolin into his arms. The moment their skin touched, that warm current flowed again, nurturing Qing Ruolin and also enhancing Yifan's own strength. Feeling the beauty in his arms, Yifan's big hands began to boldly move on Qing Ruolin's body, exploring the depths, climbing the peaks, outlining the contours of a perfect body. Feeling Yifan's palm, Qing Ruolin melted in Yifan's arms, her lips involuntarily kissing Yifan, closing her eyes, silently thinking, "You scoundrel, do whatever you want. Sooner or later you'll be mine." However, Qing Ruolin was somewhat worried, as Yifan was still in a foolish state. How bad would he be when fully conscious? At that time, could she and her sisters handle it? The atmosphere in the car began to heat up. Yifan's body was restless, and he urgently needed to enhance his strength. He really wanted to have his way with Qing Ruolin right there. But at a critical moment, Yifan stopped himself. Although Qing Ruolin wouldn't object, Yifan felt that it would be too disrespectful to her. At least they should find a decent place. In the car, ahem, they could try later. After a while, Qing Ruolin sat up from Yifan's embrace. With disheveled clothes, looking at Yifan tenderly, she said, "Shafan husband, rest assured, until you fully wake up, we 7 sisters will do our best to protect you, and we won't let you suffer any harm or grievances." Although Qing Ruolin seemed delicate, her words were very firm. Yifan also thought to himself, "Sister, your declaration at the funeral for the Yi family was a good guard duty. You took a huge risk, marrying a fool like Yifan together, showing such courage and grace. How could I let you down? Sister, I am not a fool anymore, but now, because of the circumstances, I can't reveal myself just yet." Just as Yifan finished speaking, a servant girl, Nansheng, knocked on the car window outside. "Master, there is a call from your high school classmate. They want to arrange a class reunion. Everyone is going. You are the only one left. Will you go?" Nansheng had Yifan's phone in her hand, and it was the class monitor, Kijin, on the line. "Yifan, we all know you are a fool, traumatized 5 years ago, but because of this, you should come out and see us. Maybe meeting us will trigger something and you won't be a fool anymore." Kijin's words seemed harmless at first, but on closer analysis, one could discern the sarcasm in Kijin's tone. There was also the voice of Kijin's lackey, Wang Dao, beside him. "Yi Shao, come out and join us. We heard your sister-in-law has married you. Bring her along. Ha ha. Let us also see." The phone was on speaker, and Qing Ruolin in the car could hear everything clearly. Before Yifan could speak, Qing Ruolin snatched the phone. "Very well. Is it just a class reunion? We'll go. Who dares to insult my husband in person? They will have to pay the price." Qing Ruolin couldn't bear to see Yifan being despised and insulted like this. 5 years ago, Yifan was a remarkable genius, a generational prodigy. He was the pride of the heavens, the #1 among the young generation of the great Xia. Just because of a car accident, he became what he was now, coupled with the Yi family being betrayed. Did Yifan deserve to be trampled upon like this? After hanging up the phone, Qing Ruolin held Yifan's hand and said, "Shafan, rest assured, with the wife around, everything is under control. It's just a class reunion, some old classmates we haven't seen in a long time." Yifan's eyes flashed with a hint of depth. After so many years, with no class reunions being held, and this sudden class reunion with instructions to bring his wife along, this class reunion was probably not as simple as it seemed. It was highly likely to be a dangerous banquet. Yifan wasn't afraid of any means they might use now. What he feared were the guys hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to strike. Going there might be good. See who else is planning to make a sneaky move behind the scenes. In the southern outskirts of Cloud City, inside a courtyard, as Kijin heard the affirmative response on the phone, he glanced somewhat awkwardly towards the side. Beside Kijin was Jin Yang, along with Zhou Xiao, who rushed over from the capital, and a group of subordinates. Seeing Zhou Xiao nod, Kijin continued, "Remember that address, it's at the Cloud City Grand Hotel. We'll head over immediately, and you should come quickly too." With that, Kijin hung up the phone, then tried to please Zhou Xiao by saying, "Zhou Xiao, this is all we can do. Yifan has been acting like a fool since 5 years ago, appearing brainless. I've witnessed it countless times. Is he really that frightening?" Zhou Xiao remained silent, while Jin Yang beside him spoke up. "Whether he is formidable or not, we will see in the next steps. If we succeed in this matter, there will be benefits for you." With the support of Elder Zhang, Jin Yang had planned to collaborate with strong individuals from the Gu sect to directly target Yifan and his companions. However, Zhou Ming promptly contacted Elder Zhang, informing him of Tang Zheng's failure, and promptly got in touch with Jin Yang to unite the forces gathered by Jin Yang with his own forces, setting a trap for Yifan. "Rest assured, Zhou Xiao, it is our honor to follow you. We will definitely not fail our mission and leave Yifan with no way out." Kijin, Wang Dao, and others showed a hint of fierceness on their faces, ready to fight at any moment. But Zhou Ming waved his hand and said, "Organizing an alumni association is not about fighting. Your job is to ensure Yifan's presence at the scene, then create some conflicts. You don't need to worry about what comes next. I want to see whether Yifan is truly foolish or pretending to be. Zhou Ming, as the white-clad messenger of the Holy Anwo organization controlling operations in the entire southwestern region, including the authority to assist in the Great Xia operations, naturally had a more meticulous mindset than Jin Yang. According to the information Zhou Qiao currently had, the soul-capturing technique set on Zhuan Yufei's body was broken, and those who appeared near Zhuan Yufei's villa that night were only Yifan and Wang Fugui. Zhou Ming was now very suspicious, thinking that Yifan had already awakened, as it couldn't have been a mere coincidence. Moreover, Zhou Ming had met Chu Fan, the captain under Elder Zhang in the northwest, who was at the martial monarch realm with numerous grandmother-level experts, silently annihilating Yi's family. It was just too incredible. Under normal circumstances, Chu Fan, as Elder Zhang's confidant, would always leave some sign outside, even if there was a problem with dealing with the Yi family. However, Elder Zhang and Zhou Ming could not obtain any information about the scene when using any means and methods. Even though Wandering Souls took responsibility for the matter and claimed that Chu Feng was assassinated by someone else, Zhou Ming still felt something was wrong. Alright. After Qijin and others left, Zhou Ming said to Jin Yang, "Jin Yang, Elder Zhang must have briefed you on the situation, right? Now we are on the same boat. Have the Gu masters from the Gu sect all arrived? Today's operation will mainly rely on them." "Yes, the Gu masters have arrived this morning. If it weren't for waiting for Zhou Xiao, I might have acted early." While Jin Yang was somewhat displeased that Zhou Ming intervened suddenly, he knew that Zhou Ming had a stronger position than him. As instructed by Elder Zhang, he had to unconditionally follow Zhou Ming's command. "Aside from the Gu masters, I plan to bring Su Yixu over as well. By that time, both Qing Ruolin and Su Yixu, the two sisters-in-law, will be captured, forcing Yifan to choose only one to survive." Ha ha, that would be an excellent show. Jin Yang still resented the harm caused by Yifan. Before numerous people, he was humiliated, and after his ambush failed, he was forced to compensate 10 billion. This enmity had to be avenged. "Do as you wish. I won't go to the scene, but I want to know all the details clearly." Zhou Ming remained cautious. After Chu Feng went to see Yifan and never returned alive, Zhou Ming had some special abilities and techniques granted by the Holy Anwo organization along with his peak martial monarch strength and formidable combat power, reaching the level of Emperor of War. However, he remained very cautious and not inclined to take risks easily. At the Cloud City Grand Hotel, Qijin actually managed to gather most of his former classmates from years ago. After all, the Che family still held some influence in Cloud City. With Chejun saying that Yifan would also be present, most of the classmates showed up, as they had heard about Yifan's troubles over the years and were concerned about him. The private room was already arranged. Jin Yang's men were also positioned, and the Gu masters from the Gu sect were disguised as hotel staff, with security guards lurking around the Cloud City Grand Hotel. Everything was ready, waiting for Yifan and Qing Ruolin to arrive. Screech. When 5 black Maybachs stopped at the hotel entrance, Qijin and the others were stunned and instinctively looked to the side. They thought some big shot was arriving. However, when the door of the leading Maybach opened, Qijin and the others were dumbfounded. "Yifan?" It was Yifan who got out of the car. At this moment, Yifan was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, stylish hair, sharp facial features, exuding a heroic and dominant aura, with sharp eyes surveying the people present, making everyone feel like their souls were being severed as he took each step, seemingly changing the entire atmosphere. "Is this still the young master of the Yi family who seemed like a fool?" Yifan, in such appearance, showed no hint of a fool. With Yifan was Qin Ruolin, who had changed into a red gown, slender and full-figured, elegant yet sexy, with an angelic face and a devilish figure. Qin Ruolin gently linked arms with Yifan, showing an intimate demeanor. They completely complemented each other, a pair made in heaven. In front of the vehicle, Wang Fugui and Guoli were also in suits, standing on both sides of Yifan, extending their hands to Yifan and Qin Ruolin, saying, "Brother, sister-in-law, please." Behind them were Yifan's four beautiful maidens, all dressed playfully and alluring, exuding various styles of charm. This grandeur, this lineup, damn it, he had been fooled. Qijin even planned on showing off his new Lamborghini in front of Yifan, thinking that the Yi family had suffered severe damage and might collapse financially at any time, yet Yifan effortlessly displayed so many limited edition Maybachs, any one of which could buy dozens of his Lamborghinis. Kijin now felt like a clown in front of Yifan. In the past, regardless of family background, power, intelligence, accomplishments, etc., Yifan was always the most dazzling figure. 5 years later, even though the Yi family had suffered such heavy losses, they were still dominating them. Young, you're here. Kijin had intended to call Yifan by his name, but it instinctively changed to Young. It seemed that calling Yifan by his name at this moment did not fit his current temperament. Have all the classmates arrived? Yifan glanced at Chejun, sensing the aura on Chechun's body. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Gu insect aura, Chejun and the followers of the Gu sect cooperating together. For a long time prior to this, Yifan had received news that the adversaries of the Yi family had already contacted powerful members of the Gu sect, planning to secretly attack Yifan and his grandfather. Is it finally happening now? Understanding the situation behind today's class reunion, Yifan's mind instantly became clear. The Gu sect in the Miao region, those terrifying venomous insects, invisible assassins. In the eyes of others, they were an extremely fearful existence. Once those venomous insects entered the body, even powerful warriors at the grandmother level could have their minds completely devoured by the venomous insects. But Yifan was not afraid, because within the inheritance of the heavenly secret pavilion, there was a supreme treasure of the Gu sect, the myriad insect cauldron, the most revered sacred object of the Gu sect, the source of all Gu worms. All toxic Gu worms of the Gu sect originated from the myriad insect cauldron, within which resided a golden Gu emperor who could command all venomous insects and Gu masters, a more effective authority symbol than the Gu sect leader. Once the Gu emperor appeared, all venomous insects would submit. Today, Yifan wanted to see who was behind Chejun and the others, stirring up trouble, the hidden pieces set up by Yi family's adversaries in Cloud City. This should be the last wave. After resolving this wave, Grandpa should be departing for the capital, and Yifan should continue investigating the truth in the provincial capital. They have all arrived. They are in the private room upstairs. Yifan, it's been years. I didn't expect you to have such a serious car accident and become stupid. Sigh. Chejun, after all, was also a second-generation rich. Although he was initially overwhelmed by Yifan's temperament, he quickly adjusted, guiding Yifan towards the private room, while probing Yifan. I've become stupid. Who says I'm a fool? Clearly I'm not stupid. Okay. Crack. While Yifan was arguing, he raised his hand and slapped Chechun's face. If Madame Nailan and Madame Zhu both said someone called me a fool, I'll slap them. Me? Chejun stumbled backwards, almost hitting the wall, feeling extremely frustrated. Yifan, I was just concerned about you. Chechun's words trailed off. He realized he was being ridiculous arguing with a fool. Today, Chechun's main task was to bring Yifan here, with Gold Young Master and Zhou Young Master's men waiting in the wings. If Plan A failed, execute Plan B. Lead Yifan and Qing Ruolin to another location where Yifan would meet his end. Thus, Zhou Young Master's task would be complete. Yifan, don't blame me. Initially, I didn't have any deep hatred against you, but unfortunately Zhou Young Master promised too much. Promises of ascending to the realm of controlling Den medicine, something not attainable with money, and obtaining the special envoy authority of managing the sacred envoy organization in Tianan province. Ultimate power, enhancement drugs, enough to drive Chejun mad. Young Master, I was wrong. I should be slapped. I was just quick with words. You're not a fool. I am. Afraid of upsetting Yifan and jeopardizing today's arrangements, Chejun had to coax Yifan. While speaking, Chejun even raised his hand to smack his own face. Watching Chechun's actions, Yifan's lips curved into a cold smile. Former classmate, you've joined the camp against the Yi family, digging your own grave. When Chejun led Yifan towards the private room, he exchanged a glance with the waiter as they passed by. Those waiters were under Jingyang, as well as disguised strong members of the Gu sect. On the Gu sect side, the leader was the third elder of the Gu sect, Lingyun. As Yifan entered, Lingyun locked onto him and quietly released 7 kinds of venomous insects, intending to invade Yifan's body. However, to Lingyun's shock, no matter how potent the venomous insects he released, as soon as they came close to Yifan within 3 meters, they all went crazy and fled back as if they had encountered something terrifying. Gold Young Master, this Yifan is unusual. After Yifan headed upstairs, Lingyun quickly sneaked into the control room and reported to Jingyang. There seems to be something terrifying on his body that is hindering our venomous insects from approaching. Inside the control room, Jing Yang frowned, observing the surveillance on the wall. After pondering for a few seconds, he spoke. How bizarre is that? Just a fool, and even venomous insects can't harm him. This is troublesome. Previously, Jing Yang arranged for an attack targeting Yifan, which was thwarted by the interference of a strong warrior, leaving Yifan unscathed. Subsequently, Jing Yang was targeted by a sniper, resulting in compensating 10 billion in mental damages. Thus, this time, Jing Yang hid directly in the room, assuming no one would target him again. However, even though Yifan had turned into a fool, his skills were still formidable. If the Goose X people couldn't harm him, then how to eliminate him? Elder Ling, is there something wrong with your venomous insects? Jing Yang frowned, bestowed with significant autonomy by Elder Zhang, able to mobilize all the hidden forces within Tianan province. Zhou Young Master personally came to supervise, hence if no results were produced, it would be hard to explain to Elder Zhang and Zhou Young Master. It's impossible. Not only did I release them, our young master also released his. Yet our venomous insects couldn't invade Yifan's body. Ling Yun's expression turned grave. If direct invasion failed, they could only rely on Chejun and others to tamper with the drinks and beverages. Jing Yang nodded, instructing the attendants disguised as service staff. Later, collaborate with Chejun. Make sure Yifan and Qing Ruolin drink the prepared beverages. Yes. When Yifan and Qing Ruolin arrived at the private room, almost 3 tables were already occupied. Seeing Yifan arrive, most of them stood up, warmly welcoming him. Yi Young Master is still as handsome. Madam is so beautiful. Congratulations to Yi Young Master. Most classmates greeted Yifan and Qing Ruolin warmly. Qing Ruolin felt a bit embarrassed standing by Yifan's side. However, today's class reunion was prepared by Chejun as a banquet, so it naturally couldn't go smoothly. Seizing the moment of interruption in the conversation among classmates, Chechun's lackey Wan Dao spoke up. Madam Ruolin, I remember Madam Ruolin was the wife of the 6th young master of the Yi family before, right? Hehe. Now you've married Yifan. How does it feel to serve 2 brothers at the same time? Would you like to share with everyone? Qing Ruolin and the other 7 wives announced their marriages to Yifan at a funeral, a fact known to everyone. Moreover, the main purpose of these 7 wives marrying Yifan was to protect the Yi family, which everyone was aware of. However, everyone tactfully avoided this topic, while Wang Dao directly raised the most pointed question, provoking Yifan. Obviously, this was also an assignment given by Zhou Young Master to deliberately create conflict and test what kind of person Yifan really was. Exactly. Sister Ruolan, just satisfying everyone's curiosity. Will Yifan, a fool, sleep at night? Chejun quickly added from the side. However, Chejun had just been slapped by Yifan, feeling a bit apprehensive, his body involuntarily taking 2 steps back as he spoke. Wow. The words of Wang Dao and Chejun instantly stirred up a commotion in the private room. Wang Dao, Chejun, what are you 2 doing? Today is a class reunion. Why talk about these things? Exactly. Everyone knows about the situation with the Yi family. We're here today to show concern for Yifan. Don't be too overboard. Some classmates, feeling indignant, stood up to help Yifan. But Chejun, Wang Dao, and a few other wealthy young men at the table coldly retorted, what can't be said? Sister Ruolan and others acted heroically on the day of the funeral, in front of so many people proclaiming to marry Yifan. What can't be said? Sister Ruolan, don't you agree? You all are going too far. Our sisters made that decision at that time. What was it for? Aren't you clear about it? Qing Ruolan's face turned cold, glaring at everyone present. Do you think you can trample freely just because Yifan had an accident? I'm not someone to be messed with. Qing Ruolan and Yifan's sigh. Guoli and Wang Fubui saw the actions and words of Chejun, Wang Dao, and others, and their faces turned dark. Damn it! How dare you disrespect my brother and sister-in-law? I'll beat you to death. Wang Fugui had a quick temper, rolling up his sleeves, ready to act. However, Guoli intervened, stopping Wang Fugui. Old Wan, don't rush. Although Big Brother is temporarily a bit silly, he's not easy to mess with. Let's see how he handles it first. Qing Ruolan's intimidation had no effect. The influence of the Qing family in Great Zio was not insignificant, but that was in the provincial capital. In Yun City, Qing Ruolan, a weak woman with no available manpower, couldn't intimidate Chejun and Wang Dao. Behind Wang Dao and Chejun stood Zhou Sha and others. For today's actions, several hundred people were deployed round just to catch Yifan making a wrong move. After a commotion, everyone's gaze finally focused on Yifan. Everyone wanted to see how Yifan would act. In the corner of the room, 360 degrees were filled with cameras. In the yard, in the southern outskirts of Yun City, Zhou Ming carefully stared at the surveillance screens covering the walls, monitoring Yifan's actions from multiple angles. HMPH. Such insult, if you weren't a fool, surely you couldn't resist striking back, right? As long as you make a move, I can assess your situation. Zhou Ming's eyes flashed a hint of darkness. The 10 core disciples of the Yi family had been completely eliminated, but the last relic of the Yi family and this fool, despite so much effort, couldn't be eradicated. This infuriated Zhou Ming. In the private room of the Yun City Grand Hotel, Yifan, at the martial emperor level, sensed the 23 cameras in the room upon entering. Yifan knew they were surely being watched by people behind Chejun and Wang Dao. Chejun and Wang Dao openly insulted Qing Ruolan, and Yifan wouldn't let them off easily. But how to act required careful consideration. Using martial chat. No. Yifan saw the bowling hot pot on the table and a faint beautiful smile curved his lips. Wife Ruolan, are they bullying you? Yifan tilted his head, looking innocent as he spoke to Qing Ruolan. Qing Ruolan's heart warmed. Yes, but it's okay, as long as you. Before Qing Ruolan finished speaking, Yifan stood up. How is it okay? Zulao said, only I can bully you. No one else can bully you. You villains, apologize to my wife Ruolan. As Yifan scolded, he slammed his hands on the table with force. The bowling hot pot on the table instantly jumped up, splashing all the bowling water towards Chejun, Wang Dao, and a few other lackeys. In the middle of Chejun and Wang Dao, there was a classmate who was siding with Yifan. Normally, the splashed hot pot base ingredients would have scalded that classmate as well. Strangely, the splashed hot pot ingredients seemed to have eyes. When passing in front of that classmate, they split apart, avoiding him, and only a few drops fell on him, while the rest splashed on Chejun, Wang Dao, and others' faces. Ah, my eyes, damn it, my crotch, my neck, cough, cough. Chejun and Wang Dao and 4 or 5 other classmates were momentarily in shock. The boiling hot pot base spilled all over them, scorching their faces. They had blisters on their faces, even losing hair from their crotches, and the smell of roasted meat was faintly discernible, likely close to being cooked well. Yifan, are you crazy? Chejun, who knew a bit of martial chat, managed to block most of the hot water crucially using chat, but he had a large blister on his neck. He wiped his wound with a towel, furiously roaring at Yifan. Chejun and his brothers, while cursing, dragged chairs, intending to approach Yifan. Howd. Outrageous. What do you want? Want to fight? Wang Fugui stepped forward, using his head to knock one of the men beside Wang Dao back. You guys are going too far. Can't we just have a peaceful class reunion? Wang Fugui reprimanded, casting a silly glance at Yifan. Was Big Brother doing this intentionally, or just a coincidence? Coincidentally, they were punished. Similarly, in the monitoring room, Jin Yang and Zhou Ming in the southern yard were puzzled. Is this a coincidence? Zhou Ming's eyes turned serious, repeatedly replaying the recorded footage, carefully examining Yifan's actions, trying to find any traces. However, no matter how carefully Zhou Ming searched, in the end, he found that although the results were evident with Chejun and Wang Dao and others being punished, with a few brothers looking worse, there seemingly were no flaws in Yifan's actions. Everything seemed so natural, as if Yifan accidentally knocked over the hot pot base and happened to scald Chejun and others. Was I wrong with my speculation? Was Yifan still in a foolish state, the spirit-devouring art broken? Just a coincidence. In the private room, due to the sudden turn of events, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Some classmates were injured. Chejun and Wang Dao approached Yifan so aggressively. Under normal circumstances, the class reunion should have been disrupted, that as the waiter was almost done cleaning the scene, Chejun surprisingly adjusted his emotions again. Young Master Yi, our attitude towards Sister Ruolan was improper. When we spoke to Wang earlier, it was inappropriate to ask those questions. Here, let's have a drink together as classmates. I offer you and your wife a toast to apologize. How about that? As he spoke, Chejun and Wang Dao came over with 2 cups of wine held up towards Yifan and Qing Ruolan. This Qing Ruolin looked at the 2 glasses of wine being offered to her, feeling hesitant. The current situation was very clear. Chejun and Wang Dao didn't have good intentions today, so these 2 glasses of wine must definitely have a problem. Guo scholar, should we make a move? Wang Fugui on the side said nervously. Even Wang Fugui knew that the wine might be problematic, so naturally, Yifan also knew. Watching from behind, Zhou Ming and Jin Yan both stare intently at the monitoring screen. HMPH. Yifan, as long as you drink this glass of wine today, your Yi family will be completely finished, Jin Yang said excitedly, wishing to force Yifan to drink the wine. Several poison masters had already put a lot of poisonous insects in the wine, including the most powerful one called the 3-corpse brain god insect. Once Yifan drank the champagne, these poisonous insects would enter his body, controlling his mind and consciousness. Yifan was originally a fool, so if he was controlled by the 3-corpse brain god insect, he might even hold a knife to his grandfather without hesitation. If Yifan's foolish grandson killed his grandfather, this news would be released, and no one could blame anyone. It would be done without a sound. Chejun, I don't think Yifan's body has fully recovered, so he shouldn't drink alcohol, right? Some classmates present tried to dissuade Chejun, but they were hesitant because of the power of the Cha family, not daring to speak too loudly. Zhang Hua, what do you mean? If I don't drink the apology wine for Yi, how can I show my sincerity? This wine must be drunk, Chejun retorted to the male student who spoke, his eyes showing a clear threat. Why don't you drink it for him? Yifan raised an eyebrow, taking the wine glass from Chechun's hand with a faint smile. Chejun, do I really have to drink this wine? My grandfather said that as classmates, we should help each other. Out of friendly consideration, I forgive you. How about we just don't drink this wine? Yifan was actually giving Chejun a chance. If Chejun didn't continue to force Yifan to drink, Yifan might spare Chechun's life. But at this moment, Chejun had already gone mad, only thinking about how he would be rewarded after killing Yifan. Moreover, a glass of wine could control Yifan and completely ruin the Yi family. Chejun didn't need to resort to any other means. How could he give up such easily achievable power and status? Of course, you must drink it, Yi. Everyone is waiting. Only when you drink this glass of wine will I feel at ease. Chejun hooked his arm around Yifan's neck, smiling at Yifan. Seeing Chechun's performance, Yifan's eyes flashed a hint of loss. This Chejun was really determined to kill him. Since that was the case, then don't blame me for not being polite. I am no longer the fool I used to be. Alright. Let's drink, then let's drink. Yifan picked up the glass of wine in Chechun's hand and shook it lightly. Chejun was stunned by Yifan's actions, feeling nervous. Could it be that Yifan had noticed something in the wine glass? Jin Yang and Zhou Ming behind the monitoring screen also stare intently at Yifan, carefully observing his every move. They were aware of the poison in the wine. Even if Yifan had the strength of a martial master realm, what could he do once the poison entered his body? Throughout history, they had never heard of anyone resisting the erosion of poison. If the poison was not so powerful, the Gu sect wouldn't have caused chaos in the Great Xia dynasty. In the private room, when Yifan picked up the glass, Qing Ruolin's heart was in her throat. Xiaofan, do you really have to drink this wine? Qing Ruolin couldn't understand what Yifan's intentions were. Actually, Qing Ruolin had no idea that when Yifan entered the room, he had already sensed the poison masters in the room and the problems in the 3 glasses of wine. When Yifan picked up the glass, due to the 10,000 Gu Cauldron and Gu Emperor on his body, the 3-corpse brain god insects hidden in the glass instinctively wanted to escape. It was Yifan's command that made the poisonous insects settle down. Yifan sniffed the glass in front of his nose. Just as Chejun was about to say something, Yifan spoke. My wine isn't sweet. I just noticed, there is sugar in your wine glass. I want to drink from your glass. What? Chejun was dumbfounded. Yifan wanted to drink from his own glass. When did he put sugar in his own glass? There was nothing in his glass, no sugar, or anything else. Wasn't Yifan supposed to be a fool? But now, he didn't look anything like a fool. How did he know to drink from his own glass? How could the poisonous insects that were set up for Yifan get into his body now? Yi? Let's just forget about it, okay? Chejun opened his mouth, wanting to say more, but Yifan's following actions turned Chejun into a mess. Let's switch and drink. Yifan scolded as he lifted the glass in his hand and poured it into Chechun's mouth. Gulp. Chejun, in shock, swallowed a mouthful all at once. His pupils dilated in intense shock. Damn. There were poisonous insects in Yifan's glass. Now all those poisonous insects had entered his body. What could he do now? The poison masters brought by Jin Yan had mentioned that some of the poisonous insects they set up in the glasses could be controlled, while some couldn't. For example, the bloodthirsty goo, once it entered the host's body, would crazily consume the host's blood until it was sucked dry. Che Xiao, Yifan, you. Wang Dao, holding a glass of wine, took a step back, feeling a bit fearful of Yifan. Indeed, when a fool went crazy, he didn't play by the rules at all. However, Wang Dao didn't move away, and Yifan also took the glass from Qing Roland's hand, pouring it into Wang Dao's mouth. I knew it. There must be sugar in your glass too. You guys are so stingy. You didn't even put sugar in our glasses. Gulp. Without any suspense, Wang Dao also swallowed the glass of poisonous wine. Cheers. I forgive you all. After finishing the glass in Che Chun's hand, Yifan raised it and drank it in one go, then tapped the glasses of Che Jun and Wang Dao. Clang. The crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed in the private room, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Che Jun and Wang Dao stood frozen in place, their bodies completely stiff. Damn you all. I left your ancestors. We're going to die. We're going to die. Che Jun and Wang Dao looked at each other, the bloodthirst in their eyes unable to be concealed. Almost simultaneously, they reached for their throats, trying to vomit out what they had just drunk. But it was too late. The wine had all gone down, and as their movements intensified, they found that their noses were bleeding. This was a sign of the bloodthirsty goo starting to consume the blood within their bodies. Once the poisonous insects entered their bodies, their deaths were certain. Tough. Che Jun and Wang Dao both stumbled, took 2 steps back, sat down on chairs, their faces pale. Yifan smiled coldly, understanding in his heart. At this moment, he was still controlling the poison insects in their bodies using the 10,000 insects cauldron, preventing the poison insects from fully erupting. After all, with so many classmates present, causing a death on the spot wouldn't be good. How? Che Xiao, Wang Xiao, what's wrong with you? You just had a drink, and you're already drunk so fast. Your tolerance for alcohol is really poor. Yifan deliberately teased the two of them. Since you're both drunk, should we just end today here? I should go back too, or else my wife Yixu will worry about me. Yifan was playing a game of cat and mouse. He knew that Che Jun and Wang Dao must have others behind them manipulating things, and he wanted to make those people come out in the open. Their plan to kill with poison had already failed, but they definitely wouldn't give up that easily. Don't leave, Yi Xiao. I just felt a bit dizzy earlier. I just need to rest for a while. Che Jun forced a smile, swaying as he stood up. Since you're here, let's have a good gathering today and reminisce about the happy times in school with Yi Xiao. Yes, yes. Wang Dao also stood up, wiped the blood from his nose, and joined in. At the same time, they signaled to the waiter beside them, indicating to contact Jin Xiao for help. Having drunk 2 cups of poison alcohol, they knew they were doomed, and their mindset had already changed. Since their own deaths couldn't be changed, they had to find a scapegoat, and even if they were going to die, Yifan must accompany them to the grave today. Is that so? Then, everyone, let's not just stand around. Sit down and eat together. Let's chat while we eat. Yifan invited everyone, looking like the host. In the end, he even showed some concern for Che Jun and Wang Dao. Are you really okay? I see you're both bleeding from the nose. Do you need to see a doctor? Theft. Che Jun and Wang Dao both cursed silently in their hearts. Had they provoked a ruthless man? Damn it. Initially, they had planned to find a chance to escape, seek the help of goo masters to suppress the poison insects in their bodies, at least to prolong their lives. But now that Yifan had spoken like that, they felt uneasy about leaving. It's nothing. It's nothing. Maybe we drank too much. That's good. As everyone sat down to eat, Qing Ruolin beside Yifan was beaming with admiration in her eyes. This husband of hers, Little Fan, who would have thought he was so clever? When those 2 guys insulted her earlier, Little Fan vented her anger by treating Qing Ruolin to a hot pot, and when he drank, in his seemingly foolish state, he effortlessly turned the situation around. In time, when Yifan fully recovered, with his talent, the Yi family would soar. It was just a matter of time. Her 7 sisters had chosen Yifan initially to repay the Yi family's kindness and protect them, but now, It seemed like she had clung onto a golden thigh. The key was that Yifan had a mysterious, worn power that could enhance strength. Qing Ruolin had made up her mind. Given the chance, she would quickly become Yifan's woman, engage in more intimate actions with him. Perhaps her strength could also reach above the grandmother realm. By then, she wouldn't just be a decorative vase but someone who could aid Yifan by his side. Outside the room, Wang Fugui looked puzzled, watching Yifan conversing and laughing with his classmates inside. He whispered to Guo Li, "Guo Shukai, tell me the truth, has Big Brother already recovered? My mind can't quite grasp it. Why does that familiar aura return?" Brother, with just a simple moves, he turned them around. Amazing. Guo Li's lips twitched. Don't overthink it. Mr. Lei mentioned that Big Brother's brain wasn't really injured. It just takes time to recover. Now it's slowly getting better. These actions aren't surprising. Though Wang Fugui had noticed some anomalies, Guo Li didn't dare reveal the truth to him. If Wang Fugui, the big-mouthed guy, accidentally exposed the truth and ruined Big Brother's long-term plans, it could be troublesome. Inside the private room, except for Che Jun and Wan Dao's dark faces, everyone else was smiling, and the atmosphere was harmonious. In the surveillance room of Yun City Grand Hotel, Jin Yang watched the movements in the private room, pacing back and forth in anger. Foolish pigs, a group of foolish pigs, a whole group of people, being played around by a fool. Jin Yang scolded while turning to Ling Yun who entered. Elder Ling, how's the situation with your last attempt? Ling Yun shook his head with a serious expression. Not good. When Yifan and Cha Jun were drinking earlier, I and a few other high-level Gu masters made another attempt. We tried almost all kinds of poison insects, but the result was the same. Not a single poison insect dared to approach Yifan. There must be something about Yifan that makes poison insects deeply dread him. Most likely. Ling Yun also suspected the long-lost holy artifact of the Gu school, the 10,000 Insects Cauldron. Now, with the current Gu school master in power, they didn't have the 10,000 Insects Cauldron. Things were not in order. If the 10,000 Insects Cauldron was truly on Yifan, and if he could get hold of it, he would be able to control the entire Gu school. What? Jin Yang wasn't surprised by Yifan's many peculiarities anymore. After all, Yifan was the legitimate heir of the Yi family. Even if he acted foolish, the treasures and protection around him wouldn't be lacking. The Gu school's holy artifact, the 10,000 Insects Cauldron. Ling Yun's words made Jin Yang's eyes light up. Are you saying that item that can command the entire Gu school? Ling Yun nodded. Exactly. Our Gu school's 3,000 poison insects can almost attack all creatures in the world. Hardly anything can resist them, but only the 10,000 Insects Cauldron, as the source of poison insects, containing the ancestral Gu King nurturing all Gu ancestors, can suppress all insects. Once we can get hold of the 10,000 Insects Cauldron, we will practically control the entire Gu school. Jin Shao, I urge you to assist me at all costs. Getting the 10,000 Insects Cauldron means a lot, you are very clear. In the future, you will definitely benefit. Elder Ling was very ambitious, and Jin Yang probably knew that. Within the Gu school, because the current leader didn't ascend using normal means, it wasn't a stable environment. Everyone coveted the position of leader. Among them, Elder Ling was a crucial force. Good. A glint flashed in Jin Yang's eyes. Helping Elder Ling rise to power could mean entering Zhang Gao's sights for real. By then, Jin Yang could also become a dominant figure in the area. Jin Yang grew more and more excited. He turned to the person next to him and scolded. How's it going with the brother who made a move on Su Yixu over there? Don't worry, Jin Shao. We followed your instructions, hacked into Su Yixu's phone, blocked Yifan's phone, and contacted Su Yixu from another phone. We made her come out to look for Yifan, so we should be close to success soon. That's good. At the Su group, Su Yixu was originally earnestly planning the production of a new drug when she suddenly received a text from an unknown number. Wife Yixu, come man saved me. For short words made Su Yixu's heart race. Only Yifan would call her this way. But didn't Yifan go out this morning with Qing Ruolin to attend the Emerald Agency Rights investment meeting? He also had 4 bodyguards with him. How could Yifan be in trouble? Su Yixu immediately called Yifan, but his phone was unreachable. She then tried calling Qing Ruolin, but that too couldn't connect. Feeling anxious, Su Yixu tried calling Wang Fugui and Guo Li, with the same results. However, when she called her father, the call went through. Had something really happened to Yifan? Just as Su Yixu was about to call Yi Chanfeng, the unknown number sent another text. Miss Su, Don't expose any information. Come alone, and Yifan will live. If anyone else knows, you'll be responsible for Yifan's fate. Attached to the text was a photo of Yifan and Qingruolin getting off a car together. Feeling both real and fake, Su Yixu started to panic. Were Yifan's enemies finally taking revenge? Wasn't Yifan powerful? How could he be suddenly kidnapped? Where were Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and Zia Hao? But at this moment, Su Yixu was only worried about Yifan and didn't have the luxury to consider much else. Hastily replying to the message, "Where should I go to meet Yifan?" In her panic, Su Yixu didn't think much. If Yifan was really in the control of the kidnappers, they most likely would have harmed him already. Why would they let her go see him? Moreover, would they release Yifan just because she went there? The Su family was merely a vassal family to the Yi family, posing no threat to their enemies. Out of great concern, Su Yixu didn't consider these factors. In the abandoned cement factory, in the western suburbs, give me half an hour. Come immediately. Seeing the information in the text message, Su Yixu quickly got up from her office, instructed her secretary, Zi Tang, if I don't return in 2 hours, call Mr. Yi. Tell Mr. Yi about what? The secretary asked Su Yixu confusedly. I'll send you details in an email later. Su Yixu was not so foolish. What Su Yixu didn't know was that this was all a trap. Jing Yang and the others wanted to use Su Yixu and Qingruolin to force Yifan. As Su Yixu left the company, in a Ferrari across the street, Zhuan Yuefei watched Su Yixu leave, frowned, and followed her. Yifan can't be reached by phone. Yixu must be going to see Yifan, right? If I hadn't divorced him back then, things would have been so much better. Zhuan Yuefei regretted as she drove, following Su Yixu. Yesterday, Zhuan Yufei's home was attacked, and she almost died. At a critical moment, Yifan suddenly appeared. While Yifan claimed that Wang Fugui dealt with the assassins on site, Zhuan Yuefei had a strong intuition that those assassins were dealt with by Yifan. When Zhuan Yuefei had physical contact with Yifan, she felt a warm flow from him. In a short amount of time, Zhuan Yufei's strength had reached its peak. If she hadn't divorced Yifan back then but become his woman, she might have reached the level of a grandmother by now. During this period, all those who opposed the Yi family mysteriously perished. Even the Zia family in the provincial capital and Pan Lao from the 9 states group supported Yifan. Zhuan Yuefei never expected Yifan to have such a powerful network of connections. With Yifan's connections, dealing a fatal blow to the Yi family's enemies was not an easy task. Moreover, Lei Qianyu said that Yifan was slowly waking up. Once Yifan woke up, the Yi family would soar, and that was only a matter of time. So Zhuan Yuefei needed to speed up, gain Yifan's forgiveness, and hopefully establish some intimate relationship with him before he fully regained consciousness. Otherwise, when Yifan woke up and understood everything, Zhuan Yuefei would have no chance. At the Yuncheng Grand Hotel, in a private room, after finishing their meal, She Jun and Wang Dao were on the brink of madness. Though there were Gu masters secretly suppressing the worm creatures in their bodies, they were close to being drained. If they didn't end the meal soon, they feared collapsing on the table. Yi Shao, we had a great time at today's alumni reunion. Let's not end it like this. Shall we move to another place? Enduring the pain in their bodies, Che Jun and Wang Dao smiled falsely, inviting Yifan. Jing Yang had already passed on the message that the assassins from Dongjing were in position, and the hostages captured by Jing Yang were ready. Once Yifan arrived, with the hostages, Yifan would surely be at a disadvantage. One on each side, Che Jun and Wang Dao hooked Yifan's shoulders, afraid he might refuse. Qingruolin also seemed worried. Zifan. It was just an alumni reunion, yet so many troubles emerged. If they went to another place, who knows what awaited them there? It was clear that Che Jun and Wang Dao had ill intentions. If she had known they were this bad, Qingruolin wouldn't have agreed to attend the reunion. We must go. We had a great time today. We must have a second round. Just Che Xia and I. Feigning drunkenness, Yifan seemed close to Che Jun and Wang Dao. Yifan came to the alumni reunion to expose their mastermind. Che Jun and Wang Dao were now powerless and led Yifan to the second location. This seemed to be the mastermind's plan, representing Yuncheng's final effort. Yifan couldn't enter the provincial capital without cleaning them up. Yi Shao is generous. Let's go. The car is already arranged for Yi Shao. As Che Jun spoke, he gestured for Yifan to leave. Qingruolin appealed to Guo Li and Wang Fugui beside her. Guo Shao, Wang Shao, this. Guo Li had guessed Yifan's intentions and nodded to Qingruolin. Don't worry, sister-in-law, nothing will happen with us around. Qing Ruolin took a glance at Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and the four great maids behind them, all of whom were at the grandmother level, with so many powerful individuals by his side. Che Jun, Wang Dao, and the others should not be able to cause any harm to Yifan, right? Besides, Yifan's own strength is not weak. After hesitating for a moment, Qing Ruolin finally followed Yifan onto the vehicle arranged by Che Jun, while Guo Li and the four maids followed behind them. Seeing that Yifan and himself were not in the same car, Wang Fubui became anxious. Guo Shukai, why is my big brother not in the same car as us? Will there be any problems with Che Jun and those two bastards not having good intentions? As the military advisor by Yifan's side, Guo Li's perception was naturally very strong. He could see the situation in the private room very clearly. Che Jun deliberately created conflicts and tampered with the drinks. Yifan was definitely aware of it, but he calmly resolved the crisis while pretending to be clueless. Now that Yifan has agreed to go somewhere else, there must be his own arrangements. There won't be any issues. Big brother must have a plan in mind. Guo Li almost revealed too much. For safety reasons, I'll have to bring the sworn guards from the Yi family over. With that statement, Guo Li quickly issued orders to gather the blood guards left by Yifan's mother. Following the convo, when Che Chun's side was taking action, Jin Yang and the elders of the Gu sect, Ling Yan, also began to act, driving towards the cement factory to cut through a shortcut. Report to young Master Jin, Su Yixu has arrived at the location. Our brothers have already apprehended her. Jin Yang received the report from his subordinates. Furthermore, there is an unexpected surprise. Zhuan Yuafei, who had previously broken off her engagement with the Yi family, has unexpectedly come along. Initially, we didn't intend to capture that foolish girl Zhuan Yuafei, but she unexpectedly requested that we not harm Su Yixu and singled herself out to come, so we decided to capture her coincidentally. Zhuan Yuafei also came. Jin Yang thought of that remarkable beauty and a wry smile appeared on his face. Zhuan Yuafei had grown up with Yifan. Although they had broken off the engagement, there must still be feelings there if Yifan was in a clear state of mind. Wouldn't this increase his leverage? With two of Yifan's women in his hands, he shouldn't have any trouble dealing with Yifan. Very well. Instruct them not to act recklessly. Do not harm them until I arrive, understand? I have plans for them. Jin Yang's tone was serious. Zhuan Yuafei and Su Yixu were just pawns, and unless necessary, Jin Yang had no intention of hurting them. If Yifan and Yi Changfeng were both dead, there would be no one to avenge them in the Yi family. But behind Su Yixu and Zhuan Yuafei, there were two major families. If he caused unnecessary trouble, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Understood. In the villa on the outskirts of Cloud City, Zhou Ming stared at the monitor. His thoughts conflicted. Zhou, just now Jin informed us that they have already seized Su Yixu and Zhuan Yuafei, and they are now heading towards the cement factory. Should we follow them? Zhou Ming carefully examined the monitor, playing back almost frame by frame. But whether watching Yifan drinking or knocking over the hot pot, there were no clues to be seen. Everything seemed like the actions of a fool. However, the ultimate outcome showed Yifan not losing out during the alumni gathering. Something's not right. This Yifan is suspicious. After pondering for a while, Zhou Ming finally spoke. Let's go, but let's not observe from a kilometer away. Retreat immediately if anything seems off. Furthermore, the martial arts master from Dongjing, they can start preparing to take action. The martial arts master from Dongjing was originally arranged to act by the elder Tan Zheng of the upper capital, but Sun Desheng was now deceased, and Zhou Ming had arrived at Cloud City, so the martial arts expert was under Zhou Ming's command. Understood. At the cement factory on the outskirts of Cloud City, which had been abandoned for many years, the buildings had already collapsed to some extent, and the square in front was overgrown with weeds. But today, it was getting lively. When Jin Yang arrived with his men, Su Yixu and Su Yixu had already been tied up. Jin Yang, is it you? What do you want? When Su Yixu saw that it was Jin Yang who appeared, she was shocked and angry. I never agreed to be your girlfriend. You're so despicable. Even if I died, I won't let you succeed. Su Yixu's chest heaved with anger, but she still looked so beautiful. Beside her, Zhuan Yuafei struggled vigorously. Bastards, don't touch Sister Su. If you dare harm Sister Su, we'll never let you off. Miss Zhuan, there's no need for this. If they are here for Yifan, it's natural for me to sacrifice for Yifan. You've already broken off with the Yi family. There's no need to wade into this mess. Sister Sue, please don't say that. I regret it very much now. It wasn't my decision to break off the engagement. It was arranged by my uncle in secret. At that time, I didn't know what came over me. It was like being possessed. If today I can save Sister Sue, I can also give an account to Yifan. Xuan Yufei spoke earnestly, and when Su Yixu heard this, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes. Alas, if only things were clear from the beginning. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Yang clapped his hands together and approached, looking mischievously at the two women. What deep sisterly affection. Ha ha. It seems that my charm is too strong. Are you both so eager to share my bed? Rest assured, once Yifan is dealt with, I will surely fulfill your wishes. Su Yixu, I truly don't understand what you're seeking. Isn't it better to be with me? Do you have to marry a fool who can't make you feel the happiness of being a woman? Qin Yang actually wanted to touch Su Yixu, but his subordinates reported that Chejun and the others were about to arrive. Qin Yang didn't dare to be careless. Hurry. Hang them both up. From the first floor to the 5th floor. Nearly 20 meters high. If they fall, they probably won't survive. After seeing Su Yixu and Xuan Yufei being suspended on either side of the building, Qin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two of you. Let's see who Yifan chooses to save when the time comes. Ha ha. Today, Qin Yang not only wanted Yifan dead, but he also wanted to break his heart. On the way, Zhou Ming saw Qin Yang's diplomat through the monitor and a smile crept onto his face. Humph, he has brought Yifans to women here. Although the means are a bit low, it's still effective. If Yifan was sober, how could he remain indifferent when his women were being kidnapped like this? Let's move closer later. Observe from 500 meters away. Yifan shouldn't be able to stir up much trouble this time, right? The Holy Messenger organization had already issued a death command, requiring Zhou Ming to deal with Yifan within a week. If the mission could be completed today, Zhou Ming would be relieved. Yifan and Qing Ruolin sat in the car with Chejun and Wang Dao, and the car kept speeding forward. The surroundings were becoming more and more remote, and Qing Ruolin started to sense that something was wrong. Aren't we supposed to be going to the second singing venue? Where are you taking us? Even though Qing Ruolin was not familiar with Cloud City, she knew that they had already left the city area. Miss Qing, don't worry, we'll be there soon. Chechun's voice was getting weaker, as the poison in his body was spreading, making him feel like his insides had turned to mush. But for the power and status promised by Zhou Xiao, he continued to persist. Zifan, something's not right. Where are they taking us? Qing Ruolin turned to look behind her. Zifan, Wang Fugui and Old Guo who were following us are also gone. Stop the car. Quickly stop the car. A foreboding feeling crept into Qing Ruolin's heart. This plan of Chejun and Wang Dao was definitely not well-intentioned. Initially, with Wang Fugui and Guo Li, as well as the four maidservants behind, Qing Ruolin felt a bit more at ease. But now, Chejun and the others had somehow ditched Guo Li and the others along the way, leaving her alone to accompany Yifan. If something were to happen, how could she possibly protect Yifan? Yifan sat beside her, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wang Fugui and Guo Li, who were behind, were blocked halfway by an overturned excavator, separating them from the front cars. This was definitely not a coincidence, but all part of Chejun and Jin Yang's plan. Yifan simply turned the tables, delaying Guo Li and the maidservants, arriving later. If the experts beside Yifan had not separated themselves, those behind Chejun would probably not dare make a move so easily. Miss Qing, don't worry. We'll be there in a minute. As Chejun spoke, he sprayed some mist inside the car, filling it with a fragrance. What are you doing? Qing Ruolin warned vigilantly, but the next moment, her eyes glazed over, and she slumped onto the seat. Yifan frowned. A drug to induce unconsciousness. Humph. Chejun and Wang Dao were truly going to extremes to achieve their goals. Huh. Why did Ruolin suddenly fall asleep? Yifan pretended to be clueless as he asked Chejun, seeing Qing Ruolin finally quiet. Both Chejun and Wang Dao inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing, sister-in-law is probably just tired. We'll be there soon. And today, will definitely make you very happy. Chejun and Wang Dao exchanged a look. Today, after using so many methods, they had finally ditched Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and the four maidservants behind, and now had managed to drug Qing Ruolin. Only this idiot was left, much easier to handle, if not for the fear of the martial aura on Yifan. Both Chejun and Wang Dao would have wanted to directly take down Yifan. The car finally stopped outside the cement plant. Chejun and Wang Dao, looking devilish, said to Yifan, "Yifan, don't get off the car for now. How about we play a game?" "Sure. I love playing games." There was a hint of darkness in Yifan's eyes. Earlier, when they drew closer, Yifan had already released his perception abilities at the martial emperor level, getting a good sense of the situation here. The presence of Zhuan Yuafei and Suyizu, and Jinyang too. Was Jinyang the one behind Chechun's actions? Returning from the medical association, Jinyang had attacked Yifan, causing him to lose billions, yet he hadn't learned his lesson. Now he wanted to lay a hand on himself, even targeting Suyizu and Zhuan Yuafei. Messing with his women was the last straw, looking for death. However, as Yifan sensed Jinyang's presence, he suddenly picked up on another mysterious energy fluctuation, about 500 meters away from the scene. The energy fluctuation was peculiar and somewhat similar to the divine shards Yifan had received. Yifan quickly deduced the relationship between these things. Jinyang, as the young master of the gold family in the provincial capital, wouldn't dare to act against him again with only his own strength after being punished last time. If Jinyang was behind Chejun, then there must be another big shot supporting Jinyang. Therefore, the true mastermind behind today's actions was the mysterious big shot hiding in the shadows. Although Yifan hadn't directly seen Zhou Ming, his powerful deduction abilities had already revealed the likely truth of the matter. When Yifan sensed Zhou Ming also noticed a vague perception force. "Village lore, did you just feel a perception force probing our location and strength?" Zhou Ming asked the martial arts expert from Dongjing next to him with a furrowed brow. Zhou Ming had chosen the distance of 500 meters for a reason. According to martial arts experience, 500 meters was the range within which martial emperor experts could perceive. Zhou Ming was cautious, fearing that if Yifan's strength was at the martial emperor level, he could also escape. "No. Lord Zhou, are you mistaken? That idiot, I sensed a bit of martial aura on him earlier, but at most, he's just at the grandmother level. He couldn't possibly sense us from so far away, could he?" The expert from Dongjing, Murano Hoji, spoke confidently. "If things cannot be resolved with Jinyang, I will make a move. Within 3 seconds, the battle will end." Zhou Ming remained silent, his brow furrowed. Everything today had gone too smoothly. With Guo Li's strategic expertise and the from maidservants under Yifan, how could they have been separated so easily? How could they allow Yifan to face Jinyang's schemes alone so smoothly? It was abnormally smooth. After stopping the car outside the cement plant square, Chejun signaled to his men nearby and they quickly rushed in, grabbing Qing Ruolin and swiftly pulling her outside. "Where are you taking Ruolin, wife?" Yifan spoke coldly. Yifan had clearly seen that Jinyang was on the 3rd floor, with Zhuan Yufei and Suyixu dangling at the height of the 5th floor. Now that Qing Ruolin had been taken away, were they planning to use the 3 women to threaten him? Yifan's killing intent flashed. Today, nobody here was going to leave. Even if the 3 women were tied at the height of the 5th floor, Yifan had no reservations. Let's not forget, while absorbing the undying bone, Yifan had awakened a teleportation ability. For a distance like this, Yifan could instantly rescue all 3 girls. The other party had no chance to act. However, before moving to save the women, Yifan had another matter to take care of. That was the big shot hiding in the shadows. Yifan couldn't reveal himself just yet, as once he acted, everyone who had seen the truth would have to pay with their lives. Therefore, before Yifan can save the 3 girls, he must first deal with that big shot. At the same time, Yifan wants to see who is the one hidden behind the scenes. "We're playing a game. I'll hide your wife first, and then see if you can find her the fastest." Chejun looked at Yifan's foolish appearance, finally feeling a bit proud. "Ha! Yifan, you think you're so great, but you're just a fool. Damn it. In the private room earlier, he was made to drink those poison herbs, and now he feels like he's about to die. But even if he dies, he will drag Yifan down with him." "Oh, really? Have you hidden them properly?" Yifan was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by Chejun. However, in fact, Yifan had already seen everything outside through the gap in the sunshade. Chechun's subordinates had already tied up Qing Ruolin, who was also hanging on the 5th floor. "It's ready." Chejun looked at the movements over there, and when he saw Jinyang making an okay gesture on the 3rd floor, he smirked and said, "It's ready. Young Master Yi, please get out of the car." As he spoke, Chejun and Wang Dao quickly sidestepped. Ha ha, didn't expect this, huh, Yifan. We meet again so soon. Jinyang laughed hysterically on the third floor as soon as Yifan got out of the car. Yifan, how do you like the gift I prepared for you? Do you like it? At this moment, Su Yixu and Zhuan Yufei, who were suspended on the 5th floor due to the effects of the drugs, had already seen Yifan. Su Yixu was greatly shocked and finally understood Jinyang's intention. Jinyang wasn't targeting Su Yixu, but Yifan. Yifan, run. Get out of here quickly. Don't worry about us. Su Yixu frantically shouted at Yifan. Hurry back and inform Grandpa. They will kill you. Zhuan Yufei also spoke on the side. Brother Fan, run. On the way here, I've already informed Lord Tiger. Explain the situation here. Run. He will come to save you soon. Qing Ruolin, who had just been hosted up, hadn't regained consciousness yet due to the effects of the drugs. Watching the 3 beautiful girls hanging in the air. Was all this the work of Jinyang and that big shot behind him? Ha! Yifan coldly smiled in his heart. Messing with women, today all of you will perish here. Yifan, dare to take a step and try. Dare to take a step, and I'll throw these 3 women from the 5th floor. Jinyang coldly laughed on the 3rd floor, shouting at Yifan. Yifan tilted his head below, looking at the situation above. You guys. Are you playing a game? Why tie up my wife so high? I'm not playing games with you. Yifan at this moment, with a foolish look, appeared completely clueless. Jinyang was speechless. He had kidnapped Yifan's 3 women, but Yifan was a fool. Would that guy just abandon the 3 girls and run away himself? If so, wouldn't all his carefully laid plans be in vain? Yes, it's a game. This game is so much fun, and there's more to come. Jinyang spoke and signaled to his men on the side. Dang, dang. Jinyang's men immediately reacted, quickly smashing dozens of beer bottles in front of Yifan, shattering glass shards all over the ground. See the glass in front of you? Now kneel down and crawl over from there. I'll give you a chance to choose one of the 3 girls to save before the others. Jinyang laughed loudly from above, releasing the frustration of these days. Damn it, Yifan's backing is not that strong, right? Ha. In this wilderness, all of Yifan's support has been cut off. Let's see who can save this stool now. Xiaofan. Don't kneel. Run quickly. Su Yixu scolded from below with a trembling voice, feeling deeply regretful. If she had known earlier that her phone couldn't make calls, she should have thought ahead and tried another phone. As a result, she became a bargaining chip for threatening Yifan, putting him in a dilemma. Brother Fan. Our lives don't matter. You must survive well. Avenge the Yi family. Avenge us. Run quickly. Just like when we were being chased by bad guys and kept running. Zhuan Yufei remembered the past on the side. Tears couldn't help but fall. Are she and Yifan destined but unable to be together? Listening to Zhuan Yufei's words, Yifan also remembered the life and death experiences he had with her before. However, Yifan was a bit curious. Su Yixu was brought over, but how did Zhuan Yufei also get captured? Wasn't Zhuan Yufei supposed to have annulled the engagement with the Yi family? Kneel? Why should I kneel? There is so much glass above. Kneeling down will surely make my knees bleed a lot. Afraid of pain. Yifan looked at Jinyang indifferently, without any trace of panic. 20 meters high on the 5th floor was very high for an ordinary person, but for Yifan, it was a very relaxed height. Even if Jinyang were to release the 3 girls at the same time, Yifan was confident he could safely save them before they hit the ground. Afraid of what? Only if you kneel, will they have a chance to survive, understand? Humph. Yifan, stop pretending. Now you must kneel, whether you like it or not. Chejun finally couldn't bear it, scolding while a wicked grin appeared on his face. Yifan glanced faintly at Chejun. This Chejun really had no regard for the camaraderie among classmates. In that case, let him have a taste of his own medicine. Do I have to kneel? Then why don't you demonstrate it for me first? Aren't we the best of classmates? Yifan spoke, and with a push of his foot on the ground, the Chejun and Wang Dao's wrists were grabbed with the Che energy of a grandmother, then thrown towards the heap of glass shards as if tossing sandbags. Faft, faft. As the two landed, their chests, knees, and bellies were pierced by almost all the glass shards. My chest, my crotch. Chejun and Wang Dao were screaming in agony. They were on the brink of death, but before dying, they had to suffer such torment. Yifan, are you crazy? Wang Dao was the most depressed. He clearly hadn't spoken just now. Why did he have to be thrown in as well? Chejun and Wang Dao were now lying on a pile of glass shards, barely moving, blood flowing profusely. The two were already weak. At this rate, they would probably bleed out and die soon. Seeing what was happening, Jin Yang on the third floor was furious. Yifan, don't you understand what I said? I told you to crawl over kneeling. It must be you crawling over by yourself, not someone else. I won't crawl. I definitely won't crawl. Didn't you see how just a little crawl by them already made them bleed so much? Humph. You think I'm stupid? Why don't you come crawl? Yes. Let me come up and make you crawl. Looking at Yifan's piercing gaze, Jin Yang couldn't help but shiver. He had a feeling that Yifan seemed to have played everyone. Damn it. Who is the real fool here? Terrifying. So much blood. It's terrifying. Sob. I want to go home and find my grandfather. While Yifan was shouting in his mouth, he suddenly waved his wrist and ran rapidly towards the abandoned factory outside. The direction he was running towards was where Murano Heoji and Zhou Ming were. He's running. Quickly, stop him. Jin Yang on the third floor was almost going crazy. All the plans for today were perfect, but Jin Yang forgot that Yifan was a fool. His thinking was different from normal people. Normally, if one's wife was captured, they would definitely try to find a way to save their wife. But this fool Yifan, upon seeing so much blood, ran away directly. Su Yixu and Zhuan Yufei, who were tied up on the fifth floor, saw Yifan really ignoring them and running away, a hint of disappointment in their eyes. Didn't the thunder god say that Yifan was about to wake up, and there would be an hour of awakening time every day? So why is Yifan behaving like this now? Under Jin Yang's command, a large group of martial arts experts rushed out from the abandoned building on the side, trying to intercept Yifan. However, those martial arts experts were only at the stage where they could control martial arts and use energy. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you block me, I will be very angry. Move aside immediately. Yifan scolded the group of killers, and his whole figure was like a mad bull, charging forward crazily. Doom. Yifan's powerful energy burst. It seemed to tear open a hole in the air. Those killers, who wanted to stop Yifan, were all smashed away instantly, falling heavily to the ground. With no movement, Yifan seemed to be acting recklessly, like a wild dragon on the ground, continuing to charge towards Zhou Ming and Murano Heoji. HMPH. Indeed a fool. His wife was kidnapped, and he still wants to escape. Murano Heoji looked at the direction Yifan was charging from, sneering. Ha, perfect timing, walking right into the trap, waiting for you to come. I will end your life with one move. However, Zhou Ming, standing next to Murano Heoji, did not think so. Although Yifan's actions seemed foolish, the final outcome, whether dealing with Chejun and Wang Dao in the private room or here in the abandoned factory, Yifan's choice to run away was the most advantageous. Moreover, when Jin Yang asked Yifan to kneel, Yifan didn't kneel himself, but made Chejun and Wang Dao eat their words. This was very abnormal. Yifan was very likely pretending to be foolish. Murano, do you need my help? Zhou Ming politely asked Murano Heoji, but in his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. Instinct told him that, if he stayed here today, he might be at a disadvantage. No need. Murano Heoji responded, but the next moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, damn, so fast. While Murano and Zhou Ming were speaking, Yifan had already flashed from 500 meters away to within 100 meters. Not good. Zhou Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although Yifan had just moved such a distance in an instant, he didn't even use 3 seconds. This was definitely not the strength of a grandmother, not even that of a martial saint. Yifan was probably already at the level of a war god. This guy had been hiding his true abilities. And Yifan might not be foolish at all. Everything could be an act. Previously, Northwestern Master Zhang's direct disciple Chu Feng was eliminated. Yifan might have been the one who did it, not some expert wanderer. The fact that Yifan was casually guided here by Chejun and Jin Yang showed that it wasn't because Chejun and Jin Yang had some great means, but rather because Yifan was deliberately waiting here. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ming swiftly moved his body, intending to flee to a distance. But at that moment, Yifan once again teleported and was already in front of Zhou Ming. Yifan sensed Zhou Ming's presence on the vehicle earlier. The aura that was very similar to the fragment of the god found in Zhou Ming's body. The person Yifan wanted to kill was Zhou Ming. As for Murano Heoji, although he had reached the level of a martial saint, Yifan didn't pay attention to him. At the level of a war god, Just a finger's movement could easily crush a martial saint. Doom. Without any hesitation, Yifan struck out for a kill. Yanluo's slash, a fierce or a madly slash towards Zhou Ming, aiming to slay him. It was so fast, Zhou Ming didn't even have a chance to dodge. Although Zhou Ming had reached the level of a war god due to the special power he had, his strength was still slightly weaker than Yifan. With this relentless strike from Yifan, Zhou Ming would be severely injured even if he managed to withstand it. At a critical moment, Zhou Ming grabbed Murano and used him as a shield, while throwing himself on the ground unceremoniously. Doom. A thunderous roar, the powerful energy of the war god, impacted Murano Heoji's body. Although Murano Heoji had martial energy protection, the strength of a martial saint was nothing in the face of a war god, instantly crumbling into pieces. Murano Heoji's body exploded. He didn't even let out a scream as he went straight to meet his maker. Seizing the split-second opening in space, Zhou Ming barely avoided Yifan's killing move, only receiving the impact of the residual force. He didn't suffer much injury, but his clothes were torn, his hair standing on end, looking extremely disheveled. The smell of blood filled the air as Murano Heoji's body exploded. Zhou Ming stood up from the ground and faced Yifan, his expression wary. "You are indeed a formidable Yi. It turns out you've been pretending to be foolish." Yifan glanced at Zhou Ming. "You are the Zhou from the capital? A member of the Holy Envoy organization." Zhou Ming's strength had barely reached the level of a war god, but he had a unique aura that was very similar to the god's fragment. Yifan wasn't sure if he could kill Zhou Ming with one blow. However, since he had been exposed in front of Zhou Ming today, Yifan had no intention of letting Zhou Ming leave alive. This was Yifan's first encounter with someone from the Holy Envoy organization, and a great opportunity to fully understand the Holy Envoy organization. It seems he already knows a lot. Humph. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been soft 5 years ago. I should have sent you to the West Heaven as well. Zhou Ming regretted deeply. Back then, he thought turning Yifan into a fool would bring peace. But now, this fool had become the biggest trouble for the Yi family. HMPH. Yifan snorted, his entire body bursting with energy, coldly rebuking. "Today, I will start with you, using your blood to honor the fallen heroes of my Yi family. Prepare to die." Yifan's whole body's martial arts cha exploded, and the surrounding air seemed to form a vortex. Zhou Ming, as a member of the Saint Emissary organization, although he hadn't directly faced off just now, Yifan also sensed that Zhou Ming might not be easy to deal with. So when Yifan started, he went all out. On Zhou Ming's side, through the brief moment when he used the rural area to obstruct Yifan, he also learned about Yifan's strength. Hehe. Yifan, although you surprised me, you have reached the level of Martial Emperor, but with just this level of power, do you think you can defeat me? Do you think that's enough? The Saint Emissary organization stated that Zhou Ming's current strength, combined with the trump card the organization gave him, would require at least a warrior at the level of Martial Saint to completely wipe out Zhou Ming. Doom. The Martial Emperor level cha in Zhou Ming's whole body also began to fluctuate, forming a vortex in the air, churning fiercely. From a distance, it looked like two tornadoes ready to collide at any moment. Yifan's expression became solemn. Without any extra words, he instantly activated his teleportation ability and appeared ghostly around Zhou Ming. Yama slash. In just a moment, Yifan quickly moved, forming an attacking formation in 8 directions surrounding Zhou Ming. Moreover, those attacking war blades were not illusions, but real attacks. It's just that Yifan's speed was too fast, so there was no time delay. From Zhou Ming's perspective, Yifan seemed to be launching an attack on Zhou Ming from all 8 directions simultaneously. F***CK. Are you serious? Going all out from the start? Zhou Ming was surrounded by 8 illusions of Yifan, feeling the powerful martial arts cha pressure around him. The look on Zhou Ming's face was no longer relaxed. Strong. Too strong. Yifan's Yama slash seemed to have infinite power. Originally, Yifan's strength was only at the level of the Martial Emperor, but the Yama slash he displayed seemed to stack 5 or 6 levels in an instant, vaguely reaching the level of a martial saint in terms of combat power. And it wasn't just one person attacking, but 8 Yifans attacking simultaneously. How could Yifan be so fast? Zhou Ming began to panic, instinctively trying to find a loophole to escape. But Yifan had already figured out all his thoughts. Heaven and Earth Cage. Yifan shouted again, and a violent cha erupted, forming a golden light cage in the void, trapping Zhou Ming inside. The powerful cha fluctuations and the golden cage or on the verge of materializing. Not only did it contain martial arts chat, but it also contained mental power inside. Zhou Ming tried to break the cage and escaped, but as soon as he touched it, his soul felt like it was being burned, causing him to recoil half a step. The golden-like cage itself was extremely sturdy, and Zhou Ming's martial arts chat couldn't break it in a short time. Escaping was temporarily impossible, so there was only one option left: fight. Zhou Ming forced a bitter smile, stuffing a vitality pill given to him by the Saint Emissary organization into his mouth. This blood-energizing pill could forcibly stimulate his bloodline at a critical moment to enhance his strength. Humph. Don't think you're the only one with tricks. My methods aren't lacking either. In an instant, Zhou Ming's own strength surged several levels, seemingly trying to break through Yeffen's 8 illusions. Zhou Ming, without any hesitation, wielded his war blade and struck towards Yeffen, attempting to break through Yeffen's killing formation. Doom. Doom. The two immense martial arts collided, producing a deafening explosion, tearing through the air and causing a wail. The powerful Che lifted the surrounding sand and stones, darkening the sky, with sand and stones flying. Because of the actions of the two martial emperor-level experts, this part of heaven and earth had lost its luster. Zhou Ming reluctantly used all his strength to block Yeffen's Yama's slash, but at this moment, his clothes were once again shredded by the blade's edge, torn into pieces. He had several cuts on his body, and even the battle blade in his hand was broken, looking disheveled. Inside Zhou Ming, there was intense shock, his pupils dilating. What kind of extraordinary technique was Yeffen using with this Yama's slash? Without using any life-overdrawn techniques, how could such a powerful blade be unleashed? Even after consuming so many pills, he almost couldn't resist it. HMPH. You're not as impressive as you think. It seems that's all you are. Although he felt shocked, Zhou Ming did not admit defeat. Rest assured, I'll soon send you to reunite with your brothers. OCH*T. Coming again. Before Zhou Ming could finish his sentence, Yeffen once again gathered several supersized bubbles of Che in his hand and smashed them towards him. Doom. From the outside, those bubbles of Che looked beautiful, but upon contact with Zhou Ming, they exploded, showing peak martial emperor level power. Doom. Doom. Yeffen seemed inexhaustible, continuously creating bubbles, and in less than 10 seconds, Zhou Ming was deflated. His arm was severed, the flesh on his back was torn open, and an eye popped out. At this point, Zhou Ming had lost his combat power, gasping heavily, trapped within the heaven and earth cage. What the heck, are you crazy? Just killing someone? Why does it feel like you're going to destroy the world? Damn. In Zhou Ming's mind, there was a faint sense of luck, thinking that maybe Yeffen would stop here. If that were the case, with the special techniques he had learned from the Saint Emissary organization, Zhou Ming could still escape. But another wave of attacks from Yeffen came. This time, Yeffen used the flames from the depths of his dantian. The faintly visible flames danced on Yeffen's palm, and the next moment, it directly sprayed towards Zhou Ming, enveloping him in flames within the cage, burning him directly. Yeffen had previously confirmed that the mysterious flames from the depths of his dantian could incinerate everything, even burning the soul. Hiss. In just a moment, the flames shattered all of Zhou Ming's protective Che, setting his body on fire. Hiss. Hiss. In an instant, Zhou Ming's body turned into ashes, dispersed by the wind. His vitality instantly dissipated. But Yeffen noticed that as Zhou Ming's body was incinerated into powder, a white light flashed by and disappeared instantly. Yeffen furrowed his brow, releasing his perception to probe the area within a 500-meter radius, but he didn't detect Zhou Ming's presence. Is he dead? This was too easy, wasn't it? Yeffen inspected the large pit dozens of meters in diameter, confirming Zhou Ming's complete death, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, a white figure leaned against a wall a kilometer away, faintly resembling Zhou Ming. Hearing Yeffen's words, Zhou Ming almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, don't you know you're a martial emperor expert? Blowing and burning. Who can withstand that? I almost died for overdosing on pills. Zhou Ming's current state is very magical. It can be said that he is a person because he still has a human appearance, but he is not like a person, because his body, somewhat illusory, and his state is unstable. This is precisely the bizarre secret technique of the Saint Envo organization, which allowed Zhou Ming to be blasted into pieces, but still exists in this state. Damn. Yifan is so strong. No. I must immediately report Yifan's information sharing. Zhou Ming muttered to himself, hastily looking for his phone. Just as he was about to make a call, he suddenly froze. Wait, what am I holding the phone for? I seem to be about to do something very important, but what exactly is it? How could I forget? Zhou Ming was completely baffled. Wait a minute. I came to Yuncheng from Shanjing to deal with Yifan, but all my subordinates failed. And then I came to Yuncheng, and then I ended up like this. What happened in between? Zhou Ming angrily spun in place, trying to think for a while, but couldn't remember anything. It was as if he had developed amnesia, forgetting everything. After arriving in Yuncheng, what happened during this time? From the battle just now, it seems like all memories have been erased. Forget it. My body is currently unstable in this state. I must resolve the issue with my body first. Zhou Ming murmured to himself, then dialed an encrypted number. Lord Saint Envoy, I have a big problem here. I can't remember what happened, but my body has been destroyed. I seek your help. On the other side of the abandoned cement factory, Jin Yang and a group of subordinates meticulously planned today's operation to take down Yifan. As a result, when Yifan saw the pile of glass shards, he was actually scared off. So many people tried to stop Yifan, but they couldn't. Next, Jin Yang and his men saw two large tornadoes in the distance, but in just a moment, everything returned to calm. What the hell is going on? Did a strong person from Dongyi take action just now? Has Yifan already been captured? Jin Yang didn't know that Zhou Ming was already on the scene. Jin Yang tried to contact Zhou Ming several times, but although Zhou Ming's phone connected, he remained silent. What was going on? At this moment, the strongest expert on Jin Yang's side was only Senior Lingyan of the Gusek and a few proficient subordinates of Elder Zhang secretly lurking in Yuncheng. If all of Yifan's reinforcements arrived, could they still deal with Yifan? If today's operation fails, the retaliatory power of the Yi family will definitely target Jin Yang first. Jin Yang looked up at the three girls hanging from above. They were Jin Yang's biggest bargaining chips. Damn. It would be great if Yifan was still unconscious. At least if Yifan was awake, he wouldn't care about his wife's life. Yizu, I'm back. While Jin Yang was thinking about what to do next, Yifan's voice suddenly rang outside the factory. With a flash, Yifan quickly appeared outside the factory. Su Yixu, who was hanging, felt a mix of relief and excitement upon seeing Yifan suddenly reappear. Husband. Despite her shyness, Su Yixu called out in front of so many people for the first time, "You fool! Why are you back again?" Chuan Yufei, on the side, couldn't help but tremble as she saw Yifan's gaze towards her. Did this Yifan still have feelings for her? On the other side, Qing Ruolan also woke up, feeling self-blame and anxious as she said, "Yixu, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking care of Yifan. I shouldn't have agreed to them coming here." "No. Ruolan, there's nothing to be sorry about. If they don't kill me today, they will find other ways to kill me tomorrow. Since they're here today, let's solve it together once and for all." A hint of fierceness flashed in Yifan's eyes. "Today, everyone present will die." Yifan's words and attitude made Su Yixu, Chuan Yufei, and Qing Ruolan stunned. Yifan was awake. According to Lei Qianyu, Yifan had about an hour of awakening time each day. Could it be that at this critical moment, Yifan had awakened? Jin Yang also noticed the change in Yifan's condition, smirked evilly. "Yifan, it seems you're awake now. The game can finally begin. I'll give you a chance now. Choose one of the three women to live. Only children make choices. Adults naturally take all." Yifan smiled faintly, looking at the three women above with a gentle gaze. Yifan's words made Chuan Yufei's heart skip a beat. All adults? What did Yifan mean? Did he mean her too? Did he finally acknowledge himself again? Yifan paused for a moment before continuing towards Jin Yang. "Jin Yang, I'll give you a chance now. Release the three of them immediately. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I can promise to spare your family." Jin Yang laughed heartily. "Yifan, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me now? Don't forget, your three women are all in my hands, and so far all your reinforcements are nowhere to be seen. With just you alone, do you still think you can leave here?" Outside, the brothers responsible for guarding reported that Guo Lian, Wang Fugui were still several kilometers away and couldn't get to the scene due to interference. With only Yifan present at the scene, even if Yifan's strength is at the master level or even at the warlord level, what of it? Jin Yang had many high-level experts arranged by Elder Zhang and three women as hostages. Could he not take down Yifan? "Crossbowman, lock on target." Jin Yang waved his hand, and from the third and fourth floors, Dozens of reinforced steel crossbows were all aimed at Yifan. These modified steel crossbows were more powerful than sniper bullets. They could kill martial artists below the master level instantly, and even martial masters were wary of them. You have 10 seconds. Kneel on the glass shards and choose. Otherwise, all 3 women will be buried with you. What a pity, Jin Yang shouted above and then turned to Lingyan next to him. Elder Lingyan, don't forget, if we capture Yifan today and obtain the 10,000 gu cauldron, we'll need the Golden Family's help in return. Lingyan stroked his beard, smiled slightly. Young Master Jin, rest assured, I, Lingyan, am one to repay kindness. I will definitely not forget your assistance today, young Master Jin. At this moment in front of the cement factory, beside the pile of glass shards, although Chejun and Wan Dao were rescued, their life force had dissipated, lying on the ground like dead dogs. However, they still had their eyes open, persisting with their last bit of breath, wanting to see Yifan be taken down. Yifan smiled faintly, walked to Chejun and Wan Dao, squatted down, and said, "Despite being classmates, you have shown no mercy. Yes. Let me tell you, everything in the private room before was just a show. Give you a chance, but you kept trying to kill me, so I can only let you drink the poison gu wine from me. Anyone who lays a hand on my Yi family will perish." A hint of coldness flashed in Yifan's eyes, and that sharp gaze made Chejun and Wan Dao shiver to the core. Theft. In shock and frustration, Chejun and Wan Dao whitened their eyes before spewing blood violently from their mouths, their heads slumping, instantly killed. Yifan stood up and looked up at Jin Yang on the 3rd floor. It was his turn next. Yifan talked about Kijin and Wang Dao being killed. Jin Yang probably knows the situation of Kijin and Wang Dao. They were poisoned, and even though their bodies were very weak, Elder Lingyan said that there was still some time before death. But Yifan clearly did nothing, just squatted and said a few words to them. And those to trash just die. What kind of sorcery is this? The 3 girls hanging on the rooftop saw Yifan standing up, and Suyixu spoke first. "Shufan, choose Ufei. Ufei was not supposed to be caught today. She was caught by Jin Yang and the others to save me. You were once lovers, she still can't forget you. Huh, wasn't Xuan Yufei brought over by Jin Yang and the others? Did she rush over herself to save Suyixu?" This surprised Yifan a bit. Does Xuan Yufei finally realize it now? But at the funeral, why did she suddenly break off the engagement in front of so many people with the Yi family? Yifan first thought of that mysterious soul capture technique. Perhaps at that time, Xuan Yufei was really under the control of the soul capture technique. Was breaking off the engagement not her intention? Fan brother, choose Sister Yixu. Sister Yixu has been with you for so long, maybe she's already carrying your child. Xuan Yufei also quickly reminded Yifan. Yes. Shufan husband, hurry and save Sister Yixu. We must continue the Yi family's bloodline. Qing Ruolin supplemented from the side, agreeing with Xuan Yufei's decision. Shufan husband, rest assured, we won't blame you. If we are destined in the next life, we will still marry you. There was a hint of regret in Qing Ruolin's eyes. She had developed feelings for Yifan during the time they spent together and was planning to give herself to Yifan. However, today, such a thing happened. Listening to the words of the 3 women, Yifan was speechless for a moment. What's going on? Are they all competing to die? How can I, Yifan, let the women who are mine die? Jin Yang on the 3rd floor was annoyed by Qing Ruolin, Suyixu, and the others talking one after another. Shut up. If you continue, I'll throw all of you down. Yifan, you have 3 seconds left. Do you make a choice or not? If not, I will act. 3. Jin Yang was getting impatient and started counting down, but before he could finish saying 3, Yifan's body suddenly turned into a phantom and disappeared from the spot. Yifan disappeared? A sense of unease arose in Jin Yang's heart. Quick, protect me. Jin Yang ordered his bodyguards, arranging them in a circle to shield him. Jin Yang knew that Yifan's strength was at least above the grandmother realm, and he couldn't be Yifan's opponent with his current realm. While reprimanding, Jin Yang kept retreating. Swish, swish. A piercing sound of breaking through the air came from outside the spacious factory. Suyixu's hands were bound in the air, her arms starting to numb, but suddenly felt her waist being held, and in the blink of an eye, she had appeared inside the 3rd floor factory. Qing Ruolin and Zhuan Yufei felt the same way. Before they could figure out what was happening, they had been rescued from high in the air by Yefan and safely appeared in the factory on the 3rd floor. Feeling the solid ground under her feet, Su Yixu looked surprised, unable to believe the situation in front of her. Husband. This, Shafan husband. Qing Ruolin and Su Yixu both took a step on the ground, confirming that this was real, and then turned to Yefan in shock. Yefan smiled mischievously, reached out and patted Qing Ruolin and Su Yixu on the buttocks. What? Doubting your husband's abilities? I told you. I'm strong. Yixu wife. Don't you understand? Yefan's words made Su Yixu blush uncontrollably. This bastard. Humph. When they had intimate moments before, she must have been embarrassed to death when she woke up. Fan brother. Thank you. Zhuan Yufei stood quietly aside, a little at a loss. She was Yefan's most intimate lover before, and it should have been her who flirted and teased with Yefan. Now, because of her breaking off the engagement once, it had hurt Yefan profoundly. While Zhuan Yufei felt that her relationship with Yefan was slowly improving, there was still a barrier between them. What the hell? Jin Yang and his men on the opposite side had already retreated to the corner of the wall. Seeing Yefan effortlessly rescue all 3 women, they couldn't believe their eyes. Jin Yang rubbed his eyes and looked again, confirming that Yefan had indeed saved all 3 women. You bunch of idiots, were you raised eating shit? Jin Yang scolded the archers outside. Weren't they aiming at Yefan at all times? Why didn't they act when Yefan saved everyone? After scolding, Jin Yang knew that scolding them was useless. Even Elder Lingyan beside Jin Yang and other grandmother powerhouses had not noticed how Yefan acted. How could those archers keep up with Yefan's speed? Elder Ling, it's all up to you. Hurry. Jin Yang's voice trembled. With Su Yixu, Qing Ruolin, and Zhuan Yufei all saved by Yefan, Jin Yang had lost his most important chips, and Yefan's next move would undoubtedly be ruthless. Joe. Where did that Japanese expert go? Hurry and let him come over to help. While scolding Elder Lingyan, Jin Yang frantically dialed Zhou Ming's phone. But to Jin Yang's annoyance, despite the good signal here just a moment ago, now calls couldn't get through, as if they were already cut off from the outside world. Of course, what Jin Yang didn't know was that the previous Japanese expert, Murakawa Koji, a martial master, didn't even have a chance to act and was crushed directly. After greeting Su Yixu and Qing Ruolin, Yefan turned to Elder Lingyan and the other grandmother powerhouses and said, all of you attack together. Don't waste time. Today you all must die. The last word die contained an infinite chill, causing Elder Lingyan and the other grandmother powerhouses to shudder involuntarily. Obviously, Yefan's strength was far superior to theirs, at least at the peak of the martial master realm. Damn it, the intelligence was completely misleading, saying that Yefan at most was only at the peak of the grandmother realm. F***K, to hell with the peak of grandmother. Yefan's current strength is at least at the peak of the martial master realm. Yefan, you are too arrogant. I am the 3rd elder of the Gu Zhao. Wait until my 10 Gu souls are deployed. It will be your time of death. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Elder Lingyan, with a hard scalp, released all his Gu poisons, including his life Gu soul, and prepared to fight Yefan to the death. Just what Lingyan didn't know was that his strongest combat power was not even close to Yifan's lowest limit. The ceiling he thought he had was actually not even as good as Yifan's floor. The Gu teaching violates the ban, leaving the Miaozhan 10,000 mountains without permission. Everyone must be killed. Have you forgotten? Yifan spoke calmly. Flicking his wrist, a small black cauldron appeared in Yifan's palm. As Yifan activated the command, a golden beetle crawled out of the small black cauldron. 10,000 Gu Cauldron. Gu Emperor. It's really the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, and it's actually in the hands of a fool like you. Seeing what Yifan had in his hands, Lingyan was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. The wonders of the 10,000 Gu Cauldron are not just about controlling the poisonous insects and Gu Masters of Miaozhan. There are more hidden uses behind it, but many people are unaware. The 10,000 Gu Cauldron can be said to be a treasure that all martial experts of DRIZZLE want to obtain. When Lingyan saw Yifan holding the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, his eyes lit up. That's right. It's the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, but you can see it. Can you take it? I'll give it to you. Can you take it? Yifan coldly smiled, and the command in his mouth was activated again. On his palm, the Gu Emperor flapped its wings and made a sharp hissing sound. The next moment, the poisonous insects that had just surged from Lingyan's arm seemed to have received a certain command and began to madly burrow into Ling Yun's body. They began to bite Ling Yun's skin and internal organs, as if going crazy. "What are you doing? What's happening? Are they all mad?" Ling Yun hurriedly activated the command, trying to stop the poisonous insects from attacking him, but suddenly realized that all the poisonous insects were no longer under his control. Even the core poisonous insects had gone completely mad, burrowing into Ling Yun's heart, tearing it to shreds in an instant. The Gu Emperor can control all the poisonous insects in the world, and the suppression and majesty in its bloodline is not to be underestimated. Soon, Ling Yun's body fell uncontrollably to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, eyes, and nose, his body convulsing violently. Out of his skin, more and more poisonous insects crawled out, flapping their wings towards Yifan's side, seemingly trying to please and make amends. The poisonous insects he raised ultimately killed their host. Ling Yun died without even closing his eyes. Ling Yun has always been proud of his poison techniques, but before he could even make a move, he was easily crushed by Yifan and died under his own poisonous insects. Next to Ling Yun were the four grandmother experts arranged by Elder Zhang, who had originally planned to act together with Ling Yun under the guidance of the Gu teaching, but now Ling Yun had died before even making a move. These four grandmasters were now somewhat terrified and turned their eyes to Jin Yang. After all, Jin Yang was the overall commander of this operation. Tinkling sounds. Jin Yang was surrounded by several bodyguards in the middle, his pants already soaking wet. In this situation, Jin Yang was scared out of his wits. Yifan easily rescued the three women, and Jin Yang still held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that with Ling Yun and a few master experts, they could intercept Yifan. If that strong expert from Dongjing were to arrive, they might have a chance to win. But up to now, the strong Dongjing warriors had no intention of making a move, and recalling the two tornadoes they had seen before, Jin Yang seemed to understand something. Perhaps Yifan had already killed that strong expert from Dongjing. If even the strong expert from Dongjing was not Yifan's match, then these small fries, were certainly no match for Yifan. Plump. With this in mind, Jin Yang didn't hesitate, and knelt down directly in front of Yifan. "Yi Shao, spare my life. I was wrong. I was bewitched. I kidnapped Su Yixu. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Please spare my life. I will definitely repay your kindness by being an ox or a horse in the future." Jin Yang's actions were extremely exaggerated, kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing to Yifan. When the other grandmother experts who had been brought by Elder Zhang saw Jin Yang's actions, they immediately followed suit. Plump, plump. In the blink of an eye, the entire third floor, Jin Yang and the killers and bodyguards he had brought all knelt down in front of Yifan. "Please spare us, Yi Shao." Almost everyone spoke in unison, asking for mercy, and the scene was quite awe-inspiring. Yifan coldly smiled. "Jin Shao, if you had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? I warned you when we were fighting for the spot. You arranged assassination attempts afterward, and I ignored you, and yet you haven't repented and still want to strike." Yifan took a step forward, looking down on Jin Yang. "If someone was scheming to kill you, would you spare them?" Since Yifan had decided to reveal himself in front of these people, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive. These people were already dead in front of Yifan. "Yifan, you've been awake for a long time. You've been fooling all of us, manipulating us." Jin Yang looked at Yifan in horror, realizing that Yifan's scheming and methods were terrifying. "That's right. I manipulated all of you. Now, see who the fool really is." Yifan stared at Jin Yang with a mocking look, causing Jin Yang to feel a heavy blow of 10,000 points instantly. Plump. Jin Yang felt like his heart had been pierced fiercely, almost spitting out blood. At this moment, Jin Yang understood why Wang Da and Chejun were killed by Yifan. This Yifan was really infuriating. He had painstakingly set up such a deadly trap, only to realize that everything was in Yifan's calculations. Even the final deadly trap had become Jin Yang's own grave. It was impossible to beg for mercy from Yifan now, because if it were Jin Yang, if Yifan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't spare Yifan neither. In that case, "Yifan, don't be too happy too soon. Since I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. Let's die together." Ha ha. Jin Yang burst into laughter, his eyes filled with despair, and then he tore his clothes open. Tied inside Jin Yang's clothes was a large circle of explosives. The fuse had already been lit, emitting smoke, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. While laughing wildly, Jin Yang wanted to rush forward and grab Yifan tightly. But Yifan just smiled coldly. Share the same fate? You're thinking too much. If you want to die, die on your own. In the next moment, Yifan reached out and hugged Su Yixu, Qing Ruolin, and Zhuan Yufei, and with a teleport, they had already appeared in the first floor square tens of meters away. Doom. Doom. The explosives exploded in an instant, the huge factory building was blown away, and the screams of the bodyguards and killers inside could be heard. Qin Yan. I fuck your mother. I don't want to die yet. Qin Yan. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. The smoke and dust dispersed, leaving the entire abandoned cement factory in ruins. Yifan's powerful perception spread out, and after the ruins, those several master-level experts, as well as other assassins, no longer had any signs of life. They were either blasted into pieces or instantly killed. As for the assassins lurking around the factory, brother, are you okay? It's all Guo Shuken's fault, insisting on seeking compensation from those people. It really makes me mad. Just as things had calmed down, Wang Fugui and Guo Li and others rushed over. On their way here, several assassins who tried to stop them instinctively raised their weapons, only to be sent flying by Wang Fugui's bare hands. The outer circle of assassins had already been cleaned up by Guo Li's men. Not a single living person was left on the scene. What could happen to me? There was a huge explosion just now. Bang. Everything was blown up. Yifan innocently responded to Wang Fugui, while reaching out to directly feel around on Qing Ruolin's body. Ruolin, are you okay? Did you get injured anywhere in the explosion? Yifan's large hand continued to grope around Qing Ruolin's slender waist and hips, seemingly irresistible. Ruolin's face blushed, feeling uncomfortable all over. No, I'm fine. Although Qing Ruolin had fully accepted that Yifan could examine her body, this was not the right time. There were still so many people around. Zhuan Yufei and Su Yixu watched as Yifan suddenly turned into this state, with a hint of worrying in their eyes. Yifan's current condition obviously indicated that he had returned to his foolish state. Thankfully, he was clear-headed just now. Otherwise, Su Yixu, Zhuan Yufei, Qing Ruolin, and the others would have been manipulated by Jin Yang, and if Yifan had been killed by them, those three would truly regret it for the rest of their lives. Clearly, they had promised Yi's grandfather to protect the last bloodline of the Yi family and expand the family. Su Yixu glanced at Yifan, then at her own belly. They had been together for some time, but there was no movement in her belly. Was her body too weak? It seemed she needed to make the most of the time, and let Yifan accelerate his efforts, or when the month was up, Yifan would have to go to the provincial capital. With 7 sisters, she couldn't fall behind. HMPH. Guo Shuken, luckily Big Brother is fine. If a single strand of his hair falls, I will fight you to death. Wang Fugui confirmed that Yifan was okay, which eased Guo Li's expression a bit. Guo Li felt a bit frustrated. Everything had been planned by Big Brother in advance, intentionally keeping them away from here. Big Brother's true strength and situation couldn't be fully revealed yet. How would he act if too many people were present? Didn't you see that everyone who saw Big Brother take action had already perished? Zhou Ming, the ultimate assassination plan orchestrated by Jin Yang, ended with the complete destruction of Jin Yang and the cult. The Japanese expert by Zhou Ming's side perished. Zhou Ming himself was in such a state that he could hardly recognize himself. Yifan glanced at the vast ruins, feeling a sigh in his heart. Should all the opponents of the Yi family's remaining hidden forces in Yun City have been eliminated, Yun City was temporarily safe, making it difficult for the opponents to seal off the Su group again. Next, he would go to the provincial capital to assist the Qing family and to eliminate those enemies' minions in Tianan province. Moreover, he would go to the Zhuanwu war zone to find the torn map on his second brother's body. The third aspect was undoubtedly to seek revenge, find the core enemies of the Yi family, and deal with them one by one. Yifan turned and looked towards Su Yixu, suddenly furrowing his brows. Su Yixu's condition seemed off. There were several dark auras swirling around her head. When Yifan and Su Yixu were intimate last night, she didn't have them, but today she did. Did a feng shui master secretly target Su Yixu? Were there still unsatisfied people in Yun City? A gloomy look flashed in Yifan's eyes as he approached Su Yixu and asked, Yixu, where did you go this morning? I want to be with you this afternoon. Su Yixu looked at Yifan with a gentle gaze. I went to inspect the new factory in the morning. Shall I spend the afternoon with you? After experiencing life and death, Su Yixu had also figured out many things. Good. I also want to see the new factory, see what it looks like. Yifan had already made up his mind that the problem must lie in the new factory. Lao Guo, will you accompany me? Yifan still needed to pretend to be a fool in front of others. If any issues were discovered, they would need someone to handle them. Currently, only Zia Hao, Guo Li, and others knew Yifan's true identity. A life and death game ended in silence. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. However, the turbulent waves behind the scenes were far from over. Just as Yifan, Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and others left, events sped towards the cement factory. Several youths got off the vehicle, their faces solemn as they immediately made some calls. In a courtyard somewhere in the northwest, Zhang Zhelao was playing chess with an old man when one of his subordinates walked in with a tablet and reported something. Although Zhang Zhelao was very composed, he was still shocked and stood up from his seat directly upon hearing the report from his subordinate. What? Jin Yang and the cult were completely wiped out. Did Yifan even fear the methods of the cult? The henchman shook his head. Sir, we have no idea about the specific situation. Everyone at the scene was killed, and our brothers from afar only saw the explosion. Jin Yang and the cult didn't pass on any useful information. Were they blown up or did something else happen? We are completely clueless. In addition, regarding Zhou Yang, what happened to Zhou Yang? Didn't he also go to Yun City? He should have been involved in this operation too, right? Zhang Zhelao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing his subordinate's words. Zhou Yang was a spokesperson for the Saints organization and had many extraordinary abilities granted by the lore, even possessing the eerie ability of the immortal body. In terms of overall combat strength, Zhou Ming had even reached the level of a war emperor. Did Zhou Ming also come to a bad end in Yun City? News from the capital says that Zhou Yang is dead. Dead? What kind of joke is this? Zhang Zhelao dropped the chess pieces in his hand. If Zhou Ming, a war emperor-level powerhouse, died in Yun City, who could have secretly made a move? Even if wandering spirits intervened in the Yi family's affairs, would it not require the direct involvement of those old bastards from the wandering spirits to kill a war emperor-level expert? But according to intelligence, those old bastards from the wandering spirits hadn't left their headquarters at all. The capital reports that Zhou Yan is considered dead, but not completely dead. Thanks to the bizarre secret technique of the Saints organization, Zhou Ming escaped in a barely human state, but the specifics of the battle were forgotten at that time. Is this a coincidence? Zhou Ming died, and happened to completely forget the situation of the battle at that time. Not even clear on who they were fighting against. Just got the news in the morning. Sun Desheng arranged by Tang Zhong failed. Even the generals from Myanmar and Yifan had connections. This Yifan, how many cards does he still have? Zhang Zhelao rubbed his head with a headache. He now strongly suspects that Yifan has already woken up. Zhang Zhelao joined forces with Tang Zhelao, gathered so much power to suppress the Yi family, suppress the Su group and the Qing family, but all the results were resolved invisibly. The Yi family must have a mastermind working behind the scenes, but Yi Changfeng is about to die soon. Can he do it? Zhelao, should we inform the young master? The young master has returned from the 9 underworlds of the 4 holy lands. It is said that he has become the close disciple of the 9 underworld Saint Lord, and his strength has surpassed the martial emperor. Let the young master personally go to the Tianan province and see what the situation with Yifan is. The secretary beside Zhang Zhelao tentatively asked. Dealing with Yifan's other 10 core disciples was smooth, but dealing with the old guy and the fool behind the Yi family was so difficult. And the key point is that there is no first-hand information about Yifan's true situation. Those who have had contact with Yifan either all died or, like Zhou Ming, completely forgot their memories at that time. Yifan's background must be investigated clearly. Zhang Zhelao thought for a few seconds, then spoke seriously. Let's wait until Zifeng comes back before deciding. However, it is indeed necessary to clarify the situation in Tianan province. Zhang Zhelao sighed heavily, feeling worried. Chufeng and Zhou Ming, the 2 great powerhouses, have both encountered setbacks in Yuncheng, making the Yi family increasingly difficult to deal with. But if the Yi family is not taken down, fearing that with the Yi family continuing to investigate further, they will sooner or later investigate themselves. The Holy Envoy organization said that if there is real evidence, they will not hesitate to treat themselves as abandoned pawns. Zhelao, the call from the Gu school, should I answer it? While Zhang Zhelao was still contemplating, the phone on the secretary's body suddenly rang. Answer. Zhang Jie knew that all the masters of the Gu school had been wiped out, even the third elder Ling Yun had died, so the Gu school must have known the news. Zhang Jie, what's the situation? How come the life and death card of the third elder Ling Yun from our Gu school is broken? Is Ling Yun dead? And the other several Gu school masters, their life and death insects are all dead too. What's going on? The voice on the phone was from Gu school's leader, Zhuan Baifan, sounding somewhat urgent. Although the third elder Ling Yun had always posed a threat to Zhuan Baifan's position, Ling Yun's Gu techniques and strength were still very beneficial to the development of the Gu school. At least with the third elder, some external forces thinking of making a move against the Gu school would have to think twice. But now that the third elder had died, the strength of the Gu school had weakened. If the Gu school wants to negotiate with external allies later, they would be at a disadvantage. Yes, Chief Zhuan, all the high-level talents you sent this time, together with my arrangements, all perished in Yunchan. We are currently investigating the specific causes of death. But one thing is certain. This matter is definitely related to Yifan. Zhang Jie continued to detail the situation at that time. According to Jin Yang's arrangement, they had already lured Su Yixu, Zhuan Yufei, Yifan, Qing Ruolin, and others to the cement factory, but in the end, the cement factory exploded, and Jin Yang and everyone from the Gu school were annihilated. However, Yifan and his 3 wives were unscathed. Damn, Zhuan Baifan cursed on the phone. It must be Yifan's doing. 5 years ago, Yifan was such a monstrous genius. You all kept saying he was a fool, but I seriously doubt he has awakened long ago. Jie Lao, we have suffered such huge losses. We can't just let this go, can we? We haven't found those precious things from the Yi family yet. If they fall into other hands, wouldn't all your previous efforts be in vain? Zhang Jie snorted. Of course, we can't just let this go. My grandson will be coming back from the 9 underworlds of the Four Holy Lands soon. I have already notified him to request the help of the high-level experts from the Holy Land. Gu School should also send a group of strong people at that time. We must kill Yifan in his infancy. All right. In the eastern suburbs of Yunchang, Su Yixu was driving with Yifan towards the new factory, saying, Zifan, actually, Yufei's intentions are not so bad. She didn't need to come today, but seeing me being captured, she followed to save me. Have you been too indifferent to her? Yifan listened to Su Yixu's words. His mouth twitched slightly. Zhuan Yufei's appearance at the scene today truly surprised Yifan. Zhuan Yufei had decisively broken off the engagement with him, the funeral, then regretted it, chasing after him repeatedly. Today, at the cement factory, when threatened by Jin Yang with death, Zhuan Yufei was even willing to sacrifice herself to save Su Yixu. Yifan couldn't help but think of the soul-stealing evil technique on Zhuan Yufei. Could it be that Zhuan Yufei was really being controlled back then? It was Yufei who didn't want me first. Humph. Yixu. Then what do you think we should do? Of course, Yifan was in a clear state of mind, but he chose to leave this challenging problem for Su Yixu to handle. Su Yixu hesitated for a moment, then continued. Actually, it's very simple. Originally, you two were the best couple, so Zifan, why not give her another chance? After all, you already have 7 wives, adding one more wouldn't be a problem. After speaking, Su Yixu blushed. What was she doing? Complaining about Yifan not having enough wives? Yifan also felt awkward. It seems that Su Yixu really considered him sincerely. But in Yifan's heart, he added, if Zhuan Yufei joins, I fear it won't be just 7. In the provincial capital, Ren Zuying, that girl, had warmed him with her phoenix for a night and saved his life 6 years ago. If he wanted to repay her, he could only offer himself, right? Heh. There are already many wives. Let's talk about this later. Yixu, should we be arriving soon? Yifan's powerful perception was released, already sensing a very sinister or nearby resonating with the scent on Su Yixu's body. Yes, just around the corner ahead. Su Yixu answered, looking at Yifan's simple and honest appearance, not knowing what Yifan was thinking deep down. She could only drop the topic and focus on driving to the factory. At this moment, in the new factory of the Su Group, several construction workers were tidying up the courtyard's several locust trees. Beside the workers, a middle-aged man in a long row was burying several bags filled with fresh blood under the tree. Taoist Yan, quick, retreat. Su Yixu suddenly came to the factory again. If you are found, it will be troublesome. A voice suddenly came through the earpiece of the robed man. Without any hesitation, Yan Daoist picked up the bags he hadn't buried and swiftly moved towards the side of the factory building. Just a little bit more and the 7-star annihilation formation will be completely formed. When the 7 annihilations invade, Su Yixu will be eroded by the aura. Even the Heavenly King himself won't be able to save her. Humph. Coming at such a time to stir up trouble, Yan Daoguan muttered while running. Little did he know, the god of death had already arrived. Yan Daoguan, your arrangements won't be exposed, will they? If you are exposed, our young master won't spare you. The man on the earpiece continued murmuring, but Yan Daoguan was getting impatient. HMPH. Shut up. We of the Motion lineage only have a cooperative relationship with you. Stop talking to me in that tone. Yan Daoguan rushed into the side factory building, hiding his ore and scanning the entrance. At the factory gate, Yifan and Su Yixu had arrived. As soon as they got out of the car, Yifan felt a strong hidden aura permeating the entire factory building. Yes, there was a problem here in the factory. A golden light circled around Yifan's eyes as he scanned the surroundings sharply, locating the source of the malevolent aura in 7 positions in the factory. Qianfu, Yaoguan. The entire layout was based on the positions of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. 7-star annihilation formation? Humph. Someone has indeed meddled in the factory. 5 years ago, Yifan acquired knowledge about formations from that dragon-patterned ring, much more advanced than these low-level formations. These petty tricks couldn't fool Yifan, but the evil formation's aura, when invading an ordinary person's body, Su Yixu and the others wouldn't be able to withstand it. Soul summoning of the Chinese scholar tree. The key point of the 7-star annihilation formation was the old Chinese scholar tree in the green belt in front of the factory gate. Several workers were still working there. The old Chinese scholar tree hadn't been completely planted. The formation hadn't fully formed yet. It seemed something was still missing. Once he confirmed the key point of the formation, Yifan made a plan in his mind. Xiaofan. This is the new factory building. It's equipped with 10 production lines to meet the demand for snow-face cream in the southwest region. Furthermore, we are also looking for a new factory building in the provincial capital. If sales pick up, we'll expand in the provincial capital. Su Yixu held Yifan's arm, introducing him to the situation at the factory. Yifan nodded, his eyes fixed on the construction in the green belt. Seeing an excavator at work, Yifan's eyes lit up. Yixu, that excavator looks fun. I want to play with it. Out. Xiaofan. That's the workers' equipment. Can you operate it? While Su Yixu was speaking, she turned to Guo Li who was behind them. Guo Li, knowing that his big brother had awakened, naturally understood that playing with the excavator wasn't just playful. He must have discovered something. Guo Li was also a high-level martial arts expert, sensing something amiss as soon as they entered the factory. Compared to other places, the temperature in the Su family's factory building seemed much colder, a few degrees lower as soon as they entered. There was definitely a problem here. Sister-in-law, let him try if he wants. If you're worried, I'll stay with him. Su Yixu nodded. All right. Guo Li was one of Yifan's best brothers, and his skills were not weak. With Guo Li by Yifan's side, Su Yixu felt relieved. I want to play with your excavator. Can I? Yifan approached the workers and spoke, his gaze sharp as he scanned them. Most workers seemed fine, but the head worker had a touch of wickedness, and his face was too clean, not like a regular worker. Upon hearing Yifan's words, the head worker smiled and spoke. Miss Su, isn't this the idiot young Master Yi of the Yi family? It's said his intelligence is a bit abnormal. How could Miss Su let him play with such a dangerous machine? I think you should reconsider. The head worker knew there was a secret under the Chinese scholar tree and felt a bit nervous. He naturally couldn't let Yifan play with the excavator here. If Yifan accidentally dug out the secret under the tree, it would be hard to explain. If someone exposed their plan, both the master and himself would suffer. Who are you calling an idiot? You're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Smack. Before the head worker finished, Yifan suddenly slapped him directly in the face. My wife said, whoever calls me an idiot will be beaten. The head worker was almost driven mad by frustration, but seeing Su Yixu and Guo Li beside her, he resisted the urge to curse and suppressed his anger. He had picked a fight for nothing. Arguing with an idiot was truly foolish. The key now was to prevent Yifan from operating the excavator. Young Master Yi, the excavator is too dangerous. I think you shouldn't play with it. The head worker continued to dissuade Yifan, suppressing his inner anger. However, Yifan paid him no attention and swiftly walked up to the excavator's cockpit. He flung the driver out of it and said, "I want to play. You go away." The excavator driver was also disguised as a motion doused. He knew some martial arts, and initially, he wanted to resist Yifan. However, he didn't expect Yifan to easily throw him out. "Senior brother." The driver walked up to the head worker and whispered, "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Be flexible." The head worker responded coldly, his eyes fixed on the key positions under the green belt. Several dead black dogs and a few babies had been buried there by the master. "Let's stand over there. The idiot probably won't dig randomly in a place where there are people. As long as he doesn't dig up those key points, there won't be any problems." The head worker calmly took 2 steps and stood on the same key positions as the driver. Little did they know, Yifan had already seen through the source of the malevolent aura here, precisely where the head worker and the driver were standing. Yifan didn't believe they were fine. Sitting in the excavator cabin, Guoli joined him. "Brother, what's the problem here?" Yifan's face turned serious. "Have the brothers who followed us block off the entire factory building. No one should enter or leave. A very deadly formation has been set up here. There are dead black dogs and baby corpses buried underneath. When you confront them later, take them down. They are just small fry. There are bigger fish to catch behind them. I will investigate." "Understood," Guoli answered, feeling a slight tremor. Though Guoli knew little about feng shui, hearing about the dead black dogs and babies, these were very ominous and evil items buried under the new factory building. Definitely aimed at the Su family group and the Yi family. "Let's start playing," Yifan called out foolishly, manipulating the excavator without hesitation towards the direction where the head worker and the driver were standing, who, as the excavator's arm quickly swung down towards them, the head worker was instantly scared stiff. "Damn it, is this idiot crazy?" Doom. The excavator dug, nearly scratching the thigh of the foreman, deeply penetrating the ground under his feet. Holy crap. Both the foreman and the driver next to him were almost frightened to their knees. "Is this Yifan truly a fool? Are you blind? Can't you see that someone is in front of you?" The foreman scolded angrily, his legs trembling. The driver beside him glanced down at the foreman's crotch, which was already wet with urine. "Brother, did you pee yourself out of fear?" The foreman wanted to bite his stupid junior brother. "I know, you don't have to say it." Inside the driver's compartment, Yifan completely ignored the foreman's words and continued operating the excavator, flipping the land underneath the foreman's feet directly without caring that there were people nearby, dumping several tons of soil and rocks onto their heads. Crazy. This is madness. At this point, the foreman and the others could no longer care about anything and had to move aside. Although they were unwilling to expose the secret hidden underground, their lives were more important. Yifan was known by everyone as a fool who could do anything. He had just been slapped, which was already considered lucky. If he were to accidentally kill someone, it would be a real tragedy. Soon, Yifan dug 3 times, revealing beneath the ground a dead dog with fresh blood and then a clay pot containing a dead infant's body, also covered in blood, a situation that made people extremely uncomfortable. The most crucial revelation was that underneath the clay pot with the dead infant, a bloodline had formed, seeping into the earth, seemingly intending to connect with 6 other formations. Yifan activated his magic eye and found that the bloodline was extending towards another direction where an identical bloodline was approaching, only a foot apart from connecting. Woo! When Yifan dug out the clay pot, he even heard a faint sobbing sound coming from underground. The whole air seemed to be filled with resentment, a chilling wind blew, and the sky dimmed a bit. "Brother, did you hear the sound of a baby crying just now?" The neighboring Guoli's face looked a bit cautious. It was broad daylight, but encountering such an eerie situation, Guoli was still apprehensive. Yifan nodded. "Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems. Remember not to let anyone leave this place. This feng shui master has some skills. This formation is just a diversion. There is actually another more sinister formation behind it. The malevolent maternal 8 sons formation. That is the more sinister formation behind it all. In combination with the 7-star deadly formation, this feng shui master intended to utilize the factory's 7-star deadly formation to absorb the essence of Su Yixu and the blood of the factory workers, nurturing those infant ghosts, and ultimately planning to raise a super mother body, right? Su Yixu also saw what was dug out from under the soil. Although she did not understand, Seeing the dead dog below and the body inside the clay pot, Su Yixu understood that this was definitely a bad situation and couldn't help but let out a scream. Meanwhile, the malevolent aura on Su Yixu's forehead fluctuated, affecting Su Yixu as she staggered, almost falling. The foreman and the driver on the edge of the green zone saw the situation and their expressions turned dark. "Brother, have we been exposed? What should we do?" The foreman was so angry he wanted to kick his stupid junior brother. "How the hell would I know what to do? If there's a real problem, Master will definitely take action." As the foreman spoke quietly, his eyes glanced towards the factory on the side. At that moment, Yandao Shang, who was hiding in the factory, saw the gazes of his two apprentices and almost jumped up. "Damn it, you two idiots, why are you looking over here for no reason?" Although Yifan accidentally dug up the secret under the locust tree, Yandao Shang couldn't shake the ominous feeling in his heart. He felt that Yifan must have discovered something. His two apprentices must have been suspected and targeted. By looking over here at this moment, weren't they indicating the way for the other party? Once part of the formation was broken, Yandao Shang quickly suffered a backlash that caused him to cough up blood. Different from the typical malevolent paternal 8 sons formation in Feng Shui, the formation designed by Yandao Shang was intended to nourish himself with all the essence, rather than feed a female corpse. Yandao Shang was a Feng Shui master from Maoshan, but he tried to use sinister methods to quickly enhance his power. Dao Shangyan's idea is good. He wants to escape immediately and spread the news as soon as possible, so that others are aware of Yifan's situation. But as soon as Dao Shangyan took a step out of another large gate, he saw Yifan smiling and waiting for him on a bulldozer. Just as Dao Shangyan appeared, Yifan swung the mechanical arm and fiercely slammed the bulldozer down at Dao Shangyan. Dao Shangyan had never seen a bulldozer's arm swing so fast, with such a powerful impact. If it had actually hit him, he feared his whole body would have been smashed into pieces. Although his body was very weak, Dao Shangyan quickly dodged sideways to narrowly avoid Yifan's attack. "It's really you behind this, messing with my wife Yifan. Haven't you seen the consequences for the Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Li family?" Yifan got off the bulldozer, looking at Dao Shangyan with a wicked look. The sharp gaze made Dao Shangyan's heart tingle. You're not foolish at all. You're pretending. You've fooled everyone." When Dao Shangyan heard Yifan speak, he confirmed at that moment that the young master of the Yi family was not as foolish as rumored. As he continued to deal with those who went after the Yi family, all of them suffered. Even as Dao Shangyan knew this information, he was curious as to who had secretly killed those people without a trace. The Yi family's adversaries still had no idea. Now, Dao Shangyan understood it was all Yifan's plan. "That's right. I was pretending. If I didn't pretend to be foolish, how would scum like you come out on your own?" Yifan took 2 steps forward, staring sharply at Dao Shangyan. "Tell me honestly, who told you to go after the Su family? Was it Zhou Xiao from the capital, or Elder John, or Elder Tang?" "HMPH. I don't know what you're talking about," Dao Shangyan replied, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. "Yifan, you're clever, but you shouldn't have come after me alone. 5 years ago, your talent was extraordinary, reaching the level of grandmother, but don't forget, I am also at the peak of grandmother level. I am not afraid of you." Dao Shangyan still had some confidence, taking out his battle knife, enduring his physical weakness, ready to fight Yifan. Yifan faintly smiled. "Who said I'm only at grandmother level?" With a light wave of his hand, a majestic energy appeared on his wrist, and Yifan just moved his fingers, causing the surging energy to change shape at will. The martial energy was nearly materialized, containing a power that even tore the air apart, emitting a mournful cry. To transform energy. "Damn, have you reached the level of martial emperor? Damn." Dao Shangyan had been confident a moment ago, but now he was instantly overwhelmed. Thinking Yifan was a fool, he realized he had been tricked by everyone. Thinking his own strength could easily defeat Yifan, he found he couldn't even touch his coattails. Your lifelong efforts are just the beginning for him. Dao Shangyan then directly threw the battle knife to the ground, lacking the courage to act. His strength was only at grandmother level, with the formidable realm of martial venerable in between. Any resistance would be meaningless. "It wasn't Zhou Xiao as you said, nor any elder. It was the eldest son of the ancient martial arts clan, Fun Hang Xiao, who made me move." Dao Shangyan, without hesitation, sold out the person behind him. In times of crisis, one must be saved even if it means betraying a friend. Although Dao Shanyan and Fun Hangshao were only in a cooperative relationship, at this point, the blame could only be shifted to Fun Hangshao. The ancient martial arts level is involved too. Yifan's brows furrow. The situation was getting more complicated. The military forces affiliated with Elder John, Zhou Sha and the organization behind him. Now the ancient martial arts family is also involved. More and more people have targeted the Yi family. The attack on the Su family should just be a diversion. The ultimate target should be the map fragment in the Yi family's possession. However, the vital point is that the Yi family doesn't have the map fragment. According to what grandfather said, all the map fragments of the Yi family were placed on the 7 brothers. With the 7 brothers deceased, the whereabouts of the map fragments were unknown even to the Yi family. But with so many people eyeing the celestial map fragments, it became apparent that those fragments were extremely crucial. Yifan had to find the Law 7 fragments quickly to prevent them from falling into the hands of their enemies. If what grandfather said was true, the place where the god relic was lost held powerful martial arts techniques and even secret cultivation methods. If their adversaries got there first, it would truly spell disaster for the Yi family. Yes, the Fun family of the ancient martial arts made me act. I had no choice. Yi Shao, spare my life. I promise not to oppose the Yi family in the future. Dao Shanyan pretended to be pitiful, respectfully bowing to Yifan, begging for mercy. However, Yifan's eyes bore a cold gleam. It was because he discovered this guy's feng shui array today that he saved Su Yixu's life and made this guy surrender. If he didn't understand feng shui, Su Yixu would have died, and he wouldn't have known why. HMPH. If you confess honestly, I can give you a quick death. You mess with my wife and still want to live. Do you think that's possible? Yifan's aura fluctuated, ready to strike at any moment. Dao Shanyan was oppressed to the point of being unable to move, and seeing Yifan's actions, a hint of panic crossed his eyes. Yi Shao, please spare me. I am a practitioner of the motion school. If Yi Shao kills me, it will be against the motion school. Please reconsider. Yi Shao. Motion? That means nothing. Yifan snorted. If he displayed all the inheritances in the dragon-patterned ring, even the Taoists of Lanhu Mountain would have to respect him, let alone motion. Seeing his threat ineffective, Dao Shanyan felt completely hopeless. Finally, a trace of fierce light appeared in his eyes. In that case, I will fight you to the end. Swish. As Dao Shanyan's voice fell, numerous paper figures rushed out of his sleeves, soaring in the wind to form a formidable martial arts master that rushed towards Yifan to kill. At the same time, thick black smoke began to emerge at the entrance of the spacious factory. The air felt sinister, enveloping an area of 10 meters. Yifan could almost feel the fierce killing intent on the sword edges of those paper masters. You even know the wicked arts of the puppet sect. Watching the situation before him, a faint smile appeared on Yifan's lips. This motion Taoist knew quite a bit, didn't he? The Kui zombie sect originally originated from Xianxi. Previously, a group of zombie hunters, in order to conveniently hunt zombies, refined some talismans, pasted them on the bodies of those corpses, controlling their movements and preventing them from turning into zombies. Later, some people gradually embarked on another path, starting to consider using talismans to control paper people, and even using talismans to control living people, engaging in illegal activities such as murder and theft. In the inheritance of the ring, there are some detailed techniques of the Kui zombie sect. Although Yifan had never used them, he was very clear about the specific instructions and techniques. Faced with the paper people attacking him, Yifan didn't use any martial chat, just extended his hand in the air to form several seals, then smashed them down to the ground. Arise! With a clang, a golden bagua pattern pressed towards the ground. Upon touching the ground, the golden rays began to spread out. The paper people with fierce killing moves, upon being touched by the golden light, immediately stopped their actions, their bodies stiff in midair. The surrounding mist instantly dispersed. 3 meters away, Yan Dao Shan, who had just picked up his battle knife and was about to flee, saw the dispersing mist and was stunned, looking incredibly at Yifan in the bagua formation. How is this possible? How can you be so monstrous? Yan Dao Shan had heard that Yifan had extraordinary talent, reaching grandmother level at the age of 15. But he never expected that Yifan's feng shui talent was also extraordinary, effortlessly breaking his 8 Phoenix Maternal formation, 7 Star Fierce formation, and even his Kui Zombie Evil control technique. Before Yin Daoshan could react, he was shocked to find that the paper killers he controlled were all turning towards him, crazily attacking him. Yin Daoshan, with his mouth gaping in shock, hastily formed seals, trying to stop the paper killers from attacking. However, he found that no matter what seals he used, it was in vain. Even if Yin Daoshan bit his fingers, using his own blood as a catalyst, he still couldn't control the paper killers. With an incredulous look, Yin Daoshan could only watch as 5 paper killers in their hands pierced through his chest. How did you? Tell me. Yin Daoshan looked at Yifen in shock, unable to understand why Yifen could effortlessly counter the Kui zombie sex methods. Yifen coldly smiled. Because I am your ancestor. With those words, Yifen waved his hand, manipulating a chi force that enveloped Yin Daoshan, instantly turning his body into a pile of ashes along with the paper killers. As the wind blew, lifting the dust from the ground, if it weren't for the huge pit left by the excavator on the ground, no one would have imagined that a master of motion sect had just fallen here. When Guoli and Suyixu rushed over, Yifen had already returned to his silly appearance. The bad guys have been driven away. Yifen gave a simple smile to Suyixu, warming her heart and provoking a rush of tenderness. She gently hugged Yifen, her face filled with affection. This little brother-in-law, although often not clear-headed, always protected his sisters. Even in his silly state, whenever his sisters were wrong or in danger, Yifen would immediately lend a helping hand without hesitation. Poor Yifen, please recover quickly. While embracing Suyixu, Yifen lightly placed his wrist against her body, ensuring there was no negative energy. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. But he also felt a bit worried. The adversaries of the Yi family seemed to have changed strategy. Knowing they couldn't gain much from harming Yifen directly, they started targeting those around him. It is necessary to eliminate all these adversaries quickly to have peace. Moreover, it is imperative to strengthen Suyixu and Yulinglan's abilities to ensure their safety. The quickest way for Suyixu and the others to strengthen is through close contact. Yifen glanced at Suyixu, realizing they had been together for a while. With his guidance, her complexion had improved significantly, and her martial check control had reached a proficient level. With proper practice of martial techniques, supplemented with elixirs, breaking through to the grandmother level wouldn't be a significant issue. Once at the grandmother level, it wouldn't be easy for others to harm Suyixu. After arriving at the factory, Yifen, in a frenzy, destroyed the nearly completed building, insisting on redoing all the greenery. This time, the construction team was arranged by Guoli. As they left the scene, at a side of the factory, a young man withdrew his gaze from the factory entrance and reported to another young man sitting in the room. Young Master Fun, all the formations arranged by Dao Shangyan have been destroyed, and the plan to use formations against Suyixu has completely failed. Moreover, I suspect Dao Shangyan must have betrayed you. In the room, a young man in a black t-shirt sat at the head, holding a cup of tea, took a sip, and said calmly, "Failure is inevitable." Having Dao Shangyan act was just a probing action. However, the failure came unexpectedly quickly. This young man was none other than Wang Hanzi, who had observed from a distance during Jin Yan's attack on Yifen. This time, this young master has confirmed that Yifen is not stupid but pretending to be foolish. A wicked smile appeared on Wang Hanzhao's face. Although the Guo family's Guozhu is not lacking in strategizing, he probably can't handle Dao Shangyan. Continue to monitor Yifen. Observe for a while longer, and our game will officially begin. Yes. Suyixu returned to the company in Cloud City to handle matters, while Yifen and Guoli, along with the Fermaids, returned to the old Yi family residence, gathering the loyal forces left by their mother, including Han Youyu, Liu Yang, Zia Hao, Lei Qianyu, as well as Yue Kong from Qianji Pavilion, and Captain Yahanyu and others were all present. When you all stayed by the Yi family's side during their most critical moment, I, Yifen, on behalf of the Yi family, thank you all. Yifen bowed to the crowd. And I have awakened to the truth, which only you all are most aware of. Now, the enemies planted in the Cloud City have been mostly eliminated by me. I am planning to visit the provincial capital and the Zhuanwu battle zone to investigate the specifics of my second brother's death due to the attack and also to search for something. So, I need to make some arrangements in Cloud City. Director Zia, your Tiger Lore, under your command, cooperates with Captain Niu to protect the main base of the Yi family in Cloud City and the safety of the Su family. Lao Yu, your people under your command, will start moving towards the provincial capital. I remember there were some vassal families there eager to move, and this trip might be a good time to clean them up. Liu Yang, integrate your resources to establish a plan for a new business consortium. We need to accelerate, as when we really need to face the enemies openly, we will require substantial financial support, which only you can provide. Yifen did not explicitly mention that he had already deduced the connection between his mother and the divine sect, foreseeing that he might have to face more challenges in the future. But for now, the most crucial task was revenge. To eliminate all the enemies of the Yi family, give justice to the martyrs of the Yi family, and ensure a bright future for the Yi family. Heading to the capital, a secret base. On the operating table, several special needles and instruments were inserted into the head of a body lying on the table. From those needles, a white light flashed, and the next moment, the body on the table sat up, gasping heavily. I'm Zhou Ming. Reborn again? The man came down from the operating table, feeling his body and the martial energy. My strength hasn't declined. That's great. The man in front of him spoke and thought just like Zhou Ming. It was precisely Zhou Ming, the one who escaped from the cement plant with the white light. Although he seemed neither alive nor dead, he was still Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming felt a bit and suddenly noticed an old man in a white robe in the corner of the room. He hurried over respectfully and knelt down. I pay my respects to the Holy Envoy. Thank you for saving me. The old man in the white robe, with only his eyes visible through the flowing light, couldn't see the details clearly. Get up. The old man in the white robe waved his hand gently, helping Zhou Ming up. Tell me specifically, what did you experience in Cloud City? How did you destroy your own body? Mentioning Cloud City made Zhou Ming both angry and bewildered. He couldn't remember what he had experienced in Cloud City at all, but only knew that it was terrifying, and he felt a sense of dread. Holy Envoy, forgive me. I truly cannot remember how my body got into this state. I only remember the final events, where Jin Yang and the members of the Goose School arranged an assassination attempt on Yifan at the cement plant. That as a precaution, I never went to the scene. I don't know how I ended up like this. Zhou Ming felt uneasy. As the representative of the Holy Anwo organization in the southwest region, he had been urged countless times to take down Yifan and find the maps of the Yi family. Yet now, not only had he failed to kill Yifan, but he had also suffered such severe injuries that he needed the help of the Holy Envoy. What's worse, the forces deployed by the Holy Envoy in Cloud City, almost all of the subordinate families had been wiped out, leaving none behind. The old man in the white robe sighing. Forget it. It's not your fault. I've probed your thoughts just now and found that the memories of that time have been completely erased. It must have been done by someone powerful, much stronger than you, even in spiritual power, surpassing even me. The Yi family is not easy to deal with. And that fool Yifan, is he really a fool? We need to investigate further. The old man in the white robe continued. Rest and adjust a bit, then head to the province of Qianan. Feel out the latest information. Several ancient martial families are also targeting the Yi family. We can't let them get our desired objects ahead of us. Yes, Holy Envoy. It's just that my strength. Zhou Ming was somewhat helpless. Even though he had reached the level of warlord, after this ordeal of destroying his physical body, Zhou Ming realized that his warlord level strength was still not enough. The Holy Envoy nodded, enveloping Zhou Ming in a white light, and pumping powerful energy into him. After a moment, the old man in the white robe released Zhou Ming's wrist. All right, your body can only handle up to the level of the third-grade martial emperor. With the supreme martial arts skills have passed on to you, you should be sufficient to deal with the trash of the secular world. Thank you, Holy Envoy. Thank you. Feeling the powerful martial energy surging within him and the special inheritance, Zhou Ming's face was beaming with joy. With the strength of a martial emperor, he wouldn't lose to Yifan if they were to meet again. 5 years ago, Yifan was already at the level of a monstrous grandmother, but after being a fool for 5 years, even if his strength had improved, he was at most at the warlord level, right? With the direct boost from the Holy Envoy to the martial emperor level, wouldn't Zhou Ming easily crush Yifan? In Cloud City, after Yifan had arranged all the forces of the Yi family, he returned to Su Yixu's villa where Su Yixu and Qing Ruolin were chatting. Sister Yixu, I have an awkward request. Can you lend me Yifan for a couple of days? I will return him in 2 days. Qing Ruolin had already tasted the sweetness from Yifan. As long as she had intimate contact with Yifan, she could obtain that magical warmth and quickly enhance her strength. After experiencing the kidnapping incident, Qing Ruolin realized that she must not be a mere ornament, nor should she hold back Yifan. Even if she couldn't help Yifan much, at least she needed to have the ability to protect herself. Ha, Ruolin, are you unable to resist so soon? Starting to crave for little Fan, Suyixu teased Qing Ruolin with a smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist his charm later. Qing Ruolin was already very shy, and being teased by Suyixu made her blush even more. Ah, you little devil, you're so naughty. I'm not thinking about expanding the Yi family. You see, there are so many enemies against the Yi family, we should as soon as possible secure the Yi family's bloodline. Despite saying this, there was another idea in Qing Ruolin's heart. She was shy. While Yifan had not completely awakened, she could become Yifan's woman during his foolish state. Otherwise, once Yifan woke up completely, acting as Yifan's former sister-in-law turned lover. Even though Qing Ruolin was extraordinary, it would still be a bit awkward. On the other hand, Suyixu, the longer she spent time with Yifan, the more carefree she became. Thinking of Yifan's astonishing fighting power every time, Suyixu blushed and whispered something in Qing Ruolin's ear. After listening, Qing Ruolin was almost blown away. What? Together, Yixu. You. Qing Ruolin considered herself to be more extraordinary, but she didn't expect that once Suyixu became Yifan's woman, she would dare to be so bold. Suyixu was startled by Qing Ruolin's voice. Ruolin, are you doubting me? We've already openly declared ourselves as Yifan's wives, and Yifan is really powerful. By then, we'll sooner or later. Although Suyixu and Qing Ruolin were whispering in the room and chatting secretly, for Yifan, who had already reached the level of a martial emperor, he could hear every movement as clear as day, even the voices of the two women in the room. Yifan didn't expect his wife Yixu to have such courage. How about trying tonight? I'm back, Yixu. Ruolin, what were you two chatting about? Yifan suddenly stepped in, his sudden voice startling Suyixu and Qing Ruolin in the hall. Thinking about the little secret the two of them were discussing, the two girls blushed even more. Oh my! What on earth were we talking about? Nothing much. Qing Ruolin was a bit flustered, not knowing where to put her hands. After all, Qing Ruolin and Yifan's intimate contact was limited to hugs and kisses. Their knowledge of male-female relationships was mostly from fantasy and hearsay. Xiaofan, we were just talking about tonight. Suyixu, seeing Qing Ruolin's shy expression, couldn't help teasing her by intentionally stopping mid-sentence. Startled, Qing Ruolin quickly covered Suyixu's mouth. It's really nothing, Yixu. Don't talk nonsense. Even though Yifan was in a daze, if he found out that Qing Ruolin and Suyixu were secretly discussing embarrassing matters, Qing Ruolin would really not be able to lift her head. The two teased each other for a while, and Yifan, watching their playful demeanor, didn't care even if their loose robe slipped off, revealing stunning white phoenix tattoos. Yifan admired the beautiful scenery by the side. Long legs, slender waist, fair shoulders and collarbones. The rising phoenix, Yifan had already captured one pair, and he would likely capture the other pair soon. These exquisite beauties, any one of them, were all stunningly beautiful, and now Yifan had 7 of them. Oh, he needed to become stronger quickly to protect these women and seek revenge for the Yi family's heroes. Yixu, about what I just said, you promise not to say anything. I also want to get stronger quickly. I don't want Yifan to fall behind. Qing Ruolin looked a bit shy, but also determined. After the kidnapping incident today, Qing Ruolin knew that as Yifan's woman, if she wasn't strong enough, she would just become a vase in the future. Of course, Ruolin, now we are all in this together. Yifan is mine, and yours too. We need to expand the Yi family quickly. That's what Linglon's sister entrusted us with before. Suyixu held Qing Ruolin's hand. I can't wait for Ruolin to have Yi's lineage soon. If any of the 7 sisters had the Yi family's bloodline, it would be of great significance. It meant that the Yi family would immediately have a new bloodline to continue. Even if the outside world didn't know that Yifan was no longer a fool, knowing that the Yi family had a new bloodline would change the attitudes of many waiting powers towards the Yi family immediately. Qing Ruolin's face lit up, about to speak, when suddenly her phone rang urgently. What? My brother and the upper capital Shen family made a bet, both lost hundreds of billions in cash, and put the entire Qing family at stake. Even father lost. That scoundrel, has he lost his mind? Qing Ruolin was on the verge of exploding upon receiving the call. Qing Ruolin's mother had 2 children. The capable Qing Ruolin, who managed the assets of the Qing group worth tens of billions, was a remarkable woman. But Qing Ruolin's brother, Qing Xiaocheng, was lazy and irresponsible, always idling around, chasing girls, playing cards. But previously, he had some sense of propriety. Even if he gambled, the stakes were just a few tens of thousands before calling it quits. How could he bet so big this time? And even put the entire Qing family's assets at stake, and even lost to Shen of the upper capital. Sis, please come and save me. They said, if you don't come, they will cut off my legs immediately. Sis. Qing Xiaosheng's voice on the phone was pleading with a tearful tone. Qing Ruolin furrowed her brows, not sure how to respond. Wait for me to come back and deal with you. Although Qing Ruolin didn't turn on speakerphone, Ethan heard everything clearly. From there, Qing Ruolin just took over the J agency from General Sampa and happened to gamble with the young master of the Shen family in the upper capital, staking the entire Qing family's assets. And Qing Ruolin must be there in person. Ethan figured out immediately. This should be the backhand of the old master Tang, who was targeting him, previously assisting Sun Desheng, wanting to compete with Qing Ruolin for the J agency. After Sun Desheng failed, the assassination attempt by the Japanese master also failed, and the kidnapping plan by the people of Yuncheng Jinyang and others also failed afterward. This meant that all the arrangements of Yi family's opponents in Yuncheng had been disrupted. They were probably under pressure and needed to produce results immediately to show their value to those above. The situation of traveling to Huadu this time, Ethan did not plan to hold back his strength. He would definitely stir up Huadu. I just received a text message, Master. Just received news. Some strange occurrences in the provincial capital. Multiple construction sites have cracks underground, emitting black mist rapidly spreading around. According to previous experiences, this should be some cult trying to cause trouble for Daxia. Protecting against these cults is the essential work of our Tianji Pavilion. Master, should we go to Huadu? Cults emerging. Ethan couldn't help but think of the inheritance in the dragon mark ring. It had mentioned that the predecessors of Daxia had sealed many troublemaking cults underground. Relying on the formation set up by the predecessors, they had been able to suppress those cults. Were those seals loosening now, or was someone intentionally destroying them? Looks like a trip to Huadu was necessary. I'll leave tonight. Contact you Lao for covert assistance. Ethan replied to the message, and Qing Ruolin had just finished her call. Yixu, there's a big trouble at home. I have to rush back now. What do you think? Qing Ruolin looked expectantly at Su Yixu. Qing Ruolin had seen the fighting power demonstrated by Yifan today. Although Yifan mostly appeared dazed, he had moments of clarity. When facing the bullying from the Shen family in the upper capital, Qing Ruolin needed to have more confidence with Yifan by her side. Go. Ruolin, Yifan is starting to wake up. With him by your side, he can definitely help. Su Yixu said to Qing Ruolin, while walking to Yifan's side, looking at Yifan and saying, Xiaofan, we are all your women now. Follow Ruolin to Huadu. First, protect yourself, then protect Ruolin from being bullied. Understand? Yifan felt warm in his heart. Understood. Yixu, if anyone bullies my precious wife, I'll beat them up. Yifan swung his arm. Although he looked a bit silly, his words were sincere. So many families had met calamity before in the upper capital, and they were still rushing forward recklessly. In this trip to Huadu, Yifan planned to not hold back his strength, and definitely make waves in Huadu. When Qing Ruolin was rushing towards the provincial capital Huadu with Yifan at a rapid speed, still in the car, Yifan quietly notified Guo Li to utilize Pang Hai's power to secretly monitor Shen Jia's actions, to ensure Qing Xiaosheng's safety beyond measure. It was originally coming for himself. Qing Ruolin and the other 6 sister-in-laws had married him. They were already his women, and now that he had awakened, he must ensure that King's family members would not be harmed. Ruolin, don't worry. With me here, I will protect you. Won't let them bully us. Yifan watched Qing Ruolin's anxious look, reached out and grabbed her wrist, a surge of vitality entering Qing Ruolin's body, nurturing her body and adjusting her mood at the same time. A warm stream flowed into Qing Ruolin's body through her wrist, and she instantly felt a warm sensation all over her body. The anxiety and worrying in her heart seemed to dissipate in an instant, feeling unusually peaceful inside. It seemed that with Yifan there, everything was not a problem. Is this her man? Qing Ruolin increasingly discovered that she hadn't chosen wrong. Little Fan, everything is resolved today. Tonight, Thinking about what comes next? Qing Ruolin blushed, leaning directly into Yifan's embrace. Yifan's wrist emitted a breath, pressing on Qing Ruolin's pulse and causing her to fall asleep directly. It would take at least 2 hours to drive back from Yunqiang to the provincial capital, and along the way, Qing Ruolin wouldn't be able to do much, so it was better to let her sleep directly. In fact, Yifan heard clearly what Qing Ruolin had just said to Su Yixu. Qing Ruolin wanted to go to the provincial capital with herself, naturally wanting to be Yifan's woman. Because of intimate contact with Yifan, she could gain strength from the warm stream, a fast way to quickly enhance herself. The key point was, Yifan could feel that Qing Ruolin had developed feelings for him. Thinking of this, Yifan hugged Qing Ruolin tightly in his arms and kissed her on the forehead. Huadu, the economic center of the entire Daxia region, a bustling city comparable to the capital. In the south of Huadu, inside a clubhouse, Qing family's young master Qing Shaocheng was being guarded by several bodyguards. Sitting in front of Qing Shaocheng was a young man in a white shirt, none other than Shen Zi from the capital. Young Master Qing, didn't you say your sister would definitely come to rescue you? It's been almost 2 hours now. Shouldn't your sister be back from Yunqiang? I think let me take a bit of interest first. Should I chop off your big toe? Shen Zi looked provocatively at Qing Shaocheng, secretly feeling some disdain in his heart. Qing family's daughter Qing Ruolin was a top beauty in both looks and intelligence, but this brother was a useless waste, easily duped by a little scheming from Shen Zi. The billions of cash of the Qing family had all fell into his hands. Even his own father had been mortgaged to him to clean his toilet for a month. Of course, Shen Zhao's goal was not just that. The Shen family in the capital was one of the 6 powerful families of Daxia and wasn't lacking in money. Shen Zhao's visit this time was carried out under the instruction of his grandfather, coming to deal with the Qing family. The Tang family was almost wiped out. 10 core disciples died in a day. The clear-eyed knew that there were people trying to deal with the Tang family, and everyone was avoiding it. And the 7 daughter-in-laws of the Tang family, not only did they not back off, but they even announced at the funeral of the Tang family disciples that they were marrying Yifan. This caused a significant impact on the actions of the grandfather and allies. Originally, with 10 members of the Tang family dying in a day, this should have shaken the entire Daxia region, but the presence of the 7 women who stood by the Tang family seemed to be slapping their faces. Grandfather and his allies had already sent numerous waves of people to deal with the Tang family, the Su family, and the Qing family. But it turned out to be a complete failure. Even the Tang family seemed to be getting stronger as they kept fighting back, even receiving a summon from the capital's royal family, showing that the grandfather of the Tang family intended to go to the capital. It seems like they were searching for a new leader for the Million Qianlong army in the north. The choice for that leader could only be Yifan. With the arrival of the Daxia healing Saint Lei Qianyu in Yunqiang a few days ago, he publicly announced that Yifan's brain had not been damaged and there were signs of recovery, and within 3 months, he should be fully recovered. By then, when Yifan fully awakens, he would take over the management of the Million Qianlong army from Yi Changfeng. With Yifan's monstrous talent, the rise of the Tang family, who could stop it? By that time, the grandfather and allies, and even the people behind the grandfather, would all be in trouble, right? So the grandfather sent Shen Zi to urge the Tang family, or at least to destroy the Qing family, particularly Qing Ruolin. Even if he were to force himself on Qing Ruolin, it would still be a severe blow to the Tang family's reputation. So Shen Zi planned today's operation from Qing Shaocheng. Don't worry, young Master Shen. Miss Qing and the others have arrived, right at the entrance of the clubhouse. It's just ... that fool from the Tang family is also here. Sister, don't come in. Sister, it's a trap. Hearing that Qing Ruolin had arrived, Qing Shaocheng shouted loudly towards the outside of the private room. But this private room was soundproofed from the beginning. How could Qing Shaocheng's voice be heard outside? Go, use a rag to cover his mouth. His mission is already completed. A cold smile appeared on Shen Zhao's lips. Have the next room prepare that potion. I want to see Qing Ruolin and those ladies go wild like mad horses. As for that fool, perfect timing ... Let him watch his own wife being taken. It will have a greater impact on the loyal forces of the Yi family. A hint of wickedness appeared in Shen Zhao's eyes. It would be best to just anger Yi Changfen to death behind the scenes. In fact, Shenzi had never fully believed what his grandfather had said. It was always said that Yi Fan was a genius monster, and the strange events happening recently between the Yi family and the Cloud City were likely being manipulated by Yi Fan in secret. Shenzi couldn't believe it. How could a fool manipulate the entire situation? Humph. This time, since Jing Ruolin had unexpectedly brought Yifan along, Shenzi would not let this opportunity pass. He would directly kill Yifan. The big shots behind his grandfather would surely look at him in a different light then. In Shen Zhao's mind, even though 5 years ago Yifan's strength had already reached the peak of grandmother, now Yifan had awakened. His strength would at most be at the warlord realm. Shen Zhao's actions this time had attracted strong guards at the warlord realm from the family and his grandfather's side. Catching Yifan wouldn't be a difficult task, right? But what Shenzi didn't know was that Yifan's strength had already surpassed the warlord 3rd rank. Any movement within a radius of 500 meters couldn't escape Yifan's ears. He had clearly heard Qing Shaosheng's shouting, Shen Zhao's orders, and arrangements even from outside the clubhouse. Qing Ruolin's driver parked the car at the entrance of the clubhouse. Yifan looked at the clubhouse door, thinking about Shen Zhao's arrangements from earlier and couldn't help but sneer. HMPH, already starting to think about your wife, planning to live stream with a camera. That will surely satisfy your wish. Yifan sneered, picking up his phone to send a message to Guo Li. Go get a few sturdy wolf dogs, make sure they are excited enough. Got it? You want to insult my wife in front of the camera? Then be prepared to experience what it's like to be bullied by wolf dogs. How did I fall asleep? Have we arrived already? Yifan pressed a few times on Qing Ruolin's bloodline. She instantly woke up, looking around in confusion. We have arrived. Miss Qing, let's go in together. Outside the car door, Yifan's for great female attendants were already in position on Shan, Ziwen, Qing Nao, Xiao Yao, the four great-grandmother powerhouses walking together. Their imposing aura shocking, which reassured Qing Ruolin. Before, Qing Ruolin only knew that Yifan had a deep background, but she did not know that the Yi family's background was so strong. The 10 core disciples were only strong at the grandmother realm, and even after the core disciples die, there were still 4 powerful grandmother female attendants by Yifan's side. However, Yifan looked at the 4 stunning female attendants in front of him with some dissatisfaction. The strength of the grandmother realm was already sufficient for self-protection in Cloud City. But in the future, if Yifan wanted to make a grand entrance to the imperial capital, the strength of the grandmother realm wouldn't be as helpful to him. He must find a way to quickly upgrade their strengths. And the quickest way to upgrade was naturally to make the 4 female attendants his women, to absorb the warmth from him. But this seemed a bit too fast. Clap. 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 Yifan and Qing Ruolin had just entered the lobby. Shenzi clapped his hands and walked down the stairs. Miss Qing is indeed on time. If Miss Qing were 5 minutes later, your brother's 3rd leg might not be able to hold on, and the Qing family might be in trouble. Master Shen, my person has arrived. Where is my brother? Release my brother immediately. Qing Ruolin stared angrily at Shenzi, feeling uncomfortable seeing Shen Zhao's gloomy face. Miss Qing, don't be in such a hurry. This is our first meeting. We should develop some feelings first. Shenzi greedily eyed Qing Ruolin, scanning her up and down, as if he wanted to peel Qing Ruolin apart. Truly an exceptional beauty. To think such a gem would be married to that fool. Yifan, haven't your parents taught you that it's impolite to stare at someone's wife like this? When Shenzi was about to reach out to touch, Yifan beside him spoke up. For someone with such bad manners, as my grandfather said, just hit him. With Yifan speaking, Shenzi suddenly laughed. Ha ha. A fool who even knows his own wife. Do you even know what a wife is? It's someone you sleep with at night, but tonight, your wife will be sleeping with me. How about joining us to watch? Shenzi playfully examined the foolish Yifan, finding it hard to believe that this was the monster genius from 5 years ago. Slap. Only caring about his own straightforward talk, Shenzi had not expected Yifan to charge directly at him and slap him hard across the face. The sharp sound of the slap reverberated in the hall, leaving everyone present stunned. You stupid fool, dare to hit me? Shenzi covered his swollen cheek, feeling incredulous. As the heir of the family, trained by top martial arts experts since childhood, his strength had already reached the grandmother realm. How could he have failed to dodge a slap from a fool like Yifan? What was even more shocking were the two warlord experts next to Shen Zi. They were powerful experts hired by the Shen family from ancient martial families to warlords, and yet they allowed a fool to lay a hand on Shen Zi at close range without even noticing how Yifan had acted. Still barking? Seems like I haven't hit hard enough. Slap. Yifan rebuked, raising his hand to deliver another hard slap to Shen Zhao's face. This time, both sides of Shen Zhao's face swelled symmetrically, making Shen Zi jump from the pain. But more unbearable was the embarrassment. He had been openly slapped in the face, made by a fool. Being hit once by a fool was bad enough, but twice. Oh, you damn fool, I'll kill you. Shen Zi was almost mad with rage, leading so many experts here to make trouble for Qing Ruolin, yet here he was being challenged even before victory. Shen Zi screamed wildly, to violent martial aura swirling around him. Just as everyone thought Shen Zi was about to attack Yifan directly, Shen Zi suddenly changed directions, swiftly retreating and hiding behind the two warlord experts. Please, Kan Lao, Cao Lao, please make your move and capture him. Yifan's two slaps had already made Shen Zi feel slightly afraid. He was at least a grandmother-level expert, facing Yifan, with no chance of avoiding it at all. Fearing that Yifan's strength had already far surpassed his own, Shen Zi didn't want to end up losing his head. Got it. Kan Lao and Cao Lao, two powerful martial masters at the level of Wuzan, suddenly rushed towards Yifan, their wrists pounding against the ground, propelling them in front of Yifan in an instant. Martial energy surged from their hands, ready to strike at Yifan, who was prepared to retaliate. However, Kan Lao and Cao Lao abruptly noticed a pendant hanging from Yifan's neck, causing them to halt their attacks. Almost simultaneously, they swiftly changed direction and retreated. Shen, our goal today isn't to deal with Yifan. Shen, find another way to handle this. As they returned to Shen Zhao's side, a look of fear filled their eyes as they communicated. Lao Kan, did you see that clearly? Isn't that the pendant of the Nangong family's authority stem? Yes, it is indeed the Nangong family's authority pendant. How did it end up on that fool's body? Exactly. Damn. That authority pendant symbolizes the highest authority within the martial union. It should be worn by Miss Nangong herself. What's the connection between Yifan and Miss Nangong? Why is it on Yifan? Initially perplexed about why the two eminent martial masters had suddenly stopped their actions against him, Yifan overheard their murmurs and glanced down at the pendant hanging in front of his chest. It was a pendant Wu from the treasure pavilion had mentioned was a gift from their miss. Yifan had felt a unique vital force within the pendant, somehow resonating with him, so he wore it. So, this was the symbol of the martial union's authority. It could command the entire martial world. It seemed that Miss Nangong had not given a trivial gift, it held considerable weight. Kan Lao, Cao Lao, what are you doing? Your elder summoned you to deal with Yifan. Shen Zi, standing nearby, was already expecting to witness Yifan's embarrassment. However, Kan Lao and Cao Lao, at the brink of taking action, suddenly halted. Shen Zi was left confused as to why they stopped unexpectedly. I am who? Where am I? What have I done? Although only Yifan and Qing Ruolin were present, judging by how Yifan had taken consecutive slaps without dodging, his strength was evidently above the Wuzun realm. With Kan Lao and Cao Lao gone, the strongest remaining force on Shen's side was at the peak master level. In a combat scenario, Shen had no chance of victory. Why did they leave when they were about to fight? Yifan smirked mischievously, addressing Shen Zi. Are you going to keep barking like a dog? He seemed ready to act at any moment. Shen Zi, feeling apprehensive, covered his face with his hands, feeling frustrated. I won't engage with you. Sensing Yifan's might, Shen was at a loss. He had expected to bully Yifan but ended up being thrashed by a supposed fool. Miss Qing, your brother has mortgaged all of the family assets. If you wish to redeem him, some sacrifice is needed. Despite his inner anger, Shen turned towards Qing Ruolin. Seeing Yifan as a challenging opponent, Shen thought that capturing Qing Ruolin would achieve the same goal. Unbeknownst to Shen, the current Yifan was not a fool and had surpassed even the Emperor realm in skills. Shen's actions were merely clownish in Yifan's eyes. Shen, what are you up to? Qing Ruolin frowned at Shen. Seeing King's alluring presence calmed Shen a bit. I simply want to chat with you privately, Miss Qing. It'll be brief. 3 minutes will suffice. Nevertheless, Shen was just boasting, having never lasted a minute before. Observing Shen's lecherous demeanor, Qing quickly realized his intentions. Dream on. I have a husband. You are shameless ... Of course, you could take a different path to reclaim everything. That is by gambling with me again. Shen led Qing on, fixating his gaze on her. Gamble? Sure. I love gambling. Yifan interjected coldly, causing Shen to despair. You, a fool wanting to gamble with me. A flash of certainty ignited in Shen's eyes as he contemplated manipulating Yifan into a bet that might lead to Yi's family's downfall as well. However, Yifan's bold challenge stunned Shen, leaving Qing worried as she tried to dissuade Yifan. Yifan's attendants, aware of his true abilities, reassured Qing. Miss Qing, do not worry. Our young master is incredibly skilled at gambling and has never lost before. If I lose, my life is yours. You can kill me on the spot, and I won't resist. But if you lose, besides returning all of King's assets, your life belongs to me. Yifan clarify. Let's play big. Will you dare? Dare? Actually, Shenzi, somewhat hesitant, especially when he saw Yifan's burning eyes. Shenzi was not sure if Yifan was in a foolish state or already awake. If Yifan was a fool, relying on the experts on his side, dealing with a fool would definitely be no problem. But if Yifan woke up, his strength was above the martial master realm. What if he played tricks and didn't acknowledge the outcome? Shenzi was still hesitating when he suddenly received a call in his earpiece. Shenzi, don't worry. The Holy Envoy organization has already sent experts at the Martial Emperor level, lurking around the club. Gamble with him. The experts at the Martial Emperor level had arrived. Did all the people behind Yifan's external grandfather show up? Damn. What was there to fear then? Shenzi suddenly felt confident. No matter how powerful Yifan was, at most, he was just at the Martial Master level, right? Humph. Since the Holy Envoy organization had sent experts at the Martial Emperor level, no matter the outcome of the gamble with Yifan today, he wouldn't be able to leave here alive. All right, I'll gamble with you. Shenzi smirked, but if I win, don't blame me for bullying a fool. Miss Qing, you can testify on the side. Qing Ruolin was a little uncertain. Little fan, are you sure about this? Yifan smiled faintly. Ruolin, how can a man say no? As he spoke, Yifan reached out and pinched Qing Ruolin's hip, eliciting a soft protest from her. Looking at Yifan with confusion. Little fan, Yifan nodded. It won't take long, but dealing with Shenzi shouldn't be a problem. Qing Ruolin finally confirmed that Yifan had awakened. Since Yifan had awakened, then everything was no longer a problem. After all, during the day, Qing Ruolin had personally seen Yifan make a move, rescuing Qing Ruolin, Zhuan Yufei, and Su Yixu from the 5th floor, carrying them outside the explosion range in an instant. In front of Yifan, the experts at the Martial Master level were like paper tigers, with Yifan's strength after awakening at least beyond the level of Martial Emperor, so today's situation was definitely stable. But how could this scoundrel pinch himself in front of so many people, now that Yifan had awakened, and she had been Yifan's sister-in-law before? If she were to be with Yifan now and Yifan was awake, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Thinking of her plan tonight, Qing Ruolin blushed uncontrollably. Shenzi led Yifan, Qing Ruolin, and the firm maids to a private room in the club. In the private room, there were already bodyguards arranged by Shenzi, as well as several experts in sleight of hand sitting across the table. Today, we are going to play a simple game that everyone is familiar with. Golden Flower. Whoever has the highest hand wins. Shenzi introduced the rules smugly, and a scar-faced man at the scene started shuffling the cards. Shuffle. Cut. Everything seemed natural. With so many people watching, it seemed like the movements of the sleight of hand experts were all normal. But Yifan just glanced casually and discovered the trick. Although the sleight of hand experts' movements were quick, Yifan, with his martial emperor ability of the magic eye, keenly caught on when the expert shuffled the cards. At the moment the expert was cutting the cards, his fingers moved so that several aces were all positioned at 2 for 6, and the 1 3 5 positions were replaced by 3 kings. As a result, in a normal deal, Yifan would have a hand of 3 kings, while Shenzi would have 3 aces. After the cards were dealt, Shenzi and the scar-faced man made eye contact. The scar-faced man nodded discreetly, affirming Shen Zhao's silent question, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on Shen Zhao's lips. Yifan, the cards I dealt you are fine, right? Yifan looked at the cards in his hand with excitement and said, Big cards. No problem, no problem. You didn't make a mistake, did you? With such high-ranking cards, I want to raise the bet. Shenzi was shocked that this fool actually wanted to raise the bet. What do you want to bet? Shen Zi felt a surge of excitement. If he could lead Yi Fan to lose the assets of the Yi family, his grandfather would surely commend him. I'll wager the entire Yi family's assets, and my grandfather's life as well. Is that okay? Yi Fan said earnestly. I can write up a contract. What? First, King Shaoqing lost to Shen Zhao's father. Now Yi Fan wants to wager his grandfather too. Shen Zi almost couldn't believe this. Such a good opportunity had presented itself to him. Ha ha. Of course. Someone, bring paper and prepare to write for young Master Yi. Shen Zi ordered his men, eager to get started. Before Yi Fan died, he actually wanted to drag his grandfather into it. Truly a thought only a fool would have. Although a piece of paper wouldn't be enough to deal with Yi Changfeng, wagering the assets of the main Yi family would be legally binding. As Yi Fan was about to write, he stopped suddenly. I wagered the Yi family, but young Master Shen should wager corresponding items as well. Right? Yes. Young Master Shen should also wager the assets of the Shen family, as well as young Master Shen's grandfather and the Tang family's assets to match the Yi family's wager. Shouldn't he? It was one of Yi Fan's maids, Nan Shen, who spoke up this time. Yi Fan had already thoroughly investigated Shen Zhao's background. Grandfather Tang Zheng was one of the 9 senior officials of the Daxia dynasty. He had ordered Sun Desheng to snatch the proxy rights of Emerald from Qing Ruolin in the morning, and now he wouldn't stay out of this at night. Yi Fan had gathered such clear information about him. Shen Zi was stunned for a few seconds, quickly understood that the relationship between the Shen family and the grandfather Tang Zheng's family was not a secret. After all, the Yi family was one of the top aristocratic families in Daxia, so knowing these facts wasn't surprising. Although Yi Fan was a fool, those maids around him must have their own ways of obtaining information. Although Shen Zi sensed that the maid's request was somewhat odd, this high-stakes gamble involved wagering Yi Fan's life, the entire Yi family's assets, and Yi Changfeng's life. As long as Shen Zi won, even if Yi Fan didn't die now, based on this gambling agreement, it would be humiliating for the Yi family, causing those close to the Yi family to lose hope and patience. Okay, let's gamble. Bring the pen. Brush. Without any hesitation, Shen Zi finished writing the documents, then pressed his handprint on them. It's not that Shen Zi didn't doubt, it's just that the baits Yi Fan placed were too tempting. These are the things that both grandfather and the people behind him want. The experts hired by the ancient martial arts clan have retreated, and the strongmen at the level of martial emperor sent by the people behind grandfather are now supervising. Shen Zi must perform well today, even if he has to go all out. Is it okay now? Shen Zi looked at the 2 sets of documents placed on the table, not caring much about the one he just wrote. In Shen Zhao's view, with the expert in Che techniques brought back from abroad, dealing with a fool today means he's guaranteed to win. Even Qing Shaoqing has experts in Che techniques by his side, having already lost everything today. Why wouldn't Shen Zi manipulate the situation as he pleases? Up to this point, Shen Zi is completely unaware that the winning hand he thought he had was quietly switched by Yi Fan long ago. Of course. Shen, please show your cards. Yi Fan responded with a faint smile. Do we even need to open the cards? Yi, if you dare to gamble with me today, step into this door. You've already lost. Shen Zi confidently spoke. I wonder if you will honor the previous agreement. Yi's life, I claim it. Will your people resist? Shen Zi played with the dagger in his hand, facing Yi Fan with a cold gaze. If Yi Fan fulfills the promise and lets Shen Zi kill him, the reward would be tremendous. Shen Zi can't even imagine it. Grandfather, his allies, and the others behind them have paid a huge price to deal with the Yi family. After the deaths of the 10 core disciples, all the affiliated families set up in Yun City were almost wiped out just to deal with this fool and the old man from the Yi family. Of course, there won't be any resistance. This is a gambling agreement with written proof, and naturally, words must be honored. Yi Fan gazed at Shen Zi lightly, continuing, So, if Shen loses, will you also honor the promise? Yi? Are you joking? I said, today is my home ground. I definitely won't lose. Shen Zi spoke confidently, while glancing outside the private room. The high-ranking expert from grandfather's side has already arrived. With such a master present, Shen Zi doesn't even give Yi Fan a second thought. Before showing the cards, anything is possible. Shen, make it clear. If you lose, will your grandfather, the Shen family, including your life, all belong to me? Is that clear? Yifan pursued another question. Seeing Yifan's attitude, Shenzi started to feel uneasy. Why is Yifan so certain? Despite the Che technique expert he hired, who has already given him clear signals, Shenzi feels a sense of foreboding. The Shenzi chooses to trust the means of the Che technique expert and continues to speak boldly. Of course. Shen Zhao's word is his bond. Show your cards. Yifan opened his mouth again with such calmness that Shenzi felt unsettled. Let's do it. Yi. It seems you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Huh. I have 3 aces, absolute trump cards. How will you win? Shenzi turned over the cards on the table, tossing them fiercely. Qing Ruolin, by Yifan's side, nervously tugged at Yifan's sleeve. Although she knows Yifan has the means to deal with this situation in his awakened state, she still worries. The cards were slammed on the table, revealing 3 kings clearly. The dealer with the scar face, upon seeing the cards, froze instantly. The bodyguards behind Shenzi were also stunned. Do you not recognize words, Shen? These are clearly 3 kings, not 3 aces. Yifan smirked wickedly. The 3 aces are here with me. The true trump cards. I win this bet. Yifan gently revealed his 3 aces, leaving everyone stunned. What? Shenzi stared at his cards in disbelief, dumbfounded. How is this possible? What's going on? What in the world is happening? Damn. Shenzi rushed to the scar-faced dealer, grabbing him by the neck, angrily roaring, You promised to deal me 3 aces. How did they end up with Yifan? Shen, I don't know. When I shuffled the cards, I did it properly. Just before dealing, I even peeked at the cards below. The 3 aces should have been in your hand. The scar-faced dealer was perplexed, his pupils dilating in shock. He had checked the cards before dealing, so why did the cards change afterward? This was impossible. After a few seconds of anger, Shenzi gradually calmed down, looking at the bewildered scar-faced dealer. This Che technique expert he had spent a fortune to bring back from abroad had cooperated with him many times before. He trusts his techniques, as well as his loyalty, but with the current cards on the table, it indicated only one thing. This is a trick. The scar-faced dealer also realized this issue, the shock visible in his eyes. He turned to Shenzi and said, Yifan cheated. Even though Shenzi had considered the possibility, he was still unsure. But he is just a fool, isn't he? How could a fool cheat? Who would believe such a claim? But with the cards showing the way they were now, admitting that would mean Shen Zhao's life would belong to Yifan. Shen, ready to lose. I've won. As per our agreement, your life is now mine. Along with your grandfather, your Shen family's assets all belong to me, Yifan stated as he took the document from Shenzi, preparing to put it away. However, Shenzi fiercely pressed down on the documents, coldly saying, Yifan, you cheated. You rigged the game. This round doesn't count. Typical of a thief crying thief. I rigged the game. Shen, be careful of what you accuse me of. Show me the evidence. Where did you see me cheat? Yifan's expression turned dark. If not for the plan to trap the Shen family and Tang family, Yifan would have already taken action. Check the surveillance. Have the clubhouse staff review the footage. I want to see the surveillance. With Shen Zhao's demand, the club staff immediately brought in several computers to review the surveillance from the private room. They slowed down the footage, even frame by frame, but found no evidence of cheating. Despite knowing that the prepared cards had been tampered with, Shenzi and the scar-faced dealer understood that Yifan or someone by his side had messed with them. But without any evidence, what else could they say? Shen Zhao's legs gave way, collapsing on the ground. Just a few hours ago, he mocked Qing Shaokan for losing to his father. But now Shenzi has lost it all to a fool. Yifan, please don't kill me, okay? If you spare me, I'll buy you lots of candies, lots of delicious treats. Up until this moment, Shenzi still thought of Yifan as just a fool. He still believed it was impossible for Yifan to cheat, the only possibility being the servants around him. Candy? Of course I want to eat it, but I want to take it myself. Yifan smirked devilishly, his energy surged in his hand, easily pushing Shenzi away. He took the prepared document and handed it to Shaowen beside him. Have you recorded the situation on site? According to this document, make a video and post it online for netizens to judge. Shenzi did not intend to use this bet to deal with the Yi family, to humiliate the Yi family's reputation. In that case, Yifan would fight fire with fire. Don't. Shenzi finally noticed Shaowen holding a phone, recording the situation on site. The Yi family, as a top aristocratic family of Dazia, may have suffered heavy losses, but their influence is not something the Shen family can resist. One can imagine the impact when Yifan uploads his video online, and it stirs up trouble. What effect it would have on the Shen and Tang families. Tang Zheng, one of the 9 great elders, actually instructed his grandson Shenzi to make a bet with Yifan. The key is, Shenzi made a bet with a fool, and lost, losing his own grandfather to Yifan to clean toilets. It's simply a great shame and humiliation. Furthermore, the impact of such actions is even more powerful than the actual outcome. Those families who remained neutral before may all come back to the Yi family. Shenzi wanted to come and snatch the document, but Yifan's 4 grandmaids beside him were all martial masters and Shenzi couldn't get close. Nansheng stepped forward and took all the documents Qing Shaocheng had set down on Shen Zhao's side, returning everything except the cash that Qing family lost. Clap. Shenzi weakly sat down on the ground, looking dazed. He couldn't understand why even a fool could defeat him today. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shenzi suddenly realized, Yifan, you're not really a fool, right? You're in a state of awakening, right? Shenzi stared at Yifan, his eyes full of shock and a hint of madness. If Yifan is in an awakened state, that would be terrifying. Yifan was a monstrous genius 5 years ago. If he pretended to be foolish for 5 years and then suddenly mature, what level of power would he have now? Yifan smiled faintly. Do you just realize now? Isn't it a bit too late? Yifan had already received a message. Guoli had brought people over, surrounded the entire clubhouse, captured all the staff, and taken control of all surveillance hard drives. The cell phone signals here were also not jammed, so Shenzi couldn't send any information out. Yukong also arrived with his men, lurking around, and even spotted a martial emperor powerhouse trying to get closer. Yuqiang's subordinates are the most elite warriors of the Qianji Pavilion Assassin Hall, capable of fighting beyond their level. Yukong personally dealt with the martial emperor powerhouse who tried to get closer, who hesitated for a long time, and didn't dare to act rashly. Ah, you. Craig, call grandpa and granduncle. Shenzi looked terrified as he yelled at his bodyguards and men behind him. Yifan was too terrifying in his eyes. Shenzi now felt like he had fallen into a trap set by Yifan. The news of Yifan's awakening had to be notified to grandpa and granduncle, or they would be deceived for a long time. But when Shenzi and his men tried to use their phones, they found that all signals had been blocked and they couldn't send any messages out. Young Master Shen, there's no signal here. I don't have a signal here either. No one has a signal. Listening to the reports from his men, Shen Zhao's heart sank completely. After checking his own phone, he confirmed that there was indeed no signal. Yifan, this is all you're doing, right? Shenzi understood that everything was definitely Yifan's doing. Initially, Shenzi thought that Yifan was dead the moment he stepped into the clubhouse. It turned out that the moment Yifan entered the clubhouse was the beginning of his plan. Yifan, Qing Ruolin, don't celebrate too early. Don't forget, Qing Shaocheng is still in my hands. None of you want him dead, do you? Shenzi was still making a final struggle. Creak. As Shen Zhao's voice fell, the private room door opened and Guoli appeared with a few elite men, and Qing Shaocheng emerged with them. Sister, you're okay. That's great. Hurry. This bastard has ill intentions. He wants to bully you. Sister, you go quickly. Don't mind me. Although Qing Shaocheng wasn't scoundrel, he genuinely cared for Qing Ruolin. Not understanding the current situation, he saw Qing Ruolin unharmed, felt relieved, pushed Qing Ruolin away, wanting her to escape. Seeing Guoli appear, Qing Ruolin understood that everything must be under Yifan's control. Call brother-in-law. Qing Ruolin introduced Qing Shaocheng to Yifan. Qing Shaocheng didn't react for a moment, but Qing Ruolin quickly added, didn't you see brother-in-law bringing people to save you? Glancing at Guoli at the scene and then at the cards on the table, Qing Shaocheng seemed to understand in an instant. Brother-in-law, you also know gambling skills. Let's exchange more when we have time in the future. Qing Shaocheng's eyes lit up, looking at Yifan, unable to help but speak. Yifan glanced at Qing Shaocheng, then turned to Qing Ruolin. Ruolin, hand him over to me. In a week, I will set him on the right path. Qing Ruolin was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded, okay. In order to guide Qing Shaocheng on the right path, the family, as well as Qing Ruolin, had put a lot of effort in, but they couldn't handle Qing Shaocheng. But Yifan, being such a monstrous genius, surely had a way. Hearing the conversation between Yifan and Qing Ruolin, Qing Xiaocheng suddenly felt a chill on his back, a sense of impending doom. What are you guys planning? Yifan didn't pay attention to Qing Xiaocheng, but turned his gaze to Shenzi, a smirk on his face. At that moment, Shenzi was completely desperate, thinking he could use Qing Xiaocheng as a bargaining chip, only to have Yifan's men already rescued Qing Xiaocheng. Don't get arrogant, Yifan. Let me tell you, my grandpa has invited a martial emperor powerhouse to come and help today. None of you present will survive. Shenzi looked worriedly at the door and the window. He had been told 10 minutes ago that the martial emperor powerhouse had arrived nearby, so why hadn't he shown up yet? What Shenzi didn't know was that the martial emperor powerhouse sent by the holy envoy Sai, upon sensing the presence of Yukong and the others, did not dare to act from 2 kilometers away. Damn. What's going on? Why are the Tianji Pavilion people starting to move? That momentum seems to be directed at us. An old man in a long robe, eyes closed, sensing Yu Qiang's formidable probing aura. Elder, should we continue acting? If we don't go soon, Shen Young Master might be in trouble. Humph, go my ass, you don't know how formidable the Tianji Pavilion is. Their assassin hall, whenever they make a move, there's never been a failure. With their 3 martial sovereign powerhouses, they can crush even a martial emperor powerhouse. I'm not willing to go to my doom. Withdraw. Inside the clubhouse, while Shenzi was still waiting for the martial emperor powerhouse to appear, Guoli and Yifan exchanged a glance, a wicked smile on their faces. They ordered their men to take Shenzi and drag him into a room prepared on the side. Shenzi himself was a powerful martial master, but for some reason, he couldn't exert any of his strength at all at this moment. What are you? What do you want? Let me go. My grandpa is Tang Zhang. If you touch me, I'll kill your whole family. Guoli and his men didn't hesitate, pushing Shenzi into the room he had prepared earlier. Yet, as soon as Shenzi entered the room, he discovered there were 7 or 8 fierce wolfhounds inside, all males. Those wolfhounds, their eyes reddened, seemed to be in heat at the sight of him. Please, young Master Shen, give us a thrilling live broadcast. Guo Liming closed the door, and a moment later, there was the sound of Shen Zhao's screams from inside. Don't, let me out quickly. You are not human, humph. If Ben Xiao had not awakened, then it would be Yuan Lan's wife who would suffer today, right? Towards enemies, Yifan had never been merciful. Glancing at Qing Ruolin beside him, Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. It was really hard for these women who followed him. The Yi family had not fully risen again. Their enemies had not been completely dealt with. They would always be harassed. This time, Tang Zhang's grandson came looking for trouble, so let's use Shenzi to teach them a lesson. Let them feel the pain. They killed the top 10 core disciples of the Yi family, so they must also feel the pain of losing loved ones. 2 kilometers away, after the martial emperor powerhouse sensed that something was amiss, he immediately retreated and informed Tang Zhang in the capital. What? Elder Fan, why did you retreat? You retreat. What about my grandson? After Tang Zhang received the call from the martial emperor powerhouse, his heart suddenly turned cold. People from the Tianji Pavilion assassin hall appeared around the clubhouse. This was not a normal sign. The martial emperor expert arranged by the Sacred Messenger organization retreated, and dealing with Yifan and his entourage for his grandson would probably be a bit difficult. If there were other experts with Yifan joining in, wouldn't his grandson be at a disadvantage? Moreover, Elder Fan, how can you be sure that those assassins from the Tianji Pavilion were targeting Yifan? Tang Zhang was anxious. Elder Fan, how about going back and at least bringing my grandson out? Thinking of what happened to Sun Desheng in the morning, Tang Zhang became even more uneasy. Although Yifan appeared to be a fool on the surface, who knew how many cards he still held? Clearly, he arranged for General Sonput to deal with Sun Desheng, but in the end, the Emerald Agency rights fell into the Qing Ruolin family. The Emerald Agency rights were worth billions of dollars. In addition to the Snowyan bomb announced by the Su family, that was also a profit scale of billions. Just these 2 things alone were providing over 200 billion in financial support to the Yi family each year. If Yifan were to awaken at any time, the Yi family's resurgence was inevitable. Now the people from the Tianji Pavilion were interfering again. Last time it was the Su family incident. Pang Hai stepped in. Now it seems that the Tianji Pavilion must have had some kind of mysterious connection with Yifan before. I don't want to go and die. Tang Elder, You go by yourself. The elder Feng paused, then spoke in a strange tone. Tang elder, you better go online now and watch a viral video. And there is also an exciting live broadcast, but you better be prepared. The keyword is Grandpa lost. Ha! In the capital, in the Tang family compound, Tang Zhong was somewhat puzzled as he had his men open the short video, trying to search for it. Suddenly, a clear video popped up. Young Master Yi, take a good look. This is my written agreement. I'm wagering Grandpa Tang Zhong, the Tang family, and all the assets of my Shen family, including my life. If I lose, Grandpa Tang will go to your grandfather's house to clean the toilets for a month. Watching the beginning of the video, Tang Zhong suddenly turned pale. The fact that this video was circulated meant that his grandson had definitely lost, and Yi Fan won. Young Master Shen, you lost. Now your grandfather should go to my house immediately to clean the toilets for my grandfather. No cheating, okay? In the video, Yi Fan looked at the camera innocently. If you cheat, Grandpa says he will smack your butt. Damn it. Tang Zheng's face turned livid with anger. It was true that Tang Zhong sent his grandson to face the Qing family in the capital, but only to deal with the Qing family, insult Qing Ruolin, and smear the Yi family. He didn't bet the entire Tang family and Shen family against a fool. Now, Shenzi had actually lost to a fool in a bet, and the video was uploaded online. Although Tang Zhong would not actually go to the Yi family to clean toilets for Yi Changfeng, Tang Zhong was also one of the 9 elders. Wasn't he shameless? And this humiliation was not just on Tang Zhong himself, but on those behind Tang Zhong. Were they so incapable that they couldn't even handle a fool? At this time, in Yun City, Yi Changfeng also saw this video. He burst into laughter. Well done. Damn it, this is truly the seed of my Yi family. So satisfying. Yi Changfeng had been in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Army for so many years and was highly respected in Daxia. After the Yi family had an incident, Yi Changfeng secretly investigated and actually found evidence implicating Elder Zhong and Elder Tang, but the evidence was insufficient. So Yi Changfeng had been holding back his anger and waiting. Now, Yi Fan had helped vent his anger, and Yi Changfeng was genuinely happy. Old Yi, it seems that the young master's time of awakening is getting longer. Yi Changfeng nodded. Indeed, this good news. I must call Tang Zhong to congratulate him. Kill people and slaughter their hearts. The grandfather and grandson's thoughts were completely in sync. In the capital, after Tang Zhong watched the video, he was almost going crazy. But the matter was not over yet. Just as Tang Zhong's men scrolled down the video, another live broadcast popped up, which made Tang Zhong almost jump in shock. Damn, isn't that Shenzi? Shen Zhao's clothes were torn to shreds. Ah, jerk. How is this eye-searing scene not banned? Tang Zhong knew the rules of the platform. Technically, a scene like this should have been banned a long time ago. Tang Elder. We called and complained through the phone, but they said, someone upstairs made arrangements. This live broadcast should reach a larger audience, to let the whole country see. Tang Zhong closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. The Yi family has started to fight back. Just as Tang Zhong was about to relax for a moment, a call suddenly came in from Yi Changfeng. Tang Zhong. Long time no see. Today, I received an unexpected gift. I really love it. Haha, so I was wondering, when will you come to my house and help me clean the toilets? The entire nation can witness this. Your grandson lost to my. Can you afford to play? Theft? Tang Zhong felt like a knife had been ruthlessly plunged into his heart. Intentionally. Yi Changfeng must have done it on purpose. Old Yi. You're joking. This is just some young folks playing around. Don't take it seriously. Although Tang Zhong wished to kill Yi Changfeng 1,000 times in his heart, as long as Yi Changfeng was still breathing, no one in Dia dared to be disrespectful in front of Yi Lao, including the elders and even those from the royal family. No. This time, I will take it seriously. I'll be waiting for you to come to my house and clean the toilet. Otherwise, I'll have to post a video saying that Tang Zhong is untrustworthy and a freeloader. Haha. Yi Changfeng laughed heartily on the phone. And those 8 wolf dogs are truly strong. Your grandson's body is excellent. If your grandson has another son, it could be considered a perfect match. Haha. Before hanging up the phone, Yi Changfeng didn't forget to stab Tang Zhong's heart mercilessly. Theft? Ah. Tang Zhong was almost driven mad. He lost to his grandson, and even his grandson was bullied by a group of wolf dogs. Where would the Tang and Shen family's face be? The key was that the consequences of such a situation would definitely have a chain reaction. As one of the 9 elders, he represented the dignity of diet. Perhaps under public pressure, even the royal family might have to take action against him. Smack. Fuming with anger, Tang Zheng smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yi Fan, Yi Changfeng, both of you, I'll definitely send you to the next world. Tang Zheng and his group never expected that due to a certain thought at that time, they didn't act against Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng, which had caused such troubles now. Before Tang Zheng could calm down, the phone on the other side rang again. Tang Lao, it's a call from the royal family. Tang Lao, you've seen the situation online. As one of the 9 elders, your reputation has been compromised, tarnishing the royal dignity. We discussed internally just now, and considering the current public opinion, we suggest you lay low for a while. Therefore, we have decided to suspend your elder position temporarily. You can rest at home for a period of time. The call from the royal family's manager was not a negotiation, but a direct order. All right. Tang Zheng's face was surprisingly calm. He was well aware that his consecutive failures and the huge public opinion backlash caused by his grandson had brought very unfavorable consequences for the people behind him. The situation had even become somewhat detrimental to his backers. After all, many prominent families had openly attacked the Yi family, only to be outwitted by a fool. His backers had considered him a pawn. Dang. After ending the call, Tang Zheng angrily smashed another phone. Ah, damn it. Damn it. How could it be so difficult to deal with a fool and an old man? They hadn't even taken much action, but all of his plans were ruined. Now, he could only rely on Zhang's actions. Contact Elder Zhang for me. Old Tang, I've seen the online videos, and I know about the royal family's decision. Alas, Old Tang, don't worry. This will all blow over quickly. My grandson has returned, and one of the 4 great sacred land experts from the 9 Hells sacred land will come to assist. Whether through strength or many other means, we will completely crush the Yi family. Especially to get rid of Yi Fan once and for all and prevent future troubles. Hearing that Elder Zhang had actually called upon an expert from the 9 Hells sacred land, Tang Zheng was surprised yet somewhat relieved. I trust everything to you, Brother Zhang. If we can't deal with that idiot Yi Fan again, you might have trouble too. The 9 elders, although of high status and power, were ultimately just pawns at the front lines against the Yi family, and they had even more powerful figures behind them. Zhang had received a call from someone more influential than him before. If any major issues arose, even he couldn't protect the 9 elders. Those aiming at the Yi family were mysterious and wielded immense power, which was why the 9 elders followed them. And when they struck, they did not hold back. Tang Zheng had failed again, being abandoned straight away. Rest assured, Tang brother, this time it will be foolproof. All right. Let me contact the people in Dongjing again. The martial arts master from today died mysteriously. The Black Cloth Society in Dongjing won't let it go just like that. Hua City, outside the southern suburbs club. Yi Fan had just exited the main gate when he received a confidential report from Captain Yang Niu. Young Master Yi, our intelligence department just got news. Second young Master Yi was being pursued and had made a final stop in a poor district in the southern suburbs of Hua City. He stayed there briefly. However, the specific location is still under investigation, and from what we know, the enemies of the Yi family have also been searching the poor district recently, seemingly looking for something. The poor district in the southern suburbs of Hua City. Looking for something, Yi Fan couldn't help but shudder at the thought, immediately thinking of the map fragment on his second brother's body. The enemies of the Yi family had gone to great lengths to attack them because of that map. So, what they were searching for now must be that map fragment. The Yi family's disciples had been killed for so long, and they had most likely scoured everywhere his second brother frequented in battle. Since the poor district was the last stop, the clue to the map was likely there. Time was of the essence, and he was in Hua City, so he had to investigate immediately. Wife Ruolin, you go home first. I need to meet some old friends and will come find you later. Yi Fan turned to invite Qing Ruolin. All right, little Fan. I'll wait for you to come back tonight. Qing Ruolin blushed slightly. Thank you for today's events. Tonight, I'll give you a surprise. Before returning from Cloud City, Qing Ruolin had already made up her mind to become Yi Fan's woman as quickly as possible. After what happened today, her decision was further solidified. Yi Fan's awakening had grown longer, and his displayed strength, strategy, and methods were all extraordinary. The monstrous genius from 5 years ago had returned, and announcing her marriage to Yifan was the right decision. Key to this decision was that every time she had intimate contact with Yifan, she would receive a mysterious warm flow, rapidly increasing her strength. If she became Yifan's woman, she might even directly advance to the grandmother realm. By then, she would have the ability to protect herself and not just be a flower vase beside Yifan. However, when thinking of her previous identity, she felt a bit embarrassed about being so intimate with Yifan. If Yifan suddenly woke up in the middle of it, she would be extremely embarrassed. All right, sister-in-law, wait for me. Yifan could naturally guess what Qing Ruolin was talking about, so Yifan deliberately gave Qing Ruolin a mischievous look and specially called her sister-in-law, causing Qing Ruolin to blush and say coquettishly, You're so bad. This scoundrel must have done it on purpose." Qing Ruolin took Qing Xiaocheng and left in the car, leaving only Guo Li and Yifan with the four major maids by their side, who with the absolute core power now that Yifan had awakened. "Is everything arranged here at the clubhouse?" Yifan looked deeply at the clubhouse and Shen Zi and his men. They all wanted his life, wanted to humiliate Qing Ruolin. Since Yifan had exposed himself in front of them, he had no intention of letting them live. Guo Li nodded. "Everything is arranged. My people will stay here until the fire is extinguished." The best way for Shen Zi and his men was to start a big fire to bury everyone in it. "Let's go to the impoverished area in the south." Yifan called out to Guo Li, "The provincial capital is your headquarters. Send more people to the impoverished area and find out what happened loudly a week ago. I suspect my second brother left something in the impoverished area." "Yes." After Yifan and Guo Li left, the 8 wolfhounds in the private room of the clubhouse finally fell exhausted. At this moment, Shen Zi finally had a chance to relax. Shaking, he found his phone and saw that there was a signal. He immediately dialed his grandfather's number and the video call connected. When Shen Zi saw his grandson in such a state, Tang Zhong couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Shen Zi, Grandpa is sorry. As long as you're safe, Grandpa will send someone to pick you up." "Demon. Devil. Demon. Idiot. No." Just as Shen Zi was about to continue speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to see something terrifying, constantly roaring and babbling. "Shen Zi, what's wrong? What's happening to you?" Seeing Shen Zi in frenzy, Tang Zhong immediately realized that Shen Zi was being driven crazy by Yifan's people and was starting to babble. Tang Zhong didn't have any sons, only 2 daughters, so even though Shen Zi was his grandson, he treated him as if he were his own. "Bastard! These dogs from the Yi family, none of you will live. When the Yi family collapses, I will exterminate every single one of them." Tang Zhong felt sick even mentioning the word dog. Tang Zhong quickly mobilized the forces in Huadu, trying to rescue Shen Zi. Although Shen Zi was driven crazy by the torment, as long as he was alive, everything would be fine. But the next moment, Tang Zhong saw a huge ton of fire rush in through the door of the private room, engulfing Shen Zi in an instant. "Grandpa, save me. Grandpa, avenge me." Shen Zhao's voice faded, and then the phone went blank, no sign of life. "Ah, damn it, Shen Zi, my grandson. Yi Changfen, you damn well made me the last generation. I'll fight you to the death." Tang Zheng's face turned pale with anger, and he crushed the phone in his hand, howling hysterically. Tang Zhong was too focused on cursing Yi Changfeng that he hadn't realized he had participated in the attack on the Yi family, resulting in the death of 10 core disciples of the Yi family, almost wiping out the entire clan. Was it only permissible for him to act against others, but not vice versa? Yifan, the 4 maids, and Guo Li quickly arrived at the impoverished area in the south with a small group of people. To avoid attracting attention, they all dispersed into the impoverished area. Yifan even acted alone. Just as he turned a corner, Yifan collided head-on with a woman. I'm sorry, young man. I'm in a hurry to treat my child. I'm sorry." The woman struggled out of Yifan's arms in a panic, her face full of anxiety. In her arms was a girl about 3 years old. The girl's face was red, limp in her arms, seemingly unconscious and feverish. "It's okay, you go see a doctor." Initially, the situation didn't concern Yifan too much, and he had no intention of interfering. But as Yifan withdrew his gaze, he sensed something wrong with the girl. Was there evidence of Gu activity on this girl? How could a child from an ordinary family in the impoverished area be targeted by Gu cult followers? Just as the woman was about to leave with the child in her arms, Ethan stopped her. Wait. The woman seemed startled. What's wrong? I really didn't mean to bump into you earlier, but I'm in a hurry to treat my child. Let me go. And you can do as you please, okay? Madam, you misunderstand. I wanted to say that I'm also a doctor and know a little about the child's condition. Let me help take a look. Otherwise, by the time you get to the hospital, it might be too late. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Ethan explained, sensing that the woman's economic situation was likely tight from her modest appearance. Oh, really? Are you really a doctor, young man? Upon hearing Ethan's words, the woman nearly knelt down in gratitude. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you. Can this really work? Ethan nodded, of course. As he spoke, Ethan reached out to feel the girl's pulse and immediately confirmed the girl's condition. Corpse feeding goo. This was an extremely wicked method used by the goo cult. It involves secretly planting goo worms in the body and then using the host's essence and blood to nourish these poisonous goo worms. As the goo worms absorbed more and more of the host's blood, the host would fall into a coma, develop a fever, and other symptoms, and when those poisonous goo worms matured completely, it would be the time of the host's death. The goo worms would completely devour the host's organs and then leave the host. Since the host's death wouldn't show any external injuries, it would be hard to determine the cause of death. I'll apply some acupuncture to suppress it. We'll treat her properly at home later. Ethan took a few silver needles out of his pocket, activated his che, and pierced the girl's acupoints. Ethan could feel the goo worms in the girl's body were very active at the moment, so he needed to calm them down first. Seeing that Ethan had silver needles on him, the woman trusted him even more. Thank you so much. Thank you. After a few needles were applied and the goo worms were suppressed, the girl's condition noticeably improved. My house is just ahead. A couple of turns and we'll be there. It's a bit rundown. Please don't mind, young man. As the woman led Ethan to her home, she explained nervously, Young man, I can't thank you enough. As long as you can cure my daughter, I'm willing to do anything. The woman bit her lip, emphasizing once again. As she spoke, the woman's eyes welled up with tears again. She was just an ordinary working-class woman, struggling at her job, facing discrimination from her superiors, and having a meager salary. She had spent all her money on her daughter's treatment, and now had nothing left. She had no choice but to rely on herself. Ethan followed the woman to her residence. It was a very old and rundown house on the second floor, with 3 rooms, but the floor had faded in color. However, the woman was very clean and knew how to tidy up. Although the room was small, it was arranged very warmly, with a few paintings on the walls that were obviously drawn by a little girl. On one painting, 2 adults were holding a little girl's hand. Let's begin. Put the child on the sofa. Ethan instructed the woman to lay the little girl flat on the sofa. He continued, Go prepare a needle and sterilize it over the fire. As he spoke, Ethan began to work, waving his arms and quickly inserting silver needles into various parts of the girl's bloodstream, using his strength to force the wandering goo worms back into their nests, where they grew. These goo nests were in the little girl's scalp. Yes, it was the little girl's scalp. Some of the goo worms, under Ethan's manipulation, were not willing to move much and wanted to continue staying in the girl's heart and chest. However, Ethan possessed the 10,000 goo cauldron and with a like command, the goo worms immediately gathered obediently into the girl's scalp. Ethan used the silver needle to seal off all exits. Then a wave of energy surged through. Crackle! A crisp and scalp-tingling sound reverberated through the room. When the woman came back from the kitchen with the sterile needle, she was horrified to witness such a shocking scene right after she had left the room. Ethan had actually torn off her own daughter's scalp. What was he doing? Ah! The woman exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth quickly and rushing over. What are you doing? Wasn't this young man here to treat her daughter's illness? Why did he just tear off her daughter's scalp? Wasn't that deliberately torturing someone? The woman rushed over and took a look at her daughter's scalp, only to be completely stunned. After the removal of the scalp, there should have been normal flesh and nerves beneath. However, at that moment, the girl's scalp was covered with a large number of creepy crawly worms, all transparent red in color, wriggling ceaselessly, resembling BPUPAE ... sending shivers down her spine. The words were on the tip of the woman's tongue, but she swallowed them back instantly. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Her daughter's head was filled with so many bugs. Was it because she had not washed her daughter's hair well enough normally? Yifan pulled out one of the silver needles without any hesitation, swiftly directing it towards the poison worms on the scalp. In less than 10 seconds, Yifan had stringed all the goo worms onto the needle, resembling a miniature version of Candide Hawes. "Give me the needle." Yifan stuck the needle into the nearby wall and reached out his hand to the woman. The woman quickly handed the needle to Yifan. Yifan glanced at the woman and then at the girl, before leaning closer towards the woman. Sensing the man's breath getting closer, the woman felt nervous and uneasy. What is he going to do? Is he going to kiss me? Why does he want to do it at this moment? Do I allow him to do it? The woman felt all sorts of nervousness, but eventually overcame her shyness and closed her eyes. Kiss? He has saved your daughter, such a strange illness that even the hospital couldn't cure. This kind of divine physician has cured your daughter for free. What else is there to object to? Initially, the woman was ready to sacrifice herself, but as Yifan got close to the daughter, he found a hair on the woman's head, pulled it out, and threaded it directly onto the needle to close the girl's wound. The daughter's scalp had to be sewn back together. There were no other professional medical threads available, so using the hair as a substitute was the best choice. Feeling her hair being plucked out, the woman curiously opened her eyes and saw Yifan using her hair to suture her daughter's wound. The woman blushed deeply with embarrassment. Turns out he was just using her hair as a thread, but she had thought. All done. While the woman was still in a daze, Yifan had quickly stitched up the little girl's wound, wiped the little blood around clean with a tissue, and from the outside, it seemed like nothing had happened. I'll give you some more Chinese medicine later, and with a bit of rest for 2 to 3 days, she will be fine. Yifan put away the silver needles on the wall and intended to burn the poison worms in the kitchen, but I suggest you move out, leave this place, and don't let the child contact strangers anymore. Move out? But I already paid half a year's rent in advance. If I move out, wouldn't that be a waste of rent? The woman hesitated. Although she was reluctant, she was also clever. Even though Yifan did not explicitly say it, she guessed that someone wanted to draw attention to her daughter. Moreover, the other party was someone she couldn't afford to offend, so it was best to leave this place. Think about it. Yifan went to the kitchen, opened the gas, and burned the string of poison worms into ashes. Who the hell ruined my plan? Theft? At the moment when all the poison worms in Yifan's hands were burned to death, in the outskirts of Huadu, in a secluded garden, a black-robed man let out a tragic cry, spewing black blood from his mouth, screaming hysterically, using corpses to nurture goo. This was his doing. This black-robed man was another strong person in the goo sect, the Five Poisons child. He had silently searched the country for 10 years to find a suitable host to nurture the poison goo. Now, just when he was on the brink of success, his plan was ruined at the critical moment. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, the Five Poisons child's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom. Trouble. Originally, as long as this batch of poison goo was successfully nurtured, I could compete with Zhuang Baifan in the goo sect. But now damn it, I will find out who did this. People, go find out who it was that ruined my good deed. Back at the woman's rental house, after dealing with the poison goo, Yifan returned to the living room. The little girl is a bit weak and may need to sleep for the night, but she be fine when she wakes up tomorrow. Yifan said calmly. There's nothing else for me to do here, so I'll be leaving. Yifan had come here mainly to investigate the map clues left by his second brother before he died. Saving the little girl was just a side story. Yifan did not want to linger here for too long. Wait. Seeing Yifan about to leave, the woman hesitated a moment, reached out and grabbed Yifan's sleeve. Young man, I have no way to repay your great kindness. Could you come in for a moment? Glancing at her daughter, since her ex-husband left, she had raised her daughter alone, and her daughter was her everything. Yifan had saved her daughter, which was equivalent to saving her entire world, and she had to express her gratitude properly. As the woman spoke, she pulled Yifan into the bedroom by the sleeve. Ma'am, what are you doing? Yifan asked in confusion. Is this really appropriate? Especially when he saw the woman entering the bedroom and closing the door behind her, Yifan became even more puzzled. Ma'am, is your husband here? This is not right. If there's something you need, please tell me. Although Yifan liked women, he still had his principles. My ex-husband left many years ago. I don't have a husband. The woman tittied her hair slightly and shyly spoke to Yifan. Young man, close your eyes. At this moment, even a fool could guess what was about to happen next. This is not right. I help people without expecting anything in return. It's just a casual thing for me. Yifan tried to explain as the woman in the room turned away from him and unbuttoned her outer shirt. The shirt slipped off her fair shoulders, revealing her delicate figure and slender waist with graceful curves. Then, the woman removed her tight jeans, leaving only a pair of black panties. Her curvy figure and perky rear end were now fully exposed in front of Yifan. When the woman turned around, revealing her flat stomach and prominent bust, Yifan was completely taken aback. He never expected that the woman in front of him, without any makeup, had such an astonishingly beautiful body and face. Young man, for you, helping others is a casual thing, but for me, it's a big deal. The woman took a timid step forward and then extended her hand to remove her most intimate clothing. Her ample bosom flew out unrestrained. The dazzling whiteness took Yifan by surprise as he tried to look away but couldn't. At that moment, Yifan realized that this woman, despite her lack of adornment, possessed an unparalleled beauty and physique that rivaled a seven fairies. This is really not appropriate, ma'am. Yifan tried to speak while picking up the clothes from the floor to help the woman get dressed again. However, the woman reached out and hooked her arms around Yifan's neck. Young man, remember, my name is Qiwan. Everything is voluntary on my part. You don't need to feel burdened. In that moment of skin-to-skin contact, Yifan suddenly felt an ancient aura emanating from the woman and entering his body. It was like an accelerator, causing the martial chi within Yifan's body to surge and enhance his strength rapidly. Yifan's eyes widened in shock, realizing the woman possessed an innate Dao constitution or perhaps a natural alchemy physique, as mentioned in the inheritance of the dragon mark ring. Women with such constitutions naturally embody the Dao essence within them. When these women combined with men practicing martial arts, their cultivation speed could advance rapidly with the assistance of the alchemy physique. In the history of the Great Xia, a master once encountered a woman with such a constitution. With her help, he led the martial experts of the Great Xia to suppress evil forces, bringing peace and tranquility for over 1,000 years. Yifan himself had only coincidentally saved a young girl, but now he was presented with such an extraordinary opportunity. Under the powerful influence of the woman's ancient aura, not only did Yifan's martial chi circulation accelerate, but his bloodline also surged, promoting rapid enhancement of his strength. With his mind racing, Yifan's thoughts turned to his mother and the revelation that she might be associated with the Divine Gate, a lineage tasked with combating hidden cults. This responsibility tied to his lineage and the urgency to enhance his strength became apparent to Yifan. Seizing the opportunity presented by Qiwan's extraordinary abilities, Yifan intensified his training and cultivation, aiming to fulfill his destiny and seek vengeance for his family. As he embarked on this path, Qiwan's intimate touch ignited a fervor within Yifan, driving him to explore and assert his dominance over her body. The room soon echoed with indiscreet sounds as their energies intertwined and escalated. Despite the restrictions he placed around the room, the powerful energies unleashed by their intimacy reverberated outward. At the level of Martial Emperor 3-4, it seemed like a formidable lion had found its prey, triggering a tumultuous wave of energy. After an exhaustive hour of passion and exchange, Yifan's vitality infused Qiwan's body, aiding her in regaining dormant abilities. Overcome by the encounter, Qiwan drifted into a profound slumber. Yifan, having ascended to Martial Emperor 6th rank in just an hour, marveled at the power of the Dao Constitution. The potential for further growth loomed ahead, with Yifan forecasting his rise to Martial Sane and beyond, transcending other martial practitioners globally. However, his heightened perception alerted him to a group of masked figures approaching stealthily. Realizing the threat, Yifan injected vitality into Qiwan and whispered, "Wan, a group of people is coming. Are they after you?" Though initially bashful in the face of their intimacy, Qiwan peeked outside and shook her head, indicating she didn't recognize them. She further revealed her concerns about mysterious disturbances in her home, suggesting someone might be searching for something. Yifan's mind raced with a daring speculation that perhaps the secret he sought regarding his elder brother's map clue was hidden with Qiwan. Yifan released his perception and scanned the room of Qiwan once again, but did not find that unique ancient vibe of the map. However, one thing was certain. Now that Qiwan was already his woman, She definitely couldn't stay here. And Yifan didn't want to expose himself here. He had to take Q-Wen away immediately. Okay. They might be here to kill. Quickly put on some clothes. I'll take you away. Yifan quickly put on his clothes and then grabbed the little girl sitting on the sofa in the living room. By the time they got back to the bedroom, Q-Wen had already randomly put on some clothes. Without giving Q-Wen much time to think, Yifan hugged her and jumped directly from the second floor onto the roof next to them. Although Q-Wen had already sensed that Yifan was extraordinary, seeing him jump from such a height, she was still almost shocked and had to quickly cover her mouth to stifle any audible gasp. After jumping to the neighboring roof, Yifan quickly left the rental house and headed towards the car outside the slum. However, Yifan's perception still monitored the situation inside the rental house. After Yifan and Q-Wen left, the black-clothed assassins quietly opened the room door of the rental house and a group of 6 or 7 people quickly searched the room. Strange. No one here? Yet. Didn't we see that woman had already come back? Where did she go? While some of them were still puzzled, the leader of the black-clothed team scolded, "Forget about that woman. Quickly search everything again. Don't miss any corner this time. Make sure to search carefully. They urgently need that thing." They've checked every nook and cranny. This is where the target lingered for more than 30 seconds before dying. Got it. After receiving the order, the group of people went crazy checking every corner of the rental house, not even sparing a small piece of paper under the table to inspect. Meanwhile, outside in the car, Yifan listened to the conversations inside the rental house and confirmed in his heart. His second brother had definitely been here before he died. Those people in Q-Wen's room must have been looking for clues about the map. However, after sensing it, Yifan realized that there were no clues in the rental house. So, where did his second brother's map go? But Yifan couldn't ask Q-Wen directly now. He had just taken advantage of her body. It would seem too self-interested to inquire directly. Q-Wen was already his woman, so if there were any clues, he would definitely be the first to know. "Little brother, thank you for saving me. I should go now." In the car, although Q-Wen felt a bit reluctant, she was very considerate. She could tell that Yifan's status was definitely not ordinary. Having coincidentally saved her life, Q-Wen was already very grateful, and she had no expectations beyond that. While speaking, Q-Wen struggled to sit up in Yifan's embrace. "She's my woman now. Where does Sister Wen plan to go?" Yifan looked mischievously at Q-Wen, pinched her on her waist, making her blush slightly. I can't stay in the current rental house. I need to find a hotel first and then rent a house again." Sigh. Looking at her daughter beside her, Q-Wen sighed deeply inside. Renting a house would cost a large sum of money. She felt she owed her daughter too much. Her daughter had grown up and still had to endure a life of constant upheaval. Seeing Q-Wen like this, Yifan couldn't help but feel sorry. "Sister Wen, you don't need to find a house. This villa is now yours, and the transfer procedures will be taken care of by Old Guo tomorrow." Speaking affectionately, Yifan called Guo Li, "Old Guo, everyone should retreat quietly. Also, prepare a vacant villa in Huadu for me. I want it tonight." "All right. There's a villa in the southern suburbs that's just been refurbished. The surroundings are good, and it's regularly cleaned. If the big brother wants to stay, I'll take you there." After a few minutes, Guo Li and the firm maids withdrew from the slum area. "Young master, big brother." They were all stunned when they saw Q-Wen in the car. The young master's luck with women was too good, wasn't it? Mentioning looking for clues, in just 2 hours, he had attracted such a beautiful woman. Guo Li instantly understood why a villa was needed. The big brother planned to hide his mistress there. "Let me introduce. This is Sister Wen, my woman. Old Guo, take good care of Sister Wen in the future. Also, solve the issue of the kindergarten for the little girl." Yifan introduced Q-Wen to Guo Li and the firm maids attentively. "Hello, sister. Madam." Guo Li and the firm maids bowed to Q-Wen, making her feel embarrassed. "Hello, everyone." "Hello." 10 minutes later, Guo Li brought Yifan and Q-Wen to the grand villa in the southern suburbs. "Big brother, sister, this is the villa I just finished decorating. Big brother, take a look and if there's anything insufficient, feel free to call me anytime." Guo Li and the firm maids were considerate enough not to follow them inside. "Sister Wen, from today onwards, this villa is yours, and Old Guo will take care of the transfer procedures tomorrow." Yifan gently embraced Q-Wen, feeling a sense of sigh. He never expected his luck to be so good. He had casually saved a little girl and gained a woman with an 8-Dao body. The time they spent sleeping together would greatly accelerate his cultivation speed. His future path in martial arts was like riding a plane. What? My little fan. This is too precious. Q-Wen felt a bit overwhelmed. I heard that villas like this are worth several million, perhaps even hundreds of millions. I can't accept it. Q-Wen was anxious and, as she waved her hand, she wanted to retreat outside. Yifen chuckled. No matter how precious it is it more precious than you? I never hesitate with my women. If Sister Wen wants to repay me, then just offer yourself. Look, this long night is still young. We can get to know each other more intimately. While speaking, Yifen lifted Q-Wen by her waist and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Embarrassing. Little fan, they are still outside. Don't worry. Not here. Wait a moment. Be gentle. The villa once again resonated with sounds unsuitable for minors. Even the moon outside seemed a bit shy and hid behind the clouds. In the room, amidst the soft whispers, heavy breathing was also heard. The room was filled with an enchanting atmosphere. As the two of them continued their intimate exchange, although Yifen's cultivation speed was accelerating rapidly, the physical stress he endured had reached its limit. So, his cultivation was now focused on stabilizing his realm and mastering the control of martial arts at the 6th level. If their last intimacy was a gesture of gratitude, this time, Q-Wen was genuinely moved. Several times, Q-Wen even wanted to. The once parched and barren land, once developed, will become extremely fertile, like ripe juicy peaches, so plump and succulent. After the storm, Q-Wen fell into a deep sleep this time. Although she was born with an innate Dao physique, naturally suited for cultivation. However, Yifen, with his unique never-tiring resilience and seemingly endless strength in his body, was unbeatable by Q-Wen. Seeing Q-Wen sleeping in his arms, Yifen put on a coat, quietly got up, walked to the balcony, and gazed into the distance with deep eyes. Young master. Yifen had just stood on the balcony when the mate Non-Song flashed in front of him from outside the villa. How is the situation in the slums? Although Yifen had left the slums with Q-Wen, before leaving, he had asked Non-Song and Xiaowen to continue monitoring the slums, especially the situation of those black-clothed individuals in Q-Wen's house. Yifen needed to figure out who was investigating his second brother's final whereabouts. Our people found that they are related to the Zhuangwu War Zone, and their base seems to be the stronghold of the Yamato Black Robe Society. Non-Song detailed the investigation results to Yifen. Furthermore, our people's station in the slums found that besides the Zhuangwu War Zone and the Yamato people involved, several other waves of strangers have infiltrated the slums. Currently identify are members of the ancient martial family and representatives from the 4 great holy sites. The origins of the others are still unclear. Listening to Non-Song's report, Yifen frowned. Cloud Summit Temple, the remains of a deity, the elixir of immortality, top-notch martial skills. These things, even if they are just rumors, are too tempting. Initially, it may have been only the enemies of the Yi family targeting the Yi family's map fragments, but now, more forces and organizations are getting involved. And those mysterious cults that can devour souls, could they have something to do with his mother? Continue to investigate. Report to me immediately if there are any new developments. Although Yifen now had the strength of a 6th-grade martial emperor, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Initially, these people might have come only for the map fragments, but as the investigation progresses, discovering that the Yi family actually has 7 map fragments, they will definitely not let him off the hook. It is highly likely that they will join forces with the Yi family's enemies to come after him. Yifen had to eliminate all his opponents before they could act against him. He needed to scare them all off so they wouldn't dare to covet the Yi family. Having the strength of a 6th-grade martial emperor is indeed a formidable power in the martial world, but beyond the realm of martial arts, there are ancient martial families, the 4 great holy sites, and other hidden families. Who knows what kind of powerful beings are lurking behind them? It is entirely possible that their strength has reached the realm of martial saints or even higher levels. He needed to quickly improve his own strength, but Yifen's body had already reached its limit in terms of capacity, and a rapid breakthrough in martial energy was becoming less likely. Back in the bedroom, Yifen suddenly remembered the deity fragment he obtained from Posen's son, which had a connection to his own unique fire. He wondered what secrets it might hold. Yifan took out the deity fragment and released his powerful perception into it, feeling the ancient power resonating within it. From Yifan's danshan, his fire flickering, a stream of light flowed into the fragment. It was like a key opening the fragment. As the light entered the deity fragment, it instantly resonated with an even more majestic ancient aura, enveloping Yifan. A golden stream of light quickly flowed into Yifan's body through his arms. The powerful martial energy, along with other immense energies, while Yifan couldn't understand them at the moment, he knew they were something even stronger than martial energy. Ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors, exterminating the nefarious sects. When the light stopped flowing, Yifan found himself automatically receiving a powerful inheritance. The most important part was a mysterious ancient formation technique. According to the information transmitted through the inheritance, this was a formidable formation used to exterminate nefarious sects. Yifan had heard of the ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors from the dragon pattern ring's inheritance. This formation was used by ancestors in the past to deal with evil forces during the Great War against them. However, as the ancestors fell one after another and suffered heavy injuries over thousands of years, the ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors eventually became lost. So, the descendants of those protectors could only maintain the seals left by their ancestors and couldn't completely eradicate the suppressed evil forces. And now, Yifan had unexpectedly obtained the inheritance of the ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors from a deity fragment. Yifan was starting to understand why so many organizations and forces were desperate to search for the Yi family's celestial palace map fragments, wanting to find the deity's relics. If an inheritance from a single fragment possessed such power, how many other incredible secrets might be hidden within the deity? Originally, Yifan had absorbed other tremendously large energies and martial energy from the fragment, but his body had reached its capacity limit. So his fire flickering in his danshan dispersed those energies and martial energy as a gas, storing them in his meridians. His realm didn't increase significantly for now, but with the ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors, Yifan had another life-saving card up his sleeve. The ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors could not only exterminate nefarious sects, but also target strong individuals above the level of martial emperors. Sitting on the ground, Yifan thoroughly comprehended the mysteries of the ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors, his mind seemingly exhausted, as though it had been emptied. Although the ancient formation of the virtuous ancestors was powerful, it was also extremely mentally taxing. Yifan climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep while embracing Qiwan. From childhood till now, Yifan had never slept so peacefully. Meanwhile, in the Qing family's mansion, in Qing Ruolan's room, Qing Ruolan had tidied up her room early, even sprinkling rose petals on her bed. Today, Qing Ruolan planned to give herself to Yifan, and for her first time, she cared deeply about it. Qing Ruolan intentionally put on a tight fighting outfit. The loose collar revealed a hint of a big phoenix, and the lower part of the outfit barely covered half her thighs, exposing the black lace hem inside that could barely contain. HMPH. Being so enchanting, I don't believe you won't pounce on me like a hungry wolf when you see it. Qing Ruolan's eyes were filled with moisture, looking out the window with anticipation. Calculating the time, that scoundrel should be back by now, right? What friend makes someone wait this long? Qing Ruolan was somewhat resentful, not realizing that because of Qiwan, she was destined to spend the night alone. If King Ruolan is still waiting, Guo Li's phone suddenly rang. Sister-in-law, Big Brother might be meeting with friends tonight and might be late, so he won't be coming back today. Sister-in-law, you don't have to wait for Big Brother. Guo Li was still very considerate, knowing that Yifan was busy at the moment, so he called King Ruolan to explain the situation. King Ruolan was disappointed upon receiving the news. She had been very much looking forward to the intimate contact tonight, only to find out that Yifan still had so many things to handle. She had prepared such a romantic scene in vain. But thinking about how Yifan had been dealing with Shenzi, and how he was gradually waking up, she felt a bit relieved. It's okay like this. Once Yifan fully wakes up, the Ya family will no longer be in danger. In the villa sent by Guo Li in the southern outskirts of Huadu, just as daybreak, Yifan felt a movement in his arm, and Qiwan struggled out of Yifan's arms. Awake, Sister Wan. Yifan gently reached out to hold Qiwan's waist, feeling her charm. Qiwan thought Yifan was going to continue doing something, a bit shy and somewhat anxious. Shafan, it's already late. I'm going to be late for work, And that manager Juan at the company is already very sarcastic. If he catches me being late, he'll deduct my salary. Yefan was taken aback, then laughed. Look at me forgetting to tell Sister Wen. Starting today, Sister Wen doesn't need to go to work anymore. Just take care of the children. Wen had an innate body constitution and was a natural alchemist. Yefan needed to keep her by his side at all times, so why would she still go to work? I can't not go to work. Wen felt shy as she found her clothes and put them on. I'm already staying in the house you provided. I already feel guilty. How can I not go to work? I can't rely on you for living expenses, can I? Although Wen had accepted becoming Yefan's woman to repay a debt, she still had her principles. Why not? Yefan said, as he pulled out a bank card from the pocket of nearby clothes. There should be 5 million in this car, with a 6-digit password of 666,666. Sister Wen, take and use it first. If it's not enough, let me know anytime. Whether it was towards Su Yixu or King Ruolin, Yefan never mistreated anyone. Wen's innate body constitution had helped Yefan elevate his strength from the 3rd-rank martial emperor to the 6th-rank martial emperor during their intimacy last night. Getting closer to his revenge, Yefan naturally wouldn't mistreat such a remarkable woman. 5 million. As an ordinary employee, 5 million was an unimaginable sum for Wen. She hurriedly pushed the card back to Yefan. Xiaofan, I can't possibly accept this money. I'm not accustomed to getting money without working for it. Plus, Wen hesitated for a while before continuing. Moreover, if you continue like this, buying me a house and giving me money, what will I become? I don't want to be seen as a third party. Although Wen was willing to be Yefan's woman to repay a debt, she never imagined any further relationship with Yefan. A person as outstanding as Yefan surely had a girlfriend or wife. Wen never expected more. Even though Yefan expressed his attitude, Wen was firm in not accepting. Her eyes showed determination. Yefan could tell that Wen, so beautiful, would have lived very comfortably if she had no principles. Fine. You don't have to take the money, but you really don't have to go to work anymore. If you insist on working, just go work at Ye's group. Yefan pulled Wen back into his arms. Wen's clothes that she had just put on were once again being removed. As a top-tier group in Dia, although Ye group hadn't been well managed in recent years, it was still sizable, with a branch in Huadu. Wen worked in financial management, so being the financial director at a branch company shouldn't be an issue. Yefan probably briefed Wen a bit about his situation. After learning about Yefan's identity, Wen was shocked and speechless. You're the young master of the Ya family. The one married to 7 sisters. Yefan nodded. Exactly. But aren't they all saying that you're a fool? Wen looked at Yefan in puzzlement, finding the Yefan before her quite different from the legendary stories. Yefan smiled mischievously. Do I look like a fool to you? Remember to keep it a secret from me. Wen was both shocked and uneasy. She never imagined that by offering herself to redeem a debt, she would end up sleeping with the legitimate heir of the Ya family, the monstrous genius who had caused a sensation across Dia 5 years ago. Realizing the disparity between her identity and Yefan's, Wen felt a bit lost. The gap was too big, and Yefan had 7 sisters to marry, so what was she in this situation? However, since she never expected more, just being able to have such a delightful night with Yefan was already satisfying for her. Even if I don't go to work, I still have to go to the company to get something I left there. Wen wriggled in Yefan's arms. Especially a week ago, I found a pen holder at the door of my room that I thought looked good, so I took it to the office. I have to bring it back. I also hid $200 under the pen holder. Upon hearing Wen's words, Yefan's expression immediately became serious. A week ago, found a pen holder at the door. Yefan instantly connected this to the incident with second brother Ya Lingjun being hunted down a week ago. Ya Lingjun was killed, but apparently, they hadn't found everything on him yet. After searching all the places except the slums, that pen holder could be the key clue to the map on second brother. Thinking back to the black-clothed people searching in Wen's room last night, Yefan quickly stood up and said, Sister Wen, I don't have much to do anyway, so I'll accompany you to the company. Well, okay. Wen had initially not wanted Yefan to come along, but thinking about the despicable manager Wang who had repeatedly cornered her in the office to take advantage of her, she decided it might be good to have Yefan there this time. Bearing with that guy for so long, this time she must give him a piece of her mind. After they got up and packed, Qiwen's daughter woke up as well. Seeing Yifan and Qiwen being intimate together, the little girl blinked her eyes and said, "Mom, is this Dad? Dad looks handsome." Qiwen's daughter had never seen her father since birth, so she always envied others who had fathers. "Yes, this is Dad." Qiwen was still hesitating, but Yifan spoke up directly and opened his arms to the little girl. "Xiao, let Dad hold you. Dad has been busy working outside these years, and now finally has time to come back and be with you all. Dad won't leave again, okay?" Xiao was a bit shy as she clung to Yifan's neck and said expectantly, "As long as Dad is here, those bad people won't bully Mom anymore." Hearing the sensible words of the little girl, Yifan couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. "All right, from now on, Dad will teach you martial arts, and you will protect Mom with Dad." Qiwen worked in a takeout company, responsible for financial matters. In the grand courtyard of Honda Takeout Company, in the eastern outskirts of Huadu, manager Wang Qianwei was gathering everyone for a meeting. When Qiwen's name was called, no one spoke up after a long pause. A cold smile appeared on Wang Qianwei's face. "HMPH. Late, aren't you? Finally fallen into my hands. This time, watch me teach you a lesson. I'll definitely have my way with you in the office." Meeting adjourned. Yifan and Qiwen were on their way to the company, and they received a call from Guoli. "Big brother, just got news from Pan Zong that said brother is in Huadu now and Pan La wants to meet you in person. Do you want to meet him?" Tang Hai, as the head of Qianji Pavilion, had previously helped the Su group once because of Yifan's activation of the signal, and later assisted in dealing with the enemies of the Yi family. Tang Hai had not met Yifan in person yet, and it was completely reasonable for him to want to meet the new pavilion master. After a few seconds of contemplation, Yifan replied, "Let's not rush. Let me handle the matters in Huadu first." Yifan had his own considerations. While he had been pretending to be ignorant, so many things had happened in Yun City that his foolish identity was becoming harder to conceal. His purpose in coming to Huadu this time was to investigate the truth behind the death of the second brother in the Zhuanwu War Zone and to find the whereabouts of the map fragment. On the other hand, he also intended to continue eliminating the henchmen of the Yi family's enemies. Before confronting the enemies of the Yi family head-on, Yifan's goal was to almost completely clear out their henchmen. This way, when the final battle arrived, the true mastermind behind it all would be exposed. Tang Hai was the manager of Qianji Pavilion. His previous intervention in Su Yixu's affairs had definitely attracted the attention of various forces. If you were to meet with a fool like Yifan at this time, it would definitely be noticed by those with ulterior motives. Yifan was afraid that scaring the enemies of the Yi family would lead to the real culprits not showing up. And without eliminating the true culprits, the deep hatred of the Yi family could not be avenged. Although the investigations Yifan had conducted so far pointed to Elder John and Tang Jun as the most direct perpetrators, Yifan knew they were not the true masterminds. Alright, Tan Lao suggested another option, which is to have Suhai, the general manager of Juzhou Group, come to visit Big Brother. This would make it easier for Big Brother to directly contact him in the future. What do you think? Listening to Guo Li's words on the phone, Yifan couldn't help but feel relieved. Tang Hai's thoughts were indeed meticulous. Although Yifan had correctly mentioned and the Qianji Pavilion signal, he had still not seen the real person. Regardless of the reason, he still wanted to verify it. Alright then, let Suhai go to visit Honda Takeout Company. The business of the Qing family needed to develop in Huadu, and it indeed required the assistance of Juzhou Group to help promote it. Moreover, meeting with the general manager of Juzhou Group would not attract too much attention. At Honda Takeout Company, Wang Qianwei had just finished a meeting with everyone, and Qiwen and Yifan appeared together at the gate. "Qiwen, you're late for today's financial reconciliation day. Do you not want this job anymore?" Wang Qianwei had tried to bully Qiwen several times in the office before, but Qiwen had always managed to escape. She had even reported Wang Qianwei to the headquarters once, so Wang Qianwei had long held a grudge against her. "Where were you, you damn woman? Out with a wild man." Wang Qianwei saw Yifan beside Qiwen and a hint of coldness and resentment appeared on his face. Seeing Qiwen's rosy cheeks, Wang Qianwei knew what had happened last night. Damn it, the woman he had been thinking about for so long, and he hadn't even touched a finger on her, was now taken by this idiot in front of him. And she actually came to work with him. Was she deliberately showing off her affection in front of him? "Qiwen, I'm telling you, because you're late today, I'm going to dock half a month's pay from you. Wang Chanwei waved his hand and was about to mark it down on the attendance sheet in his hand. Based on what? Q-Win indignantly retorted. According to the company's rules, even if I'm late, at most, it would be just the deduction of a day's salary, right? Why do you want to dock half a month's pay from me? Wang Chanwei sneered at Q-Wan. Why? Because I'm in a bad mood. So what? Hehe. Don't want to lose half a month's pay. Come to my office and have a good chat with me. When I'm in a good mood, I can give you a few thousand bonuses without a problem. Q-Wan already had an excellent figure and appearance. After being touched up by Yi Fan, she was even more delicate and alluring. While Wang Chanwei was speaking, his hand subconsciously reached towards Q-Wan's buttocks, intending to grab a handful. Wang Chanwei was the manager of Hongda Takeout Company, and the director of this company directly reported to his brother-in-law at the headquarters. Even if someone reported him to the headquarters, Wang Chanwei wasn't afraid. In this company, Wang Chanwei was the king. Glancing at Yi Fan, who didn't look well off and had come by taxi, Wang Chanwei, who was on his own turf, felt nothing but absolute control. Even if he openly flirted with Q-Wan, what could Yi Fan do? Q-Wan still needed to support her family, and today she was clearly at a disadvantage, so she wouldn't dare to stand up. Seeing Wang Chanwei's actions, a trace of disgust appeared in Q-Wan's eyes, and her body instinctively tried to evade. A flash of chill passed through Yi Fan's eyes. Stepping forward, he blocked Q-Wan behind him and grabbed Wang Chanwei's wrist. Manager Wang, it's not appropriate to touch like that, is it? Huh? Seeing Yi Fan's actions, Wang Chanwei's eyes revealed annoyance. How dare this guy stop his actions? Kid, are you looking for trouble? Wang Chanwei glared at Yi Fan. You had better understand where you are. Behave obediently here, otherwise, I can make her life a living hell. Today I will touch her. So what? While scolding, Wang Chanwei extended his other hand and once again tried to grab Q-Wan's chest. Humph. Yi Fan gave a cold snort through his nostrils. He had let past events slide, but now that Q-Wan was already his woman, how could Yi Fan allow her to suffer in front of him? Who? Lightning fast, Yi Fan reached out and swiftly grabbed Wang Chanwei's hand. Snap. A wave of energy surged through Yi Fan's wrist, and he directly broke Wang Chanwei's wrist. Know your place. Yi Fan was now at the level of a war emperor. Dealing with such a small fry was effortless. Ah, damn it, my hand. The severe pain in his hand made Wang Chanwei let out a pig-like scream. Don't just stand there. Get him. Don't let this bastard walk out of here. At this point, the courtyard was filled with deliverymen and several security guards. Hearing Wang Chanwei's shout, his group of lackeys rushed over, holding sticks, steel pipes. Some even brought extension cords. Teach him a lesson. Wang Chanwei stepped back to steps and roared at his subordinates. Damn it, even in my territory, you want to bully me? Q-Wan, let me tell you, I've set my eyes on you today. Wang Chanwei greedily stared at Q-Wan, the woman who pretended to be so noble in front of him. Who she slept with? What's the difference? Am I not as good as other men? Looking at so many delivery guys and security guards surrounding them, Q-Wan looked nervous. Yi Fan, we need to escape quickly. There are too many of them. Although she saw Yi Fan jump from the second floor while holding her last night, Yi Fan must be skilled. However, with so many people on Wang Chanwei's side, Q-Wan was still worried that Yi Fan might not be a match for them. Stop. All of you. Have you all gone crazy? Sister Wen is our colleague. Haven't you all benefited when she arranged your salaries? How could you lay a hand on Sister Wen like this? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Outside the crowd, a few girls scolded and pushed the security guards in front of them. Q-Wan actually had good relationships with the people in the company. As the financial manager, she always took care of the delivery guys and security guards. Whenever they needed an advance on their salaries, Q-Wan would help them out. After being scolded by those girls, the momentum of the security guards and delivery guys began to waver. Sister Wan, let your boyfriend go. The man with sideburns at the front whispered to Q-Wan, Sister Wan, we are in a difficult position too. Another security guard, with a shaved head squeezed over and used his body to block the people behind them. If those lackeys of Wang Chanwei come from behind, we won't be able to stop them. Thank you, everyone. Q-Wan glanced at Yi Fan and pulled him, intending to leave the place. As for the office belongings, they could deal with that later. Yi Fan had just saved her daughter, and if he got hurt now, it wouldn't be good. However, when Q-Wan pulled Yi Fan, He stood still and stared sharply at the trash in front of him. As a martial god, could he be bullied by these people in front of him? Yifan stomped violently on the ground, releasing a strong aura that sent all those rushing towards them flying back and falling to the ground. Is that all? Yifan clapped his hands and looked coldly at Wang Chanwei. Originally, when Sister Wen and I came back, we just wanted to get some stuff and leave. But you just had to come looking for trouble. Sister Wen is my woman, and you still want to think about her. You're asking for death. Yifan sneered as he directly grabbed Wang Chanwei by the neck and didn't hesitate to kick him between the legs. Crunch. The sound of breaking eggs. Now, do you still have any thoughts about women? Not satisfied with someone else's woman? I'll make sure you can only watch helplessly when you see a woman in the future. The crowd of female colleagues in the company cheered at Yifan's actions. Since Wang Chanwei was the manager of the company, he often took advantage of his power to harass the female colleagues, and some of the girls were forced to sleep with him. Ah, my eggs. Damn. Wang Chanwei writhed in pain. His body contorted, his mouth emitting a violent scream. You. How dare you touch me? Kid, you're finished. Do you know who stands behind the Honda delivery company? We have the Kyushu group behind us. My brother-in-law is the director of the investment department at the headquarters. Bastard, you better kneel down and apologize right now, and let Q-Wen crawl into my bed obediently, otherwise, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Wang Chanwei's words instantly silenced the scene. The girls who were cheering earlier also fell silent and quietly approached Q-Wen, reminding her, Sister Wen, you better take your boyfriend and leave quickly. Wang Chanwei's brother-in-law is a leader at the headquarters and can mobilize people from the Kyushu group. If things escalate, they will definitely seek revenge. Yes, you can't handle the situation when faced with a challenge. Kyushu group is so powerful, if they retaliate, your boyfriend might suffer. Q-Wen looked at Yifan with a somewhat confused gaze, her eyes clouded. Kyushu group? Would Yifan be afraid? The outside world said Yifan was the fool of the Yi family, but in reality, he was so clever and powerful, he might cause trouble for Wang Chanwei today. I'll listen to him. Q-Wen calmed her emotions a bit and gradually realized that what she intended as a gesture of gratitude last night seemed to have attached herself to a powerful person. Since Yifan had taken action, he must have his reasons. Kyushu group. Yifan felt a bit puzzled. What a coincidence. The one bullying his woman turned out to be a subsidiary of the Kyushu group under the Qianji Pavilion. Poor Wang Chanwei didn't even know he had fallen into Yifan's hands already. Seeing Yifan remain silent, Wang Chanwei thought he had scared him. You bastard. Now you're scared? It's too late, oh. Wang Chanwei exclaimed in excitement, but accidentally pulled his own eggs, sending him into excruciating pain. Let go immediately. Wang Chanwei struggled out of Yifan's grip and yelled at Q-Wen. Q-Wen, come over here. I'm going to tear off your clothes in public. Let's see who dares to move a finger. Wang Chanwei thought his background had intimidated Yifan and started to boast again. Hey, what are you looking at? Kid, you think I can't fight? Do you think there's no one on my side? Wang Chanwei sneered and shouted upstairs. Mrs. E, Q-Wen is here, come down. There's trouble here, help me solve it. With Wang Chanwei's words, a stunning Japanese girl in a leather skirt flashed from the second-floor balcony, threw the documents in her hand to the ground, kicked off the balcony, and leapt down to the first floor. Hiss! From such a height, she jumped down just like that. The delivery guys, security guards, Q-Wen, and others present were all shocked. Obviously, this beautiful Japanese girl was also a martial arts expert. Handsome guy, she belongs to me now, you have nothing to do here. So scram. The beautiful woman quickly rushed to Yifan, looked at Q-Wen, and lightly scolded Yifan. A martial arts master,